the Teamfight Tactics Macao Open here in Macau. I can't believe we're already at day 2. Thank you to everyone for joining us. My name is Mix, and I'm here with 3 legends today for our first show. We have Gangly, Azael, and Patches Panda
Under the couch.
on the couch.
Is Mort down here? Or where's he at?
Well, I'm glad you are all energized and having fun. We did go quite late yesterday night, so it's been a bunch of hours that some of the competitors got.
It's a bunch of hours.
It's light work for TFT grinders. You know, some of these people are pumping out 25 games in one stream.
That's true.
This is light work.
Honestly, though, I actually do think if you're a streamer where you're used to these like 16-hour days of just playing TFT nonstop, it actually is kind of primed you. I think the hardest part is probably the wait times. I think what we actually saw from a lot of the players is the players who are able to kind of stay in the zone despite any
because
downtime.
You can't rage queue.
That's right. No, you're right.
They're go 8th, and you're forced to think about what you've done.
And we actually got to see a bunch of players like VOD reviewing and watching other people's during the downtime. So there were ways to optimize the day on the whole.
You just have to sit there and fume.
Honestly, I think it's been great, despite a little bit of hiccups. Hopefully today will go super smooth. But maybe just to tell people what exactly is going on, it is a little bit of a different format to what some people might be used from competitive. Panda, would you mind giving everybody an overview of the stakes here?
Of course. Biggest difference is an open. Players are flying in from all over the world. Challenger tier players, maybe the most stacked tournament of all time. And it's cutthroat. 512 players to start. 1 day later, only 64 players remain after all of those hours. It's a new set, it's a new patch, it's a new meta where there's 6 costs being added in as well. So it really was a day of exploration yesterday. I think today it's going to settle down a little bit more, the meta and the comps that players were playing. You can see some players like Weijin winning with Renata reroll, game 2. That completely impacted the meta, and I think today we'll see a more, standard set in stone meta.
I also think things are settling a little bit, but like Panda is mentioning, we've been seeing a lot of changes, Azael. What have you kind of taken away from day 1?
Well, I mean, I think Renata is one of the big things that people were talking about a lot. I would also say, some of the comps that people were talking about that I didn't see as much of was Chem Baron for one, and I'd also say Ziggs reroll. Those are 2 things that people were talking about. Hey, if you have the line for this could actually be really popular. Chem Baron especially, so many players were talking about how this is such a strong line now. It's so overpowered. It's, you hit 500, it's way easier. You're guaranteed first. I actually saw a lot of people getting their cash out and just insta 8th, insta 7th. Like, it wasn't nearly as stable, I think, post cash out as people were expecting. And especially, in these like half cuts instead of like in Vegas where we were doing 75% cuts early on, you don't necessarily need to play that 1st or 8th style. So I think we're seeing a lot less of that, and it'll be interesting to see if that kind of changes coming into today.
We also saw a lot of emotions, of course, kind of noting what we're seeing on screen, their player reactions to playing on the stage. I always love that, so I was called to it. But I think it's so cool to give some of these players really a chance to shine here. And like you were saying, Gangly, make their own moment, right?
Yeah, I mean, listen, we've said the mantra of TFT oftentimes is it only takes one. It only takes one player to put a region on the map, one tournament to write your name in the stones of history. Right now, going into day 2, 64 players remaining. The top 8 is all made up of players from CN. Now, it has been quite a while since CN has been able to claim an international title. It hasn't been since, I believe, set 7 that they've had a world championship title. And now, 8 players. The 9th best player, highest point total, is Greya from the Americas, who only has 1 win, I will say. And to contrast that, Husta Schwan, first place, highest point total, 6 wins on day 1. It's an incredible feat, and I think if you're a player from CN, if you're rooting for the East in this event, you have to be extremely happy.
I mean, it's just so crazy. Like, I laugh because it's almost comical. All it makes me think of is all the meme titles for streams, like 1.x Masterclass to rank 1. He's literally doing 1.x Masterclass TFT Macao, right? Like,
and I do believe 5 wins of those were in a row as the tournament started, which is absolutely insane. Imagine the confidence, the momentum.
I'm just,
I can only see that from afar. Never happened. 5 wins in a row, something not many TFT players experience. But we are going to be taking a look at our lobby leaderboard here. And you were saying, Gangly, a lot of CN players at the top. Naturally, also a lot of CN players generally in the overall player base here.
I do want to take a second, highlight some of, as a North American player, we've had 11 players from North America advance into the top 64, and I will say 4 of those players coming from the same study group, the Weijin Iverson study group, really stepping up, and we saw it largely off the back, like you were saying, with Weijin going 1-1, playing the Renata, really popularizing it on the day.
And I mean, it's really cool to see, so many of these big names still alive, right? Like Title's still in there, the 2-time world champion. We have Weijin Iverson, we have Setsuko, we have so many of the heavy hitters that are the big favorites, are the players that you really know from being, so good online, so good in tournaments. It's more proof that even in a format like this, that is an open format where 80+% of the players are getting cut on day one, so many of the favorites are still alive, right? Like, it's a skill-based game. There is luck, but kind of proof is in the pudding.
It's super good to see, and I'm looking forward to see our players play. But before we go there, we're going to head on over to Necra because she's out there on the floor, and I think she has something pretty cool to show.
That's right, Migs. Good morning, everybody. I am here in the centerpiece of the TFT Macao Open, this giant anomaly. I had to show it off because it is as big as you can see it on the screen. I'm going to go ahead and go get evolved right now, but I heard that Clement has something else to show everybody.
Thank you, Necra, and I'm here at the Black Rose Mirrorscape, where you can see if you can break the chains of fate or will you fall prey to Noxian Guile. All you have to do to win these great temporary tattoos is make a photo and show it to a recent nearby crew member. What would your pose be in this situation? Thank you very much, and that's all from us. Back to the desk.
The plot twist.
That is
goodness.
so cool.
What a ham. Honestly, props to Clement. That's so emotive. I love you, Clement.
Well, I hope both of our caster friends are getting out of the situations they find themselves in. It looks a little bit scary out
Necra's a
there.
goner. 4-6 anomaly.
What anomaly did she pick?
She actually takes a tiny but mighty.
Oh.
It doesn't exist yet, but now it will.
Don't
I
leak, don't
think
leak.
dramatic entrance would be the one.
that is
because
so
she will
good.
be
When we get the
entering
little
later.
mini me's?
Yes, yes. 3
Hunger for
necros.
power.
You're so mean.
Urgot's gone. It's Necra now.
He just
Consuming
swallows.
the casters.
Whoa, come on, you guys. I can't believe
She's not even here to
it.
defend herself, too. That's the best part of this.
Hunger for power
Incredible,
is actually
incredible.
hilarious.
Well, we were, before we got into that whole shenanigan, talking a little bit about the player names that we
no,
wanted
she's
to
coming.
call
She's
out.
coming.
No,
Stay away.
it's all them.
It was a joke, Necra.
So an eliminator before 4-7.
Wait, she can consume you, though, with the hunger for power.
Shoot.
But I wanted to talk about some of our players. If you're down for that, we can talk more about Necra. I'm always good with that also. But you already mentioned Hust. I think kind of the breakout story here with so many wins. I do kind of want to shout out 2 more players, one of them being Showtime and the other one being Balmyong. They came through the wait list and they have made it to day 2, which is an amazing feat. So I just want to give them that Showtime, so to say.
2 incredible players in their own right. Balmyong, an appearance at the Tactician's Crown this past set, and Showtime, the highest point scorer in a single day of North American TFT of all time. So, I would say most people would probably not put them on the same scale, but for right now, we're going to group them together in the most surprising grouping of players of all time.
And looking at EMEA, 5 players only remain, but very high quality of players. Wedge Jungler remaining at 3, double 61 on tiebreakers. One of the players we saw 5th place at Vegas has a chance to make that final lobby again if he has a good day today.
The quality over quantity cope.
That's right.
Exactly.
Nice.
We're
Like, we
far
don't
away from
need
EMEA.
all
okay?
these extra players.
Listen, next Open in Paris,
Unfortunately,
we'll talk.
The problem is that they are stuck on level 5 for potentially the rest of the tournament, so we'll see.
We will see. But we are making our way towards the first game, of course. So I'm personally really excited. We have a little bit of action prepared there. So we are going to be going over and play a little video for y'all at home. And we'll see you after that.
What an electric day in TFT Open Macau. 512 competitors down to just 64. This is the most stacked TFT tournament to date. Huge players being eliminated even in just round one. And we saw how cutthroat all of these lobbies were yesterday.
Day 3, man, I don't even know if we're gonna make it to the afternoon at this point.
People are dropping like flies out here. I think this is the hardest TFT tournament ever.
世界中からトップクラスのプレイヤーが集まっていて、もうすごく圧巻です。淘汰率是很高的，有一把打不好就会压力很大，所以说比较紧张也比较刺激。
Fox.
It's at least doing so much work for Fox.
Not enough.
Finally taken down.
Pretty much guaranteeing he's going to be out in the first round.
Just like not round 1, please.
The stats are crazy. They have every world champ here. They have 100 people that went to Worlds out of the 500. I'm like probably the lowest ranked player at the event.
We just got a photo with Malala. We're really excited about that.
I'm looking to, defend my crown and run it back.
We saw some upsets, but we also saw some heroes.
Back-to-back first for Bosso skills. Jake throws out an ulti and does so much damage.
Just enough to kill him. Perfect lethal.
試合展開が多く、少し困惑しましたが、うまく適応することができました。
You gotta believe you can win.
I think we got a 10% chance.
We don't make any. I think maybe Toast will just sign the whole final 8.
The venue has been absolutely insane. So many different side events where you can try out Project K in the venue as well.
It's a lot of fun.
This place is crazy, way more than I expected.
I mean, we heard he's Olympian and he's also competing here. Incredible.
感觉这一届CN竞技状态不错。
我们的游戏玩家人数占比会比较高。
好，大家加油！めちゃくちゃ楽しんでます。
There was so much action yesterday, but more's to come. Day 2 starts now.
Well, Gangly didn't get anomalized, but he did get exchanged
He got
because
consumed.
Christina, you're joining us.
Suddenly I'm here out of nowhere.
Thank you so much. You're head of events. Would you mind explaining to the viewers at home what exactly that entails?
Events in TFT are like anything with set revivals, game modes, like the around game experiences. So basically outside of the main set type of things.
The fun stuff.
Yeah, it's like the for fun stuff. That's what we try to make.
Very cool, very cool. Thank you so much for joining us here. You're going to be here for the entire first game, so I'm really curious on what you're thinking of our Day 2 competitors, because we did cut down quite a lot from the previous 500 players down to just the top 64. And now we will see who can move on from there. You can get a little bit of a glimpse of the venue. I'm honestly surprised so many of the players are already awake.
Yeah,
it is always a worry in my head. Are players going to wake up on time? Maybe the jet lag helps in that case. At least for me, it did. But I think players are locked in. They know what's at stake today. They know, the chance of making Day 3, of making that top 8, is really what everyone flew in here for. It was a long journey. They want to make it worth it.
Yeah, absolutely. How has it been for you? Like, obviously, you're organizing a lot of these events. Do you actually get some time to experience it and walk around and have some fun, or is it just like your head's down working the entire time?
No, I get to just like chill. I just went to buy merch right before
Okay,
this.
nice.
I get to experience it like a player. It's been awesome. I feel like you said, it's crazy. It was a very grueling day yesterday for the players, the ones who made it here. Luckily, maybe some of our players have like gamer sleep schedules. Like it's like totally fine,
Yeah.
But waking up, we did whittle it down like a lot. So it's pretty hype. I think it's a very hype Day 2 and going into like a super hype Day 3. Everyone watches like the same 8 players. It'll be like a really fun experience, and then we get to experience all of the things that we have to offer around. I think, have y'all been able to go around?
A little.
Our moments,
Yeah.
like our 30-minute windows.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm like, I just joined here randomly.
Well, we are not going to waste any time, and we're going to go into our first game right away. And what a lobby we have here. 60-second godlike title, some very heavy hitter names right out of the gates, and we're going to get an echo encounter.
No crab, unfortunately.
Unfortunately.
Do you have a favorite encounter?
I actually think Mbessa is
very chaotic. You're one of those.
Let's go, Mbessa encounter. Super chaotic, really good. I mean, the new encounters are a little bit crazy. Like Warwick, I saw a game yesterday when we were watching just like at the player areas. People were like level 10, like 50 gold.
stage like 6, it was
If
like,
you
okay.
start winning, you start winning a lot.
Very snowball-y.
Yeah, it is crazy. Oh, wow. That was a very heavy Conqueror start. This is going to be interesting. I'm kind of curious to see if we're going to see many changes, you know, from day 1 to day 2. Obviously, a lot of the players we saw, like even in between games, you'd see a player get eliminated and they just open up their phone and they start watching the stream. They'd start scrubbing back and watching VODs and seeing what everyone else was doing. So I'm really curious to see if like players' reads on what comps are good or what they should be playing has actually changed day 1 to day 2 at all.
Well, of course, we're currently watching Title's POV. We mentioned him top of show, current global champion, double global champion, only one that we have in TFT. And I was talking to some of the players yesterday that were kind of watching over his shoulder and was asking, do you see anything that he does differently now that you get a glimpse of his POV? And the major thing people seem to kind of take away is that he doesn't make any mistakes. So it's not so much that he plays differently, but it's that in every single minor decision that you can make in TFT, and there's so many of them, he usually goes for the correct one, which is really, really hard to kind of pull off.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I would say it's impossible to make every choice perfectly, right? And I think part of the interesting thing about TFT and one of the fun things about having these discussions with players and pros is even 2 players who can be world champions will tell you that, you know, different lines, different plays were correct, and both of them can kind of be right. So I think that's part of the fun of the game.
Living Forge will be the option here for 62nd. Of course, Artifacts so warping the current meta, so many crazy combos like we saw all throughout day 1. And right away, maybe Gambler's Blade is the most
Oh, wow!
With his opener, like it's not the best ones, right? Like he might have been hoping more for kind of some of these AP lines.
We're getting 3 Living Forges, 4.
Not surprised.
Jinkian also
Instant take
picking it
from
up.
everyone.
Wow.
I mean, artifacts are just so insanely strong this set, and like there's so many warping artifacts, right? That it's like you hit X artifact, now all of a sudden you can play this comp. It really enables the champions in a way that I think it hasn't as much previously. He did end up going Gambler's Blade. I think it makes sense, but yeah, probably not what he was hoping for. And I mean, his items are screaming like he has to play an AD line, but he has an AP opener, so he's probably just going to sit on this for now, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him kind of transition out of it as soon as he can.
There's also very strong rerolls that become much better with an artifact, and the idea that you can posture for a reroll and say, hey, I have the BIS artifact for Nocturne, for example, with RFC, no one's going to try and step that line and try and contest you, so it's really important in that sense as well. Trenchcoat we saw yesterday on broadcast, there was I think a 10 win streak with that Trenchcoat Sterix combo on a Darius, for example, so we could see more of that.
A lot of the artifact lobbies that I've seen as well, when we saw artifact encounters, there were so many family rerollers contesting each other, right? Because it's like, I hit Trenchcoat, I'm going to play Violet. Oh, I hit Prowler's Claw, I'm going to play Violet. Oh, I hit Silvermere, I'm going to play Violet. Oh, I hit Spectral Questless, I'm going to play Violet.
That's my favorite.
We had 4 players in one of the lobbies all contesting each other, and it ended up being that they just kind of forced each other to all finish low.
Yeah, Trenchcoat, Edge of Night, that's probably definitely Emissary, Besaflex, like leaning towards, like pretty BIS for her, so it's a really good spot there. You love to see the Trenchcoat when you get it, a Spectral Cutlass, those types of like AD enabling artifacts.
I want all the gold generation ones going past 10. Reaching level 10 or I'm going 8.
Yeah, day 1 we got the message. We know your game plan.
Christina, I kind of have to put you in on that because Azael is a player that really likes to go along, go for the high cost cap outs, the flex play towards the end. Would you kind of be on that same trend, or are you more of a
I'm extremely greedy. I love going fast 9 and then being like, I should have rolled. I should not have gone fast 9 here.
No, it's always correct. It's the game that's wrong. If you don't naturally...
I mean, with the 6 cost, it's much more rewarding for sure now.
Yeah, especially, I mean, if you can hit 10, you get the increased odds, it's fun. I mean, it's just fun seeing if you can get away with it, right? Like, how greedy can I be? You know, can I get away with spending no gold for a really long time?
Yeah.
And then you get this super powerful board.
We're playing in solo queue. We're not playing in a tournament, so we'll go like full on greed.
Exactly. It's about having fun. So it is cool to see it pay off, and we do see it pay off sometimes in tournament play as well. And it's one of the things that I always really enjoy about watching some of the top players is how good they are at crafting boards without spending any gold, right? Like, they don't have to reroll. They're playing unique comps. You know, they're itemizing in a way that maybe I wouldn't have thought of, and they're able to kind of, you know, save health to push levels.
Totally. And it's about playing your strongest board at all times, switching your carries like pretty frequently throughout, not just staying on the 2-star 1-cost carry through stage 3. You got to switch out eventually because in higher ELO lobbies, like, you'll just get completely destroyed.
We see another artifact here, Kog'Maw with the Zhonya's we saw in the very last game yesterday. Ning Li had played this exact combination, finished I think it was 7th or 6th in the end, so not the best game, but also hit quite late, I would say. Having the Kog'Maw early and having already the bow open, knowing exactly what comp you're playing for is a big deal, especially with this next carousel coming up. You could see a second Kog'Maw or a Scar
Yeah.
even.
I mean, it's interesting. I think that there are some rounds, especially against some of like the melee carries that can get backline where you're like, oh, thank God I have a Zhonya's. But also your damage output is so much lower. Like it's one of the ones that a lot of pros are going to be really unhappy to have to take, you know, compared to a lot of the gold generation ones or some of these that are higher damage. We saw the similar problems with some of the people that were playing like Heimerdinger with Zhonya's where, yeah, great, you have Heimerdinger with Zhonya's, but then someone with like blue buff, red buff, death cap or whatever is going to do a lot more damage and you know, sometimes kind of outpace you as a result.
I would say if you don't find natural copies on stage 3, I'd personally like to see more of a tempo plan where you pivot off of Kog'Maw into Mordekaiser or Silco and you have just a much higher cap if you do hit.
Kind of taking stock of the lobby here as we do get a glimpse of the carousel. Shiku's there already with a Rennie and a Smeech on board. Pretty good early setup if you wanted to go down that path, but players are definitely angling for similar comps after Venetian showed off the Renata reroll. It's been in everybody's minds and on everybody's boards, it seems like, and Mimuta and 60second agree.
Yeah, I mean, he has the Wits End. Wits End Shojin also, you know, you can play Kog'Maw lines with that as well. That's kind of what it does scream. Generally, when people take Wits End, they're trying to force Cog. So it'll be interesting to see, you know, if players have some kind of unique tech that they can go a different angle with it. Because Cog is a lot weaker on this patch, and especially contested Cog is not something I would ever want to play, honestly.
I agree. That's something I was talking to Zolo this morning. I know Panda was talking to him too. And he was kind of saying that he didn't play a single game of reroll, even though he's usually known a little bit for liking reroll, because it was always so contested. Instead played into the AP flex lines, and I think that is something that we'll see from the players that kind of come out of this successfully, is that they back out of the rerolls whenever they see that too many players are angling the same thing. It's just never ends well, really.
Yeah.
It's not worth the risk.
Yeah, especially in these lobbies, like the pros, they will be scouting all the time and not trying to play a contested line. So someone will eventually pivot off.
I mean, it's tough, right? Because if you have 1/8, like 1/7 or 8,
that's it.
Yeah, I mean, it's it. Or you have to go, like, if you go 8th, you basically have to go like 2-2 or 2-3 at worst to be able to still get through. So it puts you in such a rough spot. So players at all costs are trying to preserve HP, are trying to be able to make sure that there's no way you're going to go 8th. Because at least if you get 5th, 6th, it's much more recoverable. You know, you just get put into a situation where you have to play basically 1st or 8th after one bad game.
And there's nothing worse than coming into this tournament with really good prep, really good confidence. All of a sudden, the very first game, you go 8th or 7th because you're contested. You have no agency to change that outcome. It just feels so bad and so frustrating. So I think most players who know how good they are and are ambitious with their goals for this tournament did not want to even have that risk be a thing in day 1. Maybe day 2 it'll change.
Yeah, and sometimes it's like it's the only line you have, right? Sometimes you have to contest because, well, I don't really have anything else I can play. And artifacts can kind of go that way, where sometimes you are pretty heavily committed to one line when you go for a specific artifact. So it'll be interesting to see. You know, so far though, the players are actually doing pretty well. Even with the Wits End just on the Renata, it's actually looking pretty good.
Yeah, we'll see whether or not that continues to be the trend or if another lane kind of opens up. I quickly want to mention Mimuta and 60second both finding that 100 HP 5 win streak. We'll see how long that carries on. Sometimes matchmaking can be a bit of a thing, but for now, both of them will get a lot of econ here. And you can see 60second will reach 50. Mimuta a bit behind. Makes me question if maybe there was already a little bit of gold invested.
Yeah, I mean,
Heidel's in a great spot right now. He's perfect 5 loss, 50 gold, level 5 at 2-7. This is great.
Definitely
exactly
is.
What he wants.
The only scary part is, I mean, he did take 30 health damage, right? So he took like bad losses. I know he even full opened on the last round because he was worried about running into the 4-loss player. So, you know, you do have to actually pay for that a bit.
I was considering if Taido was going to wait to open these anvils after the augment to have much clearer direction and understanding of what his spot would be going to stage 4, but does end up going for it right now.
Light shield.
One consideration, some contrast. 62nd, maybe the most well-known CN player in this lobby, for obvious reasons, has really smurfed it in the international stage for so long now. Whereas Mamute is the only player who has not even played in a TOC tournament for CN, so more of the wildcard player in this lobby, but still popping off in the very start.
I feel like that was actually a really tough anvil for title. You know, like the only kind of specific meta option right now would be like rapid fire and go in towards Nocturne, but he had no AD items, right? Like he had no BF swords, he had nothing to really actually go along with that. So he had to take what is basically the most generic option in the Light Shield crest. But he doesn't really have a tremendous amount of direction just yet. Like it looks like he's going to play some sort of an AP line, and he's just trying to slam items to save health. Because he's playing birthday present, it looks like.
Yes.
It's pipeline.
Oh, pipeline, excuse me. Okay.
That's where the all the loot came from.
So
of course.
It's a bit weird because Tidal was on that loss streak, so was kind of hoping to really find a stabilization point here, and he did win that round. But the comp still looks a bit sketchy as we are going to go into a second round of augments, and hopefully this is where you're now kind of boxed out.
Well, the shop has a little surprise for him already. Heimerdinger. Ready to go, could be a strong option, has his JG built. With Light Shield Crest, I imagine maybe he thinks about Rebels as an option, with Alawi being the holder later in stage 4. One more thing to mention with Living Forge, since half the lobby is going down this line, is that it's not just one artifact. You get more artifacts later on. So playing into Kog'Maw, for example, where the good hits are much more narrow, it's only a few items for Kog'Maw, a few items for Scar. Ideally, you want to play a mixed comp that has both AP and AD carries, and carries that utilize a wide range of artifacts as well, because then you can't low roll. And most players at this level, they try and mitigate low rolls as much as possible, and that's one way to do it with that kind of big picture game plan.
Yeah, Tidal looks like he's going for the Black Rose AP flex. He got the Heim. He slammed blue buff, so he's committed now. There's not a lot of good blue buff holders.
And it looked like he took Rascal's gloves, so you know he is probably going to just be trying to streak from now. Like he did slam Sunfire, he has Rascal's gloves. Like he's going to have a lot of power just from those items, and we'll see how he's going to be able to do. Look at this board.
This is a crazy combination. We talk about just the trench coat and the Sterax. This is a Radiant Sterax as well. Triple procking.
And
this is
He's ready
really,
for his
really
Ambessa.
crazy.
He's like sitting there.
You have to hope you actually hit at least one copy, because I think it will be generally very contested with Emissary.
Yeah, I think it's the Garen that's always the hardest unit to hit there. Garen's used in so many different boards, and that's the hardest way to activate the 4 Emissary.
I mean, it's just so generically strong now.
Totally.
And this looks like it's just trying to play some sort of standard AD line. It's going to be interesting. I mean, Gold Collector, IE, does kind of feel like really good Twitch items, too. It is definitely something that I do like to play when I hit those. Has the BT slammed as well, just kind of using that as a tank item. Pretty much everyone is just slamming items, especially in these prismatic lobbies. The pace of the game can get pushed so fast. If you're not slamming, if you're not conserving HP, you are going to take bad loss after bad loss.
And speaking of losses, that was the loss for 62nd. They're breaking that win streak. Quite important. We are getting a little bit of a POV of him right here spectating, trying to see how to position for the next setups to not bleed as much, but will it work out against Mamute?
Yeah, and you can see Mamute took the Visionary crest, so has Visionary +1. He's just going to use the Wit's End just as like a mana generation item, right? Like you have some attack speed, it's fine. It's not kind of that standard cog thing that you're going for, but he has double Shojin plus Slam GS. He has the Wit's End, so he's going to be able to itemize, you know, multiple Visionary units and push into towards like 6, potentially even look towards 8, but generally people just go 6 because usually going towards 8 you just have way too many weak units and your front line becomes kind of terrible.
First carousel here, a few players angling the Rebel comp. There's a Zoe, there's a Mundo as well for the Black Rose players that are playing the Dominator line. And the Twitch that you mentioned, I think 62nd maybe is angling more towards Corki. I think the Corki Emissary flex board has actually been very strong across day 1.
So contested.
That's the case, but if you roll early, if you have enough gold, and you roll
just
on
hit.
creeps even, we saw it yesterday a lot. Ning Li, for example.
Simple, yeah.
If you're there from ahead, I can see it work out as well, but we'll have to see. I'm kind of curious if Qingqian is maybe thinking about the secret Dark Morgana tech. There's definitely an itemized Morgana on that board, as we just saw in the lower third.
Giga Rich, by the way. Tiniest Titan and Rich and Hedge Fund. Yeah, exactly.
And this is where you roll so much earlier. There's a level up player and a hedge fund player. They have the chance to roll.
He just hit a Savika, by the way, and he's playing Chem Baron.
Yeah. And this is, we saw it yesterday on 7 for the Silco. Now it's like that next level. You're
there's the Silco too. Oh my god.
Yeah, I just realized, he's Hedge Fund, Tiniest Titan, Chem Baron. All right, let's go.
Is
he going to go for the 500? Let's see.
I think for sure.
Cash.
I feel like you have to.
Yeah,
thumbs up.
That's the guaranteed.
I mean, when you're playing Econ in a prismatic lobby, like you said, you're playing this style too. you have
very
got to
scary,
have a
though.
Giga board, or
Yes.
you are screwed. Like with
Yes.
no combats and augments in a prismatic lobby, it's like if you don't have the most capped board ever, you are going the fastest 8th.
The question is, do we see him hold the Kog'Maw 1 on the bench? That is the big question I have after what we saw yesterday, the Exodia combo.
Have you seen that combo where you can get the so you can if you get a, but you need a Ken Baron crest.
Yes.
So if you get the
do.
Ken Baron
The
crest on
emblem.
a Kog'Maw, every time it casts, there's one of the perfected items you can get. It shoots out basically this like wave of
Pink
fog
wave.
that CCs everything that goes
Oh,
through.
yeah.
And because Kog'Maw casts every like 2 seconds, it's perma CC on the entire board essentially. So it's just like
Yeah,
the
I've seen it on the
YouTuber
Silco,
combo.
but I never thought about putting that in Cog. That's
Without 3
That's
stars,
great.
I would say
Yeah.
it's by far and away the strongest possible combination
Yeah.
you can assemble in any game of TFT.
You do need the Ken Baron crest because the items can only go on Ken Barons.
Yeah.
But if you have that plus like a Shojin, it's literal perma CC. They can't even move.
there we go. The woke.
It's absolutely yeah.
It is. It's very
is.
woke. Super cool tech. Well, maybe it will come online. We don't know. Maybe there's a Kembaran crest waiting somewhere, and not in the Augments necessarily, but maybe on a carousel or something.
Yeah, his opponents are hoping that it's not. That it's not
Yes.
waiting on the carousel. But it's definitely going to be scary because even when you get the 500 cash out, we've seen a lot of players just die off of that, and especially in a prismatic lobby, if it's going to be triple prismatic, it's like people are going to get so strong. Like
People are so strong. Like you have to win out because you could always take a random death here and there.
Yeah.
And if you're 1 life or even 2 lives, 2 lives is better, but 1 life, that's really scary.
I mean, you were talking about the Mbessa item setup that we saw, right? Where we have like, a Radiant Sterix, we have Edge of Night, and we have Trenchcoat. If someone hits an early Mbessa 2 and you cash out and you go into that player, like that could just be GG.
Yeah.
It could. We just saw a Morgana really
Ooh,
clutch
that's
that
right.
fight, but
Okay.
hopping over to Godlike,
Where's
I think
the Garen?
Oh,
there it
Garen,
is.
okay. That's the
Double
hardest unit
Warmog
to hit,
setup.
basically, so
Those are some good rolls.
that's better, yeah.
Also, the items are just screaming, I need at least 1 Garen here on my board. We did see this next batch of Living Forge artifacts come through. 62nd picked up Anima Visage, so just generic tank. We saw Horizon Focus on an Elise as well. So looking for more of the default options because you're already kind of locked in with your first artifact towards AP or AD.
Yeah. 360 stacks already for the Ken Baron player, and he is playing 6 Ken Baron? I think he has everything, right? So he's playing 6. So he's going to be getting, 70 stacks a loss? Right? So he only needs 2 more losses, and he's at 500. So he gets 500 easy, I think.
And look at the gold. Look at the HP as well. I mean,
And
he can
yeah.
go 9 easily.
Yeah. I mean, in 2 losses, he has so much money.
hedge fund, yeah.
Hedge fund, tiniest Titan, like he's making extra interest. In 2 losses, he'll have 500 cash out. He should be able to go 9 with a significant amount of gold to roll down. I think he has really good chances to stabilize, unless you get a terrible roll down. That's going to be exciting.
Well, we'll get our last augments after this round, so then we will be fully selected for everything, and I'm seeing a lot of players angling for those emissaries. I'm kind of worried for whoever comes out on top.
I mean, honestly, all the emissary players can sometimes end up holding hands at the bottom, because
Yep.
it's like you all have 2, you don't hit.
You're all playing for the same exact units. You need all 4 of those emissaries. You can't just play 2 or 3 of them. And usually Corki duo carry, so...
And there's a Mbessa pair on either of those boards, and this is not even the Radiant Sterix player who I assume is also looking for Mbessa,
Yep.
so there could already be 7 or 8 Mbessas out of the pool.
Yeah, it's crazy. And neither of those players were the Gambler's Blade player that was also probably playing towards that
Yeah,
line, right?
yeah.
So it's like we have 4 plus players that are going to play Emissary, and it can be the danger of playing anything that's S tier, right? Like when you go towards these S tier lines, they get so contested that sometimes it can be more powerful just playing towards something a little bit more uncontested. He is making sure he loses this
Pops
round.
off all the items.
I'm curious, would he have been able to even win? Like, is there any
No.
board that weak
I think
that
he's
he
worried
couldn't
that
just
someone's gonna
play
grief
his
him.
strongest?
Yeah.
He's trapping his Savika. He wants it.
I'm not sure there's anyone that can just full grief in stage 4.
That's
Like,
why
you
I'm
sell
like,
your entire
I would
board.
just be too scared, but then,
Maybe the level up player, if he just sold his entire board
Yeah.
to
It would
level
be
up.
so
and then,
weird.
Yeah.
Like you would grief your own game to grief them. This is something I
Yeah.
would do on ladder because I'm like, someone would actually be so spiteful to do this to me.
Yeah.
That's
Be personal.
true.
But like in a tournament, I don't think they're gonna do it.
Okay, so a little bit of saving grace, sees who he's up against, then starts slamming some of these items again to say, okay, I can try to
And
get
he
1 or
killed
2
one.
units down.
He got
I
the
don't think
Elise.
the enemy is that strong.
Yeah, he killed 2, and he's going to still lose. Obviously, there's trench coat and everything still to pop. So he is pretty happy about that. Kill a couple units. He's got his 500 now. He's sitting on 100 gold.
Yeah, not a bad loss. So technically he has tiniest Titans. He's one-ish life. Depends
We'll
on
give
how
him
bad of a
1.5.
loss. Yeah. Okay, there we go. He's obviously going to take this. If he doesn't, that would be extremely shocking. Okay. I was like,
You were like worried for a second.
whoa,
Did I
is
speak
this
too
me?
soon?
I'm like, wait a second, 600?
I have
Listening
been
to
that
the
player.
cast.
Instantly die next round. You're like, but what if I go for 600?
It's time to send a message.
The message is I'm going
Yeah.
8th.
My
And
gosh.
taking his time equipping these items has not
Okay,
leveled
yeah, I
or
was
rolled
gonna say,
at all.
So
he's very
normally-
dizzy.
Wait.
Normally
no,
we say
'cause-
there's an order of actions. The
Oh,
order
he
of
is
actions
so
is
dizzy.
leveling, rolling, and then
I think he is
slamming
going,
the
I think
item.
he
He'll
is
get
going
Zephyred
8th.
as well.
This is one of the worst transitions I've seen. This is
17 is
rough.
still 2
Wow.
lives in stage 4, but
But he spent 0 gold.
would you want to go 10?
I mean, he's trying to go 9 and roll it at 9, I guess.
He also wasted his remover because he removed before that round to try to make sure he would lose, and then replaced all 3 and didn't leave a slot for his Silco item. So he had to use another remover, so he can't really fix his items. Like
It's a very good loss, but
honestly,
still
very
1
good
life.
loss.
Still, obviously, yeah.
but,
8
but you don't really want to lose anymore.
Yeah.
It's a good loss
But
if you want to
look,
lose.
perfect interval. He'll be leveling. There he goes. Waste 0 gold. Roll it down at 9. He'll hit Victor too. You know, it's he'll
Very
hit
based.
everything.
Very based. Yeah.
Find the
I'm-
Silco makes that at least a guarantee that he will be hitting the Silco 2 at the very least. But it's
You
really
hope.
the legendaries. And you mentioned it, Azil, the fact that there could be an Exodia-ish player. It's a prismatic lobby. There's combinations of artifacts and units and 2-stars that no matter how strong you are, we saw it with Michael. Game 1 of the tournament.
Yep.
I spoke to him after that. He was so sure he was going to, at the very least, top 2 the game, and he
500
loses
cash
to a
out to
fairly standard-looking
Yep.
6 Dominator board.
Yep. Yeah, I saw actually multiple 500 cash outs into 8s yesterday, so it definitely can happen. I feel like, especially in a prismatic lobby, you want to be on 2 lives. He's just going to roll heavy here. He really should roll true 0 unless he gets like a Giga board before that. There's the Silco 2 finally. He's looking for some of these legendary 2-stars, seeing if he can actually beef up the board. He has a pair of the Mordekaisers right now, but still the board isn't like that insane because
Yeah,
his
you were
front line is
hoping
all
for
1-stars.
You have
That's-
way less time to assemble a board and transition on 4-5 compared to 4-2, for example, and we saw it there. Just not enough time to even roll his gold.
Yeah, and he hasn't even slammed all the rest of his items still. Like, he really needs to decide what the last couple items are going to be and just full slam. So we'll see if he can at least win this.
Goes
Looks
up
like he will.
against Renata 3 player, Mamuta in the backline there. She's kind of hiding behind the overlay. Will not do enough against this board to, well, at least help Shikus to stay in here for 1 more round. We do get to the anomaly, so good news.
Yep.
Not eliminated before 4-6. However, I'm still not so sure with kind of taking stake of the rest of the lobby whether or not Shikus can hang in there and make it to the top 4.
We saw there was a Savika in shop. He obviously doesn't know that, so he's going to have a pair of those, and this
Comeback
is
story.
really good.
Literally lore-appropriate
Yes.
Anomaly for this spot.
True.
All right, so he has a pair of Savikas. He hit the Mordekaiser 2. If
Okay.
he can get the Savika 2, he's
And now
really
the
in
6
business.
costs are in the shop, so maybe he hits something here as well.
Yeah, obviously still really low odds.
No items on board is a bit sad considering the 2-star already.
Yeah.
Yeah, he would probably love to transition out of the Chem Barons. He doesn't need all of them, replace them with higher quality units, but he doesn't have enough gold right now. So
Yeah, it's a fine
upgraded
line to
units.
walk right now. Some of these other boards are coming around, and of course, everybody got that anomaly, so we'll get a glimpse of what's going on. For Yagai, we have Fortified on the opposite side, so also opting for a little bit of extra beef sustain onto that board. Will not be enough to deal with the upgraded board from Shikus, though.
And a low roll, the roll down was not ideal. It looked like for your guy there had a Heimer on the board, would have liked to have a Jinx, I imagine, with itemization there in the Rebel line.
Seeing a Twitch one as well.
The Zephyr's
Lots
also
and lots of
scary.
1-stars.
You have to watch out for the Zephyr, and I have to be scouting all of stage 5 if you're all on life especially.
Oh.
If the Silco Zephyr or key unit Zephyr, that could be problematic.
So we do have Renata 3. So he's playing Renata 3, but he's actually doing it with like higher cost frontline rerolls. So I have seen some people do this a little bit at 7 and 8, where you try to cap around Heimer and you play for higher cost frontlines. He's one off Nunu 3 as well. The more standard comp that we saw yesterday was playing more around like Singe 3 and Leona 3 and this sort of stuff. But this is going to give him a really beefy frontline. Rennie 3 is actually quite powerful. Even though the artifact is obviously nowhere close to ideal, it's a silver mirror on the Rennie. Still going to be pretty beefy.
Not just that, but the potential for a Nunu 3 as well. This is the higher cap version. It's harder to get to. With the Camber small cash outs off of 100 Shimmer, for example, you could have copies of Rennie, for example. That makes it easier to hit a 3-star.
Oh, there it is.
This is a beefy front line now.
Well, who did he put his anomaly on?
Able to pop up the TG as well.
So he has it on Rennie. It's
Yeah.
fortified.
Okay.
Yeah, so has it on Rennie, and you're going to be really tanky. I mean, you have Visionary Silco 2, plus you have this Renata 3. You have double 3-star front line. He's rearranging some of the items, so he's remaking some of the tank items on that front line now. It's going to be hard to actually punch through that, and if I was that player, I would be holding that extra Mbessa that I picked up, because there's so many Emissary players.
Yeah.
If you can grief someone from getting their Mbessa too, like that could be...
casual grief.
Exactly. It's the best kind.
I will say, here's one of my favorite anomalies. However, it's not in a great spot on this board. Scuttle Familiar being picked by Godlike on a Garen 1 still doesn't really do anything. We saw him die straight away. The crap followed suit. And so that was a very, very quick loss. To make use of this anomaly, really, he needs that Garen 2 so bad.
I mean, it's interesting, too, because in these super contested lobbies, you can't even really push levels as the Emissary players. Like, unless you super high roll and you hit all your 2-stars right away, you're often stuck at 8. Whereas, you know, our Chem Baron player, you have so much economy now, you're relatively stable, you can start to look to push.
Tidal is exploring an alternate win condition here, trying to go for Heimerdinger 3 potentially. He's only on 5 copies now. Very, very fast roll down, trying to see if that would be a possibility. Only on 5 copies, I think now you have to give up on it and just trying to assemble the strongest board possible.
Yeah, his 2 Corkies really wanted to get that Corki 2. It is holding the Rascal's gloves. It's not Lucky Gloves, of course, so it is just tank items sitting on it now.
So this is what I think was happening. We saw that another player is also on Heimerdinger. I thought Yagai was only on Heimer 1, and Tidal was trying to deny it by buying these extra copies.
Yeah, could be.
We'll see what exactly is going on here. It's definitely a Heimer 2 on the opposite side now, so probably the point where you then give up, and that's exactly what happens.
Yeah, it's looking close, but not enough, unfortunately. You know, pretty bad roll on the Rascal's gloves. It's really going to hurt you. Radiant Warmock's not what you're looking for your Corki. Okay, so we had an experiment player that we just flashed past really quickly, and Zeke's going to be picked up. Is obviously really nice with these sort of emissary lines. Triple Warmogs on the board, but struggling to find that 2-star Garen, and does hit it. Wow, that's huge.
And Godlike with level up really wanted to go 9. Was trying to probably, see if he could make it, but without hitting the natural copies, has to roll now here and give up on maybe the higher cap version of this comp.
I think, though, like, now that he's hit, he has 2 Vise on bench, so now he's just going to look to level, right? Like, there's nothing really else to roll for, even though you're low health now.
He's on 1 life, though.
You kind of just pray.
Yeah, but, like, what
else are you going to roll for?
Exactly.
There's nothing to upgrade.
And he has the upgraded Zeke's augment, which is really strong when you have these multiple carries, because you're getting the additional crit chance as well. He has IE in there, so it's super high DPS.
And on top of that, we're also running that belt augment, so a lot of extra sustain. That Garen 2 with the 2 Warmocks will proc that Scuttle I was mentioning earlier, so tons of frontline. Basically, not really that worth when your Mbessa still is going to die, but the Corki can hopefully clutch this one up.
Yeah, it's just not ideal that he had to...
Cannot.
Yeah,
he cannot.
That he went level up and he didn't get to go 9. That was like, because he was too contested. There are so many Emissary Mbessa players.
Yeah. Too much tankiness on the side of that Heimerdinger player. Lightshield Crest, and we also saw the Moonstone Reaver, the shielding on all the units, buying so much time. Even the Rage Blade stacking on the Corki was not enough.
Yeah, I'd also be really sad if I was the Twitch player right now, because there was, I think, 3 Corki 2s in the lobby. We were playing uncontested Twitch, and you're stuck on Twitch 1. That is, like, really sad.
Those are the worst games.
That is the worst feeling. It's like, I'm going to play uncontested.
Where you
Surely
go for
I'll hit.
a tier, like a B-tier comp and still don't hit.
Yeah, it is really sad. Did at least find the Caitlyn. Is sitting on level 8, so found a pretty early Caitlyn, which is going to feel pretty nice, but... Twitch double Rage Blade. Like, Rage Blade red buff is nice, but then generally you want some sort of damage behind it. Now we have Savika 2. We got the Mord fully itemized. Hit the Rumble 2. It's been a long time since we checked in. I feel like this board now just goes 10, and you just play around getting 6 costs in and just getting for the Giga Cap, because this is looking like you're cruising.
Fully upgraded board. It's looking good. Tiniest Titan, continue to heal.
You can even get like another 200 cash out. You know, if you want to get greedy, you can go for like 300s and stuff like that and just get even more of those chem tech items.
He needs to do it. Do it for us.
Go for the double 500.
So here's a question for you all, because we're running Combat Story. In Combat Story, it gives you 5% damage add for every 10 player health that you have lost. If you heal back player health
counts,
with
yeah.
Tiniest Titan, does it count on top of that?
Yep.
Well, that is very nice.
Yeah, that's cool tech. I didn't know that. I would have assumed it was just based on what your
Yeah.
HP is and like, you know, the differential.
I'm not specifically with this combination, I don't know, but in the past, combinations that take into account like player life that you've lost accounted the the game
For
wins the
stuff
game
like
back
that.
as well. So I assume it's the same for this set.
So 2 players are out. Godlike going to go out in 8th, and Jingtian Sun going out in 7th. So that is definitely going to put them in a really rough spot going forward. They are basically locked into playing 4 top spots in these next 2 games. Is going to take the 200 cash out, so does get a Rennie 2 with that. So at the very least, that's just more gold. But you can also go for multiple 200s and just try to like natural basically hit that Rennie 3, which can be quite nice. Edge of Night going to feel great on Mord.
There is another Rennie 3 in the game, so we're kind of really hoping on more to just come through like that if we wanted that Rennie 3. But I would agree, you just hold it and see what happens. Maybe it comes through.
The 200 cash
Spectral
outs can
Cutlass.
just give it to you.
This is huge. Spectral Cutlass with the Trenchcoat Vi onto the back line. And I believe the copies that popped after Trenchcoat
They just
stay on the
stay,
back line,
yeah.
which is actually really, really cool tech. We see immediately the entire back line destroyed. Fusion, he's just laughing knowing that he was able to knock out Tidal potentially off of that tech. And Tidal devastated.
Well, not the only player that gets eliminated here. The minus HP are going to come into play, and we'll see who actually is the player that comes out on top of the eliminations with side-by-side eliminations on top of that.
Just 4 players now remain, I believe. And most of the Living Forge players, I believe, are out.
Yeah, so Tidal out in 6th. I'm not going to be too happy about that. Everyone in top 4, you're feeling a lot more comfortable. If you're in top 4, you can kind of just continue to play for these more kind of consistent comps. But the real question to me is just, can anyone take down the Chem Baron player? He's up to 2 lives now. He's up to 24. And he's a couple more rounds. He's actually going to be the leader and does hit the Victor. That is massive. One of the first shops on 10. Victor's so easy to slot in. And just going to continually roll. Is picking up some extra copies here. Maybe seeing if he could luck out and get a Victor 2 eventually that like guarantees the win. But still, I don't think anyone's beating this board unless they hit a 2-star 6 cost.
Yeah, the 6 cost have been shown to be quite transformative, I will say. That's kind of the conversation we've been having all day yesterday as well as today. But I'll also say this Victor doesn't have any items, so it could always...
That's the scary thing.
That's all we need.
And you get a little bit
I was
more
trying to sell it. Come on,
Shred and
guys.
Sunder now as well
Not
with the Victor.
buying.
You get 30% Shred and Sunder, which, there were no items for it. You had the Augment, obviously, the Piercing, but all in all, just a stronger comp. Now the stun is huge, obviously, at this point in the game.
I think he just 8 or 9-0'd that player.
Yeah.
I wish I could say I'm surprised.
It's not
but
very close.
It's a perfect Kembaran game into, obviously, finding a 6 cost, you're level 10. I think every player now has to roll down all their gold, knowing that if they face that Exodia Kembaran player, they're going to get knocked out if they're on 1 life. So it's time to try and fight for that 3rd or 2nd place position.
Yeah, and he's been able to farm a ton of gold with Savika too, which is like with his hedge fund.
We saw her on 3-5, so it's been a lot of
Making
rounds
it
for those
rain.
jackpots.
Yeah, exactly. So he's so rich.
Yeah, he's living the dream.
Ooh, really good hit with the Zephyr. Renata up in the air.
Yeah, we'll have to see. There's double itemized Corkis over in the back line. One with the Sniper's Focus and one sitting on that Gambler's Blade here. Does have a lot of damage, but really struggling to actually punch through the Rennie on the other side.
The Wit's End, so big here, actually.
Yeah, I mean, the Vise, though, are gotten into the back line, and I think that is going to be more than enough.
Oof.
Really some big threats over on that side. Double Corki 2, a fully itemized. The Vi as well. I mean, there is an angle for a potential Corki 3. Maybe that would be enough to take down the Chem Baron player. But if he's scouting, you just start rolling for Corkis, because really, like, all you have to do at this point as someone with that kind of a board is just deny your opponent's win conditions. You've already hit all yours.
We do also see extra 5 costs being held here, so just in case he has his plan B or plan C ready to go.
You gotta always be ready. Play to your caps,
I feel like it's better. Like, it's better to roll to deny your opponents than to actually go for a three-star because you don't need it at all.
He's playing for the fans.
Okay, I appreciate it.
I think he
Respect.
might be doing both because there's a Rumble that's not upgraded on the board of 62nd, but we are going to be seeing one more fight here between the two, and that might just be all she wrote as both of them are super, super low here. Question is, can that Mbessa find her way towards the Twitch? And the answer is, well, actually she finds a Caitlyn first, then makes her way over.
And this Twitch is kind of going crazy, but it's actually they're not. The melee units aren't going on the
it's so
Twitch.
close!
Wow.
The double fist bump.
He's like,
You cannot believe.
yeah, he shook.
92 stacks on the Rage Blade.
Wow.
That's crazy. Twitch was going
Dang.
nuts.
Rage Blade, Red Buff, two of like the best items on Twitch, so paid off there.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And that's kind of the like kiss curse of playing melee carries is sometimes they go straight for the back line. Sometimes they get the proper targeting. You know, you're able to get right in.
So
now
many 5 costs being held.
7
All right,
Savikas,
that's the
6
second
Rumbles. Oh, 2 it. Okay, wait. He had 5 in best of
Okay,
sold
wait,
two.
so he's two.
Do we sell board?
He's 1 off Savika. He's 1 off Savika.
Come on, sell board, sell board.
Okay.
Oh, come on!
Doesn't find it, unfortunately. A lot of 6-cost skip there. Not going for the Victor 2.
That would be the most Giga chat of all time. You sell your board.
Winning with
Then you
10
miss.
rounds?
Ken Bear player.
yeah.
This should be the end, though. I don't think the Twitch board. He was strong. He proved it to his last fight, but it won't be enough to fight off against this Ken Baron player.
Well,
Look at that million
Savika
backline,
is
though.
instantly in Twitch's face, so that is very quick, determined on this side of things. I would have liked to see Savika through, I will say, but Chico's taking this first game here on day 2 of the Macao Open. Pretty good.
Nice casual Ken Baron 500 cash outs at first with Tiniest Titans.
Flashes the thumbs up there.
And I really like the rolling on 3-5 for the 6th Ken Baron. The same principle we saw yesterday for Silco, but just that next level thanks to the the extra gold you had at the very start with the prismatic start. And the moment there was that one round, we all got a little bit nervous because board 3, he was like removing items. He was like he didn't roll at all. He could have leveled it to 9, didn't do so. But then maybe he didn't understood. He had enough gold. Once he would roll down, he would dominate.
It's very cool. I wonder if, at that point, you can take 2 losses, and then in the next stage, it's 1 loss. So he might have just said, okay, I'll just take the econ. I'll run it close. I can't die here. Make the most out of my resource of HP.
Giga chat, no.
I'm trying to sell it.
He was just not moving. I would believe you, but he was like looking at his items, dragging stuff,
He
dragging
put
stuff
3
back.
items on the Silco, removed them, put the items back on. I think he got really dizzy, but I mean it happens.
History
right?
is
in these
written by the
cash outs.
winners. We
It's
can
true,
change it.
it's
We can
true.
change it.
Yeah, it's like good he had at least 2 lives when he cashed. He didn't die from the transition, and he was able to.
Maybe also knew that with Tiniest Titans he would heal back up a bit, so he would have that second life again, depending when he got the next loss.
Yep.
Also, I will say, a little bit lucky on the anomaly there, finding that comeback story basically instantly, didn't need to dig any deeper, wasn't a great position for it, had that Tiny Titans on top of it, maybe knew of the interaction, maybe didn't, I won't go that far, but definitely a nice alignment of conditions.
Savika, I think he got on 2 rolls on 8 as well, so definitely hit a lot of different things. Oh, it was awesome having you on. Thank you so much for coming and jogging.
Thank you. Thanks, y'all. This was fun to watch.
Thank you so much. Well, we are getting a little bit of a review here of that game. I think I really love how Shiku played that. I think I'm a little bit sad for title. You always want your current global champion to do really well.
And one more thing, I think a big part of that lobby was Moving Forge, was artifacts. A lot of players correctly identifying, hey, Vi got buffed, Mbessa got buffed. There are so many artifacts that lean really well into AD carries. There's, I think, maybe 10 total that are a good fit. And we saw it there. So many players angling towards the same comp. Some players hit. Some players had a better combo, like we saw with the Radiant Sterax and the Scissors Trenchcoat, the Radiant Edge of Night in the Trenchcoat as well. The Cutlass combo that was so cool to see with Title being eliminated, unfortunately.
It was fun seeing the Twitch player actually do well though, because I do feel like if people are going 4-way contested emissary, it's not going to be that much better that you should also be in there forcing, right? You know, Twitch player was actually able to push levels, go 9 and then roll, and if you're able to roll at 9 for 4 costs and 5 costs, you cap out your board so much more high. Like it's a lot easier. Whereas even the level up player got stuck on 8 rolling forever because you're playing 4-way contested and you can't go 9 first or every copy is gone. So I do think the players kind of shot themselves in the foot a little bit without being a bit more flexible there and being willing to explore some different options.
And for Godlike, I think it always happens where it's awkward. You're thinking,
hello.
Just,
Whoa. I've returned from the anomaly.
It was really weird that you just weren't talking that whole cast.
Yeah, I mean, once again, no, I actually, with the same thing as yesterday, I was talking the whole time. No one would talk back to me.
One of your best casts once again. But we are going to go over to Nekra because she's got Natures in an interview, and he's going to tell us a little bit about the side events and the other cool stuff you can do here at the TFT Macao Open.
Hi everyone, Nekra here on the floor of the TFT Macao Open with a special guest. We have Natures from the TFT esports team. And Natures, I'm so excited to talk to you because I know the main draw of the TFT Macao Open is of course to compete for that grand prize, but there are a lot of other ways that these competitors can compete as well. So what do you have going on at side events?
So we have a lot of different things going on today and also tomorrow. So today we have a big focus on side tournaments. So we have 6 different tournaments running. 2 just started. We have a 4v4, we're calling it double knockout event, which is, it's like an accelerated double elimination bracket. It's a little bit faster than a normal double elimination. Later on, and right now signups are happening right as we speak for double up, a double up tournament. And we have a single elimination 4v4 tournament. On top of that, we have a bunch of free play events. So like last year's fan favorite was Mastermind. We're bringing that back where you play on, you're one person playing on 4 PCs at once. It's awesome. We have normal double up mode going on. We have a new mode coming tomorrow. This Macau exclusive. It's gonna be awesome. You will all get to see it, but no spoilers here. But yeah, there's a lot of different things going on, and we have a lot of incentives for the players to be here, which I can go ahead and talk about.
Oh, I would love that because I was hearing that some of these side events, if you win, you get some pretty awesome prizes.
Yeah, so, you know, there's cosmetics if you win and get second place, etc. But what everyone's signing up for and what everyone reacts strongly to is that we announced a couple days ago that the TFT Paris Open is going to happen next year. You get a competitor pass if you are a winning team in any of these tournaments to the TFT Paris Open. So everyone's really excited about that.
I'm very excited because I think the competition is going to be so fierce when you take a look at everybody still locked in for a day 2 of competition. If you had to play a side event though, which is the one that you would want to play?
Oh, I've been a proponent of the 4v4 double knockout, the one that's going on right now, because I love 4v4 because I love the experience of like, you decide in the game if it's a win or a loss. It's not like you get a certain number of points. It's like it's a win or a loss, but I don't want to lose in one game. So I need that extra help. So I love the 4v4 double knockout. That's what I'd be playing for sure.
I feel like it's so fun to be able to play with other people. So 2v2, 4v4, definitely where it feels the most fun. But if you had to put together a team of little legends to help you out in that 4v4, which are the other 3 you would choose?
I am the worst person to ask this question to because you want to know what I use in a game? I use River Sprite. So I mean, I'd have to include Chonk. I mean, especially like here at the Macao Open, we have the giant Chonk outside, so I have to include Chonk or else I'm like not doing right by my people. But yeah, it's gonna be an assortment of River Sprites, to be honest with you.
What's your favorite River Sprite skin?
I use the base. Everyone's gonna yell at me. I'm gonna get clipped and it's gonna be terrible, but I use base River Sprite. I'm a weirdo like that.
No, you're an OG. Real ones know that the River Sprite is where it's at. Well, Natures, thank you so much for your time and best of luck with the rest of the tournament.
Thanks, Nekra. See you around.
Honestly, a competitor's pass?
That's pretty
That is so
Sorry,
cool.
guys. I'm going to have to step out for the rest of the day.
Gangly, let's be honest. None of us are going to win. There's like hundreds and hundreds of challenger players here all competing.
That is your first problem right there. I'm delusional enough to think I might win.
The real trick is, convince all the like all-stars who have gotten knocked out to play with you.
Be like, here is why I would be a good 4v4 partner.
I'm handing out my resume.
I bring you water.
Yeah, I bring you
share my
water.
stats.
And I'm griefing.
Wait, what stats?
Well, it's research.
The stats. I'm going 8th.
The stats. This is my AVP right now. This set.
Well, that's not a good selling point in that case.
I think Gangly has 2 games per day max. So at least the high quality at least.
Would you make an exception for the 4v4?
No, he just leave after 2 games. Sorry, guys.
I had an extremely healthy relationship with TFT until I got here, and you all convinced me like, no, you can't do that. You absolutely. And now I've played like 25 games since I got to Macau on mobile. I've been grinding. I've doubled my game count in the last 3 days.
You have permission. You know, you're just working. You're studying for your job.
These are billable hours.
You are diligent. You know.
I'm not so sure about the billable part, but it's definitely
You can bill them. They won't pay them, but you can bill them. Yes.
I send them into the void.
Yeah.
Just go through the motions. Yep.
Yeah. You can send them to Sherman. He will block you, but you can send them.
Sherman would probably just reply with like a question mark, just a single question mark, like, oh.
Can I just say that if there was any game I would not have wanted to be rotated out for, it was that last game. I mean, it was Shichu, right? Or Chu that was the player who had the hedge fund straight into Tiniest Titan.
Yes. Yeah.
The thing that actually stood out to me though was Yuga, who had the Renata reroll, but a different variation. I was in the back. I was in the back speaking to some of the CN casters, and they were saying that one of the biggest differences between the CN pros and the pros in the Americas is how much they believe in the vertical Chem Baron. So most of the NA players will traditionally, drop things like the Smeech and the Singe when you're on level 9, level 10, and a lot of the CN players actually really like the additional HP that you're getting.
That's what I was going to say. The bonus HP is worth a lot.
Specifically because it allows you to stabilize your board after cash out, because you have Savika 1 in your front line, you have no defensive items, your board's just going to get wiped and your Silco's not going to be able to ramp up. I was shocked when I'm seeing the cash out player just skip every single one of the Mundos to play a Singed 2 and a Smeech 2, but it's a philosophy difference, and I think it says more about the way and the shape of the game that the players are playing, and less about like the optimization side of it.
Yeah, I mean it was really interesting, right? Like I do think, in these prismatic lobbies, it's really fun playing that sort of style, but it is really high risk, high reward, right? Tiniest Titan did help a lot. The extra HP was actually so important because, otherwise that transition would have killed him. Well, he healed up enough that like the Tiniest Titan actually kept him alive, right? So the transition was not that smooth, but it bought him some time. It gave him the extra economy. He got to roll on 8 instead of on 7. Like even very early on, he was able to roll on 8 to hit the early Savika. So a lot of things definitely did work in his favor. Then he hit 10. He got Victor in like 2 shops at 10. So a lot of things went his way for sure. But the artifact lobbies to me seem like the most chaotic out of any of the encounters, because it's all just about people getting these artifacts and then everyone feels locked into a specific comp, and it's like hard forcing that. And in every lobby I've seen play it, there's 3 to 4 players that have all decided I am locked in on the same comp, right? In the last lobby I watched, there was 4 players contesting Violet. In this one, there was 4 players contesting Emissary.
And it wasn't even an artifact lobby. It was an Echo lobby. They just all went Living
Forge. They all went
Artifact.
I think one of the skills really with artifacts is that certain artifacts are very strong on 4 and 5 costs. How do you get there in terms of your health, in terms of what tempo you have, what gold you have to roll? That's one of the biggest things, knowing what good early holders there are and what you can really capitalize on, especially with the AP artifacts, because there's like every single AP artifacts works really well on Mordekaiser. Making it there is a hard part, but if you can make it, it's one of the highest cap boards you can assemble.
I feel like a lot of the AP artifacts though are so hard to take. Like Ludens and stuff, Ludens and Zonias.
I heard whispers in the wind of a Luden
even for day 3.
Yeah.
Double will surely bring it out.
You guys can keep saying Ziggs. Ziggs is not happening, guys.
You guys know, it's just me.
Yeah.
Very cool.
I heard a few other players too.
Video that we're getting here. That's more
that
talk with our French co-streamers on site.
Wait, Mortog speaks French?
Apparently he does now.
He speaks TFT, and so do they.
That's right. Yeah. Wow, the global language of the world.
Language, yeah.
They'll just say woke a bunch.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what also stood out to me about the artifact combinations, and I did not know that if you have Spectral Cutlass on a Trenchcoat unit, when Trenchcoat splits the units, they no longer teleport.
Yep.
What I also found out when I was speaking to the casters in the back is that if you have 2 Spectral Cutlasses on the same unit, they don't teleport back. I think they teleport and it cancels each other out.
2 negatives make a positive.
So it's basically just a Trenchcoat, right? Except you don't split
you
apart.
don't triple and it does nothing.
Wait, how is it a
We're saying the same thing as it.
What?
A Death Cap is just an Infinity Edge, except it has no crit and no AD on it. Same thing.
You're double spectral.
Yeah.
A real ghost.
And really, a Singe 3 is just a Mel 3.
Right,
with some
if you
different
close
effects.
your eyes, everything can be
All right, let's go
whatever
into
you
game.
want it to, but we are
Lock
going to
it
be
in.
going into our second game here. And for some of these players, the lower point players like God, like Xinjiang, they
Tidal,
really
too.
need insanely high finishes. And Tidal is in that group as well, yeah.
Yeah, Tidal only coming out with 3 points, and he went 6th. Godlike went 8th. So players that have been doing very well so far, and now the pressure really is on. And we did get, I assume it's Vi encounter, right? Because we got the double anvil. So it's going to lead you towards more ideal itemization. People are generally less willing to settle for just like, okay, it's fine to slam. You really have to go for kind of perfect itemization.
Very important here with the extra components to look at Academy items. Do you have an open avenue into playing into Academy with something like Archangels, a Shojin, for example, very strong. And really looking at item augments at 2-1, if you can lean more heavily into those, it could be really strong.
I feel like it's a philosophy thing as well, right? We talked yesterday about how when the encounter gives you a specific set of resources, for instance, if there's a lot of gold in the game, oftentimes you kind of like to diversify and take augments that enable you in other ways. So I think if you have a 2-1 augment that actually gives you gold, all of a sudden it's like, well, you got the resources of the item from the encounter, and now you can kind of start ramping your economy because other players can't actually ramp their economy from the encounter itself.
I think less so with items though, because sometimes there's augments like Item Collector that reward you for having more components, for example.
Yeah. And you can steamroll. It's a lot easier to build tempo off of items than it is off of gold in the early game.
All that shimmers with Mogul's Mill, for example, is a similar case. We have 2 tank items on a 2-star tank. It's really, really effective.
Yeah, and I mean, it's also just the most meta comp right now is emissaries, and you have so many item holders, right? So I think having a lot of items is less of an issue than it is in some other comps where there's like, 1 or 2 carries, and then the other units are kind of just like supporting cast and trait bots. Emissaries just has so many strong individual units that it makes it kind of easy.
All right, we're going to get a set of gold augments here to start us off. Some very quick choices being made. Shiku already on that 2-star Violet.
The posturing has been done. The message has been sent. We'll see if other players have received it. We do have a potential family reroll player in this lobby.
I want to call it Mammoet taking I believe it's called Thorn Rose Vest? The Bramble Vest augment.
The really strong Bramble Vest.
Thorn Skin? Yeah, that sounds
Rose,
right.
I think, is his last patch.
Oh, yeah, okay. I think this is a super underrated augment.
This patch is really good, I think.
It is really, really powerful. I was able to play a game not too long ago where I played a round of Bruiser Opener into Rebel. Playing this augment allows you to use something like an early set to get so much value in stage 2.
I actually really agree. Last patch, if you got a Chain Vest, you needed to FF the game because everyone was playing Black Rose. There was 8 Black Rose players. But this patch, it's a lot about AD, and having someone like a really early tank, a 2-star tank early with a Bramble, it is so hard to punch through.
One of the units that benefits from the extra components, Tristana, you can build 2 BIS items, have her scale faster, have her stack that, extra AD a little bit faster as well.
Oh. Are we getting...
Worth the wait should be Morgana here.
I think so. Are we
5
getting
copies.
Morgana reroll?
Morgana 3, I have been saying this, I think it is low-key really strong in this patch. I don't think it's worth like forcing a reroll on it, but if you can actually just kind of natural it,
like
with blue buff plus Morellos, you don't even really need a 3rd item. It does a shocking amount of damage.
Yeah.
Like you are out damaging some of the really strong 4-cost 2-star carries that come out later in the game.
In one of the previous rounds in that game there, we saw a Morgana 1 clutch up an insane fight.
Yeah.
And she had 3 items, I will say, but still, Morgana 1?
And one of them was Zanya's.
So yes.
Spot a lot of
I was
time.
trying to ignore that, but still, I am really excited for what we're going to be seeing out of Yagai.
You do already have the Sunfire built, so you can't maybe go for the more optimal anti-heal onto the Morgana herself with Morello or Red Buff.
Yeah, I actually feel like having the Morello on the Morgana is like the primary way to get
really important.
high value. The fact, like Panda is saying, the fact that you have the Sunfire, to me, it actually feels like you're not going to get this Morgana to the the pinnacle of what it can be, but you're still going to get a lot of value out of it. And I think the damage it's not negligible amount of damage.
I mean, honestly, like if you obviously he wants a blue buff next, right?
Yep.
If he's going to be itemizing it, but then if you just happen to have the components, I don't think it's that egregious to just have double healing debuff. I actually think it adds so much damage on some of the specific champions.
Just the way the kit works.
Exactly. And especially because the dots just keep ticking forever, and the Morello burn just stays on you that entire time. So I actually think it is worthwhile, if you don't have some other item to slam that's better.
How early would you slam that, though? I don't think I would make that slam on stage 3. I think I'd be open to it on stage 4, though. Even.
It's one of those things where you have these TFT fundamentals, don't build 2 items that give the same utility, but in some cases it actually is correct to kind of reset your mental and look at it from a more critical thinking kind of perspective.
Especially when one is like a front line. Like Sunfire I see is more that early game thing. One of the things that's really strong about Morgana 3 when you do get it is that this can just like be firing out these random debuffs on some of the backline carries, and that plus Morello's can make it really hard for backline carries to survive any other incidental damage.
Especially when you have a lot of meta compositions that want to play front to back, right? Sentinel Heimer, I think, is the one stands out to me.
He just got a 3-cost tier as well for his Morgana.
I mean, it feels amazing.
That's the dream.
It wouldn't surprise me to actually see something like the Morello. It gives you a favorable matchups into certain ones that otherwise would be really hard to win.
Now some good pickups from this carousel here. We're also going to see that Gargoyles on to Shikush for that Violet reroll.
Oh, Titans, I think it will be.
Yeah, sorry. I meant the correct item. I set the wrong name.
I got you.
Your mouth betrayed your brain.
It happens.
Prize fighter coming out for Qingtian and Panda. This is kind of what you called out before, right? Players leveraging the tempo that they get off of those additional anvils. And actually, I think this is one of the few times that I actually want to play a Bruiser opener is when you think you can full streak with it. Otherwise, I actually find that
That's the only time.
No, it is. It's literally the only time I want to play a Bruiser opener. But when you can full streak with it, especially when you can play something with Prize Fighter, it's a strong setup because it falls off drastically after stage 2.
But look at this. It's another level 5 player. So he leveled to try to keep this streak going. Does get a good snipe from Maddie. And next one should be able to try to take down this Draven. So I think his positioning is going to get him the win. We'll see.
Should be good.
Oh, wait.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's enough. That's enough. Yeah. That's actually a really big win.
And with the Bruisers, I think it's really nice when you're naturally playing for them, and at 3-2 you get the +1, and you can play into kind of a better setup or the optimal setup with the Mundo, with the Bruiser emblem, and Twitch.
Yeah, it has a Shoujin IE slam, so a couple different ways you can go. I mean, I think Corky's pretty reasonable from there. Play something like the Scrap setup is also pretty viable.
There's Morgana 3.
That was very fast. 2.6. Even with worth the wait, I would say this is ahead of tempo. This is a very fast cadence to find your 3-star 1 cost.
Yeah,
it's a perfect way to do it. Which also means it escalates how fast you're able to get the 4-star variation, right?
Yeah.
So being able to hit that means that I don't know the exact number, but I think it might even mean end of stage 5 or beginning of stage 6 when you get the 4-star version.
I will say it looks like maybe there's been some digging. 20 gold on 2.6. 19.
Oh, for the Morgana. Is that what you're saying?
I think maybe.
I think just natural copies.
He's 5. Yeah, he's 5, and I think he has a reasonably expensive board. So I do think he just kind of naturaled it.
All right.
But he has a really strong board now, and there's a couple of players that are trying to play that win streak style. But I don't think you're beating Morgana 3 as long as it has like any sort of reasonable front line, and I think he does.
It's also good news for this family reroll player. A lot of extra 1 costs are out of the pool, means that you're going to have a little bit of an easier time with Shop Glitch to hit your Draven 3s, your Violet 3s, your Powder 3 as well. We saw players playing for Maddie and Stab and finding upgrades as well, so we'll have slightly better chances here. Not so much gold to roll with, though, but 6 Violets already.
I mean, 6 Violets at 2.7, like, you are feeling really good. Oh, wow. This is like kind of dream shops. Honestly, every single shop is having really good buys, so that is not bad at all. He's on 7 Draven, or excuse me, 7 Dariuses, 6 Violets, and 7 Powders, or does he have a Powder in? No, he doesn't have Powder in yet, so he's just on the 4 Powders, but still really good.
Yeah.
You do want to swap the board a little bit, I have to imagine, to get the potential for family +1 at 3-2, just to tailor for it.
I was actually wondering, we've seen players play it differently, where some players, so let's say, some players actually end up leveling to 5. Some players do just play the family variation, and then I have seen some players just play the Conqueror, but I imagine that the optimized version would be that you always want to have family in on
just for 3-1,
yeah.
Just for 1 round, you can swap out the Draven, it's fine. Because it's a really big spike, finally the +1.
Well, these are two win streakers that are playing. It's the Morgana 3 going up, but Morgana 3 plus having this Sunfire and the Maddie is not actually going to hit the Morgana. Even if it does get to the back line, it's going to be hitting the Swain on the other side. So perfect positioning, will not be too close, I don't think.
Ooh. Were we talking about like the Morelos? I mean, I know we have the Sunfire, but we basically have open components for Morelos right
really
now.
Good. It's really good.
He has a belt on the frontliner and the rod on the Morgana, so he could just remove one and make that Morelos, but maybe he just doesn't want it because of the Sunfire going into Prismatics here.
So Prismatic Pipeline, Sorcerer Crown, Pandora's. I assume it's just going to be a Prismatic Pipeline. I mean, especially when you already have Morgana 3, I feel like when I'm gifted this sort of a win streak, I'm so okay taking a greedy Prismatic because I'm not, even if I lose, I'm not going to lose enough health that it's really going to matter. So I feel like the greed can really pay off. And now you can just push levels. You can go in towards some of these really late game boards.
And you're so strong anyway, where the downside is that you're maybe giving up all of stage 3 and having to lose streak. But in this case, you might not even lose too much HP because of it.
Yeah.
So it's just upside, basically.
Mm-hmm.
I was very curious to see what title ended up taking. He did full loss streak through stage 2, so the fact that he won the last round means that at this point right now he wants to try and streak through the rest of stage 3.
Godlike
ended up taking the Infinity Force augment, so he's get a little bit of tempo, but he's not going to get the full power of that until the end of the stage.
I mean, Godlike and Title both obviously were in a bit of a rough spot after game number 1, and they both are pretty low on HP. You know, Godlike's still on that 5 loss streak, so they do need to start trying to turn that around.
I think it does make sense, though, when you are playing in the Vi encounter, you can tell on 2-1 which players are in contention for win streaking, and if you look at your opener and know that you can't, it's not worth it to try and force a win streak. So I think Title says, listen, I'm just going to play low tempo on stage 2, stabilize on stage 3, use the econ advantage I get to try and cap a lot higher.
The combination has already started to come up here for this potential Nocturne reroll. We see an RFC, we see a Death's Defiance, we see a Gold Collector. That's scary. You have the Omnivamp, you have the range, you have the extra gold off of the executes.
But you only have one Nocturne.
That's the least of your issues. You'll roll down. You'll find it eventually.
Well, I'm actually surprised by the
Automata as well.
The Death's Defiant here. Doesn't it make a bit more sense to? Oh no, because he wants to artifact the Infinity Edge. In my head, I'm like, oh, this makes a lot more sense in the comp. I do wonder, is there ever a world where you don't? I don't know, what's the verb version?
Artifact makes sense.
Yeah, to artifact one of your items. I do wonder if there's ever an argument for making a third item that's not an artifact to kind of top off the power.
I think there 1000% is. I think people sometimes are playing this line wrong, where they're just defaulting to everything becomes an artifact. And we saw some players yesterday that I thought were doing it really, really smart. Like it was a magic heavy lobby and someone just stayed with Dragon's Claw. Like I think keeping Shred is really important. I think keeping healing debuff is really important. Yes, you can get a Black Cleaver, but Black Cleaver you're not always going to be able to hit. So I do think having some of those key items is really, really smart. And i.e. when you're playing Gold Collector and already have some crit and stuff, to me, actually I think makes more sense because for the lines that I've played with this, when I hit Rapid Fire on Nocturne, I want Full Glass Cannon. I don't think you need Death's Defiance because you're not frontlining it, so you shouldn't be taking that much damage.
I imagine he's looking for Fishbones, right? I think the hope is that you can get,
later.
You can get, this kind of Exodia variation of the board, and that would be a higher cap than Infinity Edge. But in my mind, it's like, well, this is probably very stable right now if you just play the Infinity Edge on stage 3 and artifact it later.
Isn't that kind of just like great becomes the enemy of good? Right? It's like, true Mega Abyss, like I get Fishbones, but you already have like an A-tier setup with IE.
I do think that's like generally a point we can kind of make, that often newer players or players that aren't as optimized as some of these players here make, where they will take like a Death's Defiance and they'll put it on their frontliner because they think it's more value there. But having the 3 items on that Nocturne for now just gives you so much benefit because they scale off of each other. So you can take it off later, put it somewhere else, and then try to hit something like that Fishbones, which would be great.
Especially if you're playing the range variation of Nocturne, you want a front line that's going to last for a long time.
Exactly.
Well, the extra belt was turned into a Warmog, so he's not sitting on an extra belt for now. I mean, honestly, like, you don't need a Morello on Morgana by any means. You can just go Archangels, or you can even go like Gunblade or whatever, but it looks like he is actually going to lose this. Not that shocking that you lose when you don't go Combat Augment with a Prismatic, because that's Belt Overflow, it looks like, over on the other side,
it is.
which is just insane value. So you have a double Warmog's Belt Overflow Aurelia, and you have something that is no power right now, but will give you power later. But that was, I think, the only loss he actually took on that stage, so you're laughing.
I was going to say, he was streaking up until
you're
here.
Completely
I
chilling.
think you're chilling.
You're like, that's the kind of dream spot, right? Where you can do absolute like Eco Greed type scaling augments and not get punished for it, not lose really any health for it. It's like ideal spot.
Overall, pretty even lobby at the bottom end. Only 58 at the lowest HP is not too bad. We've seen obviously players with Cambaron down to like 30 or 20s even, sometimes going to stage 4. So pretty competitive lobby.
Cambaron at least, right? That's very different. It's like you're on 350 stacks. Your health means a different thing.
Or like hedge fund open forwarding into the big roll.
Well, I'm on 1 copy of Nocturne at 60 health. That's very different. So I'm a little bit nervous for Godlike, but we'll see. We'll see when he wants to roll down.
I was thinking earlier that when we saw the Morgana player not make the Morello, instead make the Warmogs, I think it makes, gonna lose the streak there. Was 5 streaking for Hushina up until that point, so unfortunately not able to carry that over into neutrals. But with this Morgana board, I actually think there's a pretty decent argument for making the Morello for the reason we kind of outlined before. I don't think you're getting as much value on...
good.
I don't think you're getting as much value from the Morello on stage 3, especially compared to the raw value you get from a Warmogs on something like the Darius 2 with a Sunfire on it already for the immediate power.
I mean, the Morgana thing, like the whole thing is that it's like you hit a carry early, it just stays there, right? Like you can just burn you down throughout the course of that round, you know? Oh, Prismatic
Pipeline.
Orb. And so let's see what he gets. Oh, I wonder if you go like Sniper's Focus on your Morgana.
Yeah, do the ticks all
they should
calculate how far away they are from you? I mean, that sounds kind of insane, actually.
Either that or you do Unending Despair and just like have a tank item, right? So we didn't actually get to see exactly what he takes. You have Shred here. I actually think Moonstone
I kind of like Moonstone, yeah.
Moonstone I think is so good.
You buy so much time with the Black Rose comp.
Lichbane. I think Lichbane is weird because to me, Lichbane is, it's like Morgana is not about killing the front line.
Yeah.
Morgana is about putting a debuff on this like random backline carry,
total
and it
DPS.
just melts you. And so the Lichbane like auto attack is not actually increasing the damage on the targets that you really care about. I will say though, you are casting a lot, so maybe just like total DPS is going to be higher with this. But at least the way I would think about it, I would think that like Sniper's Focus would be more important because the damage I do to like the Heimer or to the Zeri or whatever in this case is more important than the auto attack I'm putting on the Loris. At least that's how I would think about it. I don't know if I'm correct or not, though.
Is the Lichbane damage a flat set amount of damage, or does it scale off your AP?
I think it's a flat amount.
Yeah, I think so. It's a direct like flat amount hit.
It's like 200 and something or whatever.
Yeah, okay.
But you are casting a lot, so you're getting a lot of extra damage. I just don't know if
that's
the
what
auto
you
damage
want
matters.
the Morgana to kind of, if you want that to be her role.
Exactly.
I agree with that.
Like
it's a bit weird.
The way you win with Morgana 3 is the Morgana throws out a random spell on the Twitch or whatever, and then the Twitch just dies.
Yeah, he just ticks down.
You just slowly die.
Ooh, a big Academy game plan here. Corki pair on the right there. No, maybe we're open to Sentinels, but in this case now, no Alaois, no Zoes on the roll down. We'll be sticking more towards the Jace and Heimer pair here.
Yeah, it does look like, you know, what's angling toward the Sentinel, but I think you're right at this point.
And the Morgana roll down pretty poor. I mean, you do find the Elise 2 here. No other 5 costs really at all to slot in. Still having to swap out now finally some Irelias and some of the 1 costs.
Double IE with the Academy item being an Infinity Edge for the Jace. So there's going to be a lot of power on that board.
Let's see how this Morgana does now against some of these stronger boards here. We did that Elise 2. It's obviously being played in the backline with the Jace here. They have the crystal over there, going to give them the additional attack speed. So there's one of those Morgana casts in on today at least. Let's see how much work it is able to get done. You can see it rotting down, but yeah, it's just
not fast enough.
Quite fast enough. Like I feel like, I don't know if I'm crazy coping, but I feel like if that's a Morello's, doesn't the Elite just die like one cast earlier and maybe you win that?
I did get pinged. It's 340 flat damage, so we're correct on that.
Flat, yeah.
But yeah, I'm just not sure you want that to be her role in this fight. I think I agree with you, Azael, that I'd much rather have her spread all of that toxin basically throughout the fight and then have somebody else do the raw DPS.
I think we should give credit to the augment choice on 4-2 though, taking the Clockwork Accelerator. It feeds into the shape of the fight, right? What he's saying now is I'm going to transform this Morgana into an auto-attacking beast. We know that Morgana utilizes attack speed well because her cast animation is so short, so it means that we're going to be getting more value of the Lich Bane than you otherwise would. So I think he recognizes what the condition of the fight is now. The question is, do you have a front line that does enough?
Nice combo here with the two augments, the Trench Coat and the Thornskin Bramble, the extra damage coming in after the split. So just a little bit of extra DPS to help out Tristana and the Heimer.
Yeah, you can see Pit Fighter Crest was grabbed for that Darius 3 as well. So pretty beefy here for the family reroll.
I will say it's a strong combination, but the Trench Coat splitting with the Edge of Night just made all three of them aggro drop, and then the Vi just went straight to the backline instead.
LeBlanc really big here for the Morgana player. Get the extra Black Rose in.
Okay, question. Is there a world where you take some of the Morgana items off and give them to LeBlanc so she will carry the damage?
If you 2-star
and then
I think if you 2-star LeBlanc, maybe.
You give Morgana actually items where she does what we think she should be doing?
You might 4-star Morgana before you 2-star LeBlanc though.
Yeah,
so you just want all items on Morgana anyway.
Yeah, I think it's hard, right? Like I think if you randomly 2-star LeBlanc, I think you definitely could swap it around, but I think otherwise, I don't think you have enough item economy, right?
Yeah, it's a lack of resources.
Yeah.
Looking at Tidal, a player who won 6th in game 1, has to have at least a decent game here in the second game, or he could be,
scrap.
in contention of being eliminated. Playing for the scrap line now, has an early Jinx.
But how many items is he even scrapping? He's scrapping 2 items with 6 scrap.
Yeah, not ideal.
That is very far from ideal. Okay, now he's doing 3,
You
so
do have
move things around a little bit.
Extra components from the Vi encounters, so going to scrap does make a little bit more sense.
And the Infinity
Friday.
Yeah, Freaky Friday, thank you. The Freaky Friday coming in. There's value there. Do you think of scrap being a pseudo win-out comp? Because I don't, personally.
9 scrap?
It's very hard.
We saw it yesterday on day 1.
Yes.
6 scrap, I think the nerf to the shield duration from 30 to 20 is a really, really big deal in terms of scrap was very dominant in the very first patch of the set, not so much now.
I will say there's a lot of raw power on this board, and it's one of the values you get from playing the scrap board is having things like the GP and the Corki in the backline.
And most of the buffs that came this patch did help for Emissary with Mbessa, but also the scrap line in general.
I feel like usually when I see scrap went out though on 6 scrap, it's like GP3. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not like a GP2, a Corki 1. Like this board does not look like it's going to win out, right? You have Corki 1, Echo 1. You're not anywhere close to GP3.
So also not even close to Corki 2, right?
Yeah.
So
visibility, the consideration here for the Vi potentially. You can't get stun locked for too long because now you have very little time. Going to go for the Echo instead.
He's on the pair of Echoes, so now he really needs the Echo.
Oh, there it
Hit
is.
it in like 1 roll. That's
Whoa,
good.
say something else.
He really
you
needs
also
the
need
Victor
the
3
Corki too.
He's become too powerful.
Whoa, he called it.
See what everybody else has picked up from the anomalies.
Now,
Mimuta actually going for the Tristana as a normalized
6.
unit over the Corki.
Yeah, only 6
And we're going into
Tristanas.
stage 5.
I was about to say that's a little spooky. That's beyond a little
spooky.
That's a lot spooky.
You can smell the 8th. Yeah.
Mammoet coming off the top 4 from the last game. And actually, this lobby in particular is full of TOC competitors from CN, except for Mammoet. The only player in this lobby to not be a regional finalist from their respective region is a high-level player in the CN ladder, but has yet to actually qualify. And so to see them make it all the way to the top 64 and then go top 4 in a stacked lobby like this, this is a tough game, but it's a player we should have our eyes on.
This is kind of
Godlike still very far away from the Nocturne 3. Rolling on 7 is a little bit better now for 2 costs because you have higher chances, but
I mean, both.
I did say when we slammed those items, there's only a Nocturne one.
Yeah.
You told me not to worry. Are we worrying now?
I mean, he low rolled with the roll down. That's why you can start worrying now, of course. Yeah, he's on 5 Nocturnes. We're going to stage 5.
I mean, both Nocturne and Trick players are looking like they're in a horrible spot. I mean, he's 2 off of Blitz, which is nice. You know, it's something to buy some more time. But like, you need Nocturne 3. The thing is, obviously they have had horrible luck on the roll downs, but they do eco back up a bit. And then you can sometimes it evens out. Sometimes you get lucky on your next roll down. You find a shop with 2 or 3, and you can kind of make things happen. But that's what you're depending on now. You have to.
We have to roll a 10 here for sure.
Yeah, there's Blitz, so he's 1 off Blitz, but still, you need 4 Nocturnes.
Oh.
Okay, so 3 Nocturnes.
6.
Okay, there's Blitz. That's good, but he has no items. Like he has legit no tank items, which is tough. I honestly feel like you should move it from
Akali
Akali.
items? Yeah, it's like
move
Hull Crusher,
Trenchcoat, Hull Crusher to Blitz.
The Trickster as well.
Yeah. He needs to swap those for sure. Like, he needs to swap those yesterday. He has no front line.
Yeah, I don't know if this was like an order of operations issue.
Might not have removers considering the type of game plan he's going for with all the different
He's been
artifacts.
on this for a while, this comp, right? Like, I'd be surprised.
I feel like at that point, though, it's less of like a low roll and more like a lack of planning.
He is
I'm
2.
also surprised we're holding Garen, even though we have Garen 2 and Akali. Even though we have Akali 2, we could make 20 here.
He's
yeah,
gonna sell it
okay.
now, yeah.
There we go.
It is generally high EV to hold Garen's if everyone's going for the same comp.
That's fair, but I don't think you're in a spot where you're so comfortable doing
2
that
more?
when every single gold you have could mean another chance at Nocturne.
Yeah, it's tough. And I mean, like, this is another one of these cases where, like, what I was talking about, where I think you've artifacted too many items. Like, you have no shred, right? Like, it's actually so important to have.
It's the Victor. It's arriving soon.
Yep.
Also,
Well, Tristana 3 came online.
All right.
This is a player who was already indexing onto Tristana reroll all the way back in 2-1. He had the Shogun and IE build, so we have to
Scaling.
imagine there's a fair amount of stacks already.
I just think often when you hit Trist this late, like, you have to be playing it from ahead because it's single target damage, right? And single target damage often really kind of struggles in the late game. We'll see, though, as Malzahar has been grabbed on that other side, and it looks like just not quite going to be enough. He should be able to win with this Trist, but the Morgana Dot's not able to take him down.
I'm trying to do some math. It looks like we're 4 rounds away from seeing the Morgana 4 come through, if my finger math is correct.
I was so for those of you at home that can't see, Gangli's currently like holding out several fingers and counted
You would think
them.
it's a calculator, a complex equation. No.
This is kindergarten. Let's be
One
very clear.
Nocturne.
I think, yeah, I was going to say, I think you definitely sell the Kog'Maw once you're
Especially with those
Kog'Maw
Kog'Maw items. Like, your Kog'Maw's didn't do any damage.
What do you mean?
anyway.
You don't like Seekers, Middens, Kog'Maw?
Wait.
Quick Striker.
Quick Striker Kog'Maw is actually
It's
quite
not bad,
good. I think it's quite good. The Seekers
The
is
Seekers, Mittens.
a little less helpful.
The awkward thing here with the Hull Crusher is obviously no Garen buff onto one of the blitzes, or the main blitz.
Yeah, that's a great call. And maybe was the reason why we weren't seeing it before, but I mean, I do feel like just having, I think you're getting too much value from the other artifacts, the Hull Crusher and the Trenchcoat, that you make up for the HP that you're losing from the Garen with the fact that you're about to split into 3 gigantic Blitzcrank 3s instead.
Yeah, it does buy a lot of time, but it's just no Nocturne 3, no Shred. It's very hard to get through.
This fight just looks so much better, and I actually wonder if some of those losses that came through before could have been salvaged by making this transition earlier.
Yeah, I think so. But I mean, to be fair, he didn't hit the Blitz 3 until that round where we were talking about it, right? Like
2 losses after that, though. He had 2 losses since hitting that.
Look at the emblems here as well. Double Rebel emblem. There is a Rebel player hooks in. And there was a quick striker +1, but again, we talked about it yesterday. There's already very good quick strikers. You don't really need the extra +1. There isn't a vertical for quick striker.
It's got to be one of the worst +1s.
It caps at 4, so it's really not ideal usually.
And for Godlike, this is tragic, right? That's a second 8th place
He's out.
here.
Yeah.
Definitely out. Cannot make it to the next round anymore. And for some of these players that are also on the lower part of our current leaderboard in this lobby here, the story might look the same. Tidal needs to find a way to avoid going down. He needs a high finish.
Yeah, I mean, people are getting low on health, so Shiku's as well as 60-second obviously are kind of in danger right now.
So this is one of those boards where we can look at the value of the boards that are not playing front to back. This board, if you're playing front to back, is actually pretty decent because you have this Alawi that will live forever. It's extremely strong.
Zoe 1, Jinx 1 is the problem.
But anything that has access to the back line, and I'm actually thinking about the Morgana in particular, actually has a pretty reasonable chance at killing the Jinx and the Zoe without having to do anything to the Alawi.
Yeah.
Quick bailout with a Rebel.
Here's the matchup.
Let's see. It's all going to come down if Morgana can actually hit the backline, especially when they're just 1-stars. They are so squishy. It can get really difficult. Jinx does have pretty good mana generation, so we'll see if she can get to that rocket, which is so key. And Morgana has not hit the backline just yet. Now starting to push through, though, and get those dots rolling. It is on the Jinx, and now it's going to be on the Zoe, and they just don't have the HP to survive.
Wow. Look at that. And so that's exactly what we were talking about, right? That you didn't need to be able to break through the front line in order to access the back line, despite the fact that we were even on the wrong side, right? The Morgana targeted the Zoe as the last unit in the fight, but being able to bypass the Alawi to deal damage into the back line is the primary reason you were able to win the fight.
It's a frustrating one, though, for the Rebel player, right? Because you're playing uncontested Rebel.
No, there was 2 players, I believe.
Was there? Okay.
Huxon as well.
Zoe 2, though, if you don't have a Zoe 2 at 5-5, feels really rough. Because I don't know, Zoe 2 might actually been the diff.
Yeah, I think it would have been for sure.
Yeah, that's how I feel too. So that's tough. All right.
Corki 2.
Big upgrades
found
now.
Here. Is it good enough? Has
Here's
to be
the other Rebel
question.
player.
There is the Zoe.
And now we'll get to see not only the Zoe 2, but also the Rebel spat on the LeBlanc.
It is
a
LeBlanc.
hugely meaningful upgrade in damage.
In the stats, best holder in the comp is LeBlanc by far, over Rumble, over Echo and other variations of the comp. I think it's the highest variation possible. It is, of course, a 5 cost, so a little bit of biases there.
5 costs with items tend to have good stats usually. Sorry.
Very good.
Another elimination coming in on the right side. I believe that's Shikush going down after a win in that first game.
Yeah, so he goes out, but he did go out in what, like 6th, 5th, so should be okay, right? So 6th isn't the end of the world.
No,
so he's at 11. You just need another 6th really, and you're fine. So Shikus is going to be happy. I mean, if you go first and then you go 8th, then you start to sweat, but you're not in the worst spot.
Finally getting to see it now, the Morgana 4, and this is largely coming off the back of how fast we got to see the 3-star Morgana, finding it on 2-6, and now even before stage 6 is online, we're able to find the Morgana 4. This is a very large power spike, and now you can see even higher cap, right? You're not even at that Rumble 2, that Malzahar 2, but you have a spike that allows you to ladder to that Exodia variation of your board.
Yeah. I mean, if you get to 10.
Second declaw or adaptive here, both would be fine. And Tidal is among the top 5. We'll have to see if he can go for a top 4. Warwick is found. Is there a spot for him on this board, though? I don't really think so.
I don't think
so. Would have wished that was maybe a different 6 cost.
A Victor?
Starting with a V, perhaps.
Does it rhyme with
even
Victor?
Even a Mel could be interesting.
A Warwick,
You have
perhaps?
a lot of good items from Mel on this board.
Yeah, but like, would you really take the items off of your mouths to put on? I don't think so.
Yeah, maybe not. At least you would consider a bit more than Victor, at least.
Yeah.
It's just on doing a lot, but the trench coat helping so much.
This Warwick. Wait, the Edge of Night on that Warwick, putting in so much work, and the damage coming out of the fact that you have a lot of this chip damage coming through with the Corki with the Runant on it, and so any of those units that are getting into the execute range, it's putting Warwick into the, what was it? It's called, is it Blood
Rage or Bloodlust?
Yeah. Whatever that mode is, where he just kind of goes crazy, starts swiping at anything in front of him.
How is it?
This thing. This is for the TikTok feed.
Camera on Gangly. Yeah. And Tidal's still winning. I think he was on Corki 1 still. There are a few players going to the Corki Emissary. He's on Scrap, obviously, so still a few upgrades to go, but Tidal's on a 3-win streak for now, 5-win streak for Mamute.
We talked about 6 Scrap not really being the win-out comp that we were expecting, but Tidal, it seems like it wasn't up. I think a large part of that is that 6 Scrap is very good at punishing the players who can't find their upgrades on 8. You have so much frontline with the shielding that when you have an upgraded backline, like a Corki 2 and a GP2, there's just so much raw power in the board.
The Cocoon is so big. Do you buy enough time? Is there a second catch from the Elise? There is just barely. You don't get the Jinx, though, and Jinx does just too much damage.
The Jace actually made such a difference. So what happened was Morgana's first cast went on the Jace Crystal. Jace recasted. Morgana's next cast went on the Jace Crystal.
Wow.
And so it's like that kind of thing. Sometimes it's the struggle of single target units in the late game. Is sometimes there's just garbage on the board that is absorbing your cast that need to be on the right targets. It's the same thing that sometimes something like a Tristana can struggle with that the Morgana's having an issue with here too.
I will just say we have 3 players and like 9 HP. We are very much getting into double elimination station, and this game could be over in a blink.
6 win streak coming over for Mimut up against Yuga. It's all about breaking through that front line for the side of Mimut. You can see on the correct side, though, for Yoga, but I don't know if that's actually enough damage. You have to break through not only that front line
too, but the Trenchcoat units are in the back line, and the Mouse is just gone.
Yeah.
On the right side, Tidal is fighting to get one more placement, and I'm just not sure if that is in the cards here. 6 scrap, good enough to make it here, not good enough to claw one of the top spots. We'll get a significant amount of points increase, so still a good chance to make it in that last round if the placement is good.
Artillerist +1 available there for the Tristana player.
6 Artillerist is actually pretty nasty.
If you can fit it.
Yeah, it's hard to fit.
Throw it on, if you can throw it on Mbessa, it is one of the best deltas on Mbessa as a unit, extremely powerful. She really likes having the raw AD.
Goes for the Watcher instead on the Warwick, so just more survivability.
Yeah, it's not bad. I mean, it's basically just like an extra tank item, right?
I actually wonder if you are supposed to go Artillerist on the Warwick there, right? I think
even if you just stay on 5.
Yeah, just for the additional stats. It's like throwing a Deathblade on him, right?
Yeah.
Like, it definitely doesn't hurt.
I feel like it's probably better.
Yeah. Who's
his other Watcher? Well, he has 3 items on his
Garen.
Garen, right? So I guess he's maybe seeing it as like less about the Warwick and more like I want to buff up my 3-item Garen.
Makes
so
sense.
I feel like it's reasonable.
Both Garens, right?
Yeah.
True. Fixtures.
Yep, of course.
Especially because you're playing this fight in a way where you're trying to de-aggro the Warwick and the Mbessa to get the damage onto the Garen.
Yeah, we have a Rebel Jace now on the other side that is kind of just chain casting those crystals, but every single time we say it, it's all about the trench coat popping, the melee units get in the back line, and that is that.
Wow.
Winning this game, the one player who has never made it to a TOC regional finals in this hugely stacked lobby is making a statement here.
And his first roll down for Trist was super low roll.
Terrible.
We were actually looking at his board, and he had, what, 5 or something like that?
I think
like
middle of stage 4 had 6 copies still on level 7.
Yeah.
Was very far away from that. You can roll for Trist on 7 now because of the shot pod changes, so it is a little bit better.
But still, like if you pause the game at that point, what would you say his AVP was?
8.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't, because I feel like the Nocturne was even worse.
Okay.
But like,
7th.
But yeah, I would be guessing around that, like, right? Like, you would think he would be bottom 3 for
It
sure.
looks super doomed.
I thought he was bottom 3 for sure.
But like finds that Tristana 3 eventually, and then on the back of that, really getting so much extra AD, gets that Warwick in, a lot of correct decision being made towards the tail end there from Mute, so super cool.
And I feel like, honestly, it was more about the Trenchcoat melee units than it was about the Tristana in a lot of these rounds. It's like Trenchcoat plus Edge of Night is just insanely strong. We're seeing it pop, they get in the back line, they get detargeted, all the melee units walk back towards the enemy melee tanks, and then all of a sudden you have these 3 little mini-me's just wreaking havoc in your backline.
And it's really hard to kill any of them because there's 3 of them, all with the aggro detoggle on them, so you're just kind of splitting your damage between 3 targets while they're all omni-vamping off of you.
I will say the Warwick fight was huge because there's really good synergy between Tristana and Warwick, both kind of single target trying to get the execute for Warwick, for example. So it just, if Tristana can't clean up, you have that plan B with the Warwick, and they synergize so well to break through that front line.
Take a look at points now, right? Mimute, 13 points. Hushin, 14. These are the 2 players that have essentially locked in their spot for advancement, depending on how the rest of the lobby goes. I think when players like Godlike, who go 8-8, have a rough 2 games, I think it actually means that the threshold would be higher, right?
It would, because points would be more concentrated.
Yeah, exactly. So we might actually see the threshold be a 15-point threshold instead of a 14-point.
Yeah, I mean, it can be pretty crazy, and it's also always weird because it's like Godlike is totally out, except for the fact that it can ruin someone else's game. You know what I mean? Like sometimes the players that are eliminated can play spoiler, right? You know, it's like, hey, he can play whatever he wants, right? Maybe he's going to contest someone. Maybe he's just going to, play a really risky style, and he's going to end up getting super powerful on like a Chem Baron cash out and just executing players who are still clawing for those points.
Yeah, we'll go to our tactical breakdown presented by HyperX. And I actually wanted to bring this one back and talk a little bit about that Morgana worth the wait, because it is something that's incredibly niche. It's not something that we see a whole lot of. And we had a bunch of discussions about that one throughout the game. Namely, whether or not the itemization was really working out there. And I think, Azael, kind of coming to you, a big thing there being that Sunfire having that slam so early, so knowing that a Morello wouldn't be the most valuable item to build. But then there were more changes on that Morgana too.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I think that's the question is, it's like, yeah, is it okay to go Sunfire plus Morello? And like, I would argue, I think in this case, it would have been okay. You know, yes, you do lose a little bit of value because you have a double healing debuff, but they're applying the healing debuffs to different targets. The Sunfire is mostly going to be for the front line. And the way that I think you win rounds as a Morgana is by getting this debuff on the back line. Morello really helps to amp that up. It's cutting self-healing. It's putting that additional dot that is going to stay up there because the spell goes infinite. It lasts the entire round. So I do think it still would have been appropriate in this situation.
So I will say the one argument about it is that it changes the shape of the unit, whether you want to play something like the Rabadons and the attack speed on the Morgana versus the Morello. The way he played it, though, made it a little bit less impactful if he was on the wrong side of the fight. If you're playing the Morello Morgana and you're playing that Rebel comp and the Zoe's on the furthest corner, every time Morgana casts, she casts the furthest unit who hasn't been cursed. So if he was playing the Morello Morgana and he missed and he had opposite side Rebel, the Zoe, and the Morgana, you're actually never applying the Morello onto the Zoe, and so you actually get a bit more value from having the upfront damage of the Morello or the Rabadons plus the Lichbane in that fight.
I think that's all really, really interesting, but we have something else that's really, really interesting. We're going to be going over to Clement, who's been on the show floor, and he had a chance to talk to Disguised Toast, so let's see what he has to say.
Hello everyone, we're here at the TFT Macao Open, here with Disguised Toast, and we just heard some very interesting news. You've just signed Ki-yoon to the team. Can you explain this signing to us?
Well, we all got eliminated at DSG yesterday, day one. Honestly, all the players I signed sucked. I went the furthest and I'm the boss. So I ran into Ki this morning. I asked, hey, you play for anyone? He said, no. I said, will you do it for 500 bucks? He said, he'll do it for free, but he has to play for DSG next year. So he's thinking long term. And I said, deal, you're on the team.
Oh, he's looking for commitment for you. I have to ask, though, as you're the boss of the team, what does it feel like to be the one that actually went the furthest? What happened there?
Well, it actually worked out really well because my players make great casters. So they've been spending the whole day watching the stream, just talking about TFT, and I do all the hard work, so it kind of panned out.
Amazing performance from you. We know you're trying to build an esports empire. You have your hands in all different titles. Can you talk about how TFT kind of fits that puzzle in your eyes?
Well, TFT is the game I get to compete in because I feel like you can't talk the talk if you can't walk the walk. So I can't just pay people to play esports. I got to be competing actively in an esports title of my own, and TFT is that game for me.
Finally, last question is there's a lot of players you seem to have taken an interest to at the event. What are some other potential players that you might sign?
Well, Ki-yoon just went 8th, so once he's out, I'm going to see if Jazz Latte is available. Great player. And yeah, I'm going to just run up to him. I'm going to take the DSG jacket off of Ki-yoon and hand it to Jazz Latte personally.
I'm pretty sure Jazz Latte will instantly put that one on. Thank you so much, Disguised Toast. This was us live from Macau.
Welcome back, everybody. After that short interview, there's some really interesting tech, just, you know, taking a player's jacket and giving it to somebody else. But we do want to welcome someone very special to our caster couch here, because Dobbs, you're joining us after having played yesterday. Unfortunately, it didn't work out. But thank you so much for being a part of this round and joining us here on the show.
Yeah, it's good to be here. Thanks for inviting me. And actually, it's great to be part of TFT Macao Open. And I guess everyone who comes to playing here, of course, everybody wants to win, but the best part of it is actually competing and being here, like ringing around, talking with everybody that actually loves TFT, and that's the best part of it, actually.
That's really awesome.
There's a handful of Brazilian players still left in the tournament, in the top 64. I believe there were 2, right?
Yes,
were you able to watch any of them?
Pretty good.
Yeah?
Yeah, the Tex actually won the first lobby. And Saidera went really well, top 4 at least, and they're probably going to make it into the top 32, I hope.
Who is the other player? He seems a little lesser known.
Saidera,
yes,
I checked on Twitter, and I found a post where he said, no matter the results, this will be my last competition.
Yes,
I assume you know more.
Actually, Saidera means last.
Oh,
you know? Yes,
that's
but
cool.
actually,
That's cool.
actually, a fun fact about his nickname, Saidera in Macau. Actually, he's playing with that, but his nickname was Saidera is Aaron. Aaron from the game molding league.
Yeah.
It means the last game he plays every day, it's an Aaron game. It's a fun fact about Saidera. It's something that when you play a Saidera, you never play once. It's just so many Saidera.
Oh, it's the one more. It's the one more.
Hopefully,
last game.
that's not his Saidera in here. Hopefully, he'll play
So it's
even
like
more.
play until you win type thing, and then you're up at
Yes,
5
yes.
a.m. and you're like,
Yeah,
one more.
Yes,
And then you
that's
win, and
the-
you're like, well, now we have to play until we lose.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I've been there too many times.
Yeah. And about him, he actually played regionals once or twice, I guess. He's not one of the most known, but the people in Brazil actually know him. It's because he wasn't like playing for a couple sets, and then when he saw the Macao Open, he said, "Okay, I'm gonna be there," and he planned to be in here. Like he was training like a lot, like practicing a lot of scrims with everybody that was in the group, and he's doing pretty good.
Were you all preparing together? Were a lot of the Brazilian players kind of working together, sharing prep, and
Yes.
trying to help each other out?
Exactly. We actually were together in with some guys in Latam as well. We had like a Discord group with
that's
everyone.
awesome.
Yes, and we also had like a bigger group with everybody that was playing in here in the Macao Open. And there were like some people from America and from AMA and China and APAC as well.
How has that been for you? Because it does feel like over the years, these like study groups or prep groups or whatever you want to call them have become more and more and more important because, it's the power of sharing knowledge and about of having really good practice partners to bounce ideas off of.
Yes, I mean, it's really important to have at least one of a group. I mean, most players, I guess, that actually have more than one. I mean, I have a small study group with Eagle and Slooper and Jan and other guys that is a little bit smaller, and we actually are closer. And then when the set starts, we like try to communicate with each other. What's we doing good? What do you think about some anomaly or some augment? And then we have like a bigger group with, all the Brazilians or the Brazilians that made it to regionals to try to get more information and more opinion. Because when you're actually studying, if the group is so big, it's difficult. You're not actually studying at all because it's easy to lose attention. But when you have a lot of small groups, you can actually do better. And then the later one, you can change some ideas with the others. So that's good.
One of the things that has really stood out to me this weekend is that we've actually been able to see specific study groups prevail globally, right? And I know Clement, one of the casters, he came to me this morning and he's like, 3 players in my study group made it to the top 64. I know that in the Americas, we had the Wajan Iverson study group have 4 players qualify into the top 64. And I think this is the perfect...
In EMEA, we have the French study group.
Exactly. And I think it has a lot to do with the fact that the patch just came out on Wednesday, and these players who have been practicing together have found a tangible edge on a meta and in a field that is not super well developed.
I mean, I've always really believed as well that you're only as good as the people that you're playing with and against, right? Because it's like you could be making mistakes, but if your opponent isn't good enough to actually capitalize on them, how do you know that it's a mistake, right? You only really find out when you come to an event like this and then you're playing against a higher level of player, and all of a sudden, oh crap, I shouldn't have done that. I needed to do it in this different way. So I do think it's so powerful to have, really strong practice partners because they just keep elevating each other.
Exactly. And when you have so many good players with you, you can actually get good information, and people are already maybe try it something, and giving that hint is going to help you get some new strategy. You save a lot of time. Yeah, you cannot practice everything.
It's impossible, especially with a brand new patch. But we are into the game here. It is the Civica encounter.
I actually can't remember where that is off the top of my head. Do you guys remember it's a Vika encounter?
It's the loot subscription.
Oh,
it's fully random loot, and it can be crazy. Like I had a game yesterday with this where I want to say I got like 20 gold from one of the things. Like you can get huge amounts of gold. You can get an artifact item. You can get spatulas.
Let's hope it's not an artifact item. We've seen a bunch of these.
You can get all kinds of stuff, and sometimes it's also like not that crazy. I think sometimes you can only get like a couple gold and stuff like that,
maybe
or
a
like
reforger.
a reforger, or like a 2-star 2-cost or whatever.
Okay, Hushin, I want to call this out. Hushin does this. I do the same exact thing that Hushin just did. I'm going to assume it's the same thought process. Is that when you get dropped 3 2-costs, I spread them out on my bench to separate the different types of lines that they go into.
I do that too.
And that way you can pick up your 1-cost and put them on your bench in the way that makes sense. You can see the Morgana and the Irelia being held together, and then the Academy units being held together on the right-hand side.
It's really good to do that because you actually. It's easier to look your next shop, and you can see, okay, that we have like more Academy lines in here, or more Sentinels or something.
Vex, Irelia, all in the shop there. You can see already. Hushin having an opportunity to potentially play around the Renata reroll that's been extremely popular. And one of the best things is that you don't actually need to commit to the reroll variation. You can play this AP line. The Sentinel front line when you're playing AP is extremely powerful. It opens up the Heimerdinger composition, which this patch is not being played with the Black Rose, is really just being played with the Sentinel, so it actually does allow you to be a little bit more flexible.
I will say it's interesting because, you know, we haven't been seeing as much Black Rose on mainstream, but when I was walking around yesterday and watching a lot of the games, so many of the lobbies were being won by 7 Black Rose players. So, like, if you can still, like, hit those high rolls, like, some of the outs are still really powerful for the composition. And, you know, I was talking to Kurum, and he felt that, you know, even 5 Black Rose was, like, super underrated on this patch.
Wow.
Yes.
What a shop, and taking the Iron Assets, I believe it's called, for Hushin allowed you to get an additional tier. So if you want to play something like, you probably aren't playing the blue buff if you want to play around the Renata, but you can slam something. Oh, actually decides to just take frontline. I'm actually a little surprised. I
thought
feel
he would have taken another tier.
So in my mind, I feel like tiers are at such a premium that if I'm offered a tier when I'm trying to play AP, I always take it.
Plus it's like, even if you randomly get too many tiers later on, tiers are fine for tank items as well, right? Like, you can always slam them in a lot of different ways.
Yes, I feel that he actually got the tank item because I thought he would slam another item, like Sapphire Cape. And he might slam the next round because he got a play.
Seeing if he can get away without doing it.
Yeah, I mean, when you get an augment like Iron Axites, you actually do not want to hold so many items because you cannot get most of its value. That's the early game. So you actually want to have a double slam that is strong. So if he ended up in the blue buff, he might end up in with a bow that wasn't that great. And his static shiv is so much power for than blue buff at the early game, and he can actually slam a frontline item as well. So that's why I think he got that item.
Yeah.
I mean, Shiv Sunfire is a crazy strong duo early because it's
so much good.
It's also shredding for the Sunfire damage, right? So it's definitely one of, if not the most powerful, like 2-item slam that you can have, I think, in stage 2.
Yeah, one of the best, and he also had like a bulky front line with like some Sentinels, so it's great to slam 2 items.
60 seconds, risky
moves, yeah.
Into, you know, posturing around this Rebel composition. Curious to see if we'll actually see the Rage Blade being slammed.
Man. You play risky moves and you're level 3 and you see a level 5 player, it always feels so bad because you're getting 5-0'd, right?
Yep.
So it's like, it's always tough, like these extra losses, especially because it is kind of just matchmaking diff, you know, early on. You know, the extra HP that you lose when you're already starting down 20 is tough.
Yeah, I'm actually a little surprised to see risky moves being played from behind like that, like not actually
super greedy.
Yeah, I feel like I only ever take risky moves if I have a strong 2-1 that I think I can contest a 5-win streak.
So how many points does 60 second have? Because to me, when you play it this style, you're 1st or 8th. Right, like when you go risky moves lose streak, you get so rich. But if you don't hit immediately when you roll, you're dead.
Yes, and also you are in loot subscription. It's a Vika encounter that is even wilder. I mean, because you do not know what to expect, so the game can get like really crazy.
It could be anything.
8 points.
So 60 seconds is on 8 points.
So he needs a high place. That's why.
Makes sense.
I think it totally makes sense.
This is the risky move.
Yeah, I mean, you go risky move and you early level and you try to play for tempo and stuff. I think that's fine, but that's like not usually a first place play.
Does go with the Rage Blade Slam too. So this is a tech that we've seen coming through with the the Rebel comp, I think the justification people are saying is that it times really well with the Rebel stun that comes in when you have 7 Rebel. So Zoe casts immediately after getting a bunch of AP from the Rebel stun coming down.
Exactly. Tex is one of the players that love to go into the stats. And when he studied that, he actually gave us the call, okay, if you have against Rage Blade, play that on Rebel line, because it's really good and matches this stun.
So you don't play any other mana generation with it, right? It's just the Rage Blade?
I mean, you can actually you can actually play the double mana generations, because later on you have you can find a Jinx and put the Chosen in her.
Sense.
So that's the way I would play. I mean, you can have like a Rage Blade and Chosen, and then move Chosen to Jinx, and then put another damage item on Zoe.
So while we were in that carousel there, we got a glance at the rest of the lobby, and I was really curious what the branching out player Qingqian took. It is actually an Automata emblem that we have.
Automata emblem is so powerful. Clement and I were talking about this in the back before. The one thing about Automata emblem is that I've seen a lot of people play it with Nocturne, and the problem is, in order to actually reach 6 Automata, you need to find Malzahar, right? And so if you're rerolling on 6, then it's most likely you're not finding Malzahar till the very end of the game. There's an argument that you actually could just play it from pure tempo and try and get to a level 8, find a Malzahar, but you can see he's already posturing toward the Nocturne reroll.
But look at the Nocturne items. Like, the Nocturne items are not that good.
You know, I actually think if you have QSS, Last Whisper, Serix, they may not be the ideal items that you normally think, but they actually achieve all the same goals. You have uptime from QSS, you have damage amplification essentially from the Shred of the Last Whisper, and you have survivability from the Serix. So it still kind of checks the boxes.
I guess it just depends how many points he needs, right? Like, I think if you're playing for like 5th or 6th or something, or 4th or whatever, I think it's fine. But to me, it's like, I never see Nocturne win if you don't have artifact items.
He's on 6 points.
He's on 6 points, so he needs a first or nothing. So I already don't believe you're getting first if those are your Nocturne items. You're playing Nocturne reroll.
Yes, I mean, the Last Whisper thing I actually enjoy about Nocturne, because when you're not playing out of the artifacts, you will be strictly to the front line. And I don't believe Titan's actually a good item on the Nocturne. It doesn't have like much good stats, and Last Whisper is one of the items that's actually underrated on here. It's pretty good.
So I have a theory about this. I think a lot of players see the Quick Striker line, and for some reason they kind of think of, you know, in sets past, you think of the Yone with the Bloodthirster Titans 1v9ing at the end of the fight. My theory is that Quick Strikers actually want to almost always play a front-loaded fight. They want to have the fight end as fast as possible, which is why I always argue for Crit Mbessa for the same exact reason.
Mbessa is pretty good.
Yeah,
I mean, the best results I got with Mbessa was like super offensive items like QSS and maybe GS. And of course you want a BT because she actually wants to.
I mean, IE Hodge is also very good, though.
Yes, IE Hodge, yes. Yeah. But when you have, like, Titans and a lot of tanking items, bulky, it's not that good.
I mean, I don't think Last Whisper is the problem, though, for me for Nocturne. It's just that if you're going QSS, Sterix, and Last Whisper, I feel like your damage is kind of too low. Yeah, because he has to play for first.
Okay, here's the copium, right? You don't actually reroll Nocturne. You just go vertical as far as you can, you hit the Malzahar, and you hit a Mel, and Mel becomes your Automata carry.
Oh,
and you go all the way to first place.
And that is the cap, though, that we've seen exactly what you're calling out.
Yeah, subscription, by the way.
I mean, it's very rare,
okay,
but it is possible.
He just got fish bones.
Yep, there you go.
That is, from the loot subscription, that is actually pretty crazy.
It is. I mean, loot subscription is wild.
Well, that can happen. You can also find them now. There you go.
Oh my god.
So now he can win the game.
Yeah, now I think he can actually win the game for sure. I think Fishbones completely solves all your problems because now you just do Last Whisper Fishbones. You can do GS, IE, whatever your last item you want is, something that's high DPS, and you are feeling really good now. But that's actually insane because I feel like this went from he's for sure eliminated to actually has a chance to win the game now.
Yes.
I will say with how top heavy this lobby has been, we already have Yushin on 14 points, Mimute on 13 points. So there is a world where 14 points would put you on a tiebreaker or even not enough, even if Qingqian Sun gets a first place here. So
He's in with a shot, though.
It is a shot, and it's the only shot you can take, so you take it.
Oh, wait, that's an automata crest coming through with the...
No way, dude. No way.
So this now means you can play 6 automata without finding Malzahar. This is the best way. I mean, yeah, it's like obviously
this
it's the best way.
Egregious high roll. I really like playing automata by getting 2 automata crests and then getting a loot subscription into Fishbones. That's my standard style.
Can I tell you?
That's the build I go for.
When I said earlier that I was talking to Clement in the back about playing Nocturne with Automata +1, it's specifically because I played this exact game where I got the +2 Automata last night.
He has 6, by the way, on 3-2.
Yeah, well, he also rolled rather deep, but still pretty good.
Very good, and he got his Akali upgrade as well, so he's going to streak.
I mean, you're not losing. I'm actually surprised you rolled so deep. You have so many raw stats just from the 6 automata that I don't imagine you're losing anything anytime soon.
I think he's just trying to guarantee win streak, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's actually, you can actually win every single round here, and his gold will be fine. As he will stay like in the level 7 for so long, as he doesn't need Malzaharas.
And he has a pair of blitzes. He had a pair of Akalis, so I feel like it's reasonable to roll when you have multiple that you can hit and kind of guarantee your win streak. But this is like a crazy high roll. I was watching a game YBY played last night, and he was playing Family Reroll. And he skipped past some like really powerful like prismatic augments that he got offered to try to dig for like 5 family, I think. And he didn't hit anything. So he had red buff, blue buff, but all his units were all fully itemized. So it was like totally dead prismatic. It's a Victor encounter. 4-2 gets Mel. And he has red buff, blue buff, Mel, swaps over the family crest to it. And it's like, okay, you're just better, you know? And that's how this feels to me, where you're just like, yeah, you just get a random automata emblem into automata +1, hit a Fishbones.
You're seeing Rennie hero augment.
Oh, I have not seen this in a while, but I've heard it's quite strong. I haven't actually tried it.
Yeah, it's pretty strong, but it's not so common.
Now, Rennie with the hero augment is actually, when we were talking about, Titans not being super strong when you're playing Nocturne, I think it's very strong when you're playing something like the Rennie. Especially because you are the bruiser, so you get a lot of value out of the raw stats, but I'm pretty sure that I think it's the healing that scales off the AP, right, on the Rennie, so she's able to utilize both the offensive and defensive stats extremely well.
So this could get even more wild for someone.
Oh.
They're both racing for it.
60-second playing Rebel. Who was the other person that was racing for it? Was
Guy.
Yeah, Guy.
Okay, potentially Conqueror Spat or something. Actually looks like might be angling toward Rebel as well.
So
with those
60-second, I mean, if you're playing Rebel and you get this, again, it's loot subscription. You could just get another Spat, right? And then all of a sudden you have 10 Rebel, and you can just kind of get a guaranteed first.
Keep in mind, you're not playing it with the Wandering Trainer, right? When you have it on the Golem, it's way better because you can play on 9. But yeah, it is still, I think the value you get is now you don't need to play the Vex, you don't need to play the Akali for 7 Rebel on 9.
Well, and just getting, like, 7 Rebel is one of those traits that I feel like carries a bad board so well. Like, if you get an early 7 Rebel, you can win streak with, like, really bad boards.
Yes, because the value of the stun is really high. Yes.
It's like a Victor.
Yep.
Yeah, when you get a Victor, actually, you just won the game.
Well, and it fits, Victor fits on the board very well because you always have that one flexible spot.
Into the other stun can work as well.
The other team, we won't play at all. I mean, if you do not have a QSS, you're doomed.
Yep. I've had some Rebel games where you get double crest early, you get to 7 Rebel early, and then you don't really have to spend a lot of gold because the trait just kind of wins you rounds. So getting level 10 when you get 2 early Rebel +1s is like more achievable than it is in the majority of games, I feel like.
Yes, and in the loot subscription, you can always
so much gold.
Gain a bunch of gold.
20 gold randomly or whatever. Ludens is to me always one of the artifacts that is like the hardest to play around. Like I feel like
we were talking about that earlier.
I feel like Ludens is really bad. It just doesn't fit on a lot of different units.
You know where it does
I don't like much in this set actually. In previous sets, Ludens was great, but in this one, I do not feel that it has some like unit that uses so well.
Yeah, that's how I feel, and it feels extra bad because there's so many artifacts where it's like. Fishbones Nocturne. I got trench coat.
That
I got
really is
Spot,
eating away at you, isn't it?
Whatever. Well, some of them are crazy.
Luden.
You're kind of laughing.
Oh, I'm just laughing because of the blasphemy. Panda is like rolling in his grave right now off to the side as we're all saying that Ludens has nowhere to go, and he's been trying to pitch the Luden Ziggs all weekend long.
Oh, yes, the secret tech, of course.
Yeah.
I don't think Yaga is going for that.
No, it doesn't look like he has the spot, unfortunately. Ooh, the Mana Zane coming in from Hushin, though. Looked like it was a Rebel setup as well. Yeah, this is the other. So it. Oh wait.
Mana Zane is really good on Jinx.
So
if you are playing Rebel line and you
it
can
is
get
contested
there.
Rebel though. That's important to note because it also means that if there are any Sentinel players, then you are guaranteed to potentially three-way contested on Alawi, and the Rebel comp is largely made or broken on whether or not you're able to find that Alawi 2.
Yes, the Alawi 2 is so important, and at least Alawi 1 if you're ahead, but at this point that he has not so much HP, he will need a Alawi 2.
Yeah, and Lost Streak is, yeah. But he's going to be very rich, so 60 gold roll down here at 8. Already found one Alawi right away. We'll see how quickly he's able to pick up some of these other key units that he does need. Obviously, would love to be able to grab a Zoe here. See, on the other side, there's Echo. So we have Echo, and we also hit LeBlanc and Rumble. Wow, those are some good hits for 60-second.
I mean, if you're trying to play the Rebel, you kind of hit all the units that you want to tech in after you have Zoe.
Just carry those items over to the LeBlanc too. You're apparently going to hit
And
on
he has the
4-2
spat,
here.
right? So if he could make a Rebel spat, like you can do Rebel LeBlanc and things like that, and I think it can work out quite well. But he has Zeke's plus Chalice, so quite a bit of extra power for that backline as well. I mean, it's like 2 additional items for whatever your carry is going to be in backline.
Well, and honestly, because there's so many raw stats given to the Rebels, I think you can't actually underestimate how much value you get out of something like an Ezreal 2.
Yeah.
He can actually deal a decent amount of damage, especially when you're playing on 8. You can even maybe tech in the Corki or something just temporarily.
Prismatics coming on through as well. We're getting a view of Qingtian's son's POV here.
I am so bad with the icons. I know the middle one's Coronation. I cannot remember what the other ones are.
Yes. This one is the belts.
So that's a Change of Fate on the left side. That's the blue buff one.
What does this one do? I honestly can't even remember.
Change of Fate gains you a blue buff, and after starting a round with 60 gold
it's the Mel
and
one.
winning a player combat, you get Mel and...
He actually is going to be able to play Automata Mel this game.
Wait for blow buff.
I mean, it's unlosable.
This is the most egregious pyro I've seen so far.
I mean, there isn't some games that the game just won for you.
Yep.
This one of these.
This
I mean,
the
even
game
as his
just playing
Nocturne
for
3.
him.
Yeah.
Yes.
He has Nocturne 3 before stage 4 as well.
I can't believe he's not giggling to himself as he's sitting there. He's
That's
so
crazy.
calm.
Also,
actually
I'm
crazy.
so glad that you read it because I feel like we all thought it might have been the Mel augment, but no one wanted to say it in case they were wrong.
Yeah, no, I like to be double sure, especially because it's such a fresh patch.
So in order to get the Mel, you have to do 2 conditions. The first of which is start a round with 60 gold. The second is win a fight, right?
Yes.
That's it. So we've already won the fight. All we need to do is wait 2 rounds.
He's not going to lose any fights because of his board.
That's
so,
right.
Exactly.
So there's only one condition there.
So as soon as he reaches 60 gold, the next round he will.
Maybe he can
he'll be able to
sell unit or something.
He can actually put Mel in the anomaly too because he's going to hit it so early. We almost never get
he's
to
at
see
60.
6 costs.
He's at 60
Which
right
means
now.
That means on 4-5 he will have a Mel with Automata Spat and the blue buff, and it will. I would love to see it enter the anomaly.
There's some crazy ones you can get with Mel as well. Like I bet Nothing Wasted would be insane. I bet the Dragon Soul one would actually be really good because
Dragon Soul.
The 20% because each time she shoots, she hits like the entire board. So you're gonna get the 20%. It's like minus 20% HP for the entire enemy board.
Well, so the other thing is because the way the Automata stack works, I don't know if it's intended.
Per instance of damage.
But it sends out 2 instances of the Automata damage after her second cast, I think, or after the first one. And so that means if you can find Dragon Soul, you deal 20% damage to the entire board.
Then
you cast
proc the
one
Automata.
time, and then you proc Automata on the entire board.
Does the Dragon Soul has the cooldown or not?
It's only once per fight.
But it's 20% true damage to everything the first time you hit it.
But you might just kill the entire board with like one ultimate.
Because you'd get Automata proc too, right?
I see, I see.
So I think it would be pretty insane. I know that one I've tried on Malzahar. It's weird because it doesn't work on some champion spells, so I don't actually know. Because I played it first on Malzahar one time when I rolled a Malzahar really early, and it procced on Mal's spells, so it would just like bounce around around, and then the dot travels and does instant 20% true damage plus all the dots, and they just burn.
That's
and
cool.
then I tried it with Heimer and Corki, and it doesn't actually proc on their spells. So Heimer rockets don't trigger, only Heimer autos. And Corki barrage doesn't proc it either, only Corki autos. So it was horrible on those. So I'm not sure how it actually works on Mel.
Yeah, maybe it works differently on Mazahar.
Yeah, yeah. I wasn't sure if it was bugged or if it was like just intended that way, or it's hard to know.
Okay, so Qingtian is the player with 8 points, right?
Oh.
Or is that 6 points? So either way, it is the player that needed to go.
Look at that orb.
Yep, there's the Mel. Okay, so wait, surely we remove her right now, right? You have 2 removers probably? Okay. Oh, maybe you don't have any removers, and so you need to actually wait.
No, there it is. There, so we
He
still
sold
had the
TF.
extra one, yeah.
Is he rolling for a replacement cog? To like sell your cog and then if he doesn't have a remover, you just want to sell
I
your
think
cog.
he has.
Yeah, then you want to sell your cog and put in a cog 1 and put the blue buff over.
Yeah. Yeah, no remover, only a reforger. But we are getting a glimpse of this board, and I hope we stay on this one for the anomaly as well. I really want to see the choices. Mel online 4-5 on a board that already looked like it was going to go all the way to a first place, as Qingtian Sun fights for every single point here. A first might not even be enough, but it is the shot that he's taking.
We haven't really gotten to check in with Tidal. I know we saw him for a second there, but Tidal, another one of those players that was only 6 points after 2 games. Come on!
Oh my god.
Okay,
That's
awesome.
It's so funny that this is the immediate one I thought of
Yeah,
as
I
like the
mean,
most OP possible.
You see, the game just played for him.
Yeah,
I mean, you just have to
seriously.
be there and accept the
This
rival.
is AI, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
I am so appalled.
He's handpicking his shops, handpicking his augments,
Yes.
handpicking his anomaly.
I also
Why
feel
is
like
he not grinning from ear to ear? Oh my goodness.
the amount of things that you have manifested in the last hour have been unbelievable.
Yeah.
You're in a backseat
It
after
is
this.
disturbing. It is. This is crazy. It's like he's going first. We'll see if he actually means he's going to get out. I mean, I guess there is a world in which you don't, where like maybe someone gets a spat and gets 10 rebel or something insane like that, or they get a 2-star victor. But we're looking for like the insano outs already.
So I think what you actually want if you are Qingtian is you want Godlike to go second. Because Godlike being at only 2 points, he went 8-8, is going to inflate that threshold. So if Godlike can go second, it actually gives
Steals
a higher
points from
chance,
others.
which means that 14 could be the cutoff. Right now, it's not looking like 14 points will be enough.
Yeah, maybe the player that he's in the first as well.
Yeah.
Is in first, he's good too as
That
well.
would be Hu Xin. 14 points.
Yeah, so if Hushin and Godlike both do well this game, then it puts Qingtian in a decent spot to move on.
You can see the Rennie reroller is one-off Rennie, has hit GP3, so is going to be playing that sort of style, but definitely needs to hit that last Rennie and is on 0 gold, so in a tough spot.
I just can't. We have our first elimination coming in, as Qingtian Sun barely has lost any HP after a crazy, crazy game of TFT on his side. But we will have Yaga going out in 8th.
Okay, so Tidal, 6 points.
11 points is what he's
he had
on
11,
now.
so
he had
he's
10,
done then.
he's at 11 now.
Yeah, he's done then, unfortunately for him. That's a tough 8th.
Tidal was 6 points going into this game. Right now, sitting 57 HP, 8 points going into this game. So needs to have a very high placement to really have any chance of advancing.
He's down the cog. I'm surprised he didn't sell and move blue buff, but sorry, go ahead.
Well, I think if your title right now, the name of the game is actually just HP preservation. Because
There's a second Mel.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Wait.
Incoming duplicator.
I actually thought he was I was about to have a heart attack.
I was just waiting for it, man.
All right, but
I mean, until the end of this game, he'll get a Meru 2.
Oh yeah, I think it's very, very possible. So if you are someone that's at the top of the standings, like Tidal and Mute right now, you actually want to just make your board as strong as possible right now, because you know Qingtian's going to win out. He's going to deal a significant amount of damage to anyone who fights him, and so you just want to make sure you don't lose the other fights before you fight him.
Yeah.
I'm so shocked. I don't know if I'll ever get over this game. I think this is like
crazy.
one of the most egregious games of TFT I've ever seen. But we do have Rennie with the hero augment fully online now on Rennie 3. So she is going to cause some chaos there.
I didn't realize this is the GP3 in the back line as well. So I actually don't know. Is this a standard way to play this line?
He's farming. He's gold collector. He's going to be able to win out. That was a close one. As we
I
saw
love
them
GP with gold collector because it reminds the older ones that actually gave gold.
Oh yeah. Like all the old like pirate.
Yeah,
GP.
the pirate GP.
Yeah,
so fun. It's so fun.
60 second. I believe the other Rebel player was already eliminated, correct? So 60 second now playing uncontested, able to find.
He put the anomaly on his LeBlanc. What anomalies have? Touch of Frost. That is not one that I've really liked. That's the attack speed reduction one on your cast, I believe it is. It's like 20% attack speed reduction on all the units that your spells hit. It's something like that. If this is the one I'm thinking of.
I can read it out. It's ability cast 20% chill, reduce attack speed, enemies for 4 seconds. When chilled, enemies die. They stun the nearest enemy for 1 second.
Yeah, it's actually pretty good, I guess. It's not bad. It doesn't sound bad, I guess.
I tried it once or twice and it felt really bad, and I never tried it ever again. But maybe I just had it on the wrong champions, right? Because there's some of these anomalies that are so powerful, but you need a specific combo.
Yeah, sometimes you actually just do not have much gold, so you have to pick anything. It shows that make any sense. So that maybe he wasn't with even Zoe 2, so he might not have a lot of gold.
Who do you like it on then?
Maybe you know Singed.
So we have 3 players out, and all 3 of them will not make the point threshold.
Oh,
Dr. Havoc. I forgot.
That's 11
Loris
points on
Yaga.
I'm not sure.
4 points
Maybe
on
I don't know how to
Godlike.
pronounce it.
Do you know which Sentinel he's talking about?
The one cost.
Oh, the one cost. Oh, Singed. Singed, yes, of course. Oh, that makes sense.
Yes.
Yeah.
He hero augment.
With the hero augment. Oh, I could see that because he runs through and puts it on everyone.
Yes, it's strong.
Oh, that's cool. That's actually really cool.
It is.
Thank you for the tech.
Yeah.
Title doing a really great job staying alive at this point in time, being fully online with 2 different 3-star, 3 costs. He's going to be able to buy a lot of time for Qingtian to clear out the rest of the lobby.
There's an automata emblem, just in case you wanted another one.
The Secret 7.
Now with those eliminations coming in over the last couple of rounds, Godlike, 60 second, Yaga, depending on their point total, may be entirely eliminated.
All of them are entirely eliminated.
Yeah.
Neither Godlike nor 60 second nor Yaga can make it. So there is a good shot for Qingtian to claw his way into the top 4
He's got
on the
triple
back of this game.
automata emblem now too. He did get the 3rd one, so he's going to be able to drop one of his weaker units. You could drop your Amumu or whatever, and replace it with a legendary later on. So not like needed because he already had 2 and he was already on 6, but still very strong.
Did you guys see Nico's post about the family emblem?
Yes, I saw.
Do you have so for context, Iniko tweeted saying, now that we have everyone from the family in the game, so Warwick, Vander, Violet, Vi, Powder Jinx, I wonder what happens when all 6 of them have a family emblem. So I've been like eyeing the PCs walking around trying to see if I can catch that, but I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, I mean, it's so difficult because you need 3 emblems. That is really rare, and you still need a 5 cost and a 6 cost. I mean, you have to insta-win the game.
Yeah, well, it's like, did you see the Warwick 3? The player, so if you have 3 different taxation crowns, you have the one with 2 spatulas, one with 2 pans, and one with one of each. Yeah, then you get infinite gold. So someone got that and got Warwick 3. So if you can do that, you might be able to get 6 family as well.
We need to take a look at the lobby right now. Qingtian and Title, 2 players with 8 and 6 points, both contesting for that last spot, essentially, to qualify, right? So you have a lot of the players who have done well. We know Shichu was the player who went first in the first game. Mimute has been top 4 in the last 2 games, which means it's very hard for both Title and Qingtian to both advance. What Title wants to do is guarantee a 2nd place. The fact that he was able to spike, the HP totals guarantee him, essentially.
He's also dodged the automata player 5 rounds in a row.
That's right. He is the only able to win streak because he was able to dodge that, right?
I mean, he's guaranteed second. All the other players are on 1 life. There's just no way.
And they're fighting each other.
Yeah.
But if he gets second, then it's a tie between Title and Xingqian, right?
What's the tiebreaker?
No, 6 points versus 8, right? And it's you would get 8
Oh,
for
yes.
first.
Okay, yeah. So he would be
And the tiebreaker, if there are any ties, the tiebreaker goes to how many points you have in the event.
Oh,
Oh.
great.
That's at least how it was
That's a good tiebreaker, I
last
think.
night for top 128. I'm assuming it carries over today.
It probably
We can wait for official confirmation on that, but I would assume it carries over.
Yeah.
It makes a lot of sense. Actually.
It does. Yeah. Yeah.
Especially in a B of 3,
Yeah.
because you have so many
So much
ties.
variance. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really common to have the same points out of 3 games.
Let's
There were
circle
some crazy
back.
lobbies yesterday.
Let's circle back to the fact that Mimute, the only non-TOC player in this lobby, one of the most stacked lobbies in the top 64, and Mimute comes out swinging, making a statement saying, yeah, you know what, I'm a challenger player on the CN ladder. I may not make it to the TOC consistently, but it doesn't mean I'm not capable. And now 3 straight top 4s in an extremely stacked lobby.
Title just went 0 gold. I wonder what Title got. So they got a legendary 2-star. Do they all get the same one, or is it just you just get a random legendary?
I believe it's
2-star?
random.
Because the Automata player did get a Mord 2. I'm curious what everyone else got.
So there's a Jace 2 on Title side.
So Title went to 0. So he went to level to 9. Was able to go 0. Puts in his Jace 2. Has Thieves Glove for it that he got from the Anvil from the PvE phase. So that's pretty nice. And decent roll on the gloves.
Doesn't go up against the
He's still
Automata
dodging.
player,
That's
I think
crazy.
is the big
He's
story.
dodged them
So
7
good
rounds in a row.
chance to beat this board.
What an absurd turn of events for
There's a
Title.
Victor.
Victor is strong, but I feel like there's just so much damage on Title's board that I imagine he actually is going to be able to break through all the defenses of the other
he's got
side.
it, for sure. It's also a ghost board, isn't it? Or no, it's not. No, it's not a ghost
Nope,
board. So
that's the legit board.
yeah, so Title is going to be guaranteed second. I think he pretty much already was anyway with the HP lead. He had been able to dodge this Automata player so many times.
That'll be 15 points then. That should be enough, but we have seen other lobbies turn out in a way where it doesn't actually guarantee you, so he should be in a good position.
I haven't seen anyone miss at 15 though.
Oh, really?
I saw someone miss at 14, but I didn't see anyone miss at 15.
I guess somebody did.
Oh, at
because you had
15?
like some lobbies that people went to straight 8s.
Oh, yeah.
I actually saw when I was looking into the to the brackets.
Someone missed the 15. I did hear that there was like a lobby or two where people like just like rage quit.
It's
Oh, really?
a little
Yeah.
bit rare, but
Yeah.
it actually can happen.
There were
Well,
also...
The question is, Title now finally faces Xingqian. Is there
Wait,
a world
Xingqian lost?
where he beats
He
this
lost
board?
to who?
The ghost copy of one of the other two.
I guess he was facing Ghost.
Wow,
Was it
really?
Title?
Either Ghost, yes.
I guess the question is, when you go
Can you
level
get Mel
10,
2?
yeah, you go level 10, and can you actually find Mel 2? Because it actually seems kind of reasonable.
Well, and does
They
the
both have a bunch
lobby
of
go
help.
to level 7? Like, do they get to stage 7? Because if they get to stage 7, then
don't think so.
I don't think so either.
Rennie.
But the odds go up like crazy.
Oh, I actually didn't know this. The odds go up in stage 7 as well. Oh, okay.
As soon as you hit stage 7, the odds like skyrocket for 6 costs. Wow, so he did lose again, so we'll have to see. Maybe he's not going to be able to actually take it down.
I mean, I think the issue is, despite the fact that you have this Mel 2, which is extremely strong, you have the Nocturne, which is your only...
Mel 1.
Sorry, thank you. The Nocturne is your only form of single target damage, which you really want when you're fighting Rennie, except it's Fishbone's Nocturne. So it's not single target damage. He's constantly changing his target, so you have no way to actually focus fire the Rennie down.
I mean, the way that he might win this fight, if it's the Nocturne keeps hitting the Gangplank. So if Title doesn't have the GP at the backline, he will lose probably.
I'm also surprised he's playing 7 Automata, so he didn't actually swap out any of the units. I'm kind of surprised they didn't swap out a weaker unit. I mean, he's obviously going to try to go get to 10 and roll there, so maybe he'll wait to actually swap it out. But definitely worthwhile to drop some of the weaker
Yeah, he
units.
can actually get another 6 cost.
Yeah, exactly.
This fight is not even close. This one looks way worse than the fight from before.
Yeah, wow.
And we're seeing the effect of that, though. This Rennie, it's extremely difficult to actually kill it with the Innervating Locket and the Bloodthirster. She's constantly casting.
Oh, there's 6 costs. There's a Victor and a Warwick. So
no Mel, low roll.
Well, for Xingqian, finally,
He finally low rolled.
we get a low roll.
I'm surprised he
in this
didn't
game.
take Victor. He has no Victor.
I mean, Taito was like
on the same side.
Yes, he was walking to the Victor. So if
Do you think he would deny it?
Yes, he would deny it.
How many rolls till Mel?
Well, he went 10 and he's 0 gold, so we'll see.
He did dig pretty deep here.
Yeah, I mean, he spent all his gold leveling.
Oh!
Of course, of course.
Now, the base scaling of the 2-star 6 cost is huge.
Infinite.
Yeah,
It's ridiculous. It's
so
absolutely ridiculous.
we are going to see a very large difference between how much output the Mel 1 did versus this Mel 2. Let's watch.
All right. The first cast didn't do anything.
I will say the board still does have the same problem of spreading out your damage and not really having a great source.
Oh, also, I'm realizing it doesn't actually proc off the cast. The Dragon Soul doesn't proc off the cast.
Off the
Oh, it doesn't?
No, so that's the thing, as I was saying, like on some units, it doesn't work.
I think it still might be good
Look it
enough.
out of the way.
It's enough.
Walks
It's enough.
out,
It's enough.
gets at Rennie.
Yeah.
Dragon Soul has procced on her already, but it will be enough for Ching-Chun to take titles.
Yeah, yeah.
The problem is, I mean, there is a world, though, that Rennie gets to the Mel and is able to ult onto the Mel.
But she's just going to ult away.
Well, no, but so if the Rennie ult onto the Mel and then a GP cast comes through, she dies. I don't think she lives through that.
I don't know. Look at her health.
Actually,
Look how much health
also
she has.
the Mazhar too as well.
Yeah,
So he's probably stronger now.
And I mean,
stronger.
You also have like
Automata makes you pretty
120,
tanky, you know?
it's like 120
That's what I was
armor
gonna say.
MR. Yeah, you're right. Actually,
because look how much health.
Exactly.
Look how much health it has.
I forgot about how much base armor and MR you got from the Automata.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, the Mel has more health than the Blitzcrank.
Yeah.
It's crazy how
right?
the
Like,
X6 costs
yeah,
look at it.
are
No, you're
so
right.
strong.
Look how much health it has. All the
Yep. Oh. If Rennie just turns around, but she does not, and Mel escapes once more.
That was
We
like
will
a
go
huge
to
Elise
stage
stun
7,
coming
though.
through.
But his whole team's alive now. This
Yeah.
one's not even close.
I mean,
'cause,
Mordecai's
he has-
in the back
He has
line,
Mord
too.
2, he has Mal's 2. He's actually upgrading the board now.
Yes,
and
I mean, the
dropping some
way
of the bad
that
units.
title might turn around is if he gets some
Victor 2.
Victor or Warwick 2.
So we are getting to stage 7. So did Title save gold? So
Yes.
Title's on 40
Jing Sun
gold.
did not save gold. Title did. So I don't know how many games you guys have played. If you get 10 and you roll down at 7, you often do hit a 2-star 6
Oh,
cost.
he's rolling
on
now.
Oh.
Well, he doesn't know how it works. That's unfortunate.
Also, he is level 9. That's something to keep in mind. So his odds are a lot lower.
But he should
He's
never
trying to-
never roll. On 7, it's a big
Sure,
jump,
sure,
even
sure.
regardless. So he doesn't know how it works, unfortunately.
Probably he's trying to at least 3. He has 6.
Oh, yeah. Try and hit before you're denied
Yes.
by Jing Tian.
Do you think that would be enough?
I'm not sure.
I
guess
I'm
I
also
didn't
not
see
sure.
at least 3 at all.
So it jumps up. It's like 1%. It's obviously still really
That
low.
is
And if you're
really
at 10,
fast.
it's doubled. But yeah, he's not going to hit.
Holy.
No, unfortunately, finds no Elises on this roll down.
Oh, one.
Sitting at 7 right now, but oh man, I just don't think it's going to be enough.
No.
So if his goal was Elise, maybe he rolled early to not have
Yeah,
the
it's definitely-
6 cost increased.
Well, I mean, it's only like a fraction anyway, so I guess it doesn't really matter for that.
Yeah.
I was thinking he was just going to try to like maybe, I didn't know how much XP he had, so maybe he could have tried to just roll purely after, but at least 3 might have been enough anyway.
There's 3 left in the pool, so still a chance to find them. He
Yeah.
does get eliminated
I mean, he's not
here.
dead. You're right. So
26 HP. I mean, I think he technically could be, right? Yeah.
Oh!
wow.
Yep.
Wow.
And now Jing Tian and Title are going to be sitting at what I believe
14,
is
15.
14 and
So Title's
15
ahead.
points.
Title's-
Title is ahead, and it's possible that they both make it out. I think most realistically is that Title makes it out. Jing Tian, it may not be enough. It really just comes down to how the rest of the points of the lobby turned out.
I think the latter might be true. I have a rule of not doing math on broadcast, but if my math is working out, then it's Title making it through in Ching-Chun after a crazy round.
That was a crazy
Might not
game.
make it,
Yeah,
but
it was a great
wow, what
game.
a game.
Great game to watch, actually.
Yeah.
Actually, I feel like this entire set has been full of the most insane games. I don't know if you got to see game number 1, though, was a player who played Hedge Fund, Tiniest Titan, Kembaron, and just had, obviously like an insane cash out. Was like a fast
Almost
10.
hit Savika 3.
Yeah, was one off Savika 3. Really cool
Didn't see
games.
This game.
Yeah. It's definitely interesting. I mean, we'll see exactly who does end up qualifying through.
Yeah, we can see that over there Candace is getting ready for an interview, so we'll be going over to that shortly, I believe, but it's just kind of echoing what you guys have been saying. I thought not only just the last game, but also the games prior to that has been so great.
So we've actually talked a lot about the players, and I feel like most people who are watching this are probably familiar with Title, but if you're watching this broadcast, you don't know who Title is, this is a man who's known as, by many, the protagonist of Teamfight Tactics, the only player to have ever won 2 global championships, most recently winning the last one in set 12, and is now once again here, round of 64, probably the most esteemed international player in TFT history.
I also think it's kind of just a pretty Chad name, your Title, and you're just racking up all the titles.
Very true.
I mean, it's funny. I mean, his name is Title, and he's the best player.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes you have a nickname that it doesn't match.
Why did I choose Gangly? Oh,
Here's matches. Here's matches.
No, that's player named Diff.
That's right.
There you go.
Yes.
But I will say we kind of set this on Tac Crown as well. Title always only plays as high as he needs to, and once again showing it, just kind of casually sliding in there by 1 point, apparently. Just knows exactly the out, plays to it, seems to work out.
Format player, right? Isn't that what Clement always says?
Clement
He's a
says
format player.
I
no
always
one else
say a
uses
German
that term.
idiom where we say a good horse only jumps as high as it needs
Can
to.
you please say that for us? Can we hear it?
Ein gutes Pferd springt nur so hoch wie es muss.
We say the same thing.
There you go.
Yeah. Say that all the time.
Well, we are going to be going over to Candice with an interview over there. Let's hear what our players have to say.
欢迎来到我们的赛后采访。我们邀请到的2位选手，一位是胡鑫，一位是世旭。先有请他跟大家打声招呼。那可以跟大家先 say hello。Hello，
大家好，我是胡鑫。Hello， 大家好，我是世旭。
Okay，welcome the 2 players。那首先第一个问题，其实今天的这一组在舞台上的对决呢是非常的激烈的，尤其是这一组当中呢是有本次的世界的冠军 title 选手。想问问2位，在看到这个分组的时候，有没有觉得压力非常的大 ？So we have the world champion title in your lobby on the stage. So will you feel pressure when you finally know the names here?
其实压力还是非常大的。我其实一直就是随时关注着他的。
Okay, I did feel the pressure because I always follow title.
其实压力还是很大的，因为除了 title， 还有其他选手也是非常强劲的中国选手。
I do feel the pressure too because besides the title, the other players from CN is also very strong. 那同样的，想要问到他们2位的是，在这样的一组对决当中，他们会觉得谁给他们最大的压力呢 ？So beside that, who give you the most pressure?
在赛前的话，就觉得60跟 title 给我压力最大吧，因为2个人都是非常稳健，而且阵容池是非常广的。
I think the 62nd and also title will give me the most pressure because they do have a really large champion pool. 那你呢？
其实我也是认为60是非常强的。
Me too. I think the 62nd is very strong player. 那我接下来想问到胡鑫的是，其实今天在第3局，他又一次选择了蓝发小队的开局，但是立马转成了外交飞机。所以想问问他是什么样的一个原因，让他决定立马转型？So you play the third game as the rebel board, but you just try to transfer to the emissary Corky in the late. So why did you just decide to transfer to that board immediately?
就是有2点嘛。第一点就是下面有一个连败的拿着经济类的海克斯的60，他是蓝发小队。然后还有一个就是战利品订阅，我第2个开到了那个神器，不对，海克斯应该说是，我开到了风衣所以我决定转。
Because the 62nd, he also played the rebel board with a loose streak and a lot of money in hand. So I just decided to transfer to emissary board. And also I got an artifact item later, so I just tried to play with the emissary. 那接下来想要问到的是我们旁边的这一位世序选手，因为今天赢下这一轮之后，其实还有2轮才能够进入到最终的决赛圈，有没有信心呢 ？You still have to win 2 more rounds to get to the final 8. Are you confident?
有信心，因为我觉得我的策略是非常对的，就是开局奔着吃鸡打，然后吃完鸡，然后稳分。我觉得在 BO3 8进4这个赛制里，我这个策略就是非常对，非常有效。
Okay, I do feel confident to get into the final 8 because I do have a good plan, and also in the best of 3 format, I do have the upper hand in those kind of formats to get into the final 8. 那你呢？
反正我就把后面的就是比赛就认真打好每一把。
Okay, I just go one step by step. Thank you so much. 再次感谢我们的2位选手接受我们的赛后采访。我们赛后采访到此先告一段落了，拜拜。
Really great to hear from our players. And in the meantime, we did get an update to our scores. And after that game, unfortunately, Qingqian Sun does not make it, gets 14 points. Shiku's and Title both on 15. Outbid him on the point score, but I think it will be a game that we'll all remember.
Oh, the real prize was getting to play that game. I don't think you're ever going to have a game that egregious in TFT for the rest of the set.
And then one that everyone sees, too.
Yes.
Yeah, so he was actually in a super bad spot with 6 points, and he actually won the game playing really well.
Yep.
So when you have this spot that you are with a difficult position, you actually feel kind of you will always be sad because you lost, but you feel kind of good. You did your best. So it's better to be out like this instead of like winning like every single game 8. I would say. So it's a little better.
Yeah, absolutely is. I'm really curious on how all the other lobbies have panned out personally. You know, we always have a little bit of regional biases here on the desk, so I kind of need to check in how the EMEA players are doing. I'm sure you guys want to check in how your players are doing,
I mean,
too.
it's just fun to see the international competition, right? You know, because these are one of the opportunities where we have players from all around the world that, you know, have kind of their different study groups and their different approaches to the game. Maybe they have different preferences or different play styles. And so I always think it's really fun to see that clash of people from all around the world.
I agree. Well, Dobbs, thank you so much for joining us here on the desk. It's been our pleasure to have you. We're going to be going to a quick break, and then we'll be back with a new set of casters, and we'll see you after the break.
everyone. We're live from the floor at the TFT Macao Open, and what a game that was. You went 8th place in the first one, and then 1st place in the second. The crowd was oohing and eyeing. There were so many turning points there. Can you tell us what happened and how you managed to get the 1st place?
So I went 8th the first game, and then I already knew my spot was really bad. And I looked at the thing, and I think I have to average like a 3. And also I lose every single tiebreaker because I didn't do very well day 1. So I just had to go for like a top 2 for sure. And I had like the perfect opener. I had a Smeece drop with Titanic, the augment that gives 20 health. And I'm like, okay, this is my out. And the moment I scouted and saw that everyone was playing their strongest board, I already knew the game was over. As long as I don't get the shimmer, was it perfect as shimmer? The 81 cash out, I win the game.
And there was a lot of close moments there. You actually got your loss streak broken on stage 2. You nearly won accidentally with the Garen 2. Can you tell us like what happened in those moments and how you kept like your mental up with you?
The Garen, I scouted, and there's three players in my rotation. The only guy that was sus, I thought I was gonna win. I ended up facing him, but I knew that if I pushed it frontline my circle, I knew I was gonna lose anyway by like 1 or 2 units. So that was like that one was calculated. For the grief one was pretty unlucky because it's a 1 in 3. But I already knew I was gonna win anyway, even if I got grief, because I hit 2-2 Camber and I also had the extra plus 20 health. And also the lobby was capping pretty low. Yeah.
Sure. You also played Ken Baron in the first game as well. So can you kind of rank those 2 cash outs, and what is the optimal cash out in your mind?
Actually, I think it's more so like when you're cashing out and how strong the lobby is. And then the first game, I made a judgment that the other guy that was sitting beside me had a better Kimburn spot, and he had like around the same stack as me with like 30 more HP. And then I knew that even if I cash out a 4, usually 400 cash out is like a win, but like in this lobby where someone had like a Jinx on 4-1, I knew that I had to hit 500 cash out, and the only way to get 500 cash out is to get if I hit a Silco on my roll down on 3-5. And I missed, and then that's why I was over 8th.
Okay, we see what happened right there. You're also rocking the Disguise Toast jersey right now. Can I ask how that has affected your performance?
There's like a DSG curse where like they pick up any players, and then they never make it to the next day. And then it's been a thing. It's like a DSG tradition since Vegas. And hopefully I can break this curse this time.
All right, we are all hoping for you as well. What a great way to come back in Game 2. Thank you so much, Kiyun, and best of luck on your future games. Back to the desk.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to our coverage of the TFT Macao Open. Very excited to be back on the desk to be with you, lovely people, for the next couple of games. We've got Clement, of course, alongside Panda and Meeks. And so, how have you found the game so far? How are you guys doing?
I'm really glad that Kiyun actually made it through after that interview. I heard that he was 2020 Ken Baron so far, and you know, it's a really strong composition, a really exciting one to watch.
We saw it also yesterday in the very first game on the main lobby with Michael. We saw it today as well in the very first game in this broadcast of the lobby. So something about the main stage, I think, gives more pressure to players to maybe take a risk, play for the showmanship.
I agree. It's very hard, but I will also say today, I don't know what's going on with the stars, but they are aligned. We've been getting some crazy good games.
Maybe it's the center of the universe.
Yeah.
You know, it's all coming together, and we're able to experience such cool things. I know, but I was watching the games that were happening on the main stage, and I couldn't believe it. Like the fact we got so close to being able to see a 3-star 5 cost with our very own eyes on the stage. Just being able to see these amazing prismatic games. I cannot wait to see what's going to be happening next for our next lobby we have.
It's just so cool because a lot of these lobbies right now, half of them are consisting of Tacticians, Crowns players, and I'm glad we still have players like Taito, like Bincham, still alive with us in this round of 32. Setsuko as well, making it for that America's representation.
For EMEA, we have What Jungler, who had a really dominant last round with, I think, 2 seconds in a row in the first 2 games, and then a pretty decent result in Game 3. Jedizor also made it one of the newcomers, kind of that new wave of talent in EMEA.
Yeah, and obviously I need to rep my homeboys, but my study group, 3 of them made it into the top 64. They're moving on to top 32 in Ironbog, Jazz Latte, and Haruru. So I think the studying really worked out. I've learned a lot of secret tech from them.
What do you feel about Disguised Toast saying he's trying to sign Jazz Latte? We had kind of Kiyun say there's a curse. Are you advising him 4 or against taking that
we
offer?
do not care about curses. We care about the green, and all of us are unsigned. So any of you out there, if you want a chance at forming a 4v4 team, we are open to all invitations.
That would be a pretty awesome 4v4 team, not gonna lie. We've actually gotten a chance to see some of the competition as well that's happening over in the 4v4 knockout tournament that we have. And there's some really strong teams. Like, I actually couldn't believe some of the players that were participating. I think I saw Milk as one of the competitors, and we ended up having this one team that I got a chance to talk to, which was Rainplosion, Asa, Kiting, and Phoenix, which is just one of the strongest teams I think we could have formed from North America as well.
I'm not surprised. I think with what's at stake, if it's just kind of a for-fun tournament format, I get it that maybe you don't want to commit to that as a player. If you've been eliminated already, maybe you're a little bit down with your emotions. But when there's a competitor pass at stake for the Paris Open, all of a sudden that changes, and the Avengers come out from every single region. Maybe the secondary Avengers, or else you would be in the tournament. But still, some very strong teams, and I think 4v4 as a format is really cool to experience as a viewer, but as a player especially, players really like the extra depth it adds.
Yeah, I love watching 4v4 because you really get to mitigate those low rolls. You have other players that can kind of like backseat you. And if someone is low rolling, someone is usually high rolling on your team too. So it all works out together.
Yeah, I could see them all communicating with each other as well during those first couple of games, being able to talk and strategize of this is kind of where I want to go. Are you sure this is the right path for you? Maybe we should spread our eggs out into a couple of different baskets so that we can have some really impactful games. And I think that's the thing as well that really excites me about that format is there's so many different approaches you can take to winning a 4v4.
Absolutely. Team communication is going to be everything. We kind of been through that at EWC, and it's usually a big language barrier, so you see a lot of this sort of pride for your sub-region as well forming between these squads.
Well, speaking of 4v4, I got a chance to talk to some very, very special people. The K-pop group QWER, so enjoy. Hello, everyone. I am here on the floor with some very special guests. We have the K-pop group QWER. You may know them from their League of Legends collaboration song, Anima Power, as well as some of their hit singles like Discord and TBH. So excited to meet you all. Could you please take a moment to introduce yourselves and say hello?
I'm so happy to meet you. 단체 인사부터. 안녕하세요. 큐더비아입니다. 저는 기타와 키보드를 맡고 있는 이희나라고 합니다. I'm vocal Arsian. Hello. Hello, I'm bassist Magenta W. Hi. Hello, I'm drummer 초단. Q. Thank you.
I know you were here to compete at the TFT Macao Open. How was your experience?
네, TFT 마카오에 참석해 주셔서 이제 대회에 참여하셨는데 거기에 대한 경험에 대해서 좀 말씀해 주시면 좋을 것 같습니다.
우선 너무너무 잘하시는 프로 선수분들과 저희가 이렇게 저랑 초단 언니가 직접 경기를 하게 되다니 약간 너무 믿기지 않고 재미있는 경험이었어요. 너무너무 잘하시더라고요. 그리고 경기를 하는데 뒤에서 시연 언니랑 젠타 언니가 열심히 해설도 해주고 설명도 해주고 응원도 해줘가지고 더 재미있게 할 수 있었던 것 같아요.
It was a really cool experience for me because there's so many amazing players here in TFT Macao. It was really unreal that I got to participate in Team Air with all these really amazing skilled players. But with the support from Xion and Magenta and Chodan, I was really able to really put everything into my games in TMO.
Very happy that you could be here to play some TFT. Do you see any similarities between TFT and a K-pop group?
혹시 TFT와 QWR의 이런 걸밴드에 좀 비슷한 점이 있는지 한번 설명해 주시면 좋을 것 같습니다.
네, 일단은 TFT에서는 서로 다른 출신지랑 서로 다른 뭐 직업을 가진 이런 챔피언들이 모여가지고 하나의 시너지를 만들어서 공격력을 높이잖아요. 그거랑 비슷하게 저희도 서로 다른 취미, 서로 다른 직업을 가지고 있었고 뭔가 서로 생각이 달랐던 멤버들이지만 이렇게 모이면서 하나의 음악 그리고 밴드라는 시너지를 만들어낸다는 점이 저희 K-pop 그룹과 저희 밴드와 진짜 TMO와 비슷한 것 같습니다.
Yeah. You know, for TFT, it's a game where different components, different units get together and create a synergy. Well, I think I find the similarities in between TFT and the QWR girl band because we all had different hobbies, we all had different titles and jobs. We all got together and we became this amazing girl band that created this amazing synergy.
That's amazing. I love that you can find so many similarities and things to love about TFT. What is your favorite TFT or League of Legends character?
네, TFT에서 가장 이런 멋진 시너지를 만들고 그런 이런 QW라는 밴드가 이런 멋진 시너지를 만들었던 게 정말 대단한 것 같습니다. 혹시 TFT에서 가장 좋아하는 유닛이나 이런 게 있으실지 한번 말씀해 주시면 좋을 것 같아요.
I love Vi from Arcane. Did you work in Arcane season 2? Yes. She is so hot. I love Vi. She's my girlfriend.
저는 반군 덱을 정말 많이 사용하고 있고요. 그리고 애니의 서사를 봤을 때 그걸 보고 10분 동안 눈물을 흘렸고요. 그리고 요즘엔 파우더를 보고 정말 사랑에 빠졌습니다. 사랑해요, 파우더.
저는 모르가나를 좋아하는데 모르가나의 댄스 이모지가 너무 핫해가지고 정말 좋아합니다.
저 바이
So for Xian, she really loves to play Rebel. She was really thrilled about. She was really sad when watching Arcane with all the sad stories. So she really loves Annie as well. For Magenta, she loves Morgana, and then in the game, I think she's in love with the dance motion that Morgana has.
저는 하이머딩거를 너무 좋아하는데요. 너무 귀엽고 그리고 너무 똑똑한데 또 기타를 엄청 멋지게 치시더라고요. 그래서 제 최애는 하이머딩거입니다.
Yeah. For Chodan, our favorite character is Heimerdinger. Heimerdinger, he's so small, he's so fluffy and cute, but he's also so very intelligent. And also, he's really good at playing the guitar in Arcane. So that's why he's my favorite character.
Finally, is there anything that you would like to say to all of your fans out there supporting you?
마지막으로 여기에 와주신 모든 팬분들한테 한번 좋은 말씀 해주시면 감사하겠습니다.
우선 우리 한국에 있는 바이게들도 우리 보려고 이렇게 마카오까지 응원하러 찾아와줘서 너무너무 고맙고요. And thanks for all the international fans for cheer up us. Thank you. Thank you.
I'd like to send
사랑합니다. 더
my
열심히 할게요. 정말 재밌는 경험이었어요. 감사합니다.
I would like to send a word of gratitude to all my fans here over there in Korea, and also fans that came to Macau to support us. Also, we had a really great, amazing experience at TMO, so we're just gonna enjoy our time here.
Thank you so much for your time and enjoy it. 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
That is the coolest interview I've ever done in my life.
They're so cute.
I am starstruck. I could not believe that they were here competing, enjoying teamfight tactics. Like, I'm obsessed.
That was critical strike after critical strike on my heart, man. I can't take it. They're also so in tune with Arcane. They know they know the spin the wheel song as well. Wow.
We're never gonna top that, Necra, so congrats.
Yeah, they were so nice to talk to. I love their music as well, so I'm very excited for them to be here to be able to experience this. And I'm looking forward to seeing who else we get a chance to actually see come to these events when we have the Paris Open that's going to be coming up next year, and just so many more adventures in TFT.
And it's so cool to see how influential TFT is. It's not just the pro players showing up at TMO. There's, different personalities from all kinds of different, walks of life and industries and different entertainment industries as well. We had an Olympic tennis player coming in. We have K-pop artists. It's just so cool to see.
Pokemon was here apparently.
Exactly.
No one told me.
No one can escape TFT. It's too fun.
That.
We missed that.
Yeah.
All right, we have some catching up to do with some of our interviews, but while we have so many amazing people here, we also know that a lot of those people are still our players that are competing in the tournament. So let's take a look at our leaderboards, because there's still a big competition happening behind us on the main stage. And we are starting to cut down the competition just a little bit. And so we have to see where the point totals fall, because this is important for the prize money that's being distributed now for our competitors.
I mean, even on the main stage lobby that we were just watching, we saw how close it got really in these eliminations, and you get a glimpse at our top players here coming on through. You already mentioned a couple of them, but I'm just so excited to see how many of these great player names that we're familiar with have made it through such a grueling format, really.
And lucky for you, Clement, Kiyun did make it through past that
Yep.
interview. You didn't curse him. It's not on you. We also have some players from EMEA, which I'm happy to see. Wet Jungler. He's one of the players who had a really big showing back in that set 8 to set 10 stretch from Monsters Attack into Remix Rumble. And he's that new wave of EMEA talent, proving he still's got it in TMO.
We also have a lot of these champions still with us. Title is here, Lilo is still here, Shunga is there. If you're talking about the name recognition, those three definitely stand out. For the rest of them, I think 8 from APAC is actually really surprising given how heavily CN focused this tournament was.
But there's some really amazing APAC players. You have to call out Bintum, who is one of our top players from the APAC region. We have seen him competing at other Tacticians Crowns in the past, so we know that he has that competitive experience and knows what it takes. But also Jazz Latte, Dr. O, I mean, the Iron Bug, these are players that we see also all the time at TAC Crowns.
That's true, but players that we usually don't see in TAC Round, Tex and Saidera, I think both of the Brazilian players making it through is so cool. And Dobbs was just talking about all of them having that study group together. I think that's so amazing for a region as passionate as them. I'm so excited.
Tex is a player who is very influential in the Americas region. He's someone that is a content creator, is a streamer, is a big part of his community. Making it this far, showcasing he has what it takes to compete at a very high level. It's so cool to see.
Well, unfortunately, Hus the Shren was missing out. I really wanted to see him because yesterday he had 66% first place rate, but didn't really spot him there on the list. The ones I am happy about, of course, Jazz Latte, topping his lobby once again going into round 32. He actually forgot to bring his laptop here, so he had to play in my room the whole night. And we got like the room service. They put roses between us. It was really romantic, and I'm glad it worked out.
TFT can be romantic. We've got double up, you know?
Was that the prep that you guys were doing, double up?
No, my wife was not happy.
Study groups were a different thing. I will now reconsider.
Yeah, study.
Two-person study groups, you have to be careful.
We've had a couple of big study groups that make it through. I know you have already talked a lot about this, but there is something to be said about having a study group and knowing that you have some really smart people to rely upon when you have this new patch, when you are in this LAN environment. You have that emotional support next to you as well for all those people that are playing alongside you.
I think a big part of this is how fresh this patch is. So if your study group has found an edge, then obviously everybody's going to do a little bit better then. So that is kind of what we're seeing, I feel like. But at the same time, you're only ever as good as the people that you play with and against. That's something Zale said earlier, but it still holds true 30 minutes later. So I'm just going to repeat it.
And I think with a patch like this, it's not just about knowing the best comps and how to optimize them. It's about knowing how to iterate on the comps that are not so played, that you don't have that many chances to play really. When you have more players who have more sample size overall, you can play things like the Morgana worth the wait, and you know how to itemize it, you know what artifacts to go for, and that just helps so much. Being in an uncomfortable or a spot you haven't played before, but knowing the theory behind it and how to execute when there is so much at stake.
The biggest thing that our study group was going over was just the Renata reroll line. Actually, Yaka invented this one. Unfortunately, got knocked out, but it's such a good backup AP line. If you find yourself, boxed out of the Rebel line or maybe not on the Silco tree, that's the third AP option that everyone really is learning to play through. And this is just so cute.
I was going to say, Clement, I'm sure you made a great point just now.
I wasn't either.
I was too.
Do we have maybe two new K-pop artists, Chonk and Pengu?
Gonna join the mix. That's so adorable. Yeah, Chonk and Pengu have been making some big appearances as of late. I'm gonna pay them some bigger appearance fees, I think, for how many pictures they've taken, all the paparazzi they've interacted with.
There should be a cuteness trait next set. That's all I'm saying.
This is the vertical. That's the cute cash out right there.
Yeah.
The prismatic.
And I think it's a great time to celebrate just how popular TFT has been, especially, we are in the CN region, and even last year they had over 10 million players on every single day in terms of an average DAU, which is just insane to think about how popular it is. And I'm really excited to see if those tournament signups can go even further. They had 7 million players sign up just for that path to TOC, and that's just why so many people are playing it, even outside of the usual esports bubble.
And this set, Into the Arcane, you're pushing TFT and really the entirety of the IP into the mainstream. You're seeing the combination of casual players taking the game sometimes more seriously with competitive play when it's given an option to, like here in TMO. So it's just beautiful to see as someone who I think we're all so deeply involved with the game. It's fantastic to see it growing and really succeeding in a big way.
Yeah, I was talking to a lot of the players on the floor, and they were saying that maybe I took a little bit of a break, but as soon as I saw that Into the Arcane was the next set thematic, I had to get involved. And I love being able to hear everybody talking about their favorite things from Into the Arcane and seeing how that actually translates over from the show. I mean, Season 2 was an absolute banger again. We're not going to give you any spoilers. Make sure you actually go watch the seasons on Netflix. But
Who hasn't watched already, Nekra?
Well, maybe
Is there
some
anyone
people.
on planet Earth? I'm not sure.
No,
I feel like
me
this
a
set
month.
does spoil a lot of what happens, though, especially with some of the augments.
Maybe a little.
I think so too. But
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know there's some people who are playing it and haven't watched, and I'm judging harshly.
Okay, well, so maybe this is like a fake fan alert, and I'm outing myself here. But I ended up actually playing the set for Into the Arcane before I actually watched
Nekra.
the rest of the show because I was waiting for all of the show to come out so I could binge watch it and watch every episode
those.
at the same
Okay, I
time.
see.
I sure am. And so playing and then watching the season and then going back to play the game, I was amazed at how many small touches the design team had made to really just tie everything together.
This is one of the things that I think the dev team has always been so good at is bringing flavor into the game and translating that flavor and lore into gameplay elements that still are cohesive with that flavor and lore. It's something it's been so fantastic. I think a set like this is so thematic with Arcane as well. You can see kind of the fruits of that labor and how it all makes so much sense in terms of, what the units do, what the traits are as well. It's just so cool.
I just hope that if you haven't finished Arcane 2, then I hope you don't see any of the 6 costs, because those might be some giveaways on how where the show is going.
Yeah, I don't think that the people that haven't watched it until now will still watch it, probably.
Well, I think regardless, go watch the show. It is great. Play the TFT set. That's the takeaway that you should get from this conversation. But we got a chance to have an interview from Azael on the floor with somebody, so let's go ahead and hear what they had to say.
Hey everyone, Azael here with the lead gameplay designer of League of Legends, but we're not playing League of Legends, we're playing some TFT today, so what are you doing here?
Yeah, I'm here to support my friends, experience the event. I was in Australia, so I was like kind of nearby. It was easy to come to Macau. Yeah, and just, I'm a fan of TFT as well. Use the League IP.
Nearby, 14-hour flight.
Well, I was in Australia for a wedding, so yeah, it's kind of a little more nearby.
It's a midway point, I guess, a midway point. So how have you found the event so far? I mean, I know I've seen you at a bunch of League events, so you've kind of experienced what those are like. How do you feel about the TFT LAN vibe?
I really love the grassroots feeling of it. You can just kind of camp behind people's PCs. Everyone's getting super hype. You can meet your streamers that you watch every day, and you can take pictures with them. It just feels like a really community-focused event. And the competition is nice, of course, but there's just a whole bunch of interaction with fans and competitors and streamers that just feels super organic. And honestly, I would love to have something like this for League, but it's not really like the type of format that really meshes well with it. So yeah, it's a super great celebration of the community and of the game, so it feels great.
That's awesome. So how are your friends doing so far?
So actually the friend that is Challenger that got to play in the event, he got knocked out, and 2 of my other friends were camping out on the wait list at 4 a.m. and they were just sleeping on the floor. And they got the first 2 positions in the wait list and they got to play, and they made it to the second round. So yeah, the friend that was super good got knocked, and the 2 that weren't as good made it through. So
that's really funny. Did any of them get to like play against or meet some of the streamers that they like?
Well, one of them's in Kurum's in she went 8th and he went 7th. So, yeah, but I can't remember if they played against other people. Yeah,
that's awesome. Well, solidarity, 7th and 8th. They can go. Exactly, holding hands at the bottom. Well, thank you very much, Matt. I appreciate it. And back to you all.
I remember this happening at the Vegas Open as well. We had a bunch of different staff members from Riot actually coming over to experience the event. Not actually as a part of the Riot staff to work it, but to play. I thought that was so cool.
I'm just so happy that League of Legends designers are now coming over and trying to copy our homework. But we know we started off doing all of their models, their hitboxes, and their abilities, but the tables have turned.
I mean, TFT has more characters in Arcane than League of Legends. So really,
true.
if you
More
think about it,
unique
Arcane is a TFT series, not a League of Legends series.
We tested the water with Silco back in Gizzles and Gadgets. Now the cast has grown considerably for Into the Arcane.
I remember there's like this hype video that gets played where you can see the juxtaposition of the actual show versus some of the characters doing stuff in the TFT game, and it's like, oh my gosh, I remember this fight, or I remember that scene happening, and so it's really cool to be able to see Smeech, Rennie. There's just so many amazing characters in the game.
A perfect
Smeech
montage.
Kind of cute. Is that, yeah, like Smeech is like kind of cute.
Until he's 3-starred and in your backline, then he is not so
But
cute.
no, yes, exactly. Yeah.
The Ken Baron players. I see how it is.
No, the ambusher players.
Well, maybe last patch. a little bit less on this one. Every carousel we've seen amateur emblem and it's not picked up. I'm like, we are in a different patch, aren't we?
Well, you could say that, and then we ended up seeing 3 Heimer players contest each other, and so then I don't know about that one.
A little bit of hand-holding never hurt no one.
That's true.
Except the players
that actually hold for an Heimer. Oh my gosh. Well, we are just about to get ready for our next set of games as we enter into our next stage of the competition. We now have our round of 32. So I can't believe it. We're already at a point now where we only have 32 players left.
And again and again.
That's what that was. I was wondering what the big crowd of people was that were walking.
All of their fans.
Cluster. Oh.
Yes. Day one, that was a big question on my mind.
Well, they're back there once again. I can see them.
Seeing Candice infiltrated into Project K, of course, testing the game as everyone I hope has had a chance already this weekend.
It's so fun.
Incredibly fun, especially the free-for-all 4-player format. So fun.
I had so much fun with it. I can't wait to try out a different deck as well. Like, I think that's something that I'm going to be excited to see what content people make, get my hands on a couple of other different types of decks to actually try out, and looking forward to the next set of news that we're going to end up getting.
It's amazing since all of the players got their decks as well. You just need to go over and get them. So a lot of the players actually channeled their competitive energy into that yesterday, and we saw them going really hard at it. Not the free-for-all tournament, but the one-on-one, only one can survive mode.
Yes.
I want to see Chonk and Pengu playing a 1v1 in Project K.
Do you think
that's
that
my
they
dream personally?
Could they actually hold the cards?
I believe so. I think they're omnipotent. They're powerful in all ways.
Yeah, they're gonna like.
Wait, what's that chunk hat?
Kinetic powers.
We're selling
That's
chunk
new.
hats!
That's new. That's new.
Okay, guys.
Yeah, they just started selling
I'm
them
going
today.
to leave right now.
All right.
I'm not even kidding. I need what?
They're really cute. They're really, really cute. The merch that we've had here is just so cute. Like, we have the Pengu hats. We have all of these unique plush. We have the new Chonk hats. I got a keychain. They have like the rubber keychains with some of like the cute little legend figures.
You can't start so big and then go down to just a keychain.
What do you mean? It's
Chunk
perfect. Yeah. Okay, you're right.
This will be anything and everything I will think about for the next hour.
Yeah, but there are some headbands where they can like make the
They
ears
wave,
move.
I know.
I don't want to look into Asa's
cute.
DMs.
It's very cute. You can see our players getting ready on the stage, though, as we are looking forward to our next round of games. Maybe let's go.
Stickers to tattoo.
So cute. I know everybody's been running around with those.
We did see a tweet from Tidal. He was on the main stage, obviously, in that last round. Even a 2-time global champion felt the nerves and the pressure. He tweeted, "Top 64. This is the round we're playing now. I'm going on main stage. I'm feeling a little bit nervous." Is basically what he said. And as someone who's had to deal with so much nerves in the past and has overcome them, even him he was still at that mercy of that last round. So these top 32 players with so much at stake as well, they really have to lock in. This is going to be a crucial round, and every single round that passes, every player here is more and more in tune with the meta and what they should be playing.
I will say, Tidal has won the global championship from the comfort of his home twice. So this is a new experience, being on a stage, being broadcasted as we go into that next game, but kind of having that crowd in front of you that reacts to your low and high rolls and to fights that might be fortunate or misfortunate is definitely something that is new, even to a player of his caliber.
It's so fun because we actually got to see more of Tidal's personality come out at this event. A lot of players go up to him, and they all say he's super nice and cute, and he's also not super serious either. We thought he was this person that just insta-click augments, super locked into the stats, but he's willing to joke around with people. And yesterday, when he made it out, only in the last game by 2 placements, he was thanking all of the players that made it along with him. It's like he was going, I love you. I hope, Haruru, you do well. He was a very emotional player as well, and you just want to take care of him when you see him.
Yeah, definitely. It's like your little brother, you know? I don't know.
Except he demolishes you once the game starts.
Well, yeah, okay. I don't want to meet him in game, but, you know, being able to actually talk to him at the end of this championship, I feel like he's just the type of player, like, he's so grateful to have the experience. He knows when to get serious about the game, and you know he's coming into this tournament with the sole goal in mind of winning. Like, he wants that championship title.
I just want to throw a stat out there, but Tidal so far, when he's made it into these checkmate lobbies, his win rate is 46%. He wins about half of his games. And before that, he plays to the format. He's only like 8% like win rate, but we are going to get Tidal Unleashed if he does get there.
So 46%. Let's like break this down. That's not a top 4, right? That's
first
place.
If it's top 4, I would be worried. It's not a very high top 4.
But just making sure that everybody at home understands it's almost about a 50-50 whether or not he goes first or any other place, and that is wild.
It's so crazy that we have a GOAT level player that is so dominant at that top stage, and I just want to see, like, a lot of players, when I've interviewed them, they're going after Tidal. They want to be able to face up to him and maybe be in that conversation. Xunge is someone who's definitely knows a lot about that because he actually denied Tidal one of his championships when it comes to that Dragonlance tournament.
Well, you know what? Let's actually take a second to maybe talk about some of the players we're about to see on the main stage. We have that game getting ready very shortly, but we do have quite a star-studded roster when it comes down to the 8 players that we have here. A lot of maybe familiar faces from the CN region. We have Tucci, we have Xunge, 2 players that we have seen at that TAC round stage before.
Absolutely, and I would love to dig in on Xunge. He was banned last set, but even in set 12, he was actually their best performing player in the Magic League, and now he's coming back. He is known as the most flowchart TFT player out of CN. I think there's a quote from him that's really famous. He says that, I don't really know the ins and out of this comp, but I know when it's busted. So he knows a lot of different lines, and if he sees those opportunities, then he goes for those prismatic augments, and his gameplay looks so easy when he's on flowchart.
My only concern with Xunge is, does he have his cat ear headset? I think that's, for me, what defines him as a player. To have someone so dominant, and you look at his webcam, and suddenly he has the cutest cat ear headset of all time.
It's the cute
That's
buff.
part of the dominance. You don't understand.
I get it. I see.
No, that's why Clement is asking for the cute trait in the next set. Is because, yeah, we have all our players.
K-pop artist and Xunge.
I mean, there's a certain amount of aura that comes with that, isn't it? Where you're just like, okay, why not? I'm just so confident. I can wear a cat ear headset. I can like jam out to music. We see a lot of players also that are able to maybe take themselves a little less seriously, almost do a little bit better because they're not focused so much on every single micro detail. They are like having fun, looking at the camera, laughing. Like, wasn't it Bintum that we saw on stage actually start hysterically laughing to the crab rave? Like, you have to have those moments, and Bintum's one of those players that finds himself in the top 32.
I ran into him yesterday and brought it up, and he started laughing again in exactly the same way, so he was not done.
Well, it was a joyful moment, wasn't it?
For him especially, yes. For the other players, some frustration.
He doesn't care about that, but as we are getting a glimpse here, another player I do want to highlight on this lobby has to be Wet Jungler, has made it all the way to second place at a global championship. and is also, I would still say, part of that kind of fresh wave of EMEA talent. At the same time, is still studying, is also working, and is performing to this extent of professional TFT. That guy is such a beast. And then you talk to him and he's all sweet and he's like, yeah, you know, I'm just making sure I get enough sleep. And
we saw the interview on day one where he mentioned he had not played so many games on this patch, he hadn't prepped so much, so you can see kind of the intuitive level of understanding some players have with TFT where they can just lock in, maybe play a few games, see what the other competitors at a high level are also playing, and then immediately learn from those lessons and translate to really optimized play coming into day two.
One of the players from CN I do want to mention is Tu Chi, as he has taken 2 second places already in TOC, was in the most recent Tactician's Crown. If he can finally break the second place curse, get that championship for the CN region, that is going to be a great storyline.
Well, we have a couple of those players that are really looking for that big breakout, not necessarily being able to get that one major win, but the TFT Macao Open could be a way to be able to change that fate for themselves. Because we've been getting a little comfortable because we are about to get ready to launch into the game, and so lock in. We're ready to get this round of 32 started.
And we're seeing an interesting pickup from Disguised into, Kiyun now representing them. We saw a similar story in Vegas, which ended quite well with Broccoli making it to that day 3. We could see something similar happen here. Chem Baron was one of the big game plans from Kiyun if he had the chance to. I imagine we'll see more of it in this round as well.
We actually had Clement interview Disguised Toast earlier, and he was kind of luring a very dark perspective over Kiyun, saying, as soon as he's out, I'm taking his jacket and giving it to someone else. So maybe this changes things.
Well, I would hope that maybe Kiyun just can keep going, and then maybe you don't have to worry about the threat of the jacket leaving you.
It is a nice jacket.
It's a very nice jacket. I think that merch line has always been very cool. A couple of other great teams competing here, though. Disguised Toast is just one of those orgs that has really come up big for the TFT esports space, but we also have Toronto Ultra, we have T1, we have Fnatic, Team Liquid, so many organizations investing in TFT players when we've seen a lot of those teams compete here this weekend.
Yeah, just getting that team prep in is so important when there's such a short time, a new patch, everything going on. And here we're going to go in, take a look at these 8 players at our lobby.
Time for an encounter. Will it be Mbessa?
Oh, they're teasing us here.
It's
Vi.
All right.
What I personally like, I think it adds enough replayability, but also is not this craziness of super high variance, doesn't warp the game too much.
She's also so hot.
Also, yes, we learned that from our K-pop artist.
Yep.
Vi is hot. Confirmed.
Absolutely.
You needed someone to confirm that for you?
Not for me, but for maybe our viewers.
Okay.
This is always my favorite encounter to go through. I know I'm probably a bit of a boring person, but when you play Vi, it means that you can pick up the units and you don't have to worry you're not going to have items for them. So the low roll potential is actually quite low, if that makes sense.
Yeah. You can play more against that low roll. And we mentioned it before, there's different augments that gain a little bit more popularity in an encounter like this, where they have a little bit more synergy early on. You have more chances to define a clear direction in terms of what units you're going to try and play on your board in stage 2 and maybe stage 3 when it comes to rerolls especially.
Another big thing about this encounter is that it does allow you to get duplicates of the same component. So if you're really looking for a blue buff start, you can actually do it on this with Vi as well.
Blue buff, Bramble, Warmogs. Like, there's so many possibilities right now that I feel like are great to have as early slams just from having the same type of component. Red buff even may be something that I would think about.
Also the Exodia Lux start. Archangel's Mashers with a Lux 2. We're seeing here the combo. This is, I think, 70% of my openers this set have included Singed and Lux on my board. So I'm personally a big fan of the combo.
Just need Luden's Tempest, right? Really make it a super strong composition.
We actually had a couple of Luden haters on that previous deck.
Well,
How dare
which
they?
I understand. I've been
No,
telling
they
them.
generally hate
Really?
the artifact. They were saying it's the worst artifact.
For me, it's just too fun visually.
Already found the Rebel start for Shinga here. He's scouting around to see if anyone is in his lane to roll for it. Can he actually find it? That would be huge for this start.
We're seeing 2 item augment options here as well, with the Thornskin Bramble augment and the Sterax as well, which you can play more into thanks to the component anvils.
Ooh. feel like the Thorn Skin is just so good as just a generic tank item to have.
It's even better this patch because they did buff the HP totals on it. And this is Xingge's style of TFT. He is known as the win streaker. He's always going to pop all of those component anvils right off the bat and play for that 5 streak.
You want to have a triple tank item combo ideally here just to make the best use of this augment and the Irelia 2 upgrade.
Couple fun one here, of course. Someone is playing the ambushers.
It will be the Sterax Trenchcoat combo. We've seen it, I think, in half of the games we've seen on broadcast. It's just so strong in this current meta as well, with both Mbessa and Vi being great carries.
And one of the reasons this combo is so good is because the Sterix max HP actually transfers over towards your Trenchcoat minis. Not a lot of things do that in the game, but Sterix is an exception.
It was similar to Shapeshifters last set. The same principle applies, and players that know, which I hope is everyone in this round of 32, can really maximize the power they get from the artifact.
Oh, I want to know if there's anything else that we could potentially see, though, outside of just... yes, we have had a lot of games already on the main broadcast, but I feel like there's still a couple of things that we're missing. Maybe I'm getting just a little bit too excited seeing the Camille and Powder combo for the ambushers. But the fact that you have a Bloodthirster, this is one way that you could potentially play the Camille, or dare I say a Smeech.
And it's Loot Explosion as well. So we are definitely locked into ambushers here. A statement, Smeech traders?
I'm not.
What do you guys have to say?
When I am at the mercy of Smeech.
Oh, okay.
One of amateurs last. My real takeaway from this current spot here from Tex is you can no longer play just a normal default game plan into Camille with just a Hodge or maybe even just a glove last patch. And yeah, I'm the Camille player or a Camille pair. There are much more specific conditions. From Tex, we're getting the message right now that, hey, this is one of those conditions. I'm still not convinced. We'll see if he's right or not. You do need to have kind of this snowballing effect at the 3-2 roll down. You need a Camille 2 especially, even if that means going down to 10 gold, because the augment, kind of like Spoils of War, will give you that gold and that resource back as you go along in stage 3.
Yeah, that's a good point. I do feel like there's still a little bit of room, though, for people to play a vertical ambusher. I know a lot of it was, 2 cost reroll, like 3 cost reroll, but I think gotta look at Jinx now.
A big way that this line is currently being played is actually re-rolling on 7, because that way you can actually hit the Camille with the increased odd chances and also go for the main carry of the ambusher comp these days, which is the Echo. You get the 10% chance there, and I think that tempo game plan is going to be a lot better than like rolling on 6 and losing a lot of HP with loose.
I thought you were going to say the main factor Smeech.
Yeah, I actually was super prepared for that.
I'm actually not a huge Smeech believer. I'm just putting it out there. Not yet.
What? I don't know.
Gotta get you some Smeech time.
Do you think most likely the game plan will be roll on 3-2 into Camille 2, get that stabilization, start pushing levels as you mentioned. I think Echo's a very uncontested unit for the most part. Scrap is not really the top tier meta comp right now unless you have a specific spot for it. And so many other forecasts are being pulled out of the pool with a lot of flex players.
Ooh. I'm taking a look at what's happening in the lobby. Tucci is locked into family at the moment because you do have that suspicious trench coat on the Violet. We have a couple of similar champions for Jingzhou and Wet Jungler, but I feel like you probably can't go the family line as easy.
Well, Wet Jungler, if I'm seeing correctly, based on the units there, has worth the weight Darius.
He's locked in.
So he's locked in.
Whoa.
He does pick up a BT as well here, so we're going to have a 2-item Darius. And this is one of those things where you posture for a reroll line, but if both players have a really good reason to stay in it, we could see them contest each other.
To be fair, though, the bag sizes are better now. So on this patch, you actually could have 2 players that can hit all of their units from family, but it still makes it so much harder to stabilize, actually roll to be able to find your units. And you have to play a lot smarter so you don't just blow all of your gold and not have anything to level up for later when you're looking to round out these comps.
That's such a powerful board we're seeing from Kiyun right here. It does find a very good Sentinel emblem, which usually points you into the Academy and Sentinel line.
I will say with the worth the wait for Wet Jungler, there is a world in which if he really is able to tempo that Darius 3 very early on and finds a spot to play for Conqueror, he could just go for a vertical Conqueror line instead if he feels he doesn't have a good chance to 3-star and reroll for Violet and Draven and Powder, etc.
Big round for Xingge as well. He really wants the tempo. Of course, he's already lost before, but running into this Kiyun board, not something that our win streaker likes to do.
Tucci's going to maintain that win streak as well, so still sitting at 100 HP, 4 wins in a row. You can see how much work this comp is really going to put in. Yeah, you need the upgrades a little bit on the Darius and the Vander, but it's the Vi that's really the big star of the show here.
And going back to Kiyun's board and the potential he has to play into Academy, the items will be Shiv, Rageblade, Dragon's Claw, which Dragon Claw especially is going to be very, very good on Laui, on possibly a Leona 3 if that comes through later on.
Good to know. Checking in here with the board that has been winning. Let's go up against Shelty.
Oh, Shelty's like full loss streaking here as well. Like just has the one Vexen.
Handshake on both sides. It's like, yep.
You can have it. I want my loss streak.
Absolutely huge for Tucci because he is playing a win streak 1-cost reroll. So if you don't actually get the 5-win streak, your econ is just boom. I really don't like it when that happens. Like winning with family, like I lose the last round and like I don't have any gold to roll anymore.
I know. Well, don't you worry. Tucci is just fine right now. And you're also very healthy.
Yes, 100 HP is
very
healthy.
Very healthy, you know?
No, I'm
very healthy, very moisturized.
100 is okay.
Yeah. if we can get there, we'll take 100.
On the flip side, Tex, for now, obviously not really making much use of his augments. We mentioned the 3-2 roll down, that'll be the real decider. If he's able to find a stabilized comp without spending much gold, that's going to be the difference maker for his comp and for his game plan.
So I'm just kind of worried between Tucci and Red Jungler both being on that family line. Do you see any world where Red Jungler just goes for Conqueror instead, says, okay, I don't want to deal with any of this?
He needs to Swain. He needs to find the 4-conk, ideally, almost without having to roll, obviously, because you want to push levels, find the Mordekaiser later on, find the Mbessa. He can tempo off of this Darius. Darius is one of, we saw inside 11 Inkborn Fables, he's one of those units you can itemize with almost anything, and he can do so much in stage 2 and 3.
But I think he has to start winning now, because otherwise you also just aren't healthy enough, and usually when we end up seeing the Conquerors get played from such an early position like this, you have to have 4. Or you have to be win streaking or something to be able to actually work up to the Conqueror loop.
I think a really good way to play this line out is just to go with the Emissary line. He kind of fits 2 traits at the same time with Mbessa and the Garen with his Warden trait as well, and you can just fill him in on that Vi spot to kind of play forward. There are a lot of physical melee carries that we're seeing in this lobby, so it's going to be very interesting. Those units are going to be very contested between Ambusher, Family, and also this Darius.
Even Shelty had Mace's Will, could be leading into Corki, which obviously we've seen fit most likely with the Emissary and Mbessa board as well.
Well, next set of augments is coming on through, so could be a big determinant factor, getting another set of gold.
It's a very good combo with Mace's Will, especially when you like the crit chance. And looking at those items, yes, this is definitely Echo Carry.
Oh, found one.
Very early Echo.
Wow.
On 6. I think that wasn't really the idea behind the roll down. It was a Camille too, but he'll take it.
Wow, that's
Double
wild.
Laui as well. This is a pretty crazy level 6 roll down.
Look, it has a Zoe as well.
Oh, okay.
Thought
Same
about
one,
keep it, yeah, but
fortune favors the bold. There you go.
Playing Camille
Sure does.
is definitely bold.
I think it works out. But yeah, she can hold the items until you want to actually put them on something better, but...
A small point about this positioning is that since Camille's damage is adaptive, you want to put her next to the Ionic Spark on the Echo, and she can use that magic penetration to go through targets.
There's even the idea of playing high voltage Camille last patch. It was actually okay, which is, it sounds weird to say.
I believe it, though. High voltage could probably be used with almost anything. It was super strong.
We're seeing the Lux. We'll see if her shielding isn't able to do enough already. The Violet has split. The Lux has to shield herself, but not able to do it. A big win here.
I mean, that's just like the Mace's Will really coming in clutch, I feel like. For a couple of our players being able to have that increased crit. Look at that, the Jewel Gauntlet now for the Lux.
Yeah, for physical attackers, it definitely feels really nice. You don't need that ability crit to access the augment. So a big part of that win there.
And for Shelty, with this board, I had to imagine the Portable Forge did not quite go in the way he was hoping for. I think it's really important to open yourself up to high rolls, and that was maybe the idea there with Portable Forge, where you know if you hit RFC, if you hit Fishbones, this could be a very, very strong spot. Goes for a generically good artifact instead. Anima Visage works on pretty much any single frontline tank in the game, but especially Garen.
Yep. I think that's where he has to pivot for. If you build an IE on your Nocturne, you really need that +1 range to play this line. And if it didn't materialize, I'm pretty sure Shelty does have to pivot.
But now you can put it on Corki.
Yep.
You know, put it on Corki. You can put the Hodge onto Mbessa. And we still have a ton of other PvE rounds for you to be able to find more components and build out the rest of those champs. So.
Does Kiyun already have an Alawi? I saw his Rebel is going off. Tucci's just with his broken item combo. Okay.
Wild.
Ooh, Echo Pair is big here for Tex. He was lose streaking most of the start of that stage too, so should be released first.
There's a Garen for Shelty. Instantly
go for the
picks
Echo
it up.
Pair.
Oh.
Wants the BIS items instead, not leaving things to chance, understanding he will be potentially hitting an Echo 2 regardless because it is an uncontested core cost for the most part.
And if you like Echoes, you can play 2 of them. That's actually how the line works on 8 these days. Very fun way to play. And the magic reduction from both of them, it does stack until the end of the game. So you're shredding 10 magic resist off with every cast.
One key thing for the Echo line that a lot of players maybe don't notice right away, it's not maybe as intuitive, is that a lot of tank anomalies are actually very good on Echo because he has the healing from Firelight, because he already has a lot of damage from ambushers. You really just want him to survive and create this kind of unbeatable cycle where he just keeps healing and damaging and healing and damaging.
I feel like actually I've loved experimenting with tank anomalies on basically any of the melee carries. So like I've even put a couple on Violet if I haven't been able to find like the big 4-star wonder, and it ends up working out really, really well.
We've been seeing a lot of Fortified being used onto melee carries where it's just like, yeah, just gives them some sustain. Granny carry, Violet carry, just get that on there. Why not?
A couple of good ones, especially for Echo, is Slime Time. It heals you, and it was buffed by 30% this patch, which is honestly quite a crazy number.
That's a lot.
Xingge not looking too happy with his build right here. He really wanted the Rebel +1. That way you can fit Elise and Nami on your level 8. It's a lot of extra damage that way. It didn't find the augments.
Tex, without really rolling too much, already has 6 Camille's. Looks like he is trying to roll a little bit heavier here, understanding that, again, if he's able to hit Camille 3 and can get the extra resources back from his Augment, Loot Ambusher, then he can still make it to the Echo 2 and still find that level 9 potentially at the very end of the game.
Oh, Tucci also finally took a loss, so still healthy, but is at 92 HP now.
And
I
want to go back to the pickup from Tex on the Rod instead of the Echo Pair. I think it's actually very smart because it's very unlikely you hit an Echo 2 on 6, so you're not getting immediate power from the Echo Pair, whereas snowballing with Loot Ambusher is actually so important. So really smart little optimization from Tex there.
Yeah, I agree. I think that is kind of the stuff you have to go for. Knows already that you kind of locked out and got that first Echo there, but we're seeing a battle of some bulwarks on our screen.
This is pretty funny between the two players because they're staring at each other and trying to figure out who's going to go for the Emissary Corki line. They both have the Tristanas on board, and the other side, you see the Corki items. The one side has the Garen and the Vi already in hand.
Well, Shelty was able to pick that up from the carousel, and so maybe is going to have a little bit of a leg up because Garen is one of those harder units to find for the composition. But Shelty is also still losing. That's 9 losses in a row, and very much struggling to turn this around with all 1-star units.
Yeah.
I'm impressed how lean back he is considering his HP total right now. Hopefully he locks in for the big roll downs in stage 4.
I'm gonna be comfortable about playing the game. Although, actually, to be fair, I think if my back is against the wall, I'm at the edge of my seat, like full leaning in.
There's a roll
That's
down.
the
He just hit 2
Corki
Corkis.
pair. Another Garen is
He's
crazy.
so close to massive spikes. Finds the Mbessa, which is key for the Emissary. He's missing the Nami, though, which is usually the easiest one to hit.
So I will say, great finds,
There it is.
but not
Nice.
the final peak just yet. So Garen pair, Corki pair, you really would have
A
liked if
Jace.
you invest that much to get the full upgrade. But I think still
You can't
pretty
complain.
good.
Yeah.
No,
This
it's
is a
so
chef kiss.
good.
This is 100% a chef kiss. He also finds the potential transformer lines if he wants to go for it, and he has the pair of Corki, which means that Tucci is most likely forced onto the Twitch line, which is considered the much weaker line.
And not just that, he's going to have priority for most likely on this next carousel as well, so a very high chance he'll hit one of these pairs off of that 4-cost slot.
Panna, I'm seeing a Zix with 3 items. Don't get too excited just yet. So there's
He's
Zix
popping
one,
off.
but we're holding one, so there's a chance.
Makes, you're baiting me. There's no loot-ins and it's a Ziggs 1. What kind of hope are you trying to give me?
Who needs a Ludens?
I think that's the closest you'll get this weekend.
And he'll most likely be sold off on 4-2 after the roll down comes through.
Final augment for this game is gold. A little bit more combat being added to some of these boards. I like mentor. This was a mentorship pickup for Wet Jungler, right? So a little bit of attack speed.
A really cool fact about mentorship, I didn't know that, but I ran into Dobbs and he said it actually worked on 6 costs. So you can now buff your 5 costs up, which was not supposed to be in the power level realm of this game. If you get that lucky shot, then it's amazing on your board.
Good call out.
I'm about to go try that.
Yeah, just find a 6 cost.
Yeah, oh,
It's that
exactly.
easy.
You know, on Force 6.
Right.
Yeah.
Wet
Take a look
Jungler
at other augments here.
rolled down heavily, did not find a Mordekaiser. Unfortunately, we do see a Camille 3 from Tex. Big spike. Has rolled down heavily, though, down to 3 gold, still on level 6. Did hit an Echo 2 as well while on 6.
He's really going to have to work on his matchups and cash outs. Even with Camille 3 on stage 4-2 after the nerfs without artifacts, it's not really that guarantee of a win anymore.
Even Sterax is not really as front-loaded as Camille would like in terms of just having raw damage right at the beginning of the fight.
But he's still going to push through a very good wraparound on his board. And Tucci, he's also locked into the Emissary line. So 3 players going for Emissary. We'll see who ends up with as the victor right here. Very contested AD line.
Oh, as Victor, with Victor, you meant.
Yes.
I see. Yeah,
Oh.
that makes sense.
Well, I think had a Twitch pair. So maybe a little bit closer to being
Looking at
able to
other
get that
options.
4 cost. But yeah, you have to do that. You just don't want to be so contested that you can't hit.
5 crucial pairs here for Shelty. Surely this next carousel will give him at least
Oh,
one.
that's Corky too.
And Corki is a big one, especially when so many players are racing for the same exact units. And other players may be benefiting from that. We're seeing Kyun very healthy with the early Alawi, with obviously the tower defense, Sentinel +1 coming through, and the Zoe.
Able to mix and match his board there with the Nami in, so still using Sorks and Zoe. This is one of the reasons I really like the Sentinel line. A lot of the AP flexes do go well, but of course going up against a Corki 2 that just hit most of the units early on, not going to make it through. And for Tucci, we talked about it, he has to take the lower hand here, just goes on to the Twitch.
Mordekaiser for Wet Jungler is really big if he can pick this up.
Shelty bypasses it, so it is available.
It's going to be 3rd pick, though. Does anyone else want to steal this 5 cost? And looks like Tucci does. Wet Jungler cannot make it in time. Is on the wrong side, unfortunately.
And what I'm looking on
picked up as
is
well.
Shinga's board, because he is contested on the Zoe, and however high roll you are on that Rebel line, if you can't 2-star your Zoe or Alawi, you're still going to fall off very hard.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
So I've been staring at the augment, trying to decipher it. It's unlikely duo, is it?
Yep.
Oh yeah, there we see it in the traits.
This, to be honest, I talk to Aruru a lot. He's kind of the Rebel master in our region, and he doesn't really advise taking this one.
Sorry, that was a cute tech. It was just a cute tech that he made a completed item on the Zoe, then combined it, and it popped everything else off.
And I
So
think
you can do it without Reforger.
That's right. And I think for Kyun, it was just a temporary Zoe, so it's not going to be a full contest regardless. He wants to play into Academy line most likely with a Heimerdinger.
So let me dig in a little bit more, Clement. What's the reasoning for disliking the unlikely duo trait?
The Savika doesn't actually work that much on your board, and you don't need the Jinx to hit 7 Rebel. So for those reasons, it's usually seen as more of a desperation play or more of like you're angling too much for tempo. But, you know, Shinga does know in and out of his lines. He's played it a lot. I'm sure he has his reasons. We'll see if it works out.
So my thought was you get it before the anomaly, so you now have a guaranteed Savika and a Jinx on your board that you could anomalize, but goes for the Zoe instead.
No, I like that thought.
Less consistent to have a Jinx 1 where you might never hit a Jinx 2, which has happened to me.
I think he's
in many
so
games.
healthy. I would hope he hits it, but
You got to play for the high roll.
I think it's a similar case with Unlikely Duo, at least from in my experience with the Camille. There's people that, myself included, got baited, like, oh, I hit an early Jinx, I have 5 Ambusher, but the augment gives too much power to Savika and not enough to everything else in the comp. If you're playing a comp that is not really as selfish as you would think, with just Jinx being the main carry, it's not going to be as good. With Rebels, you want to buff the entirety of the Rebel comp. It's a vertical comp, Zoe, Alawi especially as well.
Just want to call out that we're having a small technical delay on the stage, so we're going to have our game pause for just a short bit while we get that sorted out.
I totally agree with Panda's point right there. I think if you're playing the Rebel comp, you really want to look for things like Mana Flow, the Rebel +1, and Blazing Soul. Those are kind of your top picks in terms of augments. Unlikely Duo, it does get you 7 fast, but you didn't really need the Jinx to get the 7 Rebel online.
I like high voltage as well with Rebel. I think it's really good because you got chip damage from Zoe and then chip damage from, obviously, the Sparks as well. And Alawi is a great holder where she survives for so long. She's so tanky with 7 Rebel.
Yeah, so I think he probably just didn't have a lot of good options there and had to go for something.
Killstreak is good with this Zoe setup especially. She is much more damage focused here, and more often now we're seeing players bypass mana items altogether, knowing that they can try and hit Nothing Wasted or Killstreak and find mana that way and go for just way more raw damage with JG and just damage up in general, alongside always Red Buff or Morello ideally.
You get a lot of extra attack speed already from the trade, also AP, so you're looking for damage and critical strike. Those are, I think, the 2 most important components on Zoe.
So we are getting another view at Wet Jungler's board here, and we kind of had the question in the air whether or not he would be going down the Conqueror line being contested on the Violets, and also having the Darius more as a main carry, and that's exactly what's happening here, is building towards the Darius 4, of course. But 117, how are we feeling about that? It's not too
No
bad.
Mordekaiser
Great.
is how I'm feeling. Level 8, roll down heavily. Ideally with Conquerors, it's this comp where you snowball and you become so strong off of having these high rolls. It has not been the case here. He's lost a lot of steam in stage 4. His roll down was not this roll down where you roll 4 or 5 times. You find an Mbessa, you find a Mordekaiser. Mbessa is very contested as well, so it hasn't translated into a big snowball effect in stage 4, which means that you're not going to cap as high as you would like with Conquerors.
I mean, like, a lot of the Mbessas are already out of the pool. Most of our emissary players already have a 2-star.
That's a huge thing to point out. Like, Shelty actually rolled down on 4-1, took a lot of the emissary lines away. You could see that Wet Jungler was angling for it because he has been holding onto the Garen and also the Nami's there. Wasn't able to use it, and I'm not sure there's a clear way out for the composition at this point.
He was cornered by 2 CN players. First, the Violet reroller, pushing him off of the reroll line, or at least making him not really think of it as a viable game plan instead of trying to find a good top 4 in this game 1. And then when he looks at the flex side of it, the tempo side of it, also contested, I think, 2 or 3 ways by all the players who, rightfully so, are angling one of the strongest comps in the current meta.
Oh, I'm seeing thumbs up from both the assistants on the stage there. So we're going to go back into game right now. Get another glimpse of Kyun's board, actually.
Ooh, so Kyun does have a pair of Heimerdingers. Nice Sentinel frontline as well. Being able to find the Rumble so early, and now you get a chance to actually tech in the Jace for a higher number of Academy. Means you have another item as well. So honestly, the board looks pretty good. You just need an Alawi 2, which is a hot commodity as well. And so I wonder how far Kyun can go with this composition before it falling off.
He has really good item combinations right here. If you look at his front line, those are the ones you want to find. The Protector's Vow is great on the Rumble, makes him cast earlier.
Ooh,
and the Victor, of course.
Has to find the Heimer 2, and with that, he could go 9, but has rolling heavily for a unit that's
And a
already contested.
Mel.
Finds a Mel, though.
Here we go.
What? There it is.
That'll stop the roll down. Is there a spot for Mel on this board, or is Victor just too important?
I think Victor is the most important.
And Kyun has so much HP. Like, that's 63 health. That's several lives. And so as long as you can actually just econ back up, you have this whole stage to be able to actually get to level 9 and put her in.
Hex on the other side. This
look at that stun.
So important.
Doesn't get there.
Camille just falls off instantly after you make her a sitting duck like that with the Victor stun.
Yeah, well, every unit is a sitting duck if Victor
sure
is.
But I think it's especially like Violet, Camille, because they're so dependent on getting their ults off, chaining that into healing into Omnivamp with the itemization they usually have.
Finally, a Mordekaiser is on the board, and one found in the shop. Doesn't have the Mordekaiser 2 just yet, and Wet Jungler on 10 HP. Needs to make something happen here to maybe avoid elimination in this round.
I mean, it's so rough because, yes, you get the Ambessa 2, but you are level 8. Your odds of being able to roll the Mordekaiser 2 are so low. And this has to be the big stabilization point, as you said, Makes.
Runs into Victor!
That is so sad.
He definitely had to put in 5 Conqueror and 4 Emissary. It feels really bad when you're looking at that trait web. But Conquerors is really more about the cash out. It's about the tempo and not so much of the trait itself. Does make the right decision, but is it enough?
Doesn't look like it. Wet Jungler taking a very, very sad 8th place here in the first game of 3. We'll need high finishes in the next 2 games to make the cutoff.
It was Kyun himself last round that started off exactly this way. 8th place in the very first game, still managed to come back, maybe with the help of Camber, and we'll see what Jungler finds a spot for it in game 2 to try and mount a comeback and potentially make it to the next round.
One more player at potentially 1 life left. We have Hushin.
Oh, so there was 4 Emissary players.
Yeah, there's a lot of Emissary players. Like, everybody's at Garen 1.
They're all celebrating the downfall of Wet Jungler.
Yeah.
Ambessa's back in the pool, at least 3 of them.
I mean, if you see that, I think you just hope that everybody that's sitting on the Emissary units, they're like, I'm going to hold gold. I'm going to hold gold until you die, and then I'm going to roll and find the rest of my units.
Pushing one of the few AP lines here, but gets sniped by the Ambessa as she then flies away. Ambessa finished the job.
And Silco, so grateful to be alive on a sliver of health. Still not going to be enough. Another elimination, Hushin goes down. I want to mention, you were just talking about Necra. Kyun, actually, we saw earlier at the end of stage 4, was holding an Ambessa, knowing that so many players were going for that. It just really helps. And you see the min-max of these players at this level, truly trying to optimize every single one of their plays.
The more points you have, the better shot that you get to make it forward. And this is just the first game of our 3-game set we will see for the round of 32. So again, such high stakes to make it into that top little sliver of competition.
Taking a look at Tucci's board right here, because when you play this Twitch line, it's usually not matching up to the Emissary line. You really need those legendaries online, and he's actually found quite a few of them. Has the Mordekaiser with the Edge of Night, the most important item there, and found the Caitlyn as well.
I think he's also playing 5 Experiment.
Yep.
If I'm not mistaken on the board. So you have the 3 Experiment Hexes, great for the Twitch, and you got perfect synergy for the Mundo and the Mr. Urgot as well.
Usually also has the Eagle Eye, so gets extra range on that Twitch and extra buff from Twitch, hopefully not moving too much, so extra buffs onto that backline to get a little bit of extra damage, but Tex might be facing a beast once again. It's Victor lining up to posture and eliminate a player in this round here. The Ambusher board, we were all kind of doubting whether or not that is a possibility here in this game, and we just see one more time how fatal the matchup can be. Takes down the Victor. It's not enough, hangs in there by 1 HP though.
Yeah, I think the composition still has a room. Ended up hitting the Camille so early, but the fact that you have just so many stuns, just AoE, it's really tough now, I think, for the Camille to actually hang on. When you look at that composition, I feel like you are just hoping that it's going to be a 4th for you.
Yeah, I do think if it's not Camille 2 on 2-1, I'm not clicking it. I'm sorry. That's my current read on the situation. And Trinka, like I said, I really think
LeBlanc is found.
Victor.
Find. But yeah, Victor's even better.
Yeah, we were all looking at the Victor. It was like, LeBlanc.
I was just seeing the Nami. I'm like, okay, there's an upgrade here into LeBlanc, but then Victor's like, no, I got this.
You gotta aim higher in life, Panda.
I'm not a high roller like some players.
Yeah, that one bow will help. Here we go.
It is something, honestly, at this point. You could put anything on Victor, and Victor will just be a lot of utility for your team.
The trenchcoat split, not really too helpful, but suddenly the drag from Mordecatcher does allow the retargeting to happen. And Jinx, Edge of Nights, buying some time, but yeah, not enough, as you mentioned, Makes.
2 players getting knocked out here. A very lethal turn for this game. And so now we have our top 4.
Playing ambushers on their boards. Am I seeing a pattern, maybe?
I think this is a
I think you're just being
recency
mean.
bias.
Okay. Tex thinking, I'm never playing Camille again.
Until it gets buffed in the next patch.
I will say, I've been seeing less note-taking today. That might be
Everyone's
a
already
reason.
locked in. The
They
meta
have
has
their
been
notes
established after day 1.
Set. You think so? I still think there's some crazy tech that'll come out day 2.
Do you guys take notes while you play? I can't.
I don't even use my brain when I play. Don't ask me.
I actually don't have anything to say.
Q now has a chance
I don't
for yet
either.
another spike. Can now go 9. Hopefully can find the Rumble 2. And is still very, very healthy. 48 HP, a massive gap. 3 other players at 20-ish HP. Huge props to Shelty though. Streaked all of the stage 4 and 5 for the most part. Was at 30 HP going into stage 4. Has only lost 10 HP in 2 stages.
Sorry, I'm starstruck by Kyun. Just being able to hit that big Rumble 2 upgrade gets a chance to also find the Mel and the Victor to be able to play in this competition. And a Thieves Gloves for the Mel as well.
That just feels unfair at this point. Getting the AP in for Mel, that's kind of the biggest question about it, and it synergizes so well with the Sentinel board that has extra resistances, and then you put the shield on top.
Not just that, but also was playing Into the Academy, then picked up that dual welding to really get that front line going on a board that already loves items so much. A great find for Kyun, and has just been cruising on the back of that. Now, of course, with the 6 costs in play, even deadlier than, and Chingzhou takes a massive hit here.
And Kyun with the Mel already in a very strong position, but almost kind of buying kind of that next level of failsafe in terms of having the extra life. I think almost guarantees a 2nd place at this point. Ideally wants to go for the win and start things off strong. Complete opposite from last round where he had an 8th in the very first game.
2 players on 1 health. Jingso and Shelty. Shelty taking a loss in that last one means
I
that...
jinxed him.
Yeah, Panda is just not allowed to be on this broadcast anymore.
You can't blame him. That Kyun board was kind of ridiculous.
No, I know.
Yeah.
I think anybody facing up against the Mel and Victor is unfortunate, but yeah.
Chingzhou and Shelty, both of them walking towards each other, flashing those thumbs up, saying, okay, whoever takes it, takes it. But let's see who that is as the Victor stun does come out.
Oh, the Victor stun.
Is it a Victor diff? I think it is. Corky taken down.
Such a valiant effort, though, I feel like, because we ended up seeing Jingso having to hold on for a while. Shelty now actually being able to secure a top 3 is honestly kind of wild to me.
Yeah, that back-to-back matchup, I actually really like Chingzhou's board right there. He did a lot of things right. Attack expert is something that people don't really think about. It definitely works out. But for this side of the board, he's just said, well, I have Victor. So unfortunately, that is the high hand.
Yeah, but like Shelty had to find a path here, which was looking very, very grim when we started to look at that first part of the game.
Kyun definitely seems to be kind of the big bad of this lobby at the point. Don't really expect any of these boards to be able to beat him.
I think Chi-Chi is going to get eliminated here as well.
Oh, perfect timing from the Victor stun after the trenchcoat breaks, where these units are a little bit more vulnerable. Edge of Night does help a tiny bit, but it's just too much. The Rumble upgrade comes in clutch as well.
Another KO.
Very good game from Tucci, to be honest. Again, double contested on the emissary line, held onto the Twitch as a backup, and still able to claw a top 3. So should be proud of that performance.
See a Mel, we see a Warwick. Mel pair for Kyun, potentially some extra tankiness for his Sentinels as well.
David versus Goliath. Shelty looking at Kyun's board and saying, what can I do here to maybe turn this around?
Well, they're going to roll.
20 gold to work with. Kyun is not pressured to roll yet.
That's true, actually.
You can just get
Kyun is a ton of
Giga
health.
greedy with 48 HP at this point in stage 6, almost stage 7.
And we did hear Mordog talk about this a lot, is that your chances of hitting those 6 costs goes up exponentially when it comes to level 7. So I do think he's going to be in holding pattern for now. There's a good chance he just wins off this.
Stage 7.
Oh, stage 7, yeah.
Level 7. We made
no, sorry. Stage 7.
Stage 7. We're close. We're close to
making
stage
sure our viewers
7.
are not rolling down heavily on 7.
Please don't. Please don't.
Clement, I think you're right, though, that we might not even get to that stage 7, even though it feels like it is so close. There's so many Victor stuns getting traded here, but maybe I'm wrong. This Shelf people are just holding on until it's just not enough. Ki-yoon had a dominant game for this first game of top 32 and gets a chance to finish it out with a win.
Hit a very good tower defense and really staked out his position in the game. There were no contests from any other players, and just getting that extra Sentinel 1 allows you to tech in a lot more of the 6 costs and the academies.
I think the bigger story for me is you were saying he's 2020 Chem Baron. He just showed that he's got more than that. So that to me is great news. I'm looking forward to see what he presents to us in the next round. But for now, a great game with the Academy start there, like you're saying, finding that niche, saying nobody else is contesting me here. Who was that? What was happening there?
Now we're going to see 3 Heimer players in our next lobby. Because as is tradition, I was contested on family.
Well,
I guess I'm going to...
notes. There you go.
Yeah.
I will say Kyun, I think, really played well to his high roll early in terms of Lux item carrier, dominated stage 2 and 3, then did not really have this super high roll game. You might think, oh, he won with 48 HP, he high rolled the entire game. It's not true. He had to roll very heavily for the Heimer 2. He was on Zoe most of stage 4, didn't find a single Heimer until the end of stage 4. But the Sentinel front line, yes, he did find the Victor and the Mel later on. There was a high roll there to capitalize and finish off the game. But all in all, as you mentioned, Clement, I think uncontested line, a very strong conditional line when you have these augments that make it that much better. Shield bash at the end as well.
Yeah, I feel like Shelty had a really good game too as well coming in here. He was on a 9-loss streak, knew that he had to roll down on 4-1 before anyone else did, and did manage to hit the Corky pair, which just forced a lot of players off. Wet Jungler doomed by that. Qingzhou also heavily impacted by that big roll down.
And we're seeing now some of the replays there. As you mentioned, I think some players had a harder game and some players had a more straightforward game in terms of how to execute. I think Tucci with the Twitch game, that was actually something that surprised me a lot, where I thought he was locked in Violet reroll. I think what Jungler did as well, which is why he didn't even try and roll down there. But then we saw the pivot into more of a 4-cost flex game plan with Vi slotted in, which is something we didn't see much of last patch. There's a natural combination of Vi moving in as an enforcer alongside Caitlyn, for example, alongside Stab even in the Bruiser line. But we saw this new iteration of Twitch thanks to the buff to Vi, which I think is great. I think when units that didn't have that much spotlight last patch get a buff, they open up so many different new variations that could be played.
It's so important that he actually hit his 5 costs in Mordekaiser or Caitlyn, because otherwise you're playing Blitzcrank and Kog'Maw. So that's a huge step up in that experiment line. Glad he found that and took a 3rd. Tex, to be honest, even though he ended up in 5th place, given his spot, I'm actually feeling kind of okay with that.
I commend the bravery.
Yes.
Committing to Camille. There was, we mentioned kind of the test of, is Loot Ambusher good enough? He did find an early Echo. He did find, I think, a fairly early Camille 3. It was in stage 4 still, which is, usually better than you can expect. But in the end there, I think there was the Victor was the main problem. We saw back-to-back fights where he lost to Ki-yoon, where the moment Camille needed to really get going, Victor's stun comes in and she gets locked down by the Heimer.
Very cool to be able to see just a couple of other replays as we finish out some highlights of this game. But I would love to welcome a special guest to our broadcast. Mixie's going to go take a break for a minute, but we get a chance to welcome Tanner. Welcome to the broadcast. It's so good to have you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Tanner, and I'm so great to be here and also at the Macau event. It's so great. Like, this is the biggest TFT event in the past 2 years. China has some regionals, but it's not like this big.
I'm so glad we have you on broadcast, because I have been the imposter CN expert for a long time at this point. I'm actually from the APAC region, and now we can finally refer to the OG himself. You do so much work on Liquipedia. You do so much work organizing events like the Summit Invitational. Really a huge thank you from across the community.
Yeah, I also very grateful for the things you've done. You have collected so many data right from APAC regions and many other people from other regions, and that's so grateful. sometimes we are off the meta and we have to learn the comps, the meta, like the chants from other regions. And also for this Macau, like we had a snapshot and many players have to like play with other regions player on PPE, and we practice a lot. And I hope today CN players can like get like 2 players or 3 players in the final for tomorrow.
I will say, Clement, maybe you've been the imposter for some people, but Tanner has been my day 1 specialist from CN, doing so much, as you mentioned, for the community. I think this must be one of the happiest weekends for you. Someone who lives and breathes TFT in CN especially. Having an event here in Macau, having a huge turnout from so many CN players, having top dogs like Shunga in the main stage doing so well. What have been your kind of highlights up until now in Macau?
So my highlight would be like just to meet people, because this is my first like a global event to meet. I've met so many players like 61, like from EMEA, Pastibo. Like we have been contact each other for like 4 years, but this is actually our first time meet each other. So that's so great. And also, I met Kent yesterday and I talked to him about like what Chinese player like and don't like about TFT, like the system change.
I can't believe you did that, Tanner.
Yeah, like we talked about like the level 7 change. Maybe for now, like level 7 is like a level you will skip, but like maybe we can improve that later. But I haven't met Mort in person, so
you'll have your chance, I'm sure.
Yeah.
You can keep writing your list. I know it's probably getting longer and longer. 7th page.
Well, Tanner, it's so good to be able to have you here. We can't wait to jump into the next game with you on commentary. But before we do that, we do have an interview that, Clement, I think you did with Setsuko. So let's go ahead and check that out.
Hello everyone, we're live on the floor in Macau with Setsuko that just advanced out of a super tough group. Setsuko, can you tell us how you managed to get those 2 first place and move on to the round of 32?
Okay, so both of the games I hit bronze for life, which I think is probably the best like combat prismatic in the game right now. And then I just like hit Silco early as well. I think I hit Silco on like level 6 in both games. And then I just played I went 8 and 4-2 or 4-1. I rolled for like a non-standard Silco board, because the usual Silco board you play like 4 Dominator, right? So I don't play that many traits for bonds for life. So I opted to play 2 Dominator, and it was really strong. And yeah.
I saw your game. You capped out at level 10, and you're known for reaching those high caps. Can you give us players any tips on that?
Oh, so that game, I saw it was gold subscription, and it was also gold opener. And then I got offered upward mobility, which is really strong if you have gold, because it scales off gold, because it makes your gold more valuable. So that game, I was able to reach level 8 and 9 really fast, and then like I went 10 because I hard rolled on 9.
Final question before I let you go. Are there any names you want to take moving forward into the tournament?
Yeah, I'm excited to play for his title. I mean, obviously he's like the GOAT of TFT. He's won 2 worlds, and he's won 2nd in other worlds. And I'm always excited to play versus any players because there's a rivalry. It's the same region, so yeah.
Thank you so much for the interview, Setsuko. Best of luck on your future rounds. Back to you on the desk.
It was so fun getting to chat with Setsuko. He actually made it out of a lobby with 5 different players coming into the Tactician's Crown, and he did it twice on Bronze for Life and the Dominator line, which I think Tanner has been really popularized in the Chinese ladder as well. How do you feel about how are the Chinese players playing around maybe the Silco line?
So like the last patch, many players discovered that if you play like Black Lows, Hammer is not actually the strong one. It's just Silco and plus Malzahar. But since Malzahar is getting nerfed this patch, you just play like the typical like the 3 Black Lows and 6 Dominator, right?
Yeah.
And you want some good anomalies for Silco. Something like you get AP or mana to cast more or do more damage would be good.
I think there's very similar anomalies for both Zoe and the Rebel line and Silco the Dominator line. Just getting extra mana is a big one. Obviously, Dominator, it's self-explanatory why. Obviously, the more you cast, the more AP you get, the stronger your cast are later in the game, so you can really scale. And with Black Rose and Vertical Dominator, you have a very strong front line, even with some nerfs to Scion, to the big buff homie that was always stunning everyone last patch. You still buy so much time with the comp.
No, that was the thing that I think a lot of players from the West were saying Black Rose is not really playable. When I look at the CN line where they're putting in an extra Dominator, going to 6 Dominator, it really started to pop off with more damage. Another AP line I really want to ask you about, which kind of came from China as well, is kind of the Renata reroll with Ken Baron. That was such a fun line. What do you think about the line so far?
So actually there are two variations, and the one is that you talked about is with Canberra. And actually we have some discussion like yesterday, and some people think that the Canberra line is not very well in this meta, right? And some people think you reroll Singe, you reroll like Morgana, the one cost line, and Rail will be better. So I can see that Singe being very good because he has that damage reduction and that attack speed buff for Renata to cast more. And I can see both line do well, but yesterday in my lobby, Renata just got a second place, and that's very well against a legendary board. So I would say Renata can do well in a good sport.
As a general question, can I ask you, Tanner, what's the best way to follow secret Chinese tech?
I would say just like maybe watch some CN streamers or like some CN forum. Yeah.
We are going into game number 2. We'll see how the players feel after the results in game 1, what players maybe adjust their game plans as well. Kyun, I think he wants to just keep doing what he did last game, finish first place, dominate the lobby. Players like Wet Jungler, one of the last few hopes from EMEA, has to turn things around, has to hope he has an easier game to play. Last game was tough, stuck between a rock and a hard place in terms of what line to play. If the reroll, if the vertical conquer, didn't really do well either way.
Yeah, only 2 EMEA players left in this tournament so far. And this encounter, it could be Prismatic Prelude or Prismatic Finale. You're going to have to find out a little bit later. I do like the Preludes a lot better. What's your favorite Prismatic to start with?
Last patch, Hedge Fund, because I liked rolling on creep round for my Black Rose units so I can hit on time. This patch, I'm not too sure yet, actually. I think maybe Living Forge. I just love artifacts and how they open a very unique line, sometimes unique rerolls, like Nocturne, for example. But we'll see if our players agree.
To the big meat of the game, I think Makes may have accidentally left something on her chair, if you would not mind looking behind you. Okay. Yes, that would be great. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Who do you have as a favorite in this lobby? Who have been the players that you've been excited about?
Oh, so I was the analyst for JDG, and Shinga is one of the member, and he's the only last one in my team that's still playing.
Oh.
So Archen and Ahao and Francie all were out, so Shinga is the one I root for. And the other Chinese players like Chu Qi and Hu Xin, they're also good players. Yeah, we have seen them in Worlds before.
We did see Shinga go for his usual style, try to win streak with the Rebel line as well. That's what he's so well known for. I watch a ton of Shinga, learned so much from him.
Whoa.
Taking a look at the first artifact, Shelty here. Zanya definitely one.
Yeah.
Most flexible one, I would say, out of the options he was given.
But having Living Forge is just amazing, though, to be able to have so many artifact choices throughout the game. Where do you feel like are some of the best high cap compositions when it comes to having a lot of artifacts?
I saw Shendu actually have a game where he had rapid fire cannon into Fishbones, and he had Nocturne 2-1-2-1. So I was like, okay, that's a free game.
That's a good combo.
Taking a look at the combinations here, we have quality over quantity from Shinga, again going for that win streak style that we love from him, and 2 artifact players, I believe, from Shelty and someone else. Oh, and it's Kyun right here. Let's see what he got. This one is a little bit harder to use. It does mean your units are anti-chill and a lot of attack speed. I think the best holder is probably something like the Mordekaiser. So, but no immediate users that give you a huge boost of power.
Oh, actually, I checked like the data for Barret, and this one is actually like the minus 0.6. It's not bad actually.
Ooh,
and I was surprised. So I want to see how it does this game.
What if you got Mittens and Suspicious Trenchcoat? What if you got both of them and then you put Mittens, Suspicious Trenchcoat on Violet?
That would be a lot higher than a negative 0.6.
Look at Clement's eyes go really wide at my suggestion.
It'd be like, yes, please.
Yeah.
A lot of these interesting prismatic choices there. We also saw someone get a Rebel prismatic start. So one of the best tempo starts. You know, you only need 2 costs, 2 costs, and then you can play 5 Rebel. A very strong opener. For Qingzhou here, He's going in with the Blazing Soul, which is, is an Exalted Adventure, excuse me. This is very interesting because you do have to cap your board around the 2 costs that you get, and sometimes they don't always fit.
So explain a little bit more about the best ways to navigate Exalted Adventure as an augment, because I feel like this one is tough to take.
You only get the cash outs when you have 2 of your 2 costs at 3-star. And every stage you do get a lesser duplicator to help you reach that. But of course, a lot of times those 2 costs are not going to work together. But in that case, I actually think he high rolled a little bit because he got Warden and Nocturne. So it's very easy to chain that over from the Amumu, as we're seeing on the stage right now.
Do you worry a little bit about the players that do have the artifacts, though? Because when we see maybe some of the extra choices, you know that the Nocturne can have a really big power when it comes to having those artifacts available.
In terms of contests, I think it's not going to be an issue because this is one augment that fully locks you into the comp. Anyone that wants to try and top 4 this game, if they see someone has Exalted Adventure Nocturne, they're not going to try and contest no matter what artifacts they get. Freaky Friday, or if it's an RFC.
I was like, are you sure?
I'm pretty sure. I think this will be a tempo option. Unless, I mean, we saw Tucci last game. He was actually very smart in signaling he's playing Violet reroll, pushes Wet Jungler off of it, and then tempos into Twitch instead. So maybe it's the same game plan here, the mind games.
I think what Panda is saying is absolutely right, is that, well, unfortunately, I am locked in place. I've already taken Exalted Adventure. I can only cap out on these 2 costs, so you can contest me, but I'm not going to budge.
And this is the idea, Tanner, I'm not sure if you agree, where at very high level play, I think reroll is much stronger because players respect spots much more. Whereas if you're playing, in Emerald, in Platinum,
I could
sometimes
never.
players do not read the message, the signals that you're sending. They just contest you regardless.
Yeah, like my game 1, like yesterday, round 1. I got kicked out at round 1, but I have to say that in my lobby, a player, he came to my board, and so I picked Fishbone as the first item, and then he went back and took like the quick striker augment. I forgot the name, but he just came to my board and then picked that augment.
Oh.
So I was talking about Emerald players, but you've just thrown a player in your lobby under the bus.
That's just so unlucky.
I thought I was told it was only Challenger tier players playing in this tournament.
He didn't name names, so I think it's totally okay, totally legit.
No, that's a mood, though. I feel like sometimes I'll see 3 or 4 players playing Black Rose, all going for the Heimer. At least that was last patch. And it could never be me. I was like, I want to play Ari reroll. Well, there's 3 other players that are definitely contesting. But yeah, Clement, I see you pointing potentially at Tex's board.
It's such a beautiful transition. I haven't seen this, but Renata actually with the Guinsu's Rageblade is a good item for her as well. And she gets the extra attack speed to just power through that. Gets the perfect positioning here to shield multiple units early on. I think it's a very unorthodox but beautiful type of transition.
And it's the importance of a new patch where Renata, let's be honest, last patch a lot of players were not considering her to be a unit. No one was trying to itemize her or play her on her board.
I never bought her.
You have to reset your mental of how to play a Rebel opener, and suddenly, hey, Vex is a visionary, Renata's a visionary, she's a good item holder now, and we're going to see probably Tex having an easier start to the game compared to the ambush game last game where he lost streaked most of that stage 2.
Yeah, really good start, and no other big win streakers to contest him right here. Honestly, this board is so hard to break on that stage 2. Shelty and Shringa are the 2 ones that still have their big win streaks intact, so maybe those are the 2 players we should check out if they have a chance to beat them.
What would beat this board, though?
Shringa does have quality over quantity, so the Radiant items could be a big one. He's on that 3 win streak, but hey, doesn't meet him. That's good for good news for Tex.
White Jungler on the upward mobility here has also a Rebel-ish board for now, but we'll see what angle he wants to commit to later on in stage 3. What's the general consensus, Tanner, with the Rebel line in CN? Is it a default game plan for many players? Is it more specific around specific, augments or openers?
Oh, I think if you have like Aerial 2 or Vex 2, then you can play that line with some APIs. Okay. And you can build Guinso. So we know that Guinso for this patch, for this, I would say for this set, there are not many for cost users. But Twitch is the one, and people figure out that Guinso is good, it's useful on Zoe. So you can build like a Guinso at 2-1 and to boost up that win streak for you.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the idea behind that discovery is the fact that the Rebel stun and the attack speed comes in with a slower cast from Zoe, so the benefit, the timing is almost perfect there. Where I think at the beginning of the set, players were thinking, hey, I'm going to build Shojin, Nashor's red buff, but then there's not really enough damage, especially if you're going for nothing wasted or kill streak as an anomaly, for example. So I love how Rebel has changed a lot in the 3 first weeks of this set.
A lot of innovations being held. Taking a look at the board situation, Shunga and Tex on the top side, and then 2 5-loss streakers on the bottom. It's going to be very uncomfortable for people in the middle of this set. Relatively high caps for both the top and the bottom end.
Everyone's very rich, though, for the most part.
Kiyun trying to go for a big roll down here. Let's see if he wants to take a stake. I do want to mention for the family line that Vander is going to be heavily contested, as it was part of an Exalted Adventure.
Can you get away with using the family trait, though, to not have the 3-star Vander? Because even what Kiyun is rolling for, you're not actually buying all of the family units. You've got a Morgana 2, you've actually taken, you now have a Powder, but you also have a Zyra and a Step sitting on your bench.
Yeah, that's a great point. I think a lot of players have different reads there, but the most common one is if you have Violet 3 and Darius 3, you can stop rolling. Just get the pit fighters in.
Okay.
Maybe Draven as well, I think, has some upside,
the Draven,
especially considering what items you have, what artifacts you have. Playing Living Forge, you're thinking, hey, it's pretty unlikely that I get blessed by exactly AD melee items from my next artifact choice as well. Maybe you want to have the chance for something like a Fishbones to be relevant, so Draven 3 helps with that.
Oh, Ziggs. There's a Ziggs too. What are we thinking?
He's not playing it.
There's no mana Zane.
He has upward mobility, so he's definitely not going to stay and reroll that.
Have you seen Tanner any Ziggs reroll in CN after the buffs came through? Has it been more?
So like we had a screen game with the Ziggs 3, but it didn't go well.
Okay.
But yesterday there's a 6 dominant, and you just put 3 items on Ziggs, and you have Shilko dual carry, and actually it does like 5k damage, and Shilko does like 8k damage. That's not very gapped. But I would say that's a lot of the damage.
Yeah, sounds good enough. There's a chance for betrayal here, Clement. An augment that I know you love.
He rolled it away.
Takes all that shimmers. All that shimmers is still been really popular. Even though you don't have the increased interest cap anymore to 70, you still get so much value from being able to generate gold.
The Collector is a great item for this line here, and I think the big question is how much did he roll? Because it does look like he's actually rolled a bit. Maybe he's going to be contested.
I think you are.
My words, if that's the case.
I don't think it's the obvious game plan, but
I will say Freaky Friday and Infinity Forces, they work on a surprising amount of units. It's not just the melee units that works well. You get, everything basically, all kinds of stats, including mana. So it does work. Even on something like a Jinx later in the game, it does something. It's effective enough. So depending on what I think the natural shops indicates, we could see him just play for a 4-cost flex game plan.
Mbessa.
True.
Is that the only answer?
Yeah.
Maybe last game. I hope this game we see a bit more variety. At least we have one Rebel player.
Mbessa.
Shunga finally does start to lose, and I do want to see Shunga's board because there's a very strong combination of items when you play quality over quantity. You want the Sunfire, the Static Shiv. Those give you utility and a ton of damage early on to win streak as well.
Spot from what jungler, unfortunately very similar to what we saw last game, having to play from behind, having to play from very little HP coming into stage 4, currently once again in the 8th place position. And he does have to take risks. Obviously after an 8th in game 1, you have to go for, ideally a 3rd on average the next 2 games. So we'll see if it'll be this kind of bouncy strategy where you lose a lot of HP early and then have a really big comeback in stage 4.
Taking a look at Texas board, 7 win streak. No one has been able to break it so far, and I just love melding the sort of reroll Renata line into the Rebel line. This is how a lot of players kind of learn their tech. It's not really a divide between reroll and macro. If you know the reroll lines, you can transition better with the level 8 boards as well.
How good is Lux, though, is the question.
1v5?
Zanya has already procced.
Good enough.
I think she just like also at late stage.
Yeah.
Stage 4 is not efficient enough.
And that comes down to the single target. When there's less units on the board, it's easier to, zap, 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 win the round. When you have summons coming online, it's much harder. Mbessa, Necra's favorite 4-cost, is in the carousel and immediately picked up.
See? Mbessa. I don't know. I've started to become a big fan of that unit. I understand the hype now.
Look at Tex, the golden boy, racing to get out of his jail to pick up the Zoe, but no, he is denied. The game can't be that free.
Yep.
Could you imagine? Such an early Zoe. There are actually a couple of players, though, that look like they're just taking in the Rebel for now. And so I wonder how many players will continue to actually grow a little bit more vertically through that trait.
It does look like Qingzhou has continued to roll right here. He does have 3 lesser duplicators. We have to keep that in mind just from the augment. So he can't just pull a 3-star out of nowhere. But as we've seen so far, a lot of the copies that he's looking for were taken by those artifact players.
You have to consider the cap he's going for as well. How much do you value Tanner TF3, for example, in a comp like this in terms of capping higher and maybe not just playing for a top 4 without artifacts on the Nocturne, but playing for maybe a win even?
So like last patch, we didn't have like a very strong Nocturne. I tried like level 7 Euro TF, and TF is actually doing very well. You can have something like Green Soul Shift and maybe a Sojourn, and he can do the damage like 10k damage, and that will be enough.
Wow.
But like the situation is he cannot carry alone. You have to to carry someone.
I think especially TF helps being a range unit where you can stack everything on one side and the fight starts and you have Mbessa, Nocturne, Akali, and TF all, targeting the same clump of units on one side of the boards and just breaking through.
Yeah.
But he did have a lot of AP items available, so that is a possibility there to actually build out the TF. That would be cool.
Oh, this is a little bit unfortunate from Shringa. So he doesn't get the killer quality over quantity combo because he also picked up the leveling here by slamming. So he doesn't really have a choice on those items. Isn't going to get the utility combo. And of course, on the other side, Tex actually got his win streak snapped. That's huge for the lobby. There's some more chances to get that first place now. I did see that it was snapped by the team-up augment in Menaces, and that's a huge one for Wet Jungler because it allows him to play 6 Dominator without hitting the Mordekaiser.
And it's kind of sleeper OP. I've heard very good things about how relevant and strong Vander becomes in a setup like that, especially with the early Silco is really, really big.
Oh, that one is
well,
what could have been.
That's it, yeah, that's right.
Couple copies away here for Kyun to be able to find these big 3-star upgrades. Still missing 2 copies of Violet. Doesn't want to roll any further though because you know that you need the econ, but look at the artifact anvil.
I want to mention the reason he's waiting to pop this is because in stage 4, the gold generating anvils are removed from the pool. So if you don't need to win, if you're not very low HP already, you can wait one more round and guarantee you're removing things like Mogul's Mail and Gambler's Blade, which are not really as effective in stage 4 onwards. And you reduce the pool of artifacts you want for something like a Violet reroll, for example.
Kyun really wants to hit. Okay,
there it
is.
Which one do you want?
It's good enough. I wanted the trench coat, but these are good enough. These are good enough.
They're
is
so
Mittens
good.
a unique artifact? I want, 1 midden for each hand.
Oh, gets the Darius upgrade as well. I think Mittens
one more. Oh,
yeah.
is...
You probably pick the Cutlass, no?
I would assume so.
Yeah, because you don't want the extra attack speed to go to waste on Mittens.
No.
Oh, we picked double Mittens.
So not each hand, on each team member.
They can hold hands.
If a blizzard comes through, the comp is ready.
Well, it's just like destroying things. That's crazy. They're so fast. That is a Caitlyn for Shunka.
Oh.
That's so early.
But I don't know about which comps fit with Caitlyn. I only know the Twitch composition, so I feel like it's more of a holdover for now.
Vertical Enforcers, baby.
There was, I believe,
was
a small buff to Caitlyn this patch.
Yes, there was a small one.
Small AD buff, I believe it was.
Yeah, it was the bombing damage and attack damage buff. Final one is going to be a gold augment here. Huxing playing for the... oh, sorry, it wasn't Wet Jungler. It was Huxing playing for the Dominator line.
And Huxing, with only 2 points in game 1, has to make a big comeback. Tanner, what can you tell us about this player in terms of his experience in competitive TFT and CN the past few sets?
So Huxing was like an OG. He started playing in set 1, and he made worlds like once or twice. I can't remember.
Okay.
But he was like the 23rd place at the Dragonlance Championship.
Okay.
Yeah. So he's definitely like a good player, and he's like coming back in the recent sets, and I love to see him. His play style is very unique.
Okay.
Very unique. Yeah.
In what way?
He like discussed TFT a lot with Chitu, one of the good CM players, and I have to see that them both. But Chitu, I'm not sure if Chitu is still playing.
Wait, what do you mean one of the good CM players? I thought all the CM players were good.
He's trying to be humble. Chitu is still in. We've confirmed
Chitu's
that.
still in.
Yep. He did make it out with Setsuko.
What do you feel like makes Huxing's playstyle like so fun and so special?
Sorry, Huxing or Chuchi?
Huxing.
Huxing. Oh, so he's like always trying to play different lines, not just the meta comps, and he like it's more like a comp inventor.
Okay. And that's what we saw from him. I thought it was going to be the 6 Dominator line. He didn't find any good augments and went right turn and went straight into scrap, which is something that's really rare these days.
Yeah.
It would have been funny if, Tanner, you said this and we go to his board and it's Mbessa Corki. You got built out, don't worry.
Whoa.
Here's the cash out.
Exalted Adventure comes through with the upgrades, and now we will see the gold is there. But what else do we have? First item comes through, Even Shroud. Some quick picks.
I just realized it was the Renata he was 3-starring. He's not even playing it. It's just, you're here for the cash out.
Huh. So they must have picked Vander on his own accord to actually be able to play around the.
He gets 3 out of. You get to a 3-star 2 out of 3.
Right.
And once you hit that, it's good enough.
Hedging his bets.
But it always feels bad when you have like a 3-star unit you're not playing. So, and he still made it to the cash out. So great find from him.
Oh, there's a Mordekaiser.
I'm so interested about this scrap board. I've never seen this combination with Menaces, and it's just not something I know how to play.
What, Jungler is picking up the Mordekaiser he couldn't find last game. He's like, now it's my chance.
Well, he already has one on his board as
Yeah,
well.
it's a pair.
Had the Dominator crest as well to pick up through the augment. So, well, we gotta get that Mordekaiser 2-star to maybe into the anomaly.
Still Silco 1, still carrying the Ziggs that we talked about earlier on. So we'll see if the crucial next few natural shops, if he can find a Mordekaiser 2, which he does already have with the QSS there already. This is looking like a very strong board. Is not on Silco pair though, unfortunately. So has to try and find the Silco 2, transfer items off of the Ziggs, maybe have the JG onto the Mordekaiser.
I just want to say, when you get those legendaries to 2-stars before the anomalies,
It's so disgusting.
It's absolutely tremendous. You're never going to make a wrong choice by like anomalies and Ziggs or something. And he also has the ultimate cap out in hand with the Dominator Malzahar online. That's actually one of the biggest techs with this line.
Clement, how little respect do you have for EMEA players if you think he's going to anomaly Ziggs?
I'm sorry.
You're telling me if he doesn't hit Mordekaiser 2, he would consider anomalying Ziggs?
Silco would have been a better example. You get my point. I'm sorry.
I have to deal with the flame from Azael and from Gangly and now from you too.
The under table flame is the worst one. Shinka does find a win against this. Mordekaiser still not with the lifesteal. He does have 30 innate Omnivamp, but would like a little bit more. And here are the big anomalies for the key units. Take a look at Wet Jungler.
What do you think is the one he's looking for if he wants to go for the Mordekaiser anomaly, Tanner?
So like the one that if you die and then you come back for like.
Ooh, interesting.
Yeah. Last Chance and Shurima. I think those are the best ones.
Shurima, I'm not sure if it's the best
giant size.
statistically or performance-wise, but it's definitely the funnest. Like I said, Shurima, I had a crazy snowball in Conquer game. I put this on the Mordekaiser. It was just so fun to watch visually.
I like giant size though because while you have your own natural Omnivamp, now you can wait a little bit longer because you have a bigger health pool.
It's definitely a good pick because he doesn't have the Edge of Night. If you have the Edge of Night, then Shurima starts making a lot more sense. But for this setup, he needs immediate power, and he also is on 11 HP. Can't ask for too much better.
Still the Silco pair, unfortunately.
Yep. Huxing should have his Silco 2 by now. I think that's the big contest. So the question is, who has the burst damage to kind of deal with this Mordekaiser?
The Renata.
I don't think so. I'm rooting for Wet Jungler. I'm pretty sure.
No, I am too.
And for Tex, this is a surprising spot. No, Rebel +1, 0 gold to work with, not a single Zoe. He still has the Renata itemized. Really, really unfortunate for Tex. I'm not sure what or where the roll-on happened, but did not pan out, especially when it comes to anomalies. You can no longer anomaly the Zoe or the Jinx. You're forced to go for a tank anomaly. With the changes to anomaly, you now have to dig maybe even deeper and waste gold there, and you're missing that gold for the Zoe find as well, so really tragic.
Oh, it feels so bad when you know that you want to play Vertical Rebel and you're like, I don't have a single Zoe. I can't put items on it.
610 left in the pool, so 8% chance to roll into it. But again, very little gold to work with here.
Yeah, that's so sad.
And
we've all had those games.
Do wonder who's holding on to the other Zoes. It's not that common of a flex, to be honest.
Is it Kyun again holding forecast, making sure no one hits? The rat tactics in full display from the rat tactic master.
Would like to see, but Kyun is playing family.
It is Kyun!
It is him! Oh no! You called it!
I didn't call it. It's his identity. I mean, it's everything about him. I'm sorry, Kyun,
Wait, but that only accounts for one Zoe in the entire pool. So who has 3?
Necro, that's just...
Okay.
Don't ruin the narrative. My goodness,
amazing moment. His board has nothing to do with the Zoe. Oh, because Shelty is also in
Zoe
Rebel.
too.
No, it's all Kyun.
It's all Kyun's fault. That's so
Holding
funny.
one copy when there's 2 Rebel players. Okay, come on. That's just standard play. That's standard play. Yeah. Good find here for Wet Jungler. Finally gets to get all of his items there. Crit item there as well. Great with Dominator pair.
It's very satisfying to watch Mordekaiser cast until he dies.
Mordekaiser's down. The Nocturne is too much. Only 2 items on the Silco. Despite the upgrade, it won't be enough. And unfortunately for EMEA and for Wet Jungler, that is going to be the end of the road. Another 8th place, another difficult game. Going into the same line as well, or a similar one at least, with Mordekaiser at the top end there. Conquering game 1, Dominators in this game, but could not find success.
Yeah, it was really unfortunate. He was missing a lot of those Elise copies that were out of the pool already. And of course, the Silco 2 being held up by Huxing there didn't do him any favors.
There's only one other EMEA player alive in this round. It is Jeduzor playing in a different lobby. So fingers crossed, at the very least, he's able to find success and move on to top 16.
I love this combo. This is what I want to see of our reroll players. Interesting augment plus anomalies. Strength training, usually not taken that much, but with the extra healing get on every 3 attack and the quick striker 4 in, that is such a cool way to play. And as I say that, he's getting focused down. No, Nocturne! That's my narrative!
Jinxed it.
We're jinxing everybody. I was like, oh, look how cool it is for the Mordekaiser to cast. It is dead, and now the Nocturne is dead. Kyun has just had an incredible couple of games, though. You know, like, I think it's quite phenomenal to watch him play. I wonder, Tanner, what is sort of Kyun's... what did the CN region kind of think of Kyun, or maybe some of the other North American players?
Oh, so I can talk about a story just last round. Like, my friend was facing Kyun, and he played Cam Baron, and he just hits like the Tiny Titan Silver Augment, another one of the new sets, and he also hit Savika at level 7, and he just like 1 round gap, and he kicked my friend out from the group. Yeah, so like he beat the second place guy, and my friend cannot enter round 5.
I was not expecting that much of a detailed read on Kyun's play style. That was amazing.
Yeah,
I'm sorry for...
like after the game, he just came to me and complained, and he pointed out, oh, this is Kyun. I know this guy.
I'm sorry for your friend, Tanner, but
those are like very good story. I would have to hear more.
And we heard the 2 sides of the story. We heard Kyun's perspective, and when you interviewed him, and now we hear the perspective from some of the
It's actually really funny. I was not expecting that there would be the crossover there when I asked that.
Investigative journalism.
Yeah, I was tensing up. I was like, I'm not sure he knows Kyun. Well, he knows Kyun very well.
Yeah, don't you worry. It's the second intuition.
Well played, well played. Huxing actually at the top of the lobby with this interesting build here. The Silco Menaces also turns the Powder into a Dominator and takes her away from family. Probably not what all of you Arcane fans want to hear, but that is what happens on the board. So very interesting in terms of, I think he's playing 4 Dominator. Yeah, with the Mundo, 4 Dominator and 6 Scrap. First time I've seen it.
That's very innovative.
Living Forge artifact coming through for Shelty. What will it be? Trenchcoat has been one of the most dominant ones across this tournament, but maybe not the best fit for this current board.
Put it on Alawi. Do it.
There isn't really an ideal fit. It will just be, it looks like the Wit's End onto LeBlanc here, just the extra attack speed and the AP.
Coward.
What?
Necra, so personal.
Yeah, suspicious trench coat.
I think we're missing an Mbessa there to make that work.
Just kidding.
This is a unique build on the Corki as well. Gold Collector, very, very good. Mana Zane, maybe not BIS, but will still be strong for getting those extra casts out.
Is a lot of burst damage. If you can get to the back line like he has done right there, should be able to survive through this.
Oh, that's going to be a big KO.
Maybe a different artifact could have been the difference maker in this last fight.
I did agree with you, actually. I felt like if you went with the Trenchcoat on the least, that would be more tankiness, at least an extra 2 targets.
Yeah, see? You guys were laughing at me. Panda was laughing at me.
Not laughing.
He was laughing at your personal remarks,
exactly.
not the
fair.
choice. Yeah.
The choice of words.
Yeah.
No, yeah, unfortunate there. I think also if you just get a better hand in the actual anvil, then it makes the choice a lot easier to make. But this is a Warwick in an Experimentex. Kiyun stays winning.
Oh, this is so cool.
Very experimental TFT from Kiyun here, but maybe too experimental. Warwick stun-locked, not quite doing his thing. The Bloodlust has now finally come online, and Warwick is all over the place. The Violet as well. Will it be enough to win? It looks like Warwick, despite being benched, can clutch it up here, up against this Corki. The Gold Collector execute does not come through, and Tucci goes down in the process. Unfortunate result there for one of the CN players. Someone who needed a good result in this game too, Tanner, is Shunga, who had only I believe a 6th place in game 1. He was streaking coming into this fight here. Overall, how much confidence do you think Shunga has coming into this game, coming into game 3? Do you think he can handle pressure well, being a past global champion?
Oh, I think he's very confident because he took the horizontal quantity as stage 2-1, and you have to understand which item is great for one unit, which radium item, only one item, because when you play Black Rose, radium warmer is for Garen. So he picks this one, means that he's very confident to play whatever lines he wants. So he picked emissary Koki, right? Yeah, I think he's just very confident.
Do you think Shunga is more of a intuitive player when it comes to knowing the best item on each unit, or is it more a stat-based focus?
Actually, he's not the guy that will just look up stat.
Okay.
I think he understands the game well by playing more and more games.
Okay, so a big buff coming into set 13, into the Arcane.
That's another topic.
I'm not going to open that can of worms with you, Tanner. Maybe with a different guest.
Ooh, Mordekaiser 2 available here for Huxing as soon as you get that extra gold from winning. Yeah, but can you get the win?
So, he definitely doesn't want to sell any part of his board for it yet. I really like this combination coming in on the side of Qingzhou. I've never seen it. Very unique. He also, of course, got the Tactician's Crown from his cash out. That makes that impossible, I believe, to fit the Quick Striker and the extra Renata for the shielding. So much fun ways to make use of those 2 costs.
This Nocturne really popping off, we're seeing across all these last few fights. We were a bit worried for the Exalted Adventure player in stage 3, some in stage 4 as well, but the overheal as the last augment is really coming clutch as well.
Texas finally found Zoe 2.
Yay. A bit late.
A little late, but it still might be enough for you to be able to get a top 4.
And we see the need for an adaptation from the Anomaly. He has protective shielding on the Alawi. It is one of the anomalies that was nerfed in this last patch. I think it was super strong. For me, one of the insta-pick tank anomalies in the last patch, but still strong enough on this Alawi.
It's all going to be about the wrap here in the direction. A very well placed on the Elise is going to get the Nocturne, at least bring him backwards, which is a huge find for the fight.
Ooh, second Elise cast. The Cocoon does come through, just barely it looked like.
Nocturne doesn't find the wrap, but still has enough damage to just simply power through at this point. I think Tex getting a top 4 in this spot is already worth a celebration. He was stuck on level 8, rolling for so long, all the way to 6-2, no level 9 in sight.
But I think there was another elimination that happened as well, so it's going to come down to how much damage both of those players took to see if Tex can actually sneak into that top 4, because I think we only have 3 players left now as we'll get a chance to look at that lobby. And Tex does get that top 4, so that's a big deal. Shunga, unfortunately, is going to be the one that takes the 5th.
Does mean that Tex ends up with 9 points in the first 2 games, so he doesn't have to put too much pressure on himself. The top 3 should see him through. In the meantime, for Shunga, well, his analyst is right here. What should Shunga do next game?
I think he has to play for like top 3, top 2, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. A bit sad this game.
Knowing Shunga as a player, what do you think is going through his mind in terms of what his game plan will be? Obviously, in an ideal world, you can play Chem Baron and have a crazy cash out and win the game off of that. But what is a more realistic game plan for a player like him when he needs a result like the one he needs?
I think he will just play like still for fast 8 and fast 9 and play those focus line. He's not a fan of the Chem Baron.
Okay. Okay. Interesting.
Play in a more safer way.
Okay.
So Kyun just got knocked out. We saw the Warwick tech from him. Ended up actually getting eliminated, even though that Warwick was fully itemized. Had Hand of Justice, the Mittens, as well as an Infinity Edge. Tanner, I'm curious. I know that we have all these 6 costs in the game now, but Warwick seems to be one of the ones that people have viewed on the weaker side. Where do you feel like it fits into the meta?
You mean Warwick, right?
Yes.
So I think Warwick, you have to play a few units that with very much high DPS, like Jinx 2 or some other units, or like you have Caitlyn 2, and that will be enough because Warwick is aiming for help you to kill more units. It's not a main carry.
Execute.
And not too many utilities like Victor or like Mel.
Yeah, Warwick is more of a cleanup unit. You want to have a lot of damage, and Warwick can
it's like a Rumble, but not very efficient.
Inefficient Rumble. You heard it here first.
Inefficient Rumble, got it. Well, there's a big Victor stun coming through here for Jinxo. And it looks like
down the last life.
Yeah, I mean, is this just Kushin getting knocked out?
Could be a big enough loss. Minus 17. We are in stage 6, and what a game. What an adventure, really. An exalted one, if I may say so myself. From this Nocturne, we were worried in stage 3. It looked like maybe someone would be contesting him. Thankfully, that was not the case, and even without artifacts, the Nocturne was able to do enough.
The first 2 players were so creative in this lobby. I love to watch that coming out from the 6 scrap, buying enough time against Kiyun's board for the Dominators to ramp up and then take the board. I feel like Hushin really amazed us, and of course Qingzhou as well. I'm surprised he was able to get through the early game so well. He was contested, and he was not playing a Renata 3 on his board. Still made it through.
Yeah, I think if you are a smart player, you won't contest in such a BO3 format.
And not just the top 2 you mentioned were so creative, I think also Kyun. The way he pivoted his game plan into the Warwick line, it didn't maybe quite work out as he would have liked, but he had a very good result in game 1. He just needed a nice top 3 in this game.
And I do want to point out his experiment tech. He found an additional experiment emblem. He put it on the Violet, which gave him an extra copy. And then that Violet got the group stun coming in from the Warwick. That was really fun to see outside of the box tech. Worked very well for him. Unfortunately, all top 3 were just amazing boards, so he wasn't able to punch even higher.
Tanner, what has been one of the most exciting things that you have seen in the competition? Maybe something that surprised you? A player, a comp?
Oh, so was the player called Haster Shen. So yesterday, for the first 2 rounds, he got 5 first in 6 games, and so surprised. But unlucky, he was eliminated last round. Like last hour.
Did you see what he was playing in those 5 wins? Is there any game plan you think he had an edge? Was it just capitalizing on high roll starts?
He was playing 1 game for Sentinel Frontline and Elise carry, and that's very creative. Yeah.
Wow.
Interesting. So a flex player.
I did want to ask you, it's been a while since CN has took a global championship title. Who do you think is the next player that you think is going to take one home for China?
That's a tough question. Let me think about it.
Just give us one. Just give us one. Your favorite to take the next one.
60-second.
60-second.
Wow.
Good choice. Good choice.
Yeah, I think many players from other regions think 60-second is the player that he knows how to win the game, and that's the condition for the checkmate format, right?
Yep.
And he can like get top 4 from the 40-player pool from the Swiss stage. And that would be great. And he also played in both circuits, the mobile one and the PC one for the CN circuit. Yeah. And this time he chose the mobile circuit.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah. And he still made it, 3 times to Tactician's
true.
Crown. It's absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
I love watching it because he's so mechanical.
Yeah.
Well, Tanner, thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast. It has been such a pleasure to have you, and we hope you're able to enjoy the rest of the tournament. And we'll be cheering with 60-second alongside you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you,
We are
Tanner.
going to have a quick interview with Frodan out on the floor with Azale, and so let's go ahead and hear what Frodan has to say.
Hey everyone, Azale here with Frodan at the TFT Macao Open. I talked to you last year at Vegas. Last year he hosted Soju's stream as well. Both years he didn't do so well. Thoughts?
Yeah, maybe I'm the problem. I kind of thought it was on him and that he should take accountability for his actions. But
No, that's not the TFT way.
that is true. We refuse to do that, so I think you could blame me. That's right, Soju fans. You found your next scapegoat. It's me. I'm the problem.
It's not the Boeing 777. It's Frodan.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I try to help him. Like, he actually asks for help all the time, and I guess this time he did listen to one piece of advice that I gave, and look what happened. So I probably need to not do that next time.
What was the advice?
Oh, so basically, there's a study group of Soju, Milk, Setsuko, Prestivan, and a few other players, and I'm there as like an outside observer that's not part of like the player that practices with them, but they listen to things and they consult me. I look at other regions for what they're playing, right? They ask me what's the tech, and I say this is what APAC's playing, this is what China's playing, this is what EU's playing, and so I talked to him a little bit about some other reroll comps and things that he could play, and look what happened. I probably shouldn't do that next time.
So you obviously got to go to both events. You're big in the TFT scene. You had a crazy start to the set. I saw you were pretty high challenger already. You were doing really well. Have you ever thought about competing, or are you enjoying more of the co-streaming side?
I have thought about it. I actually do think competing is something that I enjoy a lot, and it keeps me sharp because not only is it, of course, fun to compete yourself. I mean, that's part of what makes TFT really fun, just jumping into competition, but it also helps me walk a mile in the player's shoes. And I think that, and you understand that as a literal world champion, that having the perspective of both is what really gives me an edge in terms of understanding what's going on and keeps me grounded, because it's really easy to get caught into the hypothetical of backseating and being like, well, this person's doing this and this is a mistake. It's such a terrible thing. So I like to help keep myself accountable. That's why I compete still, even in like ladder competitions. I actually plan on entering a few more cups in the future for this set and try to push myself, because I always want to say that, yes, I'm willing to dish it, but I'm also willing to receive criticism and put myself out there as well.
Something I've always wanted them to do in League, and maybe they could do it in TFT, is I think they need to have a competition where all the casters have to compete and the players get to cast them and backseat them.
Yeah, that's called me streaming. So, I mean, I have a lot of top players in my chat all the time, kind of laughing at me and making fun of my plays. If I'm not averaging a great day, usually K3 Soju is typing in chat 5.5:D, and he's just like happy. So yeah, it's fine. I laugh at them all the time. It's only fair they get to do it to me.
It's only fair. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate you, Frodan. Back to you all at the desk.
Love being able to hear from Frodan. He's one of my absolute favorite co-streamers and casters that we have here in TFT. But we also have another one that's joining us on the broadcast. It's also one of my favorite players and casters. We've got Tamura joining us. So excited to have you. I'm glad that you could join us after we got you to have that short guest spot at our Tactician's Crown as well. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing well. I mean, like, the events have been really fun and, knocked out, but I got to play, and everything's like bigger and better than Vegas, and it's exactly what it was before. And I've I'm super happy to be here as well.
How did your games go? Do you want to tell us a little bit?
Well, obviously not that well because I'm sitting here. How much do you want
to be fair, it's a harsh cutoff.
Yeah, I think it was
is.
4-3-4 for the first one. So it was a bit shaky at first, like playing under all of this, like there's so much pressure, and there's just like a lot going on. It's kind of hard to adopt to a new setup, a new surrounding, and you can kind of like hear the people behind you, like people are chatting as well, and the main stage is going on. But first round went okay, and then second one was it was a 6-8, so I knew I was out after the second game. And then on my third game, I got 3 Chem Baron, Tiniest Titans. I was like, oh, perfect. This one's going to be a banger to end on. So ended on a first at least. But
Nice.
yeah, exactly the tuber. But it didn't really matter. But at least I got to end on a first. So yeah, that was fun.
How was your meta read coming to the tournament? Do you feel, with a new patch, new set, obviously still very fresh, did you feel you had a good read? Do you have regrets around your meta read? Was it maybe incorrect in some ways?
Yeah, I think the only thing that really stood out to me was as soon as we got here on day one, everyone just started saying like, oh, Renata, like play this comp. And I'm a person who likes my A to B lines. I like to know where I am and be very comfortable with it. So that was the only one where I was like, okay, I'm not touching that. Game one, I played Renata because I got dropped all the units. I was like, okay, I kind of have to, but I went fourth, so I wasn't comfortable on the line, but it was alright. In terms of meta read, I played a lot of PBE. There was an active Discord. There was lots of people doing like PBE lobbies. So I think I had a pretty good meta read on some of the reroll lines. The only thing that I wasn't comfortable on was Emissary Flex, and I think I was like, oh, maybe I'll just stay away from it, even though it is performing decently well. But to be honest, I saw a lot of people bomb out with that comp because it's kind of a hit or miss, and if you can snowball and tempo, you can push levels and cap out really insanely at level 9. But if you slam the melee items and you don't get the upgrades, you don't get the Conqueror stacks early, then sometimes you can just bomb out. So I stayed away from that line, and I think it worked out well for me for those games.
We've definitely also seen a lot of players contest each other, so even if you don't hit all the Conqueror stacks, maybe you're not even hitting your units, so can definitely be a big problem there. But have you been able to check out anything else around the venue, any of the other games, players, activations?
Yeah, I got to play some of the TFT Mobile, on China's version, and that was super fun. The animations just amazing. Me and my cousin Boogie Zone, we're having so much fun 1v1ing on that as well. And I went around to took photos with all the cosplayers and all the art. I was blown away by Jinx's room and all the the attention to detail is incredible. Going into the anomaly, being in an area which is so arcane themed is surreal to me because I've rewatched that show so many times, and I absolutely loved the second act as well.
When you went into the anomaly, what did you evolve into? What was your mutation?
My mutation? I don't know. I guess caster, because it was pretty recent. So.
Is that newly added to the game?
Yeah, I don't know.
Perfect.
Yeah, play as
That's
a caster.
a good anomaly to get, but we are going to be going into our third game here. And while we are looking at this lobby, I do want to talk about a different player because, Tamora, you're here on desk. There is one more player remaining from OS. That's Ubu. He's currently in the lobby with title. Sell us. Give me something to believe, because people have been yapping a bit.
Yapping a bit? Okay. Yeah, well, I mean, he's a Beast player. He's usually holding either rank 1 or top 2 probably. I think he got a direct entry slot to regionals last set. Unfortunately, didn't make it all the way to Worlds. However, his consistency, being able to have such high LP, obviously goes to show that he's just a really consistent player, because you still do have to play your snapshot games and play a lot of games through that. And I'd say he's just a player that I believe he went to set Worlds, was it set 3? Yep. So it was quite a while ago. So yeah, I wasn't even a player back then, but I heard of that. I can't comment too much on that, but he's just such a consistent player that's always very high rank and always seems to have good meta reads. And I believe he also plays on some of the Chinese servers as well. So he's able to pick up new tech and bring it back to OS.
Wow, very good. So getting a lot of good practice. I mean, this is going to be some of the hardest lobbies that you play, but we've seen a lot of players have that ladder experience, really translate that over to the competitive environment, especially when you're playing on LAN and you're playing against a lot of people that you might not have had the experience playing against already. That can really help you just to be able to think on your feet.
Yeah, I think it's super important, and like you mentioned, the difference between solo queue and being able to bring that into tournaments. I think with him, just because he has so much experience, he doesn't need to play solo queue style, because there's a lot of really good ladder warriors who are really, really good and high LP because they're good at greeting. But because he has so much experience all the way back to set 3, it means that he's able to play in a tournament environment and not crack under pressure.
And looking at our encounter, Vi, once again, I believe it's the third Vi encounter in just 6 games here on the main broadcast across this day too.
I don't mind seeing her a lot.
Me either.
I think the K-pop influence is why we're seeing so much Vi now here.
She is hot.
She is hot. We have already confirmed that for the 7th time, Nekra. Thank you
We
for
can
anyone.
confirm it once more.
You're welcome.
Tamura, do you want to confirm it as well?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Okay, thank you, Tamura. Now let's go back into the game. Tamura, as a player, what do you think about in terms of Vi encounter? What runs through your mind in terms of how the game is going to be different in stage 2? What augments do you think more about?
Yeah, so we can see already right now with the family setup. I think that when playing around Violet, it's really good to have extra components because usually you want to itemize your front line and your back line, and then Vanda usually just wants to hold on to utility. So you're thinking about getting True Biss on Violet, getting True Biss on Draven, and then still having room for an Even Shroud Sunfire. Like, you need so many components to make that work. And also, I know a lot of people like to take Econ Augments to reroll to guarantee that they hit their upgrades, but I think that Violet's a comp that you can actually tempo with, even on stage 2 if you haven't 3-starred everything, but usually it's going to be an item check. So I think that's definitely a comp that you would lean towards. And in terms of everyone else playing Fast 8, obviously the item augments are going to be slightly less prio, picking up things that will give them Econ to get to the Fast 8. But as far as everyone else is concerned, like you can see, there's a Rebel +1. If you can get something that gives you direction, that's also perfect.
I mean, this is actually not the only emblem that we see. I think I also saw a Wandering Trainer.
Yes,
picked.
on Wet Jungler, and we got a glimpse of it just now. It's an Ambusher Scrap Wandering Trainer.
Echo, my man.
I think you just play Scrap. Yeah, Echo Scrap.
As long as it's not Mordekaiser again into an 8th, I'm happy. So.
Well, I will say, to maybe give an overall view of this lobby, players do need to place in the top 4 after 3 games. This is the 3rd game, and unfortunately Wet Jungler is sitting on 2 points, so that will not be possible anymore. However, between Hyushin, Shelty, Shuchi, Tex, and Shungu, it is a very narrow field who is going to make it into the top 4, so lots of stuff to look forward to.
Yeah.
We did mention one of the favorites from Cian, Chunga, is in a spot where he has to play for a 3rd or a 2nd, so look out for some maybe riskier plays in this game to try and pull that off. I do want to mention, we talked a little bit about Vi encounter. We see someone picked up High Voltage, looking at building a Spark, has an easier chance to do so if you want to build multiple Sparks even. There is some hidden tech with High Voltage and Sponging. I'm not sure if you've ever had the chance to play it where you multiply the High Voltage and you don't need a damage carry. You just melt entire backline at the start of a fight.
It's quite toxic. You go in and your units kill themselves, basically. It's just like, it's so obnoxious.
See if anyone's willing to build a Gunblade just in case they think they're going to rotate into that consistently. We see like Kog'Maw reroll often dies to that very, very quickly until they get the Gunblade and 3-star online. She don't have enough base HP, and he's just casting so frequently.
Well, good thing we don't have the 2nd augment choice just yet, so we'll see if that does end up actually playing a role here. We see the Academy augment getting taken for Shelty.
Yeah, so academic research is super, super interesting because basically what it does is every single time you build an item, you get a choice of items. And one of those is the item you built. And then there's always also one of the Academy items. So it's going to be relevant what the Academy items are this game.
And what Academy champions you might find also on the carousel here, trying to go into the Vertical Academy, especially so in stage 3 and 4 if you're able to find early Heimerdingers, early Jaces as well.
Now we're seeing them up there. So Jolt Gauntlet, Infinity Edge, and Adaptive.
We saw there was already a JG built onto the Lux. There was only a D-Claw on the frontliner there, so it doesn't have the Adaptive just yet.
Yeah, it's a little bit awkward having the JG-I interaction because it means you have to go for those duo carries. We're not playing in set 4 anymore. They don't synergize that well together. But, Ezreal's a really good secondary carry. You can hold on to the IE, and if you can push levels, eventually you can maybe even just throw your extra items onto the Corki and then duo carry it with Heimerdinger, and then ideally we're eventually getting towards Jace.
Especially if you get, an Academy emblem as well? Corki Academy! I think it would be great. But yeah, I think that Ezreal has actually gotten a little bit better. I think he ends up being a little bit more of a playable unit, whether it's going to be in the Academy line or even just a part of Rebels. I actually don't hate having him as an item holder for even Jinx later.
Yeah, I think Ezreal's a really, really underrated carry, not just because he's powerful, but because he holds onto both of the carry's items. So a lot of the times when you have excess swords, greeting for blue buff on Heimer is good, but if you need the Archangels as well, like getting that many tiers could be quite difficult. So players will settle for Shojin on Heimerdinger, and then they'll want to slam AP items, but they'll also want to slam AD items. And so there's a lot of games where you'll get that, Shojin IE, and then you just put it on your Ezreal before you get your upgraded Corki and Heimer, and he's the best of both worlds. He holds onto everything.
Looking at Texas spot across the board there, has a Rageblade already slammed, a Warmogs, and a Sunfire. Could be angling towards that Rageblade Zoe yet again, finish 4th, despite the huge low rolls in that game 2. This is a player who's on 9 points, needs roughly a 4th or a 3rd to make it through to the next round. Maybe Rebels is one of his comfort comps. That being said, Kyun picks up tower defense again. We saw it from him in game 1. And I'm sorry, Kyun, but you're a bit of a high roller because he picks up another good emblem. It was Sentinel in game 1. It's Rebel in this game. So at the very least, I think there'll be 2 Rebel players, which makes that roll down a little bit harder in terms of finding the almost free Alawi 2 and Zoe 2.
It's so scary when it's on the dummy as well, because then it's so much easier to get to that 10 Rebel, because you can actually hit it on 9 without needing to actually play the 10 units if you can manage to get hold of a spout on the carousel. But his spot's looking really, really strong, so sometimes, if you're playing Rebel from ahead in the tempo, you won't be very likely to pick up the spout from the carousel, but who knows, maybe the other players might let it through if they're playing for their best interest and don't really need it.
Kyun's been kind of the lobby slayer, though. I think if anybody has been paying attention to how Kyun has been treating the rest of the lobby, I think you look at that and go, maybe we should make sure that Kyun does not get these giga big spots. He's been holding a lot of units that have made it really difficult for other people to hit.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw that in the previous games as well, where he's just run away with it in the first one.
Yeah.
Here's the extra items, making good use of the Violet comp. I told you that we need both items on the Violet and the Draven, and really like the fact that the LW is on the front line, even though it's most likely eventually going to get moved back to the Draven, just because you want to triple item stack someone to get as many kills as possible. And with access to the near infinite removers, I'm sure they'll be able to get a lot better items later.
And this is, I think, something that you really have to understand when you have one main item carry. Even if an item doesn't make that much sense on the unit, it's not the BIS, you have a chance to be flexible. You want to put all the items onto that unit at the beginning and then eventually move it off. I think it's even more apparent with units like Darius, for example, which he can hold so many different items. I've had the weirdest combinations in Stage 2.
I've seen a lot of AP items on Darius.
Yeah,
Darii. I'm not really sure what the plural is there, but definitely a unit that likes to hold a lot of different items. But we're already getting the next set of augments after this round, and I'm curious on what beholds after that round.
Sterix augment, potentially. I can see the double Sterix on
Yeah, that would be pretty good. Be careful with that. I've seen a caster on this desk today say stuff like that and then have it happen, so you hold power here tomorrow.
Do hold power. Usually it's the other way around. From my experience casting, oh, this is a guaranteed first. Uh-oh, the other person hits us
Never mind.
cost.
I think it happens to all of us.
Will be golden augments coming on through.
Jingso actually gets an opportunity for the tower dummy defense 2. Doesn't take it.
A little bit risky. Already locked into the line, so just doesn't want to take that. And
you don't want to gamble?
not at this point. If I'd made it this far, I'd be very, very scared to be gambling. And the Runins is pretty good on Draven, but already has access to the double Rageblade. Plus the LW is always going to stay there, so definitely makes sense to go for the only really takeable option, but is being
very deep roll down.
Really
very
aggressive with the
deep
roll down. Wants to tempo the lobby, I guess. Got a lot of gold and extra dupes, so might as well try and do that. But I think we're going below 10 gold here, so
we're going
all the way down.
And not able to find the last copy of Violet if he wants to use both duplicators, which is very, very unfortunate. This is an all or nothing game plan that maybe is leaning more towards nothing at this point in time.
Yeah, but Jingso is actually pretty safe in comparison to the rest of the lobby. 13 points is still quite a lot. As long as you're able to get a top 4, you feel relatively safe to be able to move forward. But yeah, as you said, still very risky. I think give it a couple turns though. Maybe you do natural into one more copy of the Violet and then you have that 3-star and you're able to run away with this next stage.
It's a little bit awkward though, holding on to the extra copies of Vanda means that building the econ back up after hitting those 3 stars is going to be quite difficult if they still want to go for the Vanda 3. So hopefully for their sake they can hit very quickly, because otherwise it's going to be not until stage 4 that they actually build their econ back up. And there is the Violet 3.
Yeah, so
just as we
does come around eventually.
We're looking for it.
Very good. Checking in with Kyun though, we were talking about the Rebel emblem early on here. Now also has found Painted Town Blue, so a very clear direction. But as of right now, we're still hurting. A lot of losses. Is down to 65. We see the items are already there to go on to that Zoe later on, but needs to make it there. And sorry to say this, Panda, but Ziggs is not the best carry unit right now.
It's a Ziggs too. It's a Shojin to Rabadon. Should be doing enough.
Why is he losing them?
Well, I mean, maybe he just hit it. I'm not entirely sure when the spike happened. There are strong boards.
You are so full of copium.
Qingzu just rolled down to 0. Maybe that might be why.
This looks like
For Kyun, one thing I want to mention with Painted Town Blue, there's a very strong anomaly combination with this augment, which is nothing wasted on the Zoe. One of the key changes to the anomaly system coming to this patch is not just the potential elimination of the Hungry Crab that we saw with Urgot reroll and Set last patch, but also the chance to not be able to force something like this Nothing Wasted and the Painted Town Blue combination. So you have to be a little bit more open to the different options.
I'll be curious to see how much they're willing to actually greed on that, because there's a lot of other good options. When we're playing around Rebel, you can take the frontline options for Alawi, and there are other methods of getting mana on towards your Zoe if you high roll a Jinx early, even maybe put the anomaly on them. But
I like energy absorption. Yeah,
good as well.
or like magic training. I think all of them are really good.
Really don't need to be greeding that much if you have access to multiple carries and frontline as well.
Third item build. Maybe the Ziggs will do something now. We'll get to watch and see.
He has one of his traits
Silco
activated.
for one would be helpful. That's a good unit to put some items on.
What does Ziggs do to you? I'm missing something here.
No, so, okay. I'm glad you're asking, Tamura. Let me elaborate.
Elaborate, okay.
See, Panda here has been trying to sell us on a Ziggs reroll being good line.
Ah, the reroll
So
tech.
I need to kind of rub it in just a little bit.
I will say I heard very bad things about people who tried Ziggs reroll. I think Ziggs was one of the first units that in PBE when we first started playing, everyone's like, oh, this unit's broken, you know, fast 8, Ziggs 2, Ziggs reroll, like this unit's broken. And then it wasn't until all the other comps started to come full circle that people slowly started to lose faith in him.
There's a key detail that's missing. Mana Zane Ziggs reroll.
Yeah.
Or
Ludens.
Mana Zane and Ludens.
Oh,
Ziggs 3 on
both.
stage 3. Now we're talking.
Okay. So
Some
just
comps are a little
high
bit
roll.
conditional in TFT. It happens.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit. And you were flaming Ziggs when you had no traits activated, Make, which I think is a little bit unfair.
I just don't think he should be your choice of item holder right now. But hey, what do I know? I do want to talk about a different board because we did get glimpses of it. Shunga picked up that Automata crest really early on, and we already saw an Automata board go haywire in the first couple of rounds today, where we saw the full Unleash Automata Mel. Now, we're far from that for now, but I would love a repeat. I thought that was great.
Well, you know, as our players have been saying, they have to play towards the end game. At some point, if you hope to make it to stage 5 or 6, you should be hoping that you're going to get that 5 or 6 cost that you need.
And Shunga is a player that needs that high finish, just like Qingqiang did, who played that comp. So I'm just lining out. There is a parallel world where this works out.
Oh, you're setting him up to knock him down later, Makes. I just know it. Laying out the breadcrumbs now. Or absolutely caster cursing this game.
Well, one
for
of the
him.
two, you decide.
Moving to stage 4, not really any player too low in HP. Tex now at 48 is in that 8th place position right now, hoping to roll down on 4-2 and hit a stable board. We'll see if he's going to lock himself into that Rebel line or not, knowing that Kyun will be contesting. For White Jungler, finally not in that low position coming into stage 4. The first two games, it was looking really, really dire.
What do you think Hushin is trying to play for? I look at those items and I look at Ziggs? Question? All right, sorry.
So
no,
blue buff to
Heimer
me is
question mark?
Heimerdinger.
Sorry, I was the
Basically-
other small one that explodes things.
The little professor. But I think
speaking
there's
of Heimerdinger.
not very many good blue buff holders, and Heimerdinger is one of them. We did just sell both of the Heimerdingers, though, so Hushin seems to disagree with me.
He's looking for Mel.
Oh,
true.
of course.
My favorite comes.
The 0.0 chance on Mel. How could I forget?
The Mel
Right
4-1
now.
carry.
The blue buff is a little bit confusing though after selling the Heimerdinger pair. I was thinking, you know, you could just move the Shojin to someone else and then play around blue buff Heimer, but with the Morello Slam as well, definitely lacking that scaling. The rod item much rather be like Archangel's Gunblade, so definitely see something that I don't because it's not a very comfortable A to B line that I'm used to there.
Okay, I think maybe Nami.
Nami, okay.
With Corki being held and being kind of held onto the way it is, I think maybe there's a chance of Nami. Oh, and she's sitting in the back line.
Yeah. I think you could be right though. Like that Nami Swain Emissary board.
Prismatics.
Very important augment choice for so many players. Potentially a crucial one in terms of staying alive in this tournament. Kiyun immediately goes for Coronation. Did not have much gold to roll with. And despite that, goes 8. Does not find much in terms of Rebels. Not a single Zoe or Alawi has been found. Donkey rolling under 10 gold.
Oh,
Ooh.
Well.
And all of a sudden, a Jinx is found. Not quite the items for her just yet, but will be an important piece of the puzzle in stage 5 if he makes it that far.
Oh, you just put it in now at this point because you want the 7 Rebel so you can actually get the stun. And you also see that other players have been able to spike their boards with these prismatic augments. Tex also picked up the Coronation. So that's going to be another player that you have to contend with that has this extra unit and extra trait active.
And Kiyun does have 14 points, so I think even with an 8th place, he should be making to the next round. Obviously, he's playing very high tempo for this exact reason. We saw it earlier from the Violet Reroll player who rolled so heavily. It's because he was on 13 points. He just needed to not go 8th, really, so wanted to preserve as much HP as possible.
Well, there are all the Zoes. Shelty has them. Zoe 2 on the other side with red buff.
And that's the awkward thing when slamming the AP items because it just doesn't make sense to really play around these Dominators for that much longer, but Kiyun just has no choice. At least slamming the Shojin, you know, you can move that over towards the Jinx. You know, Shojin GS, more generic slammable items can be used by multiple units as we see absolute incredible amount of gold coming out here. Can we even pick it up before we start rolling?
I'm not so sure about that.
It's coming, and we've got it all.
17 seconds.
Still has time, but are we playing slow?
We're chilling.
Yeah.
Forward thinking from Shunga coming up in a big way. And we're seeing the double automata. There was a nerf in the A patch. I think a lot of players I spoke to before the A patch was released into the wild mentioned that if you have a chance for a +1, you Giga Force the line because it was very, very strong. After the nerf, I think there's more considerations, which I think puts it in a good spot. But we've seen it performing at a high level once you're able to assemble the 6 automata especially.
Yeah, it's just a little bit scary after the nerfs. Sometimes if someone else, you know, happens to get any access to the Ornn items, then they'll just hard force the Nocturne from any of the 3 ranged options. So you got to be careful about that as well.
We'll be seeing a level 9 at 4-5, I have to imagine, from Shunga, trying to go for the max cap, trying to find maybe a few key units like the Malzahar, maybe even in the carousel here.
Yeah, very, very scary though, dropping very low HP, but if they can hit the board relatively quickly, then I think they have exactly what they need.
Shunka's able to pick up the Mordekaiser though, so now you get the Dominators in alongside the Blitzcrank. So that's kind of nice to have.
And we are already seeing a 6 cost on one of our players' boards. It will be the Mel for Chung Zhao, a player who we mentioned earlier has to just not go 8th. Mel is very good at doing that and making sure you have that extra life, the extra bit of placements when it comes to finishing 6th or 7th, which should be enough to make the next round.
She's also itemized. She has the blue buff and also the Gunblade.
Helps finding the copy early because you're able to index more into what she needs and really itemize her properly.
Gotta love it.
What do you make of double Rabadon's Ion static?
A little bit interesting. I mean, we went fast 9 to get a Cogmore 2. Not exactly the roll down you'd be hoping for.
With 1 Overflow, you do have attack speed on the rod, so it is kind of like a pseudo Rage Blade with a lot more AP, and Shiv, I think, has always been the entire set one of the best items for the Cogmaw. So this should be good enough until, you know, we get the Blue Man waiting room. Malzahar, not quite the unit he was last match, but still obviously going to be very strong in this exact setup.
Oh, the Ambessa though, just being able to get the wrap onto the back, it does not give this Cogmaw nearly enough time. And so Shunga just struggling here, really struggling here as we get into the anomaly.
I mean, if you're Shunga, what really is your chance to make a top one right now? I think the only chance you have is find Mals and Mel and fit both. And that is pretty unlikely right now, looking at the gold that we have. So 13 HP, what are you making here?
And Anomaly on Mordekaiser means he's all in on this Mordekaiser. He now has to find a 2-star Mordekaiser to really make this work.
And items, like just the Crown Guard here is not really enough in order to make this Mordekaiser super strong. But I love the Edge of Night as well as the Quicksilver. You're going to be at least attacking pretty fast.
Gives up on Zavika pair, finds a Rumble pair now instead.
There's just so much potential upgrading on this board.
There's a Malzahar.
Okay, we got a little bit stronger. I mean, we already had access to the 6 Automata, but...
A lot to do and not a lot of time. Does manage to get the Malzahar on board, though.
Ooh, sold the Kog'Maw for it. Okay.
You still need frontline. Nocturne, and at the end of the day, is going to drain tank a tiny bit and buy some more time for the Malzahar to do its thing, especially for the Mordekaiser. But already the Mordekaiser is being targeted. Shunga is very low in HP. Could be one life if he loses by enough. We are still in stage 4, though.
Oh,
no.
Should be alive.
Oh,
1 HP and a dream. Maximizing comeback story.
It does not get any better than that if you're playing that. Anomaly, that is for sure.
Similar story for Kyun. Still no Zoe 2. Still only on the Jinx 1. Rolled all of his gold, 4 gold. And you can see only, well, now suddenly there's more Zoe in the pool. Somebody must have sold one.
And look at the front line. Not finding a single Alawi just yet. Really wants the Rumble to have the scrap on for the Echo as well. The close to, I would say, optimal Rebel comp outside of finding a Victor is finding the space for both the Rumble and the Echo, especially if you have items on the Jinx and want to use her as one of the potential main carries.
Especially because they've used the Anomaly on the Jinx as well. We'll be looking for this item here. We'll have access to one more component. There's a cloak on the front line as well. But before ripping that, just checking to see if we can get the Zoe 2 online, because then maybe that will be priority. But out of gold and looking like they're out of life as well.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that you don't have the Alawi in this composition to me is also just a huge red flag. I don't know where they are, but Alawi's certainly been one of those units.
Board.
Well, I guess not. It doesn't like him or something. But it has been one of those units that has just been so powerful for a lot of these comps.
Yeah, it's Shelty. Shelty
and
is clinging to them. And Shelty could eliminate Shunga. Shunga has to try and win this fight to stay alive, to make and mount a comeback story. It's all on the Mordekaiser, who does have the Anomaly here alongside the Malzahar.
And the Rumble 2.
To add in the damage from the backlines. The Rumble 2 is one of the big upgrades, and it looks like it's good enough to win this fight, but has to do this again and again and again. Needs a top 2, maybe a top 3 to make it to the top 16.
Kyun took a big loss there, does have one more life to be able to stay in this game, but you were really hoping there that Shelty was actually going to start getting closer to elimination so you could actually start picking up those units. There's a Warwick. Do you take it?
That's interesting because you're going to have to drop something very, very important, looking at all of the crucial synergies, and doesn't even really have the gold. You could drop Trist here, but then still having to sell something else, so we're going to have to drop an expensive unit to pick it up, and it's not one of the more favored 6 costs. Maybe if it was a Victor, definitely would have done that, but Kyun's definitely got a lot of experience playing around these 6 costs.
Well, finds the Nami for the Emissary instead of the Tristana, so that actually feels like a pretty okay roll.
Kyun on his last life, but again, more importantly, it is Shunga. Mordekaiser, Malzahar, 6 Automata, duo carry. Mordekaiser ascends, rises up. Will it be enough? Still very, very healthy. Has the extra protection from both Edge of Night and QSS alongside the Automata emblem. And the Malzahar spreading the damage over time across the entirety of the board. Yet again wins this fight. Kyun, unfortunately not the case. But he had 14 points already. He should be good to go.
So he's on 15 now, but we have seen players where 14 was not enough. So I think for Shunga, if you want to be safe, you need to aim for first place. I don't think 14 in this lobby, with unfortunately how what Jungler's games have been going, with Kyun now getting eliminated in 8th here in this last game, the scores might shake out. Quite unfortunate.
Yeah.
Good news for Tex. 3-way contested on the Rebel line. One of those players is now out. Easier time hitting his upgrades here. Shelty and Tex are now the 2 remaining Rebel players in this lobby.
Rumble's safe on the left side there. We'll be stacking up and staying alive because sometimes the Violet can absolutely assassinate. So it looks like Violet's going to be killing most of the weaker units whilst Mordekaiser gets to cast off, and Malzahar's gotten so many casts off by now.
This Mel, though, is so scary. Triple item 6 cost here. Can the Automata board do it? The caster still coming through. The Omnivamp from the Gunblade is not enough. Mel is taken down. Shunga continues the comeback story. Yet another fight.
He's just getting stronger and stronger. He will eventually, hopefully, get access to this Malzahar too, and the Rumble's going to start to get upgrades. It's going to be a little bit awkward for him because he's so low on gold, but might still want to pay for some of those upgrades because that's a really, really well-itemized Rumble.
Maybe this carousel could provide the answers that Shunga is looking for if there is potentially a Malzahar or a Mordekaiser that can help accelerate towards that 2-star.
Oh, there's a Rebel emblem actually available there, so Tex picks that up instantly.
Reginald going for the Firelights. Now, of course, he is already eliminated to the next round, but I am quite impressed with hanging in there on this line that we, you know, have discredited a little bit,
And there
the
it
Echo
is.
carry.
There was a Malzahar picked up on the carousel. A last copy was found in these last few rolls, and now Shunga has a much higher chance of potentially winning out, or at the very least, finishing second in this lobby. He's on 7 points now, needs the maximum possible in this final game.
But there is one player that has been win streaking for 10 rounds in a row now. That is Kushin. So does he actually have a board that if Shunga runs into, the Shunga just dies?
Well, it's Tex on the other side, not Hushin, so that is good news. But is it good news enough? The Rebel player has found the upgrades. The Zoe is there, the Jinx is there, and notably, the Victor is there as well. Massive stun coming on in against Shunga's Automatas. I'm not so sure it will be enough here, and we'll see the clutch up from Shunga one more round against Tex as well.
It was a really cool interaction, though, because I think people finally get a chance to see that come together. The 7 Rebel stun as well as the Victor stun gets to stack on top of each other. So basically, your enemy board is always going to be stunned. Didn't work out this time, though.
Do we find the Mordekaiser upgrade that would really seal the deal potentially on this win-out moment from Shunga? The huge comeback story is still going to be sitting on Mordekaiser pair, especially with the Anomaly Tamura on the Mordekaiser. It's going to be so important to find the upgrade here.
Most definitely. I mean, he has really, really good items. I love the QSS on Mordekaiser. This unit can be so, so powerful, but every single time I don't have a QSS on it, it just feels like it's such a hit or miss, whether or not you're rotating into CC. And we see access to like 3 5 costs. If we can 2-star all of them, then this board, I don't see anything else in the horizon that's going to be able to take it down.
Shunga flashes the thumbs up as he sees Chuchi roll around, and Chuchi also on that lost streaks trajectory. I don't think this board is good enough to stop the coronation of Shunga on his way. He will finish off the front line and then also find the back line, eliminate yet another player in round 3 here.
Ooh. Jinxo actually stays alive, though.
One by one, the players are falling.
Yeah, but just some of them hanging on by a thread when you look at some of these fights. It was actually Jinxo that ended up dealing a blow to Hushin, so no longer is Hushin on that gigantic win streak throughout stage 4 and 5.
I will say Shuchi and Shelty with these placements unfortunately will be out overall. They cannot make it further after this round. They were both sitting on 9 points, and that is not going to be enough here, most likely.
Still great to see them show up, performing even if it doesn't matter.
This is a big roll down here. We're now in stage 6, better chances at finding, but potential Mel 2 could be absolutely crazy there as one big massive spike.
I wonder if you hold gold, though, and then go to level 10.
Yep.
Right? Increase your odds even more for Tex.
Depending how strong you are, that could be the option. Mordekaiser 2 has now been found. The comeback story is maybe coming to fruition from Shunga. What a crazy game. We saw him putting the Anomaly on a Mordekaiser 1 with a single item in stage 4, knowing that he had to risk it all if he wants to become the win-out player in this game 3.
High risk, high reward, and certainly feels like it's going to pay off. That Mordekaiser is just absolutely blasting through that front line, gets the access to that Quirky in the back, and Wet Jungler takes a huge hit. I don't think knocked out quite yet, but everybody is just in striking distance of each other, so this game's going to end very quickly.
It is. A look at the player totals. 1 HP on Xunga, 1 HP on Wet Jungler, 9 on Tex, and then Hushin on the back of that massive win streak that we saw earlier is still pretty healthy with 30, but has been losing the last 2 rounds as well.
Yeah, just holding on to that HP advantage, super crucial, making it all the way to stage 6. I mean, going out, you know, at least making it to the top 4 is feeling good, but now everyone's just trying to dodge Xunga. Like, has just so many upgrades and has access to the Warwick as well with the Titans. So if anyone thought they were going to be able to survive on a little bit of HP, Warwick's coming to execute.
Uh-oh, it's Tex versus Xunga. Xunga should win. Tex needs to maybe aim for a third to make it through. Wet Jungler on 1 HP could be eliminated before him. Tex comes out as the winning Rebel player with Shelty going out in 7th place, with Kiyun going out in 8th. Xunga seems to be just too strong. Does Tex finish in 3rd though? That's the key answer here. Yushin does win. Wet Jungler taken down as well.
Yeah, I mean, Xunga was already winning versus Tex. Even with that Mordekaiser 1, that QSS was so important, as you were saying. And the double stuns from the Rebel 7 and the Victor, just not enough to save Tex. Very unfortunate matchmaking for him. So we do see our final 2 players as Tex does secure that 3rd place.
And I believe Tex went 5-4-3. Should be enough to make it through. We'll see once the math is added in if there's any tiebreakers as well potentially in this lobby.
I think Hushin, though, like going up against Xunga, I just think Xunga is on a victory lap at this point.
What a appropriate anomaly to pick up in this final game. Really saying, you know what? I'm going to do it for the fans. I'm going to do it for the CN community. We're playing from Macau. This is one of the players who has been a global champion all the way back in Dragonlance, knows what it feels like to play on a main stage, to feel the pressure, to have to make these crazy plays, risky plays, and they come with just huge success that we're seeing here.
And it looked so scary for a moment there when he was just rolling down, had to sell the Savika pair and just, you know, really lock into what he was able to do. But it was very well played to recognize that with all of that extra gold, we can go fast 9 and cap out for a first, potentially.
Xunga just walking around waiting to see what his opponent wants, and the one step ahead of him blinks it.
And has the Rumble 2 as well, which is making it very hard because there's not many other Rumbles left in the pool, but it looks like all the gold's gone anyway, so not able to afford it anyway. Maybe just looking for a 6 cost to potentially change the board, but already has access to that meld, but doesn't look like it's been enough, and those 5 costs really need to be upgraded if there's going to be any chance of beating Xunga.
And both players looking for the same last upgrade, the Jace 2. Neither find it, contesting each other on that final unit.
All right, Hushin against Xunga one more time. The comeback story off Xunga needed that high finish, that first place to really solidify advancement in these rounds here. And you can just see this massive Mordekaiser as he stomps through this entire board, and Xunga claiming his throne in this 3rd round.
And what a well-executed game. We saw the graph there in terms of HP total, really showcasing what using HP as a buffer, as a resource means in TFT. You're able to greed, you're able to push 9, play for the highest cap possible, identify what exactly you need to have happen. A Mordekaiser 2, so you put the anomaly on the Mordekaiser knowing that if I have any chance of winning this game from the spot he was in, that's exactly it. And everything works out in his favor, finds a Malzahar 2 off of 1 copy on the carousel as well. So really identified how to capitalize on a potential high roll.
Yeah, it was really, really scary because like when you're playing around the anomalies, so many of these players, when they're playing their fast 9 or even fast 8, they usually like to lock in the 4 cost. They can just upgrade the 4 cost, get that safety, and lock in the anomaly on it. But he actually went for the risk, went for the first place. I'm going to put the anomaly on a 5 cost, and hopefully I can hit it. But he didn't even hit the Mordekaiser first, but was able to stabilize with the Rumble 2 and had access to the Malzahar, 6 Automata. That's enough to just, you know, win a few more rounds, and then eventually we can get the Mordekaiser 2 online.
I love it. It's been so much fun to be able to see all of our players, especially when we were taking a look at this being our round of 32. I mean, to find yourself in this stage of competition, knowing like you've got to sweat it out for this final game of the day, and he was so stone cold, just sitting there, understanding the assignment and being able to navigate that. That's so impressive.
It absolutely is. And I mean, I think Shunga is one of the players that we are expecting to clutch up. Couldn't play in the previous set, but is here now and just showing up so greatly. And we are getting a look at the total points there between all of our players. And it looks like the tiebreaker might come in at 15 between Tex and Q.
Ooh, and that's so important because Kyun did end up getting a first place in our lobbies, right?
We have
and
3
Shunga.
players on 15.
Whoa.
I think the tiebreaker might be total tournament points, so looking at the day one, that might be relevant as well. So this
that's
is
going to
where
be close.
everything matters. Every single placement in this tournament could be relevant, and that's the case here. We heard it from Dawes when he was here on the cast. In only 3 games, it's very often that you see ties happening in that 3rd to 5th place mark.
Wow, so Huxin being able to get that 2nd place is such a big sigh of relief because you knew that you were going to miss out on the 15s and the tie break, so you're just good. I've made it. That's going to feel very good.
At the same time, though, Kyun going into this game with 14 points, thinks an 8th is enough, gets 15 off of that, and now finds himself in a 3-way tiebreaker. That is painful.
And that was the unfortunate situation with Rebel. He could not move out of his comp. He's locked in because of the tower defense. I called it a high roll early on, but I changed my mind the moment that you see both Tex and Shelty trying to play for the same line. We saw the roll downs for all 3 of those players was not looking very good. They didn't find the Zoe 2s, the Alawi 2s for cheap. They can't push 9 with a lot of gold. They can't roll for the Abyss anomalies. They can't find the Jinx 2 to capitalize.
Yeah, I mean, he did a good job to hold on to the correct units. We saw a lot of the Rebels were actually upgraded, had the Echo 2 and the Jinx, so those are the units that you want to use to stabilize yourself. But if none of the other people who hit the Alawi 2, the Zoe 2 are dying soon, and that was the case, then you're not able to hold out for long enough. And that's exactly what we saw, and unfortunately just out in 8th because he wasn't able to find them early.
It's going to happen a lot, though. I think a lot of people, as we've seen the tournament meta develop, have identified these are going to be the safest compositions. When I'm only playing for a top 4 right now, I just got to try to go for things that look like it's going to be the easiest path to that victory. But then you also have these players that have identified this is the first place I need. This is the 2nd place that I need. High risk, high reward play. I think we're going to see a lot more Chem Barons as we take a look at the next round of competition as well, as we get our players set up for that.
I am so curious who's making it from the other lobbies.
I'm trying not to think about it.
we are getting glimpses of it, right? There's basically stationed all the way over there where Tidal is playing, and I'm, of course, 2-time global champion. You'd like to know. I'm very curious on how that's going.
It's a lot. I've been walking around and sort of watching, and I can see some really big crowds actually gathering around some of those stations. Originally, I thought the K-pop group might be back, but I actually walked around and I realized, no, it's players that are fighting for those top 16s. This last game is looking very intense.
And when, there's 512 or 256 players playing at the same time, everyone's playing. You can't just be watching everyone else. But as it slims down, there are 100 hungry TFT players trying to learn the new tech, trying to root for their friends that are going to these stations, the key stations where the games are still going on, and trying to find out what's going on. Is my friend going to make it? Is, the player from my region going to make it? So there's just so much on the line as we narrow it down from top 32 now just to 16. We started with 512 players yesterday. That's crazy.
Especially if you're interested in so many of the different players, like you can't keep up with all of them when it starts out, but as it does start to narrow down, the players are finding their favorites, and it doesn't even matter if it's someone from your region. If you watch them a lot and you really enjoy their content, or you enjoy watching them in previous tournaments, you can see the players are really invested, or almost leaning over the barricade because you can get so close to them.
The backseat gaming.
Yeah, the backseat gaming.
IRL.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's been amazing to watch the crowds of people that are just cheering for everybody, but I think it's been amazing to see how these games are going to finish out. We definitely see how activated people are, but we do have an interview on stage with Chingso, so we're going to go ahead and throw over to that with Candice.
欢迎来到我们的赛后采访，我们邀请到的是青州选手来接受我们的采访，先有请他跟大家打声招呼吧。
大家好。
OK， Okay, we're here joined by Qingzhou, and this is the very first tournament that he attend. 所以我想问到他的是，他在这里打比赛，尤其是在舞台上和在台下打比赛，会有什么样的不同的感受呢？ Because the very first game that first tournament that he attend. So what's the difference between play on the stage and play in a station?
这是我第一次比赛，还是挺紧张的。
I'm pretty nervous because it's very first tournament for me to play. 那接下来下一个问题想要问到他的是，因为他在第2局的登顶阵容当中，他是使用到了非常有创意的阵容，同时也拿到了崇高冒险，所以他当时是升级了列娜塔和魔腾之后呢，赢得了比赛。所有的解说都在夸赞他这一套阵容很有创意性，同时也想问到他拿到这一个海克斯，会觉得更有帮助还是更有挑战性呢？So you got an exalted adventure, and you then got the creative board. Achieve that game, like game 2. After winning game 2, do you consider those augment helpful or challenging?
我觉得吧，对我帮助更大，因为当时我已经有了一个利口，然后崇高冒险的奖励很容易让我拿到第一。
I think it's more helpful because I already had the Nico, so I got that augment. It's very helpful for me to win the whole game. 那接下来下一个问题，因为即将要进入到了下一轮，还不知道对手会是谁，但是将要打4局，所以他比较想要遇到哪一位选手呢 ？So we're going to head into the next round, and it's 4-game round. Who do you want to play against in the next round?
我希望决赛能进决赛吧，希望能碰到李洛老师。
I wanted to get into the final 8, but as the next lobby or later, I wanted to meet against Li Luo, the player. Okay, thank you very much and congratulations. 那我们3个采访到此先告一段落了。
Very nice to hear from Jingso and just kind of how the nerves can really get to you. I mean, Tora, how many times have you been able to play in an environment like this? And does it ever get better, like the nerves or the anxiety?
It definitely gets better like on the day, like after the first couple games, definitely gets better. But in terms of like every next tournament, like a couple months later, a year later, I feel like every time you come back to this environment, the pressure's higher because now you're a returning player and the expectations are higher and the pressure gets higher. So some people deal with it well. Everyone has their own little secrets, but definitely for a first time in a LAN environment, it's got to feel really rough.
It's tough. We can hear all of the players kind of like cheering for their favorites, I think, and so that's been very exciting. But the crowd as well, we've definitely had some big moments where people are cheering and supporting everybody. But we do have a couple of other interviews with some of our other players on the Never mind. We will hear from them in just a little bit. I was getting ahead of myself here.
I will say, from everything I'm hearing, there's a lot of tiebreakers that are coming in this round. And I kept laughing earlier when you guys were talking because he was standing right behind of the cameras. And I read it and I was like, serious.
Yes, very serious.
Well, if you're looking, you know.
Again, that's what Double Up is for. Oh my God. So I actually had somebody in one of my games recently using the lobby chat and they're like, I am looking for girlfriend. Like, what am I missing?
Bold?
What am I missing though? Like, is that a thing? Is that normal? Does that happen in your games?
I think it depends how you define normal, but
by
it's a strategy.
TFT players' standards, I've read this a couple of times.
I've read worse things in the chat, so if it's chat or in game.
They play a lot of double up. You know, it's efficient. They play 10 games a day. Well, then that's 10 chances times 8. Well, 7.
Playing the numbers game.
So they always say you should look where you naturally go, right? Yeah. Like look within your hobby circles. I think it just makes sense.
It does make sense. Yeah, I don't know. I think that's a good strategy. I don't know if I would recommend continuing to do that in your games, but you know what? You do you. It gives us a good smile every now and again. But now we actually do have that interview with Stellar Minhee and Azael, so let's go ahead and hear what they have to say.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the TFT Macao Open. I'm here with Stellar Minhee, one of only a few North Americans remaining in the TFT Macao Open. Now, in this last game, Minhee, you just went first. All right, so why don't you talk a little bit about the game you just played?
I mean, I took the Augment, an Exalted Adventure, and I got really lucky with the 3 options it gave me. It gave me Nocturne, Akali, and Set. So I had, like, basically, I was going to play all 3 of them on my board anyways. But I didn't find any Nocturnes, so I just hit Set and Akali, so it was fine. But like, it gave me a lot of options because last time I played this, I had Tristana Urgot, but I didn't hit Urgot, and I just died and bled out. So this time, because I had like 3 options in my comp, it was all good because like even if I missed one, then like I hit the other ones.
Now the lobby you're in, it's round of 32 now, so it's completely stacked top to bottom. What's it like to be playing alongside some of the highest level of international players?
I mean, throughout this tournament, we've basically been playing like roughly the same lobbies. Like I've played with Bintum and Ironbog at the end of yesterday. So it's basically like we ran back the same lobby essentially. So I mean, like as of now, it's like not that big of a deal because like I already did that yesterday, you know.
Now there's only a handful of North Americans remaining in the tournament. What is it like for you to be representing your region in an international field like this?
It means a lot. Like I wish my friends could have made it through because 4 of us came in today. Me, Showtime, Bossa Skills, and Weijin. It sucks that all 3 of them got eliminated, but to be the last one, like one of the few ones remaining, I'll try to do my best to represent NA well.
Now you're getting close to the finish line, right? Top 8 is within your sights. What would it mean for you to make it into the top 8 and play on day 3 of the Macao Open?
It would actually mean a lot because I haven't made a final lobby in anything, not even in NA. The furthest I've been in NA is the penultimate lobby, so top 16 in like a Tacticians Cup. So being able to make top 8 would really like, I guess it would give me more motivation to grind again because I was considering taking this set off. I mean, last set I also took off the first 2 Tacticians Cups and only played in the last one because I was just busy with real life stuff. So maybe if this goes well, I'll put more time into the game as well.
All right, well, it's within your sights, but the job's not done yet. So good luck on the rest of the tournament, casters. I'll send it back to you.
Great to hear from Stellar Minhee and also about just like the tournament experience at the Macao Open. I think we also experienced this at Vegas. Tamara, you're out on the floor. You've casted a lot of these players. You've also played alongside them before. So like what from your perspective does it feel like to be amongst so much international talent?
Oh, it's surreal. It's just, it's so weird walking. Like you see someone, you're like, oh my God, it's them. And then five
Wait, you
meters
didn't react that way when you saw us though.
No, but the first time, no? Oh, I'm getting caught out. I was excited to see. I remember the first time we met you in Vegas, and then I got my interview, and I was very, very happy. I had a big smile on my face.
Okay, it's enough.
I said hi to Tamura, and he said, wait, who are you?
I'm getting gaslit.
Well, before you get too gaslit, we do have another interview we can throw to. So let's actually hear from Azael this time. Sorry, Gangly, and also the Soju.
Hey everyone, Azael here with Soju at the Macao TFT Open. We are here on day 2. I know you went out earlier than you wanted, but how have you been enjoying the event?
It's fun. It's my first time in Hong Kong or Macau. I've been having a good time.
Are you going to take any opportunity to like tour around Asia at all? You know, I know a lot of people try to go to Japan or try to go to Korea, try to go somewhere else in China.
Yeah, I mean, a bunch of my friends they set up a trip to go to Japan after, but I'm kind of excited to just go home and stream some more TFT. So I kind of declined on the Japan trip. I'll be flying home right after, so.
Going straight home, back to the grind, back on the stream. You're co-streaming here as well throughout the event. How has that been? Like, do you enjoy co-streaming more? Do you enjoy when you're just like grinding solo queue and streaming normally? Like, what kind do you like?
I mean, I think an event like once a year, I mean, I don't mind just sitting here co-streaming. And it's kind of cool like watching friends play, just watching impressive players. I don't know, it's nice to chill. And I mean, I am kind of rooting for my friends, but I'm also like sometimes rooting for my friends to do poorly. Yeah.
You don't want your friends to do better than you did?
I mean, everyone did better than me, but I mean, like now, like Setsuko's in the top 16. I think Kyun's still playing as well. I actually don't know how Kyun's doing right now, but either way, I'm so excited to see who wins, and I hope NA wins, but there's only like 2 players left, so.
Who do you think is the best player at the event? Like, if there's one person you had to pick, I know a lot of people always talk about Tidal because he's 2 times world champion. Is there anyone that you've been really kind of just like blown away by?
I think there's this one Chinese player like Xuan. He got eliminated because he went like, I think he had like 5 firsts in his first 6 games. But I mean, it's a sample size of 3 and it eliminates top 4. So he like got out, but I think he was like really good.
So I was talking to Frodan earlier. Frodan was on your coach stream last year. He's on your coach stream this year. Both times you didn't do so well. Could it be Frodan?
Oh, I mean, last event I feel like I did okay, like no co. I think I was like 50th out of 500, which is like pretty okay. I mean, this time I'm
the only people I beat were the people that didn't show up. Yeah. But, I mean, it's not Dan. I mean, I kind of came in just trying to have fun. I mean, I wanted to win, but I guess I'm not like too bummed out. But it's not Dan. Don't worry about it.
All right, cool. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate your time. Hope you enjoy the rest of the event.
Soju cracks me up. I think he's probably like, the culture around him, the language, like his mannerisms. I love it.
Dude, this sentence, the only people I beat were the people that didn't show up.
Which is true. I do love.
It's not wrong. It's still an insane thing to say.
I do love he is, I think, the face of TFT, and for good reason, has a chance to go to Japan with some friends and says, no, I just want to go back to grinding, improving on maybe the mistakes he had in the day one, and just trying to become better at the game and grind and really play for the end of the set instead of the start of the set.
Yeah, he's got his priorities straight.
Yeah, love to see it.
Oh, is that what you're about to go back and just go home? And
I'll be honest, when
play?
most of my team and my friends were eliminated, there was a couple of people bringing out their mobile, TFT mobile. The best part is you could just log into your PC account, mobile account, same thing. Log straight back in. We're close enough to host. We can just queue it up again.
I mean, you guys are used to playing on strange ping anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
I'm playing on an A ping right now.
Yeah.
It's actually not that bad, I gotta say. But yeah, Soju, just the co-streamers, it's been really amazing to be able to see their setups. Soju and all the other co-streamers actually do have their own cosmetics. I believe they all actually got their own emotes made specifically for the TFT Macao Open. So very cool to be able to see what everybody got designed for them.
The bird's nest.
And
yes,
and you can collect them as drops if you watch some co-stream. So pretty cool tech there. If you haven't gotten some of these, my favorite personally is the one from AJ Walking, because it's just a little legend with the number 8 and a thumbs up, and that's me.
I love
it. I have to go with Soloka Song. I think it's the most appropriate. The moment I saw it, I immediately knew it was Soloka Song. I think it's just very, flavor correct, I would say.
Yeah. I mean, the bird's nest is good too for Soju.
That's true.
It's
true.
Very
Perfect.
good.
Lots of bird's nest memes. Love it.
Well, make sure you go check out all of our amazing co-streamers throughout the rest of the weekend. They will still be following along the action that we have here on the main stage. But we have another set of correspondents out there on the floor. So what you got for us?
Hey everyone, Azel here with this random guy that seems to have eluded security. He has no badge, very clearly. Not quite sure how he got into the venue. Who are you and what are you doing here?
They thought they could get rid of me. Well, joke's on you, broadcast. You can't swap me out for this one. It's me, Gangly, back again on the desk here with Azel.
How's the Tri-State doing so far, Gangly? I know you're a big Tri-State propagandist, for lack of a better term.
Yes, all my friends are dead. They're all gone. There is nobody around.
That got dark.
Yes, unfortunately, not a great day for
in-game.
In-game, they're very healthy. Actually, exceptionally healthy, but not
strangely healthy.
Strangely, surprisingly, shockingly healthy.
Is it the water in the Tri-State? What is it?
We have fantastic water. It is full of minerals, and who else knows what? Great water, great pizza. But yes, all my friends are dead in-game.
Well, thank you very much, Gangly. Back to you all.
This is like the New Jersey brain rot for Gangly. Something in the air where I don't know what, but every single time he comes out here, it's...
You guys don't see this at home, but Gangly is standing right there, and he was watching himself do that interview, grinning like
From
crazy.
ear to ear.
So proud.
He's standing there, but not for long. Security are on their way, and thankfully the pest will be removed finally from the broadcast.
Well, we got a chance to talk to one of our other big co-streamers that's at this event, so let's go ahead and hear another interview.
Hey everyone, Azel here with Doki at TFT Macao Open. We are on day 2. Tell us a little bit about what you're doing here.
I played firstly, and I'm on the French co-streaming with Sean, then you need to follow our French fellas.
So you said you competed at Vegas last year. You competed as well here. How has the experience kind of differed from Vegas to here?
Here, it's so difficult to pass like one round because all the 8 players in the lobby are at least challengers, so it was really, really insane since the first game.
I mean, it seems like year over year, it's just going to get harder and harder and harder, as the event grows. This year we had every single set world champion, all these, Tacticians Crown competitors. Everyone seems to be challenger. So does that make you excited or nervous maybe for Paris next year, where maybe it's going to be even harder?
Makes me excited because we have pre-sales every time, like the Tactician Grand first, then Challengers, then Grandmasters, and all the tickets when the pre-sales for Challenger are sold in like 10 seconds. So I'm really, really excited for Paris, and of course, because we have some French players that can't be here. I'm thinking Voltariux, who made it to World 5 times and can't be to events like this, so I'm really, really excited for next year.
I mean, it seems like there's a really strong group of French players and French community around TFT. Do you think that maybe we'd be able to discover like some unknown French players, next year at the Paris event? Because that was something that was really cool last year at Vegas, was we had players, like Humbug coming up and like Ashamu and stuff that people hadn't really heard of. So do you think maybe we'll see that in Paris next year?
I think, yeah, because study groups are emerging in France, and people like Tom Jedusor, who is actually top 32, weren't even playing competitively since I think set 8. So I think there will be some new upcomers here.
That's awesome. Well, thank you so much for your time. I'm really excited to see how it is in Paris next year, and hopefully I'll see you there. And maybe going further too.
Yeah, I will compete, of course.
Okay, awesome. Well, thank you. We'll see y'all later.
I love that Doki is here. I love the emergence of these big study groups. Doki was saying still they're rooting for the French players that are left, so hoping that Jedusor Wright is going to be able to make it through.
He is the last remaining hope for EMEA, especially. We saw White Jungler back-to-back 8ths in the first 2 games in this very, very competitive main stage lobby. Could not make it. It's really up to Jedusor, a player that we saw make a resurgence around the same time as White Jungler, one of these new wave players, young players, really hungry to prove themselves on the international stage especially.
So I will say it is a player that has a little bit of an evil name, so to say, because it's a play on the French name for Tom Riddle. So maybe there's some secret tech, who knows?
I was thinking if there's any snake comps in this set, but I don't.
No, but I was going to say it must have really paid off in Magic and Mayhem last set.
Yeah.
See?
Oh.
Big celebrations on stream.
Cassiopeia,
Yeah.
reroll.
Yeah,
It's time,
Cassio.
baby.
There you go.
Surely that's what he's going to use to make it through to the top 16.
I mean, if this happens, I don't know.
I would love to see it. I feel like that's like a comp that I've never seen a Cassio 3. Like now that I'm thinking back,
I've
like
seen it on PBE.
PBE, yeah.
Okay, goodbye, Ziggs. Cassiopeia is my new best friend.
Yep.
Wow. Well, it's been amazing. We're still waiting for the final couple of games to finish out there on the floor. But I want to go back to a point that Doki was making about study groups, though. I mean, Tamara, how has it been for you all to prep for this event, and kind of what did that look like? How much of the community was coming together?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, because I'm a part of a team, so it's everyone in the team, but people don't hide tech. Like in OS, if you're all a part of OS and you want to study together.
Shout out to Team Juno.
Team Juno, yes. It just makes sense to communicate with everyone who's willing to listen and talk, and it usually just involves a lot of VOD reviews. Looking at someone else's games to figure out their mistakes. It's a lot easier to spot someone else's mistakes than spot your own. And so, you scratch someone's back, they'll scratch yours, and you just have a group setting, watch lots of VODs. And then a lot of times when people are bored, they'll just be in queue. Queue times in OS sometimes get up to like 30 minutes, so it can be quite bad. So whilst you're doing that, then you might as well just watch someone else in Discord. So I'm usually always in call with someone, and I'll be watching their stream, and then they'll watch mine.
Do you think there's a problem with study groups becoming too big and there being too much noise, for example? Where do you draw the line in terms of quality over quantity?
Yeah, definitely. A lot of people like to study. They'll have like 3 people, like they'll not study, not super sweat, but they'll have like 3 people streaming, 8 people in the call, and they'll all just be kind of bouncing ideas off of each other. I can't play under that environment. If I'm in a call, it has to be like 3, maybe 4 max if like the 4 people are relatively quiet, and it's usually just one person playing at a time. I think anything over 5 is ridiculous, and it's really hard to get everyone's thoughts because there's just too many cooks in the kitchen.
That makes a lot of sense, though, because it's also still a solo game at the end of the day, so you need to make sure that your head is clear enough for your own thoughts, while also making sure that you figure out what the best techs are going to be. Tamara, thank you so much for your time. I'm so glad we got a chance to have you on the desk. How have you been enjoying Macau?
I've been enjoying it a lot. I've been having so much fun at the event, and I'm still looking forward to traveling around more of Macau, and I'll be going off to Hong Kong as well.
Ooh, what's your favorite part that you're looking forward to for the rest of your trip?
Oh, don't ask. Don't ask.
I was gonna say the food for sure. Like, I've already eaten a lot of food here and love it. The local cuisine is amazing. I love pretty much all Asian cuisines, I feel like. And yeah, I've been having a lot of fun there.
And there's a unique mix in Macau as well with the Portuguese cuisine as well, so it's really interesting.
Yeah.
All right, well, Tamara, thank you so much. I hope you enjoy all of the food. I hope we get a chance to also see you again soon. And thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tamara.
All right, everybody, we're going to be taking a short break. And when we come back, we will hopefully have that next game ready for you very shortly.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the TFT Macao Open. We've been playing all weekend long, and now we have cut down to 16 players. It is the final set of games on the day. I am Gangly, joined by Julian, Mortdog, Clement. Now, before we get into the meat and potatoes of the day, we're going to introduce our lobby in just a little bit. I think we could kind of zoom out. So, Julian, new patch, new meta, new units introduced this patch. I want to kind of hear your expectations going into the weekend. Did it match up what's actually happened, or have your expectations maybe shifted a bit throughout the weekend?
We definitely expected 6 costs to shake things up a lot, especially the late game. Previously, in the first patch, post-Anomaly, a lot of times you kind of had your game plan. You were just finalizing it, 2-star on your 5 cost. Now, all of a sudden, we've seen players, they're playing family, and they go, oh, well, I have a Warwick. Time to make this work. And I've really appreciated the skill expression that's come from that. Biggest surprise, Nocturne without bonus range has been working surprisingly well. I've seen him actually do pretty okay. I kind of wasn't a believer in Nocturne without bonus range, but yeah.
I feel like sometimes in TFT it's very easy to kind of simplify the things that are strong as like, oh, they're broken, right? And more, something you talked about yesterday that I loved was there is a puzzle with 6 costs where, yes, they can be warping. There can be times where people are bailed out by 6 costs, but there also are some times where people are maybe baited a little bit, thinking that it's going to just auto-win them the game.
Yeah, for sure. There's definitely been situations where it's like, I have a Victor, but, you know, do I give up my 4 Sentinel, 4 Academy for that Victor? It's like right on the line, and they think it's initially worth it, but all of a sudden, without the lack of Sentinel, their front line gets mowed down. And so, like, that's kind of what we were looking for, is like, we wanted you to be tempted by them a lot, but they're not always the right answer. And I think Victor's probably the furthest down the line. But, you know, something like Mel, I think, is like right in the sweet spot where it's like she's good. There's a couple situations we've seen her be really good with like an Automata emblem, but it's not necessarily 100% a guarantee. Yeah.
Well, and with the point system, getting 1 extra fight with Mel can often be the difference. We've seen a lot of players just say, hey, I will find space for this.
Yep.
Yeah, I love 6 costs because you have that utility aspect where if you can reach the backline, Warwick might be really good. Or if you're playing Sentinel, then the Mel's obviously great because of the shielding and resistance. They kind of multiply off of each other. It's a whole new vector to think about the game, what traits you want to take out, what you want to put in, and how the synergies actually work through it. So I think it's going to be, you know, even more skill testing with the 6 costs in the game.
2 of the major skills in TFT I always come back to are line recognition and spot recognition. The difference between them being when you're talking about spot recognition, it's from this spot right now, how strong am I? What kind of tempo can I play? Can I afford to greed my items? Can I afford to slam? And then line recognition, how do I actually play this out? The 6 cost that comes to mind when you're talking about these types of skills is Warwick. This is the one that we haven't actually gotten to see personally, and maybe this is a hot take. I actually don't think it's a reflection of Warwick's strength. I think it's more a reflection of players being less willing to invest in him because they're not sure if it's actually going to make them stronger or not.
So a big part of Warwick is that a lot of people, when they first are looking at the set, it's like, how much damage did he do? That's what matters to me. How much damage did he do? That's not really what Warwick's that great at. He doesn't output that much damage. Instead, what's interesting is every time he's getting that execute, he's also healing for a large amount. So he ends up being actually a pretty high amount of effective health. And combined with the execute, again, that's not that much damage, but like being able to finish somebody off quick, that matters a lot. One of the things is if you watch a Warwick fight, you look at the meters and it's like, okay, 2,000 damage, whatever. But healing 4,000, 5,000, it's like, wow, that's a lot. And that's with like 0 items. So as people figure out different builds with him, you know, you mentioned family. Family gives him that DR. That's even more effective health from that healing. So that's been the thing that I think a lot of people haven't quite realized and figured out, but we're seeing it a lot more. I'm seeing, as the tournament has gone on, Warwick is getting played a bit more than I think you might expect of, like, literally yesterday.
On the Warwick thing, something I think a lot of people don't realize is that most of the damage is ability damage. So we saw a Chinese player go with the IE Hodge build with the Prowlers, and that really made a huge difference. Most of it is coming from your Bloodthirst, and then you constantly do the 500. You don't get the 40% unless you actually build the IE on it. So that was a really cool tech we saw.
I am so glad you said Bloodthirst, and then we can go with you. I just want to say, we spent so much time on the couch earlier trying to figure out what the name of it, or like Blood Frenzy, Thirsty. Okay.
I've seen a lot of players put tank items on him as well. Just survive long enough to get the executes. Don't worry about how much damage he's going to do until the execute starts. And that's been pretty effective. He comes in with, what, like 1,800 base health?
2,100.
Wow. 2,100.
So much.
Wow.
And that's, yeah, so I'm agreeing. Like, early on in development, one of our better players in the finalization pod, he used to just say, like, 3 items on him. I don't even care what they are. It's just like he scales so well with all that healing that's a lot of the power. And so, yeah, you could put, like, Warmogs, Sterix, Titans, whatever, and it's just like, he's hard to kill.
So when I hear you talking about effective HP and execute, the line that I actually think it might fit into that I haven't really seen people splash it into is actually Emissary. And the reason I think that is because a lot of people, when you're playing the frontline variation of the Mbessa, you put your Mbessa in the top right-hand corner and your Garen right next to her. The reason is because once you drop aggro with an Edge of Night on the Mbessa, all the aggro goes onto the Garen instead. I wonder if there's a variation where the aggro goes onto Warwick instead, and you have the burst between the Corki, the Mbessa, and then the Warwick finishing off those frontline targets. Because really, I feel like when you're playing Mbessa, it's all about can your front line get into the back line. Once Mbessa gets into that back line, she wreaks so much havoc. So, it might be a little bit tech that people are willing to do.
The big thing there is, you mentioned Mbessa in the back line. Often Mbessa might struggle to finish something off, but with the 15% execute, sometimes you'll actually get, like, Mbessa gets them low, then Warwick appears, allowing Mbessa to switch targets, so that can be really good as well.
Emissary is also one of the few selfless, tall traits in the set, and when 6 costs basically have no traits, I mean, no one's activating Experiment 3 super late in the game, any power is power. Those are traits that those champions can use. Mel loves the mana. Anyone will take the health.
Sure.
Yeah, the armor and MR from Mbessa actually works really well for Warwick, as we were just saying, high effective health totals. So that works well. And then even hilariously enough, some of the attack speed from Trist is just kind of nice.
Yeah. When we're talking about these kind of like selfless or tall traits, to me, that speaks a lot to the flexibility that we're seeing in this set in particular. I remember, Clement, we were watching, I think it was Bintum play yesterday, who just had this kind of textbook play of going level 8, building a board that was clearly not like a standard optimized board, but recognized that he could play around things like the Form Swapper to ladder to 9. To me, it speaks to the, I guess, like the small optimizations that if you do enough of them, it oftentimes makes a difference between you advancing and not.
Yeah, and a big player about the Form Swappers is a player we're going to see on stage just in a little bit. Iron Bog has already played 4 games of Form Swapper. He was Form Swapper only yesterday and played it again today. I watched one of his games. A really fun thing he did was with Form Swappers, you actually get extra AP. So he built a backline Hex Core on the Jace, stuffed the Morellos on him, and that was enough for 42% extra attack speed on his Gangplank. I was really surprised about that, and the tech won him the game.
Man, Ironbog, one of those players that last set kind of felt like came out of the woodwork. The first time I'd ever heard of him was when everybody in North America was scrimming with the APAC players, and everyone starts hyping up Ironbog. I know another player that we're going to be seeing in this next lobby is North America's very own Setsuko, a player who, I don't know if you remember last at the Vegas Open, we're all talking about how amazing Setsuko is. He comes to LAN, and I remember him saying, I can't focus. Yep. Everyone is behind me backseating. They're talking about my spots. And then I know he got day 1. I think he might have gone out in the second round of play.
Yeah, he was one of the players when I was talking about like that comfort of playing in your home. He wasn't used to it. But clearly, this time, it hasn't been as much of an issue. He's also had some just insane games. I happened to be on the Soju co-stream earlier, and the game we were watching, Setsuko hit Garen 3, which that's hard enough by itself because Garen's so contested.
Sure.
Hit Elise 3, again, another one that like, how are you hitting this? And was one off Silco 3. It was like, okay, cool, we'll just, take that first. And so I think he's had quite a few games that have gone his way this time.
Yeah, it's kind of the nature, like when there are this many games played, we get to see some of the most egregious high rolls like you've ever seen in your life. And that is the value of having, 512 players all competing on the same weekend. Julian, was there like a favorite high roll moment, high roll game you got to see?
I mean, we were talking about the 3-star Mel with 1,000 gold.
Oh yeah, or it was Warwick.
3-star Warwick. 3-star Warwick.
Yes.
Sure, man. Go for your 3-star 6 cost tournament.
The Mel encounter that we left in 3 Tacticians crowd. Yes.
I didn't even know about that like I feel like it's kind of disrespectful to call it an Easter egg, because normally Easter eggs are like cute and fun. This is like an Easter egg that the game just ends basically instantly. Has that always been in the set?
So yeah, in this set, yes. It was actually introduced last set when we added the frying pan.
Oh, okay.
So if you have all 3 versions of the Tactician's Crown, the crown, cape, and shield.
Yep.
Yeah, probably. Then we put them all in the same champion, and you get infinite gold. And so what happens is, and like I said, I'm probably going to fix this next week, but the Melon counter, the Radiant Blessing, there's a 1% chance you get 3 Tactician's Crowns. And then if you have Pandora's or a Reforger, you can turn them into the other 2, and that's what happens. So once you hit that, once you hit that, then you have infinite gold. And I believe that game, like, he turned it into a Caitlyn 3. That Caitlyn 3 just won him every fight, and while that was going on, he was rolling for Warwick 3.
Crazy.
And it's like, you know, sure, with these insane high roll, okay, yeah, true, you know, so.
On a more grounded level, the Nocturne with the fish bones and Automata 6.
Yes,
that
with
was
the
a
early
great,
Mel.
Yeah.
Yeah. Man, that was a really fun one to watch. And the best part about that game, if anyone was watching it on the broadcast, is we were like manifesting the entire thing, where we're just like, wouldn't it be hilarious if he got a Fishbones here? Wouldn't it be hilarious if he got an Automata? There's no way he finds a Mel, and then by 4-5 he has everything. Jeez. That's just how the game goes, though, sometimes. We talked about Setsuko, and we talked about Ironbog, two, you know, I think iconic players, either as of late or more historically. There's another player we're going to see in this next lobby who we cannot ignore. It's the protagonist. It is the format player. It is perhaps the GOAT of TFT.
Okay, there's so much hype here.
And that's Tidal.
Yeah, look, we have 3 World Tactician's Crown champions still here in the tournament, Lilo, Xingge, and Tidal. And of course, Tidal is the biggest one. 2 times champion. He did have a lot of close runs in these last few rounds. So he was 4th place in the previous round, was 4th place again in this round. 2, but he always rises to the occasion. He saves the best for last, and we already talked about the high roll situations. That's what usually happens when we get to those, you know, last step into the checkmate format for him.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing here is everyone always talks about, like, who's the faker of TFT, right? That's a common question that comes up, and everyone's been looking for that, who is that emergent person, right? There was a brief moment where it's like, wow, Malala had that amazing set, or Hwanmei had been, like, appearing and winning in so many things. But Tidal getting his 2nd championship, that was the first, like, maybe, we'll see how this goes here, because he, you know, not only won 2, but he'd had other appearances as well.
That's right.
If he could top that off with a LAN win, now all of a sudden I think we're like, wait a minute, no, this might be our faker of TFT, if you will.
And I feel like this might be the most difficult tournament to win of all time. I mean, obviously, to win a world championship, it is extremely difficult. You're playing against, you know, the highest caliber. To win a 512-person tournament with cutoffs that are this difficult. Okay, you don't quite agree with me.
I see it, right? It's sort of like a, you know, like a World Series of Poker thing, right? Where like there's so many people, the margins are so thin. So I kind of agree with you, but at the same time, you know, when we talk about like the skill set that it rewards, a lot of the later tournaments require a much deeper understanding of the set. And so it's like there are 2 different skills sort of being measured here. And that's why I think if Tidal wins this, it kind of highlights the fact that he's got both skills, right? We know he can do the tournaments where he's played a bunch and learned it and mastered it, but being able to do this here would show that, no, also when it's a brand new set, I'm still pretty adaptable. I understand that. And I think that's what matters, but I don't know that I would put one over the other per se. It's more like they're just 2 slightly different skill sets.
I think it's like innovation at the early start, finding the edges that nobody has seen, and the other one is really optimizing what everyone already knows, but taking it a little bit further. And I would say Tidal actually does go into the second camp a little bit more. Whenever we saw him pick augments, they were always Interclitic. He's very, very familiar with the stats, and now we know the stats are, you know, not necessarily there, so we can see if he can do the other side and find other edges.
I don't know if that's fair to say he's familiar with the stats, because like we saw Tidal play a lot of augments in previous sets that we would call bad, you know, and had like pretty low stats. If anything, Tidal is familiar with where they're good and where their opportunity matters, and so I think like he's one of those players that had played lines that you wouldn't expect and done very well with them.
Obviously, like in our AVAC tournament, like Tidal is such a different beast because he plays all the lines that are just uncontested.
Yep.
He knows the name of the game in just the Tactician's Cups. It's just to advance to day 3. If you get all 3 day 3s, you're automatically into Tactician's Crown without even Golden Spatula.
It's kind of reflected in Tidal's career stats, and I mean, Clement, you're the master of APAC stats. You're the guy who knows. But I remember looking at it and being a little surprised to see Tidal doesn't gap the field when you look at his career stats in APAC. If I remember correctly, it's somewhere like 4.0 something, or maybe 3.9, somewhere around there, where it's really strong over the course of a handful of sets, but it's certainly not the gap you'd see on the field when you think of, by comparison, in North America, we have players like Setsuko and Dish Soap who have this career 3.7-ish AVP, and that it does make a big difference. I think it has more to do with what you're saying, where he plays to the format. He plays to what he needs to do, and it raises this question to me, which is like, what other skills are required for you to perform in a LAN environment? I think some of those are just doing the homework. Like you have to realize that it's not just about optimizing your game or playing creatively. Sometimes it's just about being able to show up and play like you on that day.
Well, and also we know the players who are going to be in the top 16 at this point. You can look up their playstyles, you can look at what lines they're used to, and you can come in with homework as well, really familiar with exactly this guy likes to play this line first, this guy always pivots to this at level 8. And I think that's a strategy as well.
Yeah, so something I saw a lot of players actually doing is, because we're all in the tournament client, a bunch of them have been adding players to the friends list, and so then you can go into their match history. And so there's been a lot of match history inspecting going on of sort of like what lines are they doing.
Can I tell you something?
Scouting.
I was so sad, but Dish Soap set his to private.
So that was the thing. Dish Soap, when I was on the Soju stream, he commented he noticed a lot of people had theirs to private.
Yeah.
So he set his to private to try to hide it. So there's even that little meta game going on right now in the client of like people trying to hide what they're playing. That being said, when we're down to like 4 lobbies or 2 lobbies, it starts to be pretty hard, but you can just kind of look it up.
I think there should be a rule that players are not allowed to hide it. I feel like it makes it much more interesting for everyone to kind of like inspect and stuff.
That actually, so that I saw when I was watching one of the lobbies on the floor, I think it was Bintum, it was somebody who was going through their friend request and blocking everybody who sent them a friend request, and I'm watching this thinking like, that's kind of rude. Like, what's going on here?
Stream. What about all the cold stream stations?
And now I'm realizing he's actually just trying very hard to not give away his tech.
Yep. Yeah, it's a big part of not giving the tech. But like you said, they need him for the co-stream so that they can right-click and go spectate. And so it's like, there's a fun little game going on there. But yeah, and so, like I said, we're down to the top 16 though, and like I said, it feels like if you've been moving on in between the downtime, you've got to at least sort of pay attention to what's going on. The other nice thing is that a lot of these players have come here with like groups, friends, if you will. And so in between, it's like as soon as they finish the game, they walk over and they start talking. Like hilariously enough, when I was on the Soju co-stream, Milk had went 8th in the second game, and the game was still going on, and he kind of walked over and started talking to Dish Soap a little bit of like what happened that game and what he could have done differently.
Interesting.
So there's definitely some coordination of like, what can we do here? So.
Yeah, one of the big study groups that I had highlighted going into the day was Weijun Iverson's. And Weijun Iverson, one of the most iconic North American or players from the Americas, did not continue on to the top 16, but Stellar Minhee is someone who made it. And so now there is this question of when you have a study group, this is like a 10-person study group of everyone who qualified to the event. Most of them made it into the round of 128. You have 10 of the best players of the field all coaching you to try and get you into the top 8. I imagine it actually can be a pretty tangible edge on the field.
So I think right now what we're looking at, by the way, is 8 of our top 16 here. I think they've started their game. Obviously, we can't, really see what's going on with the game here, but the fact that we are down to our top 16 here is pretty wild. And one change here as we go into this phase is that it's going to be 4 games, not 3. So they're going to have a little more consistency, a little more like a single 8th isn't necessarily going to knock you out.
Yeah, I think that's a big thing. A lot of players, if they go poorly in the first game, they feel pressure to go for high cap games since you have to average a top 3 by then. But now you can kind of play a little bit slower, enjoy other game plans as well, other than Ken Barron.
Yeah, it's interesting looking at them getting ready in the mindset. You can see one of our players really relaxed, trying to get in the zone. A couple of other players talking here, seeing what's going on here. But when you've made it this far, it's just 4 more games. get in that top 4 and you've made it to the finals. And making it to the finals is so fun. We saw last time at the Vegas Open where everyone was like watching you. It was just so hype with players like Ashmu, for example. So, I love it. Let's go. Nice. Crossed off Setsuko.
Awesome.
I love it. I love it.
The tournament truly does transform after day number 2. For days 1 and 2, everything's happening on the floor. People are scouting around. It's very fun. It's very lighthearted. The pressure is there, but it certainly feels, generally speaking, like a happy, very fun, kind of silly event. Day 3, the switch flips, and all of a sudden the pressure is mounting. You're in this dark room with everybody watching a single screen. I think all these players, I'm sure they're happy to make top 16. I don't think any of them are satisfied with it though.
At the end of the day, people only remember who won the event. After a little while, the second to third place goes away, so you feel the expectation kind of mounting in. I'm not saying it's right, but it is what happens for sure. And of course, the prize pool is also mounting for all of our players who remain.
See, I mostly agree with you. I will say I think there's still moments like, we talk about like Ashmu or like Kevin Parker. There's still some memories that happen from that final lobby. But certainly if you don't make final lobby, nobody remembers who went 9th.
Yeah.
And so like that's why like right here, going 9th here would feel so
one step
bad.
away.
If you've gotten this far, getting into that final lobby is just such a big boost. I think that matters so much.
Something that always stands out to me in TFT players is the ability to take a low roll game and ignore the variant part of it and just look at your agency in the game. I was speaking to an Americas player earlier who had a really hard game, and immediately after coming out of it, despite the fact that I thought it was pretty low roll, the only thing they wanted to talk about was how they can improve, what they could have done better. When you're playing in the top 16, I think that's kind of what you need to do. You have to take it one game at a time, and you can only focus on your agency. I think at this point, it's pretty fair to say any of these players are capable of winning the tournament. The only way that you can put yourself in a position to win is by playing at 100%. But it's so hard to play at 100% in a game like TFT.
Well, and not just that, but we talked about the LAN. Yesterday was a brutally long day. I was talking to a few of the players who were like, I was here till like 1 a.m., 2 a.m., went back, tried to eat something, sleep, wake up, and then came back because they were immediately wanting to study, right? And so a lot of these players, they started their day today at noon, but may have been studying beforehand. And so that energy is starting to run out a little bit here as we, hit the evening part of the night. Are you tired? Are you starting to get exhausted? Typical tournaments are like, what, 6 games a day?
Normally, yeah.
And so right now, this is game 7 already, but as you
we're just getting started.
You got 4 more to go, so 10 games can be pretty brutal in a single day.
And plus travel, and it can be a real endurance test for anyone involved.
And every game becomes even more important, right? It's not like you can have your most important games at the beginning of the day and then it's okay if you calm down. Every single game will become even more mountingly important. We can see right now the players are loading in, though, getting ready to get into game number 1 of the top 16 of the TFT Macao Open. Here's our lobby. Setsuko, Zhao Qi. Oh, we have the Jinx encounter starting off game number 1.
Cuddles. That's going to be Crab. That's going to be a lot of extra resources. We've seen throughout the tournament that usually means some pretty capped boards here. Combine that with whatever augments we get. This is where we see some of the really powerful boards come together.
Now, I feel like Setsuko must be smiling a little bit because both of his high roll games where he did take first places in the previous 2 rounds were with these scuttle starts. He was able to get powered up, able to get upward mobility, and have those really, really high moments like you talked about.
Yeah, we'll have to see what happens here. Generally, the openers seem pretty chill, right? Everyone's sort of getting their gold, likely probably getting to 10 so they can start building economy. The thing to watch out for is there any interesting drops, right? Do we see like a 5-item start? Do we see possibly a high econ start? Any of those things that can be slightly off the norm. And so that's the thing you'll see probably right about here, which orbs come out. But if it's pretty standard, then like I said, we're usually just waiting for the augments before we start really seeing what direction we're going here.
The other thing that is very interesting, because this is a Crab Ray variation, right? This isn't Scuttle Puddle, right? I think they were dancing, right? So
I don't think so.
Wait, is it? If they're dancing, it's Crab Rave, right?
If they're dancing, it's
dance,
Crab
it's
Rave.
Crab Rave.
Yeah, yeah. So
I actually missed it there.
if it is Crab Rave, then one thing we saw yesterday is players are a bit more likely to posture into the melee bruiser lines because you need to have carries with Omnivamp that can survive against the Crab. We saw a game on day one where, what was it, three players eliminated.
You're right, it is Crab Rave here. So Crab Rave, stage 5-7. Like you said, 3 players were eliminated one day, so definitely something to be looking at here. And it looks like it is a standard opener, just going to be the 3-item, typical economy as we head into the augment. Figure out, it's just going to be a silver, actually. So this is where, when you have a Scuttle Crab into silver, it actually sort of generalizes back to a pretty standard game. The big difference, though, is you do have that initial economy, and that's going to allow you to build up to that 50 gold a little quicker. But it's not going to be quite as inflated as even a gold or a prismatic game, obviously.
Are going to see Lee Luo, one of our world champions here, starting off directly on, Crab Rave map with a melee opening already. Titan slammed. And there is a Caretaker's ally, so it's going to be interesting to see which 2-cost is going to come up here.
There was definitely another family or another player holding family units, and that's expected. I think on 2-1, lots of people want to be open to the idea of playing around family, whether it is for reroll or even just for tempo.
Yeah, you can see, by the way, and you have to forgive me, I forget the name of it, but 3 players taking the augment that ends up giving you 4 item components as your champion starts.
Eye for an eye?
Yeah, that sounds about right. But that augment considered to be pretty powerful, considering for a silver augment over the course of the game, you're getting +4 components. If you think about like the grab bag, the gold augment, that's +3. So getting 4 from a silver, very good here. That's going to put their end game board at a pretty strong state.
And it is going to be titled with the Camille out from the Caretaker's ally. Not the strongest one in the current patch.
If this were last patch, I think you'd be thrilled. This patch, I think it actually, interestingly enough, I think you're immediately going to be tested in one of those things we've been talking about, which is that you have to be able to play creatively. You can't just kind of default to like a standard line. And so now Title kind of is back up against a wall to see what kind of line he can play with the Camille, because he can't just rely on the 3-star Camille carrying him to the end game.
Yeah, that being said, one of the things about Camille is obviously last patch she was much stronger, really good situation that she was so strong that you could force it. This patch, she's nowhere near that strong, but if you have the Caretaker's Chosen that kind of like leans it into you, and if it's generally uncontested, you can find yourself in a situation where you hit the 3-star very early, and that can allow you to spike all the way to the Jinx later. So again, definitely not one of those like S-tier lines, but if it goes well and is uncontested, the tempo alone can put you in a really good spot.
Her connections are also super contested currently. We're not seeing a ton of Tall Enforcer. We're not seeing a ton of Smeech getting played outside of Cambaron.
It's true.
She should be open in most lobbies.
I actually hadn't really considered even like a vertical Enforcer line out of a Camille, but who knows? Maybe I know there are people playing Enforcer even without the +1, and maybe you have them in, you get a +1 on 3-2. It opens up an entirely new line.
Basso Kills was the one that we really remember in our first lobby that played a lot of Enforcer, did really well. But he played it from like 4 Enforcer spots on stage 2. Those are definitely your signifiers.
The other thing to note here is Title is currently at the gold lead at 39. He'll be one of the people that if he can get that to 40 might have a slight edge up. And so, it could be just like straight up just fast 8. Get the Camille's along the way and just play that to, again, be a little bit of extra board tempo rather than commit to like the 5 ambusher line.
Qingzhou already with the Rebel line here. This is one of the players I'm really interested in seeing because we saw him take an Exalted Adventure and actually win out in our previous lobby. 2 of the players to do so. Definitely has a creative flair in his play.
Yeah, taking a look at the scores here. Setsuko right now on a win streak. We've got one other player from China on a win streak as well. So 2 players win streaking as we head into the carousel. And now's a chance where we get to look at all the different boards. It looks like we have 2 family players. Title, you can see here, literally just fielding 2 Camilles, using that to try to get full loss streak, get as much gold as possible. We'll have to see how he transitions that on 3-1. You mentioned we have a Rebel player. Okay, so 3 family players actually at the start, which you talked about Crab Rave, that makes sense. Setsuko playing around the Sorcerers actually a little bit here. Sorcerer and Sentinel just playing a really strong board using that item advantage to maybe push ahead here. So, and now we're getting a look at our 2 win streakers here. The power of that early Lux, by the way. I think Lux was a champion that at the start of the set people thought was pretty bad, but a lot of our high skill players quickly realized just how good she was in the early game. That shielding combined with that guaranteed 1 hit that would, even if they lost, would usually get some kills. And then combined with the fact that you have the Nami early, that emissary bonus, it's going to allow for extra mana generation. So this spot with Setsuko, if these 2 boards were to match though, the one thing is the Dragon Claw Darius is going to be so hard to get through.
Also did pick up the upgraded Urgot as well, so there's a lot of immediate power. This is one of those really fun spots with Conqueror where you can get a very quick 35 cash out, and if that 2 cost fits your board, then suddenly you're off to the races.
Yeah, the big thing is you do need that Swain to hit the 4 Conqueror, so it can take a while. Both players going to win here, so the big thing in the next round, will they match up? And again, right now, if I had to look at these 2 boards, I feel like Setsuko is not the favorite here. That Dragon Claw Darius is just going to be so hard for the Lux to get through. Even with the Ionic Spark, it's just not really enough. Compare that to the Urgot 2, I think will pretty much mow through quickly. The Last Whisper, not a lot of armor on the Setsuko side. So right now, Setsuko is really praying for that 2 out of 3 chance that he doesn't match up against the other win streaker.
It's so hard to kill early Dariuses if you don't have anti-heal. I think that's why it makes it one of the best stage 2 units here. Also has the Warden in as well, so a lot of resistances. Watcher, sorry. A lot of good catch, good catch.
I wonder if there's an argument ever to actually use your remover and put it on Urgot if you're really concerned about maintaining your 5 streak. Obviously, you don't think so.
Okay, here we go.
The healing is really valuable.
And like I said, my money would definitely be on the Darius player here. The Last Whisper being applied for the Urgot here. Aurelia trying to stay alive, but the Darius doesn't quite get the healing. They've gotten through, though. Both main tanks down, but it's
that Urgot has
now.
so much health.
Yeah, the Urgot's doing a lot of work here. Lux is not on the right target. It's 3-2, and as soon as Lux dies here, that's going to do it. And yeah, sure enough, you can see just the power. Setsuko losing his win streak here, and so there's only going to be 1 person getting that extra win streak gold.
That Setsuko spot is clearly set up for him, right? I mean, he has a very clear direction. You could see him, he was holding the Academy units on the bench, wants to try and play around the Sentinel, the Academy. I'm not exactly sure what the Academy items are, but I imagine if Setsuko's angling toward it, that it's probably something that feels pretty reasonable for the line.
Yeah, we've seen a couple players. I was talking to Solo Gasong, and he felt like the way he made it to top 64 was just playing around Sentinel and AP Flex. Generally because a lot of people are sort of underestimating it right now, and so if Setsuko's looking down that line, we have seen Setsuko kind of lean towards Silco a lot. That's been another line he's been playing quite a bit, so I could easily see that being the direction more he's leaning towards.
In the lobby, I interviewed him. He played 2 games of Bronze for Life, Silco back-to-back. That was really cool. He took out 4 Dominator and just put in more traits. He had 12 traits at one point. It was really fun to watch.
Although, as you mentioned, AP backliners don't do great against Crab Rave.
Yep.
And so there is a big risk in slamming those items early.
You're basically starting the game with less health than the AD players, right? Because
the big thing, you mentioned the less health. That's true. But the other thing that matters is if you don't do enough damage to the crab, you actually lose out on 2 full items.
Oh, wow.
Remember, the crab drops 2 full items, and you don't get the both unless you kill it. Sometimes you can do enough damage to get 1, and it's like, okay, but being down 2 full items in 6-1, that can make a big difference.
Absolutely. Does find the early Heimerdinger. Setsuko's board. I mean, at this point, the entire framework is built for him, right? He has his very strong item holder with the Lux. Having the Namis on your board allows you to really get more value out of that Lux in the meantime, and he still recognizes that it's a stronger board for right now. The other thing to note, though, is the bench. He's holding Chem Barons there.
Oh yeah, that's quite interesting, like you mentioned. We get a gold augment here, and Setsuko in particular had a history of playing around Heartsteel. If you remember in Remix Rumble, Setsuko was very well known for stage 2 win streak into Heartsteel, get a big cash out, and he became really well known for that. So it'll be interesting to see if he has a Chem Baron strategy that we maybe haven't seen a lot of here. And like you said, he has those pieces. So let's see what happens after he picks his augment here.
You like the Sentinel +1 here, or you prefer Void Caller?
I think the Sentinel +1 here is a little bit more flexible, but the problem is it's a lower cap. So, you know, you probably end up in like the 4 Sentinel, 4 Academy line that can become one or the other. But again, if he goes that route, it kind of forces his hand, and we know he's been leaning towards the Silco. Now, that being said, you look at the setup, the other avenue he could go is the, you know, Sentinel with the Renata. But putting the Sentinel emblem on the Renata for now, I don't think that's necessarily where he's going, but it is an option for sure here.
I mean, the big thing when I see this is you now have a Renata 2 who's going to be shielding your front line, and you get to play 4 Sentinel on 3-2.
Yes.
And being able to hit those breakpoints in the mid-game, it does spike your board extremely hard, even if it's just for a handful of rounds.
Yeah, there's enough removers at this point where you can slam a Sentinel emblem and expect to eventually get it off without too much risk.
Yeah, in particular, things like 4 Sentinel, 4 Bruiser are really good early when there's not a lot of damage, so it's pretty hard for a lot of comps to get through that front line. And then combined with the Renata shield and the Lux shield, that is just so much effective health.
And I do want to point out something pretty cool here. We have Category 5, and the first sponsored item coming out from Academy is also a Runan's Hurricane. So those two things can chain together. Might be some cooking here if he wants to go for the Ezreal. We'll see.
How often are people playing Ezreal with like a double Runant? I'm actually not very familiar with Ezreal reroll build. I can't imagine that Runant is like a core item in that build, though.
Well, so the big thing about Academy you have to understand is like using the sponsored items is just so much damage amp that it is okay to play suboptimal items, right? Like Hurricane's not going to be optimal for Ezreal, that's true. But an Ezreal with 2 or 3 sponsored items, who cares what it is?
Sure.
That'll still crank. So like an IE Hurricane Ezreal could work. That being said, looking at where he's going here, this feels like a Twitch game.
Yep. Another thing Runan's provides is some level of range for Ezreal. Ezreal's mostly single target, and so if he does play double Runan's Gwynsu's Ezreal, it could mean he gets some free kills he otherwise wouldn't have gotten. Although I do agree with you, this does look like a Twitch game to me.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that he's like holding the Nunus, these are pretty good standard Twitch items. So.
Ooh, wow, some real premium 4 costs off the carousel here. Mbessa, Garen, and Corki, all of which are core units to multiple meta boards.
Yeah, we see Ironbog take the Mbessa here. This is also a chance where we get to look at our augments, see if anything jumps out here. Nothing really jumping off the page is amazing. The thing to note, by the way, I wanted to call out Tidal is at 6 Camille's right now, is at level 7. Not a lot else really strong there, but has been able to win a few rounds here, and so has got to be pretty close. Yeah, we can see here, as at 7 Camille's, really needs 1 more Camille to guarantee this to be the 3-star Camille. Is able to find the Garen, so that's going to be a little bit of a bump here. Playing around the double Camille, I like this.
Also, take a look. Okay, first thing, I love Tidal has slammed every single item that he has gotten all game. Really heads up play in the way that he's planned out the items he's gotten. The other thing is he streaked the first 3 rounds of this stage, and I love that. I love when players are able to say, hey, I'm going to loss streak all of stage 2, but I recognize once I win, I need to do anything I can to continue the win streak. This is where it lives on a knife's edge, though. Tidal opts to not roll on 3-5 to say, I think I'm still strong enough to continue my win streak, and we're seeing it come to fruition right now, able to take out Lilu's family board.
If we're gassing up Tidal, I also want to mention the Ionic Spark Slam. I love that slam here. For those who don't know, Camille will do magic or physical damage depending on which the opponent resists less, and Echo reduces magic resist by a flat amount. So you can get the enemy's magic resist to like 4, 0, and Camille will just tear through them. I really love the Ionic Spark Slam here.
Yeah, the Ionic Spark Slam definitely, like you said, makes her adaptive damage do magic, which is pretty cool. I definitely like that strategy here. I don't know that he's committing to the full ambusher here, but again, the big thing to note is he's level 7. I think he's trying to hold as much gold as he can, see if he lucks into just 1 more Camille so that he can go 8 without having to roll down. If you go 8, you risk never seeing another Camille.
I do want to point out he's actually gaining HP at this point as well. So he was full loss streak, 60 HP, and then the augments are giving him the vampiric leech.
The vampiric one. That's really good here. I love that.
That's a great bounce back into the win streak, loss streak into win streak.
You get it based off of the amount of damage you've dealt to enemy tacticians, correct?
Yeah, basically player Omnivamp.
Very cool.
I think it's the first augment of its type, right?
Correct.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like you said, playing it lost streak into win streak, that's a great thing to do. It's also going to give that Camille even more Omnivamp here. And Tidal does win again, so goes full lost streak into full win streak. That's going to feel good. Plenty of resources here. You can see he's rolling, trying to find just... Oh, no, he does level, actually. He's not rolling yet. So he does need one more Camille to guarantee it, or the alternative is he's going, look, I have enough gold that I'm going to go fast 9, and at 9 he will get his Camille 3.
I do think because the rest of his board is so weak, everything is 1-star, I think he actually recognizes that if I decide to roll on 8, I have to roll extremely deep. So he gets to kind of have the best of both worlds. He's either going to roll super, super deep on level 8, and the chances of hitting a Camille is not unreasonable. And if he does go 9, like you're saying, he will have enough economy to be able to get it for free that way. So
I want to see how this turn goes here, because this will decide where he's going here. Levels up and immediately begins rolling here. Let's see how deep he goes. Finds the Speech 2.
Finds Echo.
Finds the Echo, and there's the Camille
Duplicate.
3. So he's going to be able to go... Did he use a duplicator?
I thought it was a duplicator. Did he find it in shop?
I mean, he was going so fast, it was hard to tell.
Yeah.
But does find the Camille 3 here, finds the Echo. Now the big thing is if he can find a Jinx, that's going to put him in a good spot. But level 8, 40 gold here. I think this is a great spot to stop. Puts the Edge of Night on the Echo here. It's going to get that scrap bonus. That's going to convert into a Hand of Justice. Usually, actually, that's only on 6 scrap. So Redemption, never mind. But Camille 3 here should be good for now. Camille does start to fall off a little later, but right now, honestly, this might just get him through stage 4.
And more, we were saying we expected the item stand up on Twitch, but there is an Ezreal with the Runons.
Okay.
Yeah, category 5 with damage amp. It's always a fun way to play. Also holding a lot of the Sentinels on the board, so that might be a little bit of a conflict with Setsuko, who's also heavily indexing into that line.
Sidera and Tidal were the 2 players who were streaking going into that round. Sidera, unfortunately, unable to maintain that streak, will lose to Tidal. And, you know, it may not be a terrible spot considering his HP, but considering he leveled to 8 and rolled to 0 and then lost his streak, I think he's not feeling great.
Interesting to look at Setsuko, by the way. I don't know if it's the UI for sure, but he's at 32 out of 76 XP, but he's rolling down. So, again, could just be a UI thing. I'm not 100% on that. I don't want to say that for sure. But interesting to say that he's, you know, level 8 and rolling down here. Has found 2 Heimers, 2 Zoes, is in this really awkward spot where he hasn't been able to secure a 2-star 4 cost. You know that's what he's really looking for, holding plenty of Academy units here, but it just hasn't quite come together.
A big thing for his board is he didn't find any Alaois in his roll down there, so the 6 Sentinel feels kind of fake. He's also contested on that front.
Yeah, and we talked about how, you know, Setsuko had some high roll games. This does not look to be one of them. The good news is he's at 69 health. He's got plenty to work with here, so not too bad, but having to roll all the way to 0. And yeah, we can see he is at 0 out of 76 here, so yeah, levels to 8, rolls it down.
Wait, is he actually trying to hit Lux 3 on 8? Because he is holding 7 Luxes, and what I was wondering before is, you're playing 3 out of 4 Sorcerer. Does it not? Do you not actually think that the Heimer 1 is stronger than a Lux 2 with this setup?
Well, I mean, you can
there's
see
our
here,
answer.
He sells that,
cool.
Finds the Zoe 2, so he's at least got that. He would have preferred the Heimerdinger for sure, but at least that's going to sells the LeBlanc here. He can at least have a 2-star 4 cost. I like the heads-up play here of just trying to get this in, playing something strong for now until he's able to hit that Heimer. Also has some Corkis here.
Yeah, Sentinel Academy line, but really can't fit that in at the moment, so just holding on to them. Meanwhile, Tidal, let's see if he's had any luck with the additional ambushers. Okay, does have the Echo, 2 Echoes on his board currently.
Honestly, I feel like what Tidal is doing is such a beautiful example of recognizing tempo in the game. He says, listen, I've earned a lot of HP throughout the game by streaking so hard on stage 3. He only rolled down to 40 gold on his initial level 8 roll down, and he said, I've got the main pieces here. I think I'm strong enough. And so we can see he's not spending more gold. Instead, he's trying to go 9.
A couple big pickups here, Rumble for the Sentinel players, and of course the extra spat open. Xiaoqi takes that instantly, and he's already on the Sentinel Academy line. Oh, he's not the category 5. Sorry, another player.
Yeah, I do want to call out that Tidal now. We talked about how that Camille, you know, isn't quite as strong as it was before. The fact that we don't have a Jinx and the items are not ideal, I think now is right about the time where Tidal is going to start struggling unless something else goes really well here. So that's something to be worried about. At least bought a lot of health with that Omnivamp, but right now, not necessarily a favorite to win the lobby. Now you look at this board though, that's a Jinx with some very powerful items.
Yeah, being able to find the Jinx on 8 means that you don't need to play this Vex, which generally speaking isn't going to be that valuable, especially, you know, if you're going to have any items on that.
So a big thing here is he has 2 Jinx, and we have Jinx before the anomaly round. So for example, if you get nothing wasted, that's a great example where like that Jinx can just get to that ult very quickly. That becomes a Jinx 2 with that. You could just go game winning from that position. But, you know, you've only got so much gold here to roll for the anomalies. So, you know, what are the other options you're looking for? And then the fact that you haven't hit the Zoe 2 is a little scary. But yeah, look at the damage. And again, still a Jinx 1, but that's a lot. If this becomes a Jinx 2, this could be a game-winning position.
Yeah, with so many players playing Alawi and Zoe right now especially, I do think there is a lot of value in betting on, hey, I can eventually find this Jinx 2, versus putting an anomaly on Zoe and getting stuck there for a long time.
Players really want to find that echo when you're itemizing the Jinx, because just the 2 ambusher gives you 100% crit rate, and that makes the world of difference if you're playing for that, you know, Jinx big rocket across the board. Let's see what augments they can find right here.
Energy absorption. I have seen players play this with Rebel. I think it's one of those augments that does really well when you have something like Paint the Town Blue, right? I imagine that does feed into it, but. Yep. Instead, going to take it, and I think he recognizes that you have a lot of these Rebels that the main power you're getting from them is that they're giving you 7 Rebel. You're not actually getting that much value directly from things like the Akali or the set, and so if the main, if the value you're getting from them is that they're also feeding Zoe AP, it makes those units even more impactful.
We just saw the board Setsuko with a kind of a unorthodox carry. He had to do it on the Zoe 2, not usually seen with the Sentinel line, and that kind of feels bad for Qingzhou, who's also trying to find his Zoe 2.
I will say at least Setsuko has 3 Rebel in, so he's still getting that attack speed boost, which really matters. So I don't actually mind this board that much. Also has the Heimerdinger here, so this kind of gives him 2 carries. The 6 Sentinels will stay alive for a while, so I really like this board, actually. And again, he has so many extra items from that silver augment at the start of the game.
The finisher is also pretty great on Zoe, because she's already going to be hitting the backline quite frequently, getting to get some early kills and possibly just take out the enemy carry. Could win a fight.
The problem is you are playing 6 Sentinel. They should last a decent amount, but this is not a super convincing front line. You have a lot of 1-star variations of the board of the units, and you don't have the Alawi, so yeah, it's going to win this fight, but that's up against an unupgraded backline.
So one of the things I think goes underappreciated, though, is that 6 Sentinel gives armor and MR to the entire team. So even things like the Zoe and the Heimerdinger are just getting a little bit of extra survivability that can keep them alive from backline splash and win some of those big fights.
And this is kind of the new thing that Tanner was talking about in our previous castle. A lot more players are putting their anomalies onto the Mbessa. And we saw invisibility now on that one, able to win out the Duke because there was no damage coming in from the other side.
I was wondering what was going on. I didn't realize invisibility Mbessa.
Yeah, Rumble just kind of stood in place.
Yep.
Yeah, interesting. Iron Bog, I got to give credit here, playing around this backline gangplank. Definitely a champion we haven't seen a ton of this set. Clearly saving items for something like a Corki or Twitch, but being able to play that for now, playing a lot of these silver bronze traits and doing really well with it, in a decent spot at 48 health here. But the concern right now is this where you start to fall off? Everyone getting a gold orb here, that's going to be a bunch of item anvils. So again, now we're in that part where Scuttle Puddle, has inflated a lot of the resources right now.
This is so cool from Iron Bob because he has a very unorthodox board and he has full traits on the left side. So he's making use of that Bronze for Life with the damage amp now, at least 9 traits activated. And it's really interesting because you don't usually see this Transformer board with a Mundo anomaly. That is so cool to see.
Yeah, for sure here. And again, now there's just so many resources, everyone trying to use their anvils to lock in some items here. We've got one player at 5 health, otherwise everyone else looking pretty healthy, and Tidal actually still at the top of the lobby at 71 health here. We can see the Twitch. Twitch with Morello, though, definitely not the optimal situation you'd want to be in. Clearly struggled a little bit there, but also has the Ambessa here, and it looks like it might be enough. The Zoe could get a big cast here.
Oh.
No, not enough, and that is going to do it, unfortunately, for our Twitch player. Yeah, just wasn't able to get through that Alawi, and so that's going to be an 8th, unfortunately. But again, we have 4 games in this format here, so it's not as bad as it was before.
There's 4 CN players in this lobby that we're spectating. 1 of them out. 3 still there to carry on the torch. See if how well the hometown heroes go.
Taito has found a Victor, by the way. Very, very valuable on this board.
Yeah, and level 9 now does still have a slot open for the Jinx. If you do find Jinx, what do you actually drop in order to play it? Because it normally would be where that Victor is. I'm not exactly sure how you would fit in. It begs the question, is Taito just going to try and go for a fast 10 so that he can find a Jinx and play it on 10 instead?
I mean, at that point, you can also drop the Scar, I think. That's definitely an option if you're going to play the Victor. One of the other things is it's interesting because the way Camille works is she takes damage, which generates mana to cast again. So in that respect, Victor is a little less optimal. I'm not claiming she's bad. She's still very good.
For sure.
I'm just saying it's a little less advantageous because you need that sort of mana generation to fuel her kind of repeat casting. So
I'm honestly surprised that Taito has been able to stay so healthy this entire game playing the Camille reroll. This is not a line we've seen people try and play on purpose all weekend long.
So we have to call out here, by the way, this is Setsuko's board here. He's on a 2-loss streak at 17 health. 1 bad loss could hurt here. Does find the Jace, so that's going to give him 4 Academy. The extra front line here from the Gem, the extra attack speed's pretty nice. Going to move items off the Ezreal onto this Jace here. But that front line is still an itemized rel.
Yeah.
You know, it's pretty not tough. Enough.
I mean, we look at some other boards, right? The board he's facing, it's an Alawi 2 and a Rumble 2 on the other side. So it is just a huge mismatch in terms of quality of front line. And yeah, he has a lot of damage. The problem is if you can't break through the enemy front line before they break through your paper thin one, then it really doesn't matter.
Ooh. It was close, but not quite. That Alawi just staying alive so long here. And that is going to be another loss for Setsuko, likely putting him down to 1 life here. And everyone else kind of in a good spot here. Setsuko could go 7th, unfortunately.
Yeah, he was very much contested on his lines, and having to like put the anomaly on that Zoe when you're playing 5 Academy Heimer definitely hurts a bit when it comes to the tempo. There is a possibility for Jace too. That could be the save here he's looking for.
But it's another damage item.
Yeah.
Further pushing only one side of the board. It plays to an out, but I don't know if I love that pick.
I mean, the best off defense is a good offense.
Sure, yeah.
Sure.
Killing a unit is CC.
I mean, all things considered, the last fight we just saw, which had a massive front line, he still almost broke through it because of how much damage he has in his back line.
Yeah, he's only got a little bit of gold here.
Oh,
if he somehow hear the Miracle Jace, sure. But again, the odds are pretty against it here, and so
such a hard game.
I wonder if you ever frontline this Jace just to get some more value out of the Sentinel emblem. I can't imagine it's worth it.
I mean, there's an argument, I think, for putting the Runans and the red buff both on the Ezreal instead and going frontline Jace just for the disruption. It can buy your team a little bit more time.
It's so Leona 1, Loris 1. Like, this is just so rough here. Thankfully, it feels like this is one of the fights that he maybe could do okay on. It'll take the Violet a little while to get through.
Oh, wait a second.
Only a little.
She's going to go to the Heimerdinger here, though. And so if they don't kill this Vi instantly, I don't think they have enough damage on that single target to be able to win this.
No, that's going to do it for Setsuko.
Setsuko will go 7th here.
7th here on his first game. Just not good enough, unfortunately.
2 eliminations. Chingzo on the other side, also taken out by Titles and Ambusher board. I was just scared by that zoom in. So
it's a very Wes Anderson-y. I like that. Yeah, so 2 eliminations does bring us down to 5 players. I think anybody starting off round of 16 with the top 4 is going to have a huge confidence boost, but it's going to come down also to the players who go bot 4 and allow it to not affect their mental, because if you can bounce back, go top 4, it basically resets the points.
This is a combination I've never seen before. Slow cooker Alawi. It was nerfed on the previous patch, and usually you see it with bruisers, but maybe it's a tempo slam here. We'll see how it does.
Oh, I mean, slow cooker is a very good augment here. It's just going to provide some extra damage. It's going to allow you to get through that front line. And you can see here, that combined with everything else is just a lot of damage here.
And she jumps up. Doesn't matter.
I mean, this Cork Yell's going to finish it.
Oh, what a close fight, but Zhao Qi goes down to just 1 HP. I have to imagine that Saidera is just really wishing that that Alawi had been over 2 hexes. If it had been over just a little bit more, Saidera would have been able to put the backline in the slow cooker hex range, but because of that, Saidera's not able to actually make a lethal kill.
So unfortunately here, we have 2 the crab might get +2 kills here. I look at this board. I'm not sure this board beats the crab. I think we could be seeing 2 kills here. I think Saidera's board also is going to kind of struggle here.
Slow cooker, not the worst anomaly to take against Crab Rave. It does give you a frontliner with damage.
That's true. Yeah, maybe there is a world where we get some boiled crab coming in from the Alawi, some Cajun seasoning on the side.
It's close on the left. It's really close on the left. I think the Alawi can do this.
With the Alawi on the left or on the right?
On the left.
On the left.
Oh,
Yeah.
Cook crab.
Wait. Are we cooking? Are we slow cooking? Quick! Cook faster!
Alawi.
Cook faster! No! Saidera will be eliminated. Xiaoji stays alive, and so our top 4 has been decided by the King Crab.
Yeah, Crab, you know, I feel like we're going to have to write a paycheck, because clearly Crab has made at least, you know, top 16 here, getting a couple kills. So, yeah, and so unfortunately that is going to be our top, but title, by the way, here. We talked about that Camille and how Camille has sort of fallen out of favor, but Camille looking real good here because he got it for free. He got it from the caretakers, has that invisibility, and has been able to do a lot of damage here.
And he's still nowhere near his cap. He has 50 gold in the bank and hasn't found the Jinx yet, so he still has that durability to throw in.
This may be obvious, but because his augment heals based on damage dealt, as player damage goes up, he's just going to continue to extend his lead further and further, which will give him plenty of time to find that Jinx.
Yeah, it's basically guaranteed that title top 2s. I don't see how he could go below top 2 from this position. And like you said, he's like, next turn he is going to be level 10. He's going to have a lot of gold. This is one of those rare situations where now that he's level 10, we could see something like a 2-star Victor. It's pretty hard to do, but when you get those extra elevated odds from level 10 here, you can see it shoots up to 2.1% here. So that does increase the odds.
We just saw Mel.
Yep. And so big roll down here, finds the Jinx that he was looking for. That's going to give him 5 Ambusher. That's going to give a big upgrade. Finds the Loris. And so now the question is, finds another Echo. Echo 3.
Could be an Echo 3 angle for sure.
I don't think you actually play the Mel here. There's just not enough items to really support it. I do like the double Echo here, though. Double Echo over Rumble, really taking advantage of that 5 Ambusher, the damage reduction, the high damage, and the items you had on the Rumble weren't that bad. Like, that's just so much extra damage here.
Oh, wow. Ton of value out of the Victor stun there, actually. The Echo getting an additional ult. Zhao Qi will fall because of that, minus 17. I mean, one of the biggest losses you can actually take at this stage in the game.
Yeah, and we talked about, again, like, just the value of the extra player damage as well, so.
I really want to know how much that Ironbog is getting with this Bronze for Life, because when they just showed his trait count, it was 9 + 5. So that's an amazing amount. I don't think it's all activated, but the ones that he does have.
Yeah, Ironbog looking really good here. And again, look at this board, right?
Yeah.
This is another example of a board where, like, I don't think people are looking at this going, that's very meta, but the fact that he's using the augment in a really interesting way, has that Gangplank carry, the Ambessa carry, using the Mundo to tank really well. This is the kind of board that makes me really love this patch.
I wonder how much of that is kind of on the fly, intuition, figuring out as he goes, and how much of that is actually planned out and studying and understanding what lines you can play with Bronze for Life.
So this is what Ironbog is known for. He picks up and builds every 4 cost he can find, and in this tournament we had 20 people thinking he was out, He played a Bronze for Life and saved it from 20 HP with the form swappers. I think he's probably your favorite style of player.
Yeah, I can definitely see that here. And Lilu, by the way, getting his top 3 here, so could be a top 2. Ironbog does lose this fight here, and right now Tidal feels like the favorite.
Oh, another big find here. No one's going to contest on that Firelight.
Yeah, I do think you take the Firelight here. The extra healing can matter quite a bit. It's on a 5 cost as well. That's going to give you a little bit of extra gold here to hit a roll. You can put that on the Smeech. You can put that on the Jinx if you really wanted. Actually, right into just the Garen. So we get a look at this board here. Does hit level 10 as well. Could possibly find a 6 cost here with those level 10 odds.
There
Finds
it
a
is.
Warwick. Warwick definitely being, again, one of the harder ones to play here, but with the Bronze for Life,
and
that's going to make the Warwick pretty good here. That gives the bonus.
Wow. Oh, those are some TG items for the Warwick. His experiment bonus is a stun on kill. Is that what it is?
Yep, that's correct.
So when
he or Mundo get the kill, anyone nearby gets stunned. The fact that it applies to the Mundo can really help here. Is going to go up against Lilu's family board, which is looking really strong as well. But watch the Warwick.
Wow.
How many executes it can get. Every time it gets an execute, it puts it in that Bloodthirster. If it can get 4, it's going to be in that state permanently. Unfortunately, it's getting targeted there, does die, but it did the work it needed to, it looks like. If it can get the Violet, there's the kill, and that is going to be the end of Lilu. Top 3 for Lilu. And so Ironbog and Tidal now are top 2. Will the Camille come out on top, or will our Bronze for Life board be number 1?
I think this Thieves Glove is really actually going to matter so much in these last couple of fights.
Yeah.
Warwick is very item dependent in a lot of ways, and low rolling can be.
What is this shop? Jinx plus Victor in the shop.
Going to be able to hold a potential Victor pair. Maybe we'll actually get to see the Victor 2 coming through.
Is this Jace ever coming out? Is this just 10 gold sitting on his bench?
I think right now he's looking at the Jace over the Rumble once it's Jace 2. I don't think that 2 scrap is super worth it here, but until it's Jace 2. But at this point he sells it, buys the Victor. That is going to give him the second Victor. And the thing is, Tidal has a lot of health to work with here. Even if he doesn't win this fight, that is going to put him in a situation where he's got a lot of time. And the thing to note here is if this fight doesn't end the game, which it's looking close.
Very close.
I don't think it quite ends it though. I don't think it's enough. So now we go into stage 7. And again, at stage 7, the odds go up a little bit as well. And so what that means is we could see, again, that Victor 2. Now, this is also Crab Rave, so they do have to fight it again. But in the rare times where you get to this point, you're usually strong enough that you kind of just burst it down.
Sure.
And this is not as big a deal.
Just a quick quiz for you game designers out there. Does the execute actually work on the Scuttle?
Yes, it has a health bar.
Okay, nice.
Yeah. And the crab does not get any stronger between stage 5 and stage 6, so if you're beating it the first time, you're beating it the second time.
So current odds for our 6 cost is 2.28. Both of these players on level 10, so I want to see what it actually goes up to.
That is a max cap Rumble. That was the final upgrade he needed.
Finds Warwick. Oh, is that Victor 2? No, that's Victor pair for Ironbog as well. So both players sitting on the Victor pair. Warwick 2 coming in through for Ironbog. And that could absolutely be the difference maker. But take a look at the TG items. Instead,
takes him off.
Wow, look at those items on a Warwick 2. Edge of Night, Death's Defiance, and a Runant Hurricane.
I'm pretty scared of this Warwick. I think Ironbog is in a good position right now.
I've never seen a Warwick 2 before, actually.
Yeah, you can
already
see just
2 executes.
shredding. Yep, just doing a lot of damage here.
Jumping all around. Had the CC immunity, I believe, as well coming through, right? So the Victor stun doesn't do anything. The Warwick's still able to wreak havoc on the board. He's going to have to 1v9 a little bit here at the end, though. Camille and Echo both deal a lot of damage, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to take out this Death's Defiance Warwick.
He's in perma Bloodthirst, so it should be good.
I don't know, this Camille's healing. Okay.
If it wasn't good, I would have some questions.
Yeah, I mean, Camille is kind of the ultimate duelist, but yeah, you know, Warwick was able to pump out the damage here, and so that was a lot of health. Now the thing is,
Warwick
watch
to the front line. I wonder if that's correct. Warwick does dash to any unit below 15% health, so the path isn't that important to him, but I guess Urgot is 2 range, so.
Yeah, the thing to note here is Tidal, unfortunately, hasn't been able to hit this Echo 3. That would be a pretty big boost in power. Is also sitting on the Victor as well. But right now, it could take us 3 rounds here. We could be going as late as 7-5.
Wow.
If this Warwick keeps carrying here.
I could not tell you the last time I saw a Stage 7 carousel.
You know, it's funny you mentioned that, but I've heard at least once at this tournament it went all the way to 7-6.
Great game.
Wow. All right, on the left-hand side, Warwick making his way, getting the execute. Still plenty of things alive. This fight looking a little bit easier for Ironbog. Now the Camille's in the back line.
Back to the same 1v1.
GP and the Warwick. This time, 2-unit loss, 19 damage done. So yeah, looks like we're going to be able to make it to the carousel after this fight.
If I'm Ironbog, I'm just buying Echoes in shop. I'm just rolling for Echo and just trying to contest.
For sure, for sure.
I thought it was also kind of interesting that he kind of shifted the Mundo and the Warwick positioning around. Now he has the experiment on the Urgot for the you know, extra shielding and the attack speed on the cast instead of the extra HP. He's like, well, they're not taking me down. The extra max HP total doesn't matter as much.
It is almost a math problem, right?
Yeah.
Where Mundo's giving flat health, but Urgot's giving percent
shield.
And I mean, when Warwick's a 2-star, he's got a lot of health to go around.
One of the things to note here, by the way, I think was really smart, was taking the Urgot experiment bonus as opposed to the Mundo one. That Urgot experiment bonus giving that percent health, that dash as well. It's going to help that increase really fast here. And this fight does not look close.
Not close at all, but Tidal had enough HP.
Carousel.
Still going to be alive.
No Victor. That's a big deal. There's no Victor here. There's also, it looks like, no Echo. So Tidal right now kind of on his last legs here. Again, either way, it's a top 2. Not going to be too upset, but I feel like, you know, bleeding out here slowly but surely is just going to feel so bad.
One off.
One more.
Do you ever sell at this point, recognizing maybe just not going to be able to win the fight without it?
If you've lost the last 3 fights, you might as well do something.
Yep, sells his Garen too. Also his Victor chances. Scar's probably coming out.
At this point, I think you just got to start selling. But yeah, I mean, even if you sell too much and don't hit, it's
Good plays from both of them. This was still a great game.
For sure. I mean, we got to see some expertly played TFT from Ironbog, really showing that you don't need to just have a rigid composition that you're playing on level 8 and 9 to succeed. He played something that I would consider some of the hardest variations of TFT, and in the end, he was rewarded for it and was able to play this very, very high cap Warwick. Expertly played game by Ironbog.
I'm really happy. He is kind of the hometown favorite here. It does reside in Macau for the most part, so it does have that sort of, you know, resting advantage coming in today. But for him to be able to play his style and win against Tidal, one of the most sought-after players here, I think it's a huge confidence boost for someone that just started competing in the previous set.
Oh, last set was his first set actually competing.
He's competed in set 11, but it was kind of on and off. Set 12 is when he went all in, and he made it to Tactician's Crown that one.
You know, there's that phrase, if you want to be the best, you have to beat the best. And I actually feel like if you're someone like Ironbog and you want to kind of write your name in the history books of TFT, there's no better person to take the first game of this round off of than Tidal. And I think he's showing here he didn't just beat Tidal. The way he did it was such a creative and difficult to execute composition, and it shows that this is why he's made it to the round of 16 to begin with.
And it's a really cool playstyle. The way he does it is he takes any forecast, but then you have to out-level your opponents. That's the big critical thing. And Bronze for Life in this set is basically tailor-made for his playstyle. You get a lot of additional units in. We also saw the mentorship, which is why I think the Warwick went into the front line, gave that boost to the Rumble. Very nice touches. Does take the win.
Yeah, so looking at the replays here, we got Setsuko unfortunately getting knocked out here by that Violet, ended up on the back line. Zooming in here, you know, at least he's taking it in strides. Does get 7th here. Moving on, we've got, you know, some of the quirky mirror matches here, and we saw the power of that slow cooker Alawi just providing a little bit of extra damage, allowing them to get to the back line sooner. That final cast here, that quirky cast, knocking them out and getting the kill. Just not quite there by 1, but again, those quirky mirror matches looking really strong here. And unfortunately, our Crab, our
star of the show,
gets another kill. I think that's like his 4th on stage so far. So does get knocked out. It was really, really close. Doesn't get a double kill though, so makes it through. And then we see here, you know, the Victor doing really well, stunning, and then the Camille. The Camille just being able to slowly chop through with that Ionic Spark, walking up to the back line here, and just gets through, going to be knocking that out, getting us, you know, unfortunately knocked out. And again, Camille, one of those champions that we thought had kind of fallen out of the meta, but was able to play that really well. And now you can see her Lilu, you know, trying to stay alive here, trying to do well with that Violet, but unfortunately the Warwick and, you know, the Mbessa here doing a lot of work, is able to get the kills here, and so Powder not able to take down that Mbessa, so knocking out Lilu, our previous champion. Again, really strong lobby, 2 previous champions.
That's right.
And then we get down to our final 2, and the big thing here is we reached stage 7, those inflated odds, finds the Warwick 2, and before he slams it, doesn't get too excited, keeps a cool head, moves the items over, gets the really good items on the Warwick 2, and that was the difference. That Warwick just carrying every fight, so much damage, those giant executes, and unfortunately wasn't able to hit the Echo 3, and giving him the win over Title.
We said at the beginning of the segment that the 1-6 calls we haven't really gotten to see his time in the sun was Warwick, and this is it. It is conditional, but what better way to play it than something that's giving so much damage amplification, playing around multiple melee bruisers, being able to move the items on. It's situational, but when it works really well.
And we talked about how valuable it is to just keep Warwick alive. Edge of Night and Death's Defiance are pretty good items to keep a champion alive.
That's right. Now, Julian, thank you so much for joining us for game number 1 of the round of 16. We're going to let you go in just a second, but for now, we're going to let you guys watch a quick little interview with Philip and Jukyu.
A wise man would ask, why are you on the ground? But a wiser man would ask, who is on the ground with him? I'm here on the ground in the Double Up tournament of the TFT Macao Open with 2 of my homeboys, Philip and Jukyu. Jukyu, the retired rank 1 of North American Double Up, and Philip, his friend who's playing with him. Philip, Double Up, not your common ground. How you feeling going into the tournament?
I'm just privileged. I got to play with Jukyu, the GOAT of Double Up. This is a real Bronny James Jr. and LeBron James moment, so I'm just happy to be here.
Jukyu, talk to me. What does it feel like to be playing with Philip in a tournament like this?
I mean, it's a great privilege. Philip is a great player, and you know, I always think like solo players make great double players. So I'm just here to play the best double we can.
Okay, can you actually tell me what skills go into Double Up that are a bit different than solo play?
I think for Double Up, you really have to be looking at your win conditions. There's less of a gradient in the outcomes, so you just have to know what your like target placement is, 1st or 4th. Just take your pick. Like, don't try to play 1st when you're not strong enough to go for 1st.
All right, Philip, I won't keep it too much longer. Break down, how's your spot looking right now? You feeling like a 1st place?
I just got ganked twice in a row. I am not happy. I'm sure we can pull it through though, but like, as a solo player that's getting ganked mechanic, I'm hella mad. It feels like I'm playing League again.
All right, what are the actual prizing for the winner of the Double Up tournament?
I think you get some like chibis and then tickets to the Paris Open next year.
All right, so players competing for a spot to get a ticket for the Paris Open next year. So a lot on the line. They're having fun, but they're playing for real stakes. That'll do it for now. We'll send it back to you guys.
Wow, thanks so much, Kingsley.
Of course, anything for the show.
Wow, it's great to be back on the desk with all of you. Ace says, welcome to our broadcast. It's so good to have you. How have you been enjoying the TFT Macao Open so far?
Apart from the time I got eliminated from the tournament, everything else has been great.
Wait, you played in the 4v4 event, didn't you?
I did. We're in the grand finals for that. We're playing that tomorrow morning.
Wow, that's awesome.
Amazing. I remember getting a chance to talk to you before you actually started the tournament. And so can you tell us a little bit about who you're playing with and maybe how some of your games have gone?
Yeah, we all got day 1, so we're playing with the 4vs4 side events. It gives you a ticket to the next Open in Paris, so we're trying really hard to win. I'm playing with Rainplosion, Phoenixa, and Kenny is hard, some NA legends.
Oh, that's a good group.
Yeah.
We had another group from North America with Degree, Ripple Overdrive, Replay, and Clear, and they got disqualified by not showing up because they went to eat, which is just the most like tournament competitor thing. Like they don't tell the tournament organizer that they're leaving, and then they just get disqualified. Classic. So yeah, you know, you're representing us, Asa.
Okay.
It's all on you.
I do like that the prize is actually an entry into the Paris Open. That's a cool prize and kind of keeps you interested. And like, cool, like, I can't wait to go. So I'm kind of hoping you win that. And,
yeah, thank you.
We'll see you there.
Us too. Was that certainly something that you were more invested in participating in the 4v4s, knowing that those tickets were on the line?
Oh yeah, for sure. I think if it was just like, you know, if it was like 25
RP
bucks or like a plushie, I probably wouldn't have played.
Okay, well, high stakes tomorrow. It's going to be very fun to watch you and your team finish it out. But we are so happy to have you here on the desk, especially with your expertise as one of the top players in North America. So can't wait to be able to dive into this next game with you. Asa, for those people that are watching that maybe don't know who you are as a competitor, could you introduce yourself a little bit? Maybe explain how long you've been playing competitive TFT and, yeah, what you've liked about it.
Hi, I'm Asa. Back in set 6, when they first introduced augments, I got coached by Robin Songs and won my first tournament. Ever since then, I've been competing in TFT, and now I coach TFT full-time.
That's right.
On my own site.
How many players have you worked with at this point for coaching?
Hundreds, probably like maybe 1,000 at this point.
Thousands?
1,000-ish.
The best that is Asa does this really cool office hours thing where dozens of players, I think probably up to 100 at some point, will just watch live, like a big group session where you do like a VOD review or Q&A. I've joined it a few times. It's really cool. It's a really interesting way of learning the game because you get a lot of opinions all at once. You get to learn the game all together.
Yeah, that is fun. I mean, we got a chance to talk to Tamara about that a little bit. When you do those sessions, I think something that is sometimes really important for players is knowing how do you actually listen to the right things. So like if you have a lot of people talking, how do you actually figure out the best strategies? And so when you actually do study groups with other people, what is it that you think about and look forward to when trying to figure out like best techs or best players or strategies like that?
At the end of the day, you have to take the information and decide for yourself what's going to be the best. Obviously, if a bunch of tenured players, for example, if you're watching a challenger streamer and they all think one thing and then you're disagreeing with them, you have to give them the benefit of the doubt sometimes, but at the end of the day, you have to decide for yourself.
All right, jumping into game 2 here, we have the Vi encounter that's going to give everybody 2 component anvils. And again, we've seen that allows you to really kind of handcraft the items you're looking for, makes your early boards a lot stronger. You know, you can get things like an early Warmogs, an early Infinity Edge, and really establish your direction with the power those anvils provide. So we'll have to see how the augment plays out. But again, that gives you a lot of extra direction, really giving you the items you want rather than just being stuck with what you were dealt.
Yeah, I think direction is the keyword there, right? That's one of the most important things. We've seen as TFT has developed over the last few years, players really want to have a clear direction on 2-1. In a way, I think, and it's probably a better way of describing this, but it almost feels like it makes your gold more efficient when you have early direction and being able to have the freedom to buy any units that have synergy with one another, knowing that you'll be able most likely to have effective items on them in stage 2 can be a huge difference maker in how strong the average board is on stage 2.
I wonder if you ever, pick up the violet and the powder here. I feel like Family just gives you such instant direction, and that is something that we see a lot of players lean into with those item component anvils, is that you can make really, really great items for something like your melee carry. Make sure that they're going to be perfect, because sometimes you do need those perfect BIS conditions in order to make those champions work.
Yeah, I think we've seen, though, that Ironbog tends to prefer more that sort of like level 8 style. So I don't know that he's kept the option open here. He buys the powder. We do get a silver augment here, so it's definitely going to be a lower power game. That being said, we see a couple branching out here. Branching out can give that direction as well. We see 2 Caretaker's Alley is already slammed.
And power up from Tidal.
Tidal up getting power up. Ironbog getting that branching out here. So what's really interesting is so far 3 of the augments here already establishing direction. Now 4, we see another Caretakers here. So 3 Caretakers chosen, really establishing the direction. And we'll have to see which champions every Caretaker got here. We see a Renata, it looks like, on this board, I believe.
I want to call out Setsuko taking iron assets. So when you look at everybody else's augments that they chose, all of the value you're getting is kind of a drip value, right? But Setsuko gets all of the value right now, and between the additional component anvil you get from Vi and one more from iron assets, to me that says Setsuko is probably angling to try and win streak on stage 2.
So we get another Caretaker view here. This is clearly a Tristana hit. We've got a Tristana going here. So that, again, very locked into that decision. Tristana is something we haven't seen a ton of, but when it works well, it's been working very well here. Is going to lose this fight, though. The Tristana one's not being able to do enough damage.
Yeah, being able to hit your main carry like Tristana is really nice. And it looks like Renata over there, so really good caretakers for both of them.
And for the final one, we've got Urgot for Liluo.
Ooh.
So what do you think of that?
Yeah, Lilu, unfortunately, I think Urgot is one of the more difficult ones to play. There's a couple ways you can make Urgot work. You can use Artillerist. Usually there's some really fun creative versions with anomalies that can work well. But you look at the items that have been slammed here. We have a Shojin and a red buff. I feel like we're leaning towards like an experiment line, maybe? Yep. But even then with the Shojin, I don't know that we're even... Maybe we're just looking at 2 gold per level up here.
Yeah, I'm not that excited about getting Urgot. He's a 3-trait unit, not really that useful as a main carry. So definitely not as happy with that. But I'm really curious to see what Lilu chooses to do with it.
Yeah, if anything, this will be kind of a tutorial. Like, Lilu is definitely one of our, our big champions. He's been around the scene for a while, so maybe he'll cook something up. You never know.
Is it hungry Urgot time?
I don't think it's hungry Urgot time. I think that's going to be pretty hard to force from this situation.
Yeah,
here.
especially with the item slammed already.
So
I wish
sad.
we can dream, but not today, unfortunately.
Aww.
All right, so this is the spot I wanted to talk about. So Setsuko takes the iron assets, and because of that, and I think, has been able to slam all components that he had off the start. And so because nobody else is going to be able to utilize 3 full items on the beginning of stage 2, he will most likely have an uncontested win streak, at least for the front half of the stage.
Yeah, that's definitely a little bit of a bonus here. Does slam sort of generic utility items here. Ionic Spark, Sunfire, so that's going to be fine. Look like it has a Rebel line. That being said, he's not committed to the Rebel line, and we've seen actually if some players get overly committed to this Rebel line, that what happens is they find out they can't hit the Zoe, they can't hit the Alawi, and they end up crashing and burning pretty hard here. I believe we saw that to Kyun earlier, but if it goes well, this is definitely a situation where, like you said, win streak into those strong carries, into really good here. Unfortunately, the Ginsu's doing a lot of work here.
Wow.
And you talk about win streaking, but unfortunately, that didn't really pay off here.
No, definitely didn't. I'm actually very surprised by that. I'm wondering if positioning had anything to do with that. If you were able to use your Sentinels to kind of target a single frontliner instead of the damage being spread out. It felt like maybe a small misplay in mispositioning coming in from Setsuko's board.
The big part of it is Vex just really doesn't have the damage to cut through that front line, and that gave the time for the Ginsu's to ramp up, and Ginsu's just really good in the early game once you can get up to like 15 or 20 stacks and just with too much damage to deal with. One other thing to note here, Iron Bog, we talked about branching out, got Scrap Emblem. This is a trait that hasn't seen a ton of success this tournament. It's been okay. So definitely not a high roll out of that branching out augment.
I think it's really good in this portal because it's a component anvil. So you get an extra 50 shield per component, so it's 100 shield on your entire board, which is almost like half a silver augment in itself.
Okay.
I like that. And we also did get a chance to see a player, I hit Scrap 9 on the main broadcast and actually felt like it did a lot of work.
Yeah, Scrap is actually one of the only ones where you can get a +2 to get the prismatic trait, and once you get from branching out, you still have the option to hit Scrap +1 on 3-2 and on 4-2.
Yeah, and the fact that, that you can get that early at level 9, pretty good. You just have to find the Rumble. That's kind of the challenge here. Now, one other thing to note here is that because Tidal has power-up, we know the next augment is not prismatic, right? It's either going to be a silver or a gold for every one of our players. And what's interesting about power-up is that generally if the next augment is gold, that means Tidal gets a prismatic, and we've seen that be very powerful. But if the next augment is silver, that means Tidal only gets a gold, and generally that means that ends up being not really that big a boost. So Tidal kind of at risk here to be almost down on augment, essentially.
I was going to ask if you knew odds of what the potential for a gold, silver versus a gold was when seeing it on
Okay,
2-1.
so don't quote me on this. Please don't at me later and be like, you were wrong. But I believe on a silver start, it's close to 25-75.
Okay.
25 silver, 75 gold.
Okay.
Again, I might be off. Please don't quote me on that. But I know it's not 50-50. It's not like that because gold is usually just so much higher generically. So generally, it should work out for title. But there's a chance that it doesn't, and I think we've all had those games where you start silver, and it's like, aw. So.
Especially on a no portal.
Yep.
No portal, no encounter.
Into silver, it's like this game's little basic.
We have talked a lot all weekend long about the value of posturing. When you load into a game and you have a clear opener and you're trying to say to other people, like Setsuko, for instance, has this very clear Rebel line, not only does it make you stronger, but it encourages other people to not contest you, which is super valuable, especially when you're trying to play any sort of level 8 comp.
Yeah, I think Setsuko is also very open to Black Rose as well. He does have the Rebel units right now, but he was holding Morgana on bench as well.
We know he's been leaning very heavily into a lot of those Silco, Black Rose lines.
Yep.
They use a lot of the same items. They both want Spark, Sunfire, and Shojin, so it's kind of just whatever 4 costs you hit. Maybe you hit Elise and Garen, or Silco, of course, you go towards Black Rose. And if you hit Alawi or Zoe, you go towards Rebel.
Yep. One other thing to call out, by the way, and we don't see this too often, but nobody was 100 health going into 2-7, so no one full win streaking. We do have Tidal full loss streaking again. He full loss streaked last game, turned that into a second, so kind of in his comfort zone right now.
Yeah, Tidal taking power up, so no power from his augment compared to some of the other players who got units or items. So you tend to loss streak when you don't have anything from your 2-1 augment a lot of times.
Yeah, turns out having no power causes you to lose sometimes. I like
weird.
that.
Yeah.
Oh, no wonder why Golden Egg is so bad.
Wait, Golden Egg is bad?
Wait, maybe it's a skill issue for me.
Something I really love watching when it comes to top players in TFT is their ability to recognize whether you're actually able to, when you lose your lose streak, actually hard force a win streak from the position. And if it's not possible, figuring out how to salvage that spot. I think usually the best spot, we see it a lot when people are playing 2-cost reroll, where on 3-2 you tend to snap the loss streak, you stabilize really hard, you roll deep, you try to streak through the rest of the stage, make up the econ, and pressure the lobby. But when you're trying to play something around level 8 comp, personally, I find it really hard to actually force a win streak on stage 3 once you've snapped your loss streak.
Yeah, there's a couple of things you can do. You can either just try to take your econ advantage and then go 8, like 4-1.
Okay, this helps too. Being able to get a prismatic augment when everyone else has gold,
That
right?
makes up a lot of the difference there for losing out on that first augment.
Yeah, it goes with coordination here, which I think is a nice, safe pick.
Wow.
It's pretty solid here. It's just going to get +1 to his army size, as well as that Tactician Crown, which now provides, I believe it was a bunch of attacks, 30% attack speed, 30% AD, and 40% AP. So pretty good generic item that you can slam on someone like, say, a Vi later or something like that. That works pretty well.
Yep.
It's going to be able to carry around this Vex too, and so now kind of up a little bit of prismatic power, but overall this board does not look particularly threatening. I'm not looking at this going, okay, he's about to win streak. It's like, it's an okay board.
Yeah, I think coordination is his best choice there. I agree with it, but it's not great in his spot because he already has 3 backline items. It gives you a 4th backline item, so he's not getting as much value out of it as you normally would.
When you're playing the AP lines, I actually don't know how to get the most value out of the like the buffed up Tactician's Crown. Generally, I feel like you see it more with like the melee bruiser stuff, like both Mbessa and Vi get value out of the AP and the AD. I know people talk about Twitch also being pretty valuable. In my mind, I actually don't have like a go-to when you're playing the AP lines.
I think you don't need to use the AD and the AP. You can just use one or the other. Really what you want is another good carry that can use those items. So for example, if you're playing the Rebel line and you can put this on a Jinx and a Zoe, you want to itemize 2 of those units. If you're playing Black Rose and you have like Silco and LeBlanc or something.
Maybe Mordekaiser even or something like that too.
So I mostly agree, but what's interesting is if you think about it, like, let's say you're only using the AD, right? It's 30% attack speed and 30% AD. When it comes to like item stats, like that's just okay to bad.
That's about a craftable, yeah.
It's like IE without the crit part. It's like it's kind of bad. It's not a ton. That's why I think if you can end up with someone like a Vi, right, that can also use the AP for like the shields, that's where you get a lot of really good power from that.
I personally think it's better on backline just because the melee items want some defensives in their items.
Yeah, could see that too.
Yeah, a lot of different ways you can use it for sure.
Yep.
So Jing Zhao is playing the long distance pals, and this is an augment I felt like used to be super popular back in the day and kind of fell off for a while. This set in particular, though, I feel like has kind of come more into the spotlight. It does tend to present some like positioning tricks, though, that can oftentimes make late games fight a little bit harder to play.
I find this augment really annoying to use, but it's definitely very powerful when you have all your... When you're playing a comp that's investing a ton of resources into 1 or 2 units, such as Violet, you're investing a ton of resources into Violet, so long distance is really efficient for that comp.
Yeah, big thing to call out here, by the way, is we have 6 Tristanas already. The sooner you can get that Tristana 3 to start building stacks, the higher the cap you can reach here. And really good items on this Tristana. I love the IE Collector. That's going to give a bunch of extra crit. That's going to be really powerful here. We finally get our artifact, by the way, from our silver augment here. Prowler's Claw, Rapid Fire Cannon, Trickster's Glass, Ludens. Not a lot of really amazing choices here, unfortunately, and it feels like we're either going to see Rapid Fire Cannon or Trickster's Glass.
Wait, hear me out. Prowler's Urgot.
I was going to say.
Prowler's IE Urgot.
We could.
All right, never mind.
I was with you. I was like, same brain cell. We could have
I'm
it.
curious what they go for there. I think Trickster's was buffed this patch. I think it's really good now. It's only a 10% mana increase from 30% from the previous patch.
Yeah.
Fortunately, it's the rapid fire cannon, though, onto the Ezreal.
Yeah, the Rapid Fire Cannon is an interesting choice here. There aren't really a ton of great users in the early game that aren't really melee here. And so right now, sort of playing around this like Scrap and Artillerist is at least going to get the win, but you know, the nice thing is it's only a silver augment, so worst case, your silver augment being a high attack speed item, that's not that bad.
Yeah, they already have the Infinity Edge, so synergizing it with the attack speed, the AD from the Infinity Edge, and the attack speed from the Rapid Fire Cannon is pretty good.
Yeah. So looking at our health here, we have a win streak at 8 win streak here, so looking really good with this Tristana. 1 Tristana off, but the nice thing here is you have caretakers, so you're not actually 1 Tristana off. You are 46 XP off. So that Tristana 3 going to get locked in pretty quick here, running 3 Conqueror, and I feel like this might just be, we're kind of going for the Emissary line.
This spot is looking amazing. Tristana is, I think, the only infinite scaling unit in this set that I can think of right now. So when you can really win streak and you get that scaling, you just keep on snowballing out of control. Rich get richer.
Zhao went 4th in the last game, so top 4 in the game 1 of the round, and already very clearly in a position to try and secure top 4. I mean, like Ace is saying,
oh, it's looking like a top 1 to me.
Yeah. You're scaling infinitely, and you're streaking for the entirety of the game except for the first round with a unit that is extremely selfish in the way she wants to play the game, right? Tristana doesn't actually need to have a lot of kill threats. She kind of just wants things to damage but not actually kill. And look at the board. How many other things on this board are actually getting kills? I think it's probably not many at all.
Yeah, this Tristana is going to have a humongous cannonball at the end. I really love how the design team made the cannonball bigger every time she gets a kill. It's really fun at the end of the game.
How big can it get?
We might see a very big ball.
That's very cool.
I've definitely seen it very big here. And so, yeah, it's going to have Tristana 3 next turn. Did end up losing, by the way, to Tidal Silco. And so that actually might spell a little bit of trouble for Setsuko, who we know was leaning possibly towards that line. Setsuko, by the way, though, is at like 85 health here, so he's feeling good. We get some big roll downs here. We see the Renata comp on the right side. Yeah, we do find the Rumble. The Renata on the right side, still not 3-star here, so kind of struggling with that a bit.
4 Emissary now for Zhao Qi. Finds the Mbessa, has the rest of those units there. Just needs to get the Nami in. Everything else coming together now. Able to play the Artillerist, 2 Artillerists, 4 Emissary, and then still has a couple flexible spots left on this, which is great because you have a stable board now. You have your core for your level 8 board, and it's probably stable enough that you can kind of chill here because of the Tristana.
Yeah.
And I think maybe it depends on if you natural any more impactful pairs. I imagine maybe if you find like a Garen pair, you feel more inclined to roll, but you're winning all of these fights, and this feels like Zhao Qi's just going straight to 9.
Hitting this Rumble is also a huge high roll here. Having no anti-heal gets provided with that Rumble. It's also just a really strong unit, does a bunch of damage.
I normally don't like being like, oh, it's totally a first from this spot and whatever, but like, This Tristana board situation is really good. This is like
I would say they might average in the ones from this spot.
I mean, let's agree like 1.5. You know, like,
in the ones.
Yeah. So,
like it's either the ones or the twos.
Yes, very good spot though here. We see Setsuko right now still in that Rebel board, hits the Heimerdinger here, so could go the Sentinel line. Definitely kind of playing that AP flex that I had talked to Solo Gasong about. Gets the Heimer in here, doesn't find the Zoe.
Yeah, it looks like Setsuko really wanted to play Soko with his items, but he's flexing Rebels as well as Heimerdinger, so he's just, trying to take all the outs he has because, of course, obviously he doesn't have Soko, so you gotta take what you can get.
Yep, and on the flip side, Tidal able to find a pair of Silcos, and so now Setsuko kind of has to decide how he wants to play out the rest of this game. This looks awfully similar to what we actually saw him play in the first game, although this time he actually has the Rebel +1. So this does change it. Last time we saw him playing around the Zoe and Heimer duo carry with a Sentinel front line. This time around, though, he can actually just pivot straight into the vertical Rebel and utilize 2 different AP threats in the back line.
I have to laugh a little bit because we couldn't quite see the view, so we're like, I don't know what he's playing. By the way, he took 4-2 Rebel, so I wonder what he's playing. It might not be the Silco.
A lot of times you want Silco with 2 Shoujins, but it's actually good in Rebels as well because you can put one on Zoe and one on Jinx eventually.
Yep. So definitely the Rebel line here. Lilu kind
of
playing.
Mordekaiser too.
Yeah.
That is insane.
Wow.
Oh, wow. That is, Mord 2.
And no Silco.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a Mord 2. It has the death cap on it.
That's something you just put in the anomaly and say, okay, cool, great.
Sure.
Yeah,
happy.
for sure.
Yeah, it's interesting though, Mord right now kind of struggling. We haven't really seen a lot of Mord 2s do a lot of great work. Ranged Mord can do really, really well, but because Conqueror's not really something you're seeing a lot of people play like 6 Conqueror, Mordekaiser only does well in like the Dominator lines, but that's where Silco's more the big star and he kind of ends up tanking. So there's just not a lot of damage here, and so if anything, Ziggs might be doing a lot of the big work here.
Yeah, I think Mord really excels in this setup when you have units to protect him, like the Scion stun, the Elise stun. If he can get a Quicksilver on this Mordekaiser, it's definitely going to be a menace.
Yeah, and so now some of the things to talk about here is Iron Bog, who won last game, kind of struggling a little bit here with the Scrap comp. We talked about how Scrap hasn't really been performing that well. And so, unfortunately, kind of in a tough situation. Tidal also slowly not hitting that Silco too. And so if both of them don't do well this game, we have a situation where the standings really start to even up.
There was a frying pan that was picked up by Qingzhou.
Yep.
Doesn't have...
Probably looking for a Pit Fighter.
Yep, okay. Makes sense. Yeah. One of the ways to cap out the family board, being able to go higher in the vertical in Pit Fighter. We saw the RFC being utilized by the Nocturne.
Yeah, the pivot to Quick Striker there is really fascinating here, trying to roll for the Nocturnes. We'll have to get a look at that board a little later here. We get a look at this board here where we finally have the Violet 3, the Draven 3. It came online a little late, but does have that emblem. If he had a Reforger, could try to get towards that family. But unfortunately right now, like you said, probably going towards Pit Fighter.
This is some scary positioning. If you are up against anything that could potentially wrap around the right side, your Draven is always going to die very early and can actually allow you to get into the Violet and then make sure you don't get the gem proc and then eventually make your way back up to the Violet.
It's also kind of annoying with long distance. The Violet is not attacking the same target as the last whisper on Draven or the anti-heal, so we can only see some of the downsides of that positioning with long distance fouls.
Oh, so close.
Is able to get the win here, and unfortunately that puts them down to 2 health for our 8th place player here, and Iron Bog at 20 health as we go into the anomaly round here, and we're starting to see what people can get here. And again, not a lot of gold to roll too far down here. Is going to lock it in pretty quick here.
Mage armor
got a nice mage armor on Mordekaiser. I think is a really good augment. Anomaly. Normally you aren't able to take this, but you actually has a spot for it.
Yeah, this is one of those anomalies. I actually feel like you don't typically have like a super clear spot for it, right? We're not seeing a lot of the vertical sorcerer, which in my mind is like a spot where it makes sense. So pretty cool pickup, something we don't get to see too often.
Yeah, the big thing to call out here is, you've got that Dominator that's going to give you that more AP every time you cast.
Ooh.
But typically because Mordekaiser is monolocked, he usually only gets 1 cast, maybe 2 if you're lucky.
Yep.
That being said, because we have the death cap, there's at least a little bit of extra power here.
Did you guys see the Titanic Strikes pickup for the Draven?
Yep.
So I love that it addresses the problem you were calling out with the long distance pals. You can actually have that damage applied to what the Violet's actually attacking.
Yeah, Titanic Strikes. Draven also does 100% of his damage through his auto attack, so he's getting maximum value from Titanic Strikes, something that no other unit really in the entire set does. Twitch comes close, but he has the experiment damage that it doesn't work on, so it's actually the perfect thing for Draven.
Yeah, no, this is, again, we talk about Nocturne being playable, and having an artifact definitely does help. That being said, I'm not personally a fan because without something like the Fishbones, you still find yourself getting stuck on that front line. And we saw it there, right? The Nocturne just not really doing enough damage to get through it. Unfortunately, we do have our 8th place player getting knocked out. Just really seemed like it was a rough game for him.
Okay, I've been watching this tournament. Isn't it kind of sad when they zoom in on the guy who
lights
just
turn
died?
off? Yeah. It's the drama, Asa. So Hushin, actually, you know what?
As someone who played in the tournament, I just know like every time I die, they're gonna zoom in on me. And I'm like,
yep.
Important to note, so Ironbog was able to stay alive, one of the other players who's getting down there, but Hushin does fall, like you said, Mort Dog. And taking stock of the lobby, we can see this very clear disparity between the Tristana reroller, who at this point, I mean, is certainly clearly locked for like a top 3, but most likely at this point, like we said, it feels like a spot where you can, you know, expect yourself in the top 2, top 1 of this lobby.
I think our top 2 players are gonna top 2.
Yeah, I mean, the Tristana, you know, we're starting to get to that point where that ball is really huge, doing a lot of damage. But I like the fact that they took the Anomaly and didn't put it on the Tristana. They're like, look, this Trist is doing plenty of damage. It's fine. Instead, taking Giant-sized and putting that on the Garen.
Smart.
That Garen Emissary bonus going to share that health with people nearby, just buying even more time here. And now we get our top 1 and 2 here. So this gives us a preview of sort of where we're at right now and where everything's going here.
Yeah, there's going to be a pretty impactful fight. And what you're saying about the Garen Giant size, the Tristana has a Rage Blade, so he actually wants the fight to go longer. He doesn't need more damage. More frontline translates to more Rage Blade stacks and more damage.
That did not look close.
No, it
either.
didn't. It didn't. And the
but
thing
Lulu
is,
does have more gold.
True. Yeah, I think it could change, but that particular fight did not look very close.
Lulu has more gold.
He still has Ziggs carry.
But the other guy has that
gold
big
generation
Tristana
too.
ball. The big Tristana ball.
Oh, I agree.
He has something greater than gold.
That is a huge ball, so, you know.
The other thing about the Anomaly for the Garen there is it actually kind of band-aids the board, because if we saw on Zhao Qi's board was all 1-star. The Garen was still 1-star, and in that fight in particular, the only thing that really matters is the uptime for the Tristana, but uptime for a backliner generally just means a strong front line.
Zhao Qi also had really synergistic items with the Giant size because he only had resist items. He had Gargoyle Stoneplate, Vow, and I think Even Shroud. So no HP, or very little HP from those items. So Giant size is perfect to round that out on the Garen.
We actually did get a chance to see a pretty big upgrade getting made to Lilu's board as well. Ended up getting, I think, like a 2-star Garen, was able to slot that in instead, found a Jace, just adding in a couple of extra big 5 costs are going to be really helpful for when they eventually match up against each other again.
Yeah.
Now, I know we're talking about how our top 2 are pretty decided, but the big story here instead is, like, look at our 3rd through 7th here. This is actually a tight battle. You know, Tidal was kind of struggling for a bit and is now finding himself in 3rd place. Setsuko seems to have stabilized pretty well. Meanwhile, on the left here, our family board has really struggled and might end up going 7th place here. The Nocturne we talk about with the artifact looking okay, but again, just getting stuck on that front line and just not doing the damage needed.
So I want to see who Sidera is actually fighting against. It is Tidal. So the name of the game right now is that ignore those top 2. You can assume that you're going to lose to them on average whenever you play them. What you can't afford to do is lose to the other players that are in that 4 through 6, the 3 through 6 position. So really important fight for Tidal and Sidera. And you can see he's celebrating. It's not because he just won the round. He knows how crucial that fight win is in his overall placement.
Every single fight's really important at this point for the 3rd through 6th place players.
So unfortunately, by the way, on the left side, we saw they're losing to the Ghost Nocturne. The Nocturne got on the Draven, knocking out our player here. So we do have our 7th place, unfortunately.
Yeah, that was a downside. You called it with the long distance pals where the Nocturne killed the Draven while the Violet was still healthy.
Yep, that's how it goes. I mean, so much of the game, it's not just about having the power. It's about setting up your board in a way that the power can actually be effective. And when you have a weak side of your board, there are so many threats in this game that can take advantage of a weak side of your front line. So it doesn't really surprise me.
So again, we were talking about the stories here. Both Tidal and Setsuko lost. So now if we go, if you look at those health totals, it's like everyone's in that like 12 to 15 range here. So again, the battle of 3rd through 6th here, incredibly tight right now.
You have to hope you don't hit anybody in 1st or 2nd. Like,
Yeah.
matchmaking has to go your way.
Everyone's just praying for matchmaking.
Setsuko, you can see still on the Zoe 1, never able to upgrade that. Despite the fact that you have this Heimerdinger, there's just so many damage threats on the other side, and you don't have that raw power that comes from having the upgraded Zoe.
Well, good for Setsuko, though. I think this is a ghost board, so maybe this is going to be a little bit of breathing room for him.
I don't know if it matters, though. It's looking like a scary board on the other side.
I was hopeful. Let me have my hopium. Actually, no, it wasn't. It was a real board. That was Ironbog's board. He was sitting there.
Yeah,
he was just
unfortunately,
hiding.
it looked like 2 players out here, and it looks like Setsuko is going to get 6th place here. And so now 2 bot 4 finishes for Setsuko. This might be the end of our NA hope. He's going to have to really turn around. The good news is he has 2 more games, but those 2 games need to be like 1st and 2nds. They need to be really good performances here. And so we do have our top 4 here. Lilu is falling off here. So you mentioned, top 2. Lilu kind of struggling a bit here, and Ironbog on the up here with this 6 scrap comp. Again, scrap not something we normally see a lot of, but Scrap doing okay.
Yeah, Lilu didn't have the Soko 2 last time. Oh, he's on Malzahar 1. That's actually... Yeah, he can't find his backline carry. He still has a decent bit of gold, though.
Yeah, and meanwhile on the other side we have a Jace 2, more, the Corki 2 doing a lot of work here, and that Scrap Shield buying so much time here. Unfortunately, the Omni Vamp on the Mordekaiser keeping him alive for a long time here. The Scrap Shields have worn off at this point, but it is enough damage, and Lilu takes another loss. So.
But you can kind of see what, like, we've talked about this a couple of times, the ways that you can itemize the Mordekaiser. Nashor's Tooth maybe not necessarily being one of the most impactful
I like it a lot, actually,
you can put on it. Right, I don't like it as much as being able to have some type of Omni-Vamp on top of what Mordekaiser already gives you, and you could see the Mordekaiser's really struggling from that.
Yeah, there's definitely some itemization choices here. Nashor's not too bad. The big part about Mordekaiser, unfortunately, is that either way, he's still kind of front to back. So oftentimes, he's just slamming into, say, a Alawi that's incredibly tanky. And so that's his kind of big weakness, is he still has that front to back, unfortunately.
Yeah, the Mordekaiser is doing work, but he just doesn't have the backline carry yet. He's still on 1-star, but he was saving up Econ, which was a really interesting decision because I think a lot of players would just roll to 0 there. I certainly would. But he's maximizing his chances of hitting by 6-1.
Yeah, actually, looking, because that's Lilu, right? So still actually holding the goal. Looks like maybe waiting until he's actually won life. That does feel... Okay, here's the concern, right? Is that if you sack this round, and then you play Zhao Qi after, there's a high chance even with the Malzahar 2, you still lose the fight.
Yeah.
It actually might have been a more crucial fight. My guess is that he might have known because of the matchmaking that he's playing against Zhao Qi right now and says, if I roll down, even if I hit, I'm probably not going to win. I need to win the next fight, so I'm going to get the 3 gold interest right now, give myself 1 additional roll to try and find Malzahar 2.
Anytime you break your econ, you make yourself stronger for that round, but you're weaker for the rest of the game.
Yep.
A lot of times in the end game, you actually are just doing that a lot because every single fight matters. But he's really playing for his strongest endgame board.
So
I think that's Tidal.
Yeah, Tidal goes out in 4th place, but still a top 4 here, right? So we're at a 2nd and a 4th here. Those are still very good scores here to make it on to the next round. Lilu does finally hit the Malzahar 2 and the LeBlanc 2 here, so has some damage. Again, Malzahar much weaker than he was last patch, but also has the Mordekaiser 2, the Garen 2, and so this is sort of that Black Rose comp that was really strong last set. That being said, goes up against this scrap board, and again, that scrap board has so much healing, and the 4 form swapper just providing so much utility. Jace knocking around the Scion here. Scion heals back up, but look how fast that Scion is just gone, deleted, and so now, unfortunately, it doesn't really give Malzahar much time to get those dots going. That's just so much survivability. Things are on the Malzahar. Mordekaiser going to go down here, and that is going to be it for Lilu here. going in 3rd place.
I did want to ask, how important is it to actually have your LeBlanc on the same side as a lot of your damage,
I
right?
think it's actually really important because she only hits 4 closest targets. And it's basically like 20% or so damage amp effectively on that target. So it's really important to have the LeBlanc hit the same target your Mordekaiser and your Malzahar is saying. So a little bit of a mistake by Lilo is kind of unfortunate, but I mean, TFT is a hard game, so.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, looking at how the fight played out, I'm not sure it would have made that big a difference here. When we talk about scrap boards, again, scrap not really a popular trait throughout this tournament, but we look at this situation and it's just so capped right now. The fact that we have so much extra health. We talked about it early, how it was from the Vi Anvil and the extra components, and then the 4 form swapper with the Jace really in the back line here. But unfortunately, it just can't really deal with the huge balls that Tristanas are throwing out here, and Tristana doing so much damage.
I loved watching the Corki lure the entire team into the corner and then just dip. He runs away, everything else dies. And
classic ADC. And so the rest of the team dying for their sins.
That's right, that's right. So yeah, at this point, Ironbog, I think, has kind of hit as strong as they're going to ever get.
This is critical mass, and I don't think it's ever going to be able to beat Xiaoqi.
I mean, the Tristana is just doing so much damage at this point, so.
The Garen is huge, like, there's so much time.
Everything on this board is huge. The Garen, the Tristana shots, yeah, the Poro.
And if you can somehow win a handful of fights, you also have the out on the other side of him having 6 Mbessas. Oh, did he just sell one? He just sold another
Well,
Mbessa
he got
too,
Mel.
right?
So now, hang on a second, you got your HP as a resource, Mel can cast 12 times, and so you still couldn't beat it.
There you go.
I mean, we called it earlier, right? That Tristana 3 with really good items coming online so early, the Garen, so seems pretty unlikely here.
It is
gonna win this
so
fight.
big.
It's going to win this fight, though. This is not the end of the game quite yet here. Garen is not going to be able to take out this Gangplank, I don't think.
Are you sure?
It's close, it's close.
Oh,
okay.
Here we go. Just like that, Zhao Qi.
It's a 4 emissary Garen, so he gets a lot
That's true.
of
It gets extra damage.
bonuses
You're right.
from
You're
Tristana
right.
and Vesa, and even Nami.
2 top 4s in a row, I believe, for both of those players, right? Ironbog taking the first game, and now Zhao Qi going 4th and then 1st. Both of these players putting themselves in a great position to make it into that top 8. Remember, 4 games in this final round. It's not the 3-game cutoff that we've seen. And so those players that are at the bottom, it's not over for them yet. You still have a chance to come back.
No, but it does put us in the situation where, because it feels like it's very split right now, the top doing well, the bottom doing well, Game 3 is the kind of situation where if you're on the bottom and you, like, then you're out. And we end up in this situation where, like, going into Game 4, there might only be like 5 people still in contention, which then creates a really awkward lobby where, like, people are playing spoiler, and it's a very odd situation here.
Well, Huxin is like out, I think, at this point. That was 2 8s back-to-back.
Yeah, you see the point totals 2-5-5.
So having someone like Ironbog go 1-2 and someone like Huxin go 1-1 means that, generally speaking, the threshold's going to be inflated, right? Is it that with that? Oh, actually,
Other way around.
It'll be lower, because the points are going to be, there'll be more points at the top, meaning that that 4th place spot is going to be the spot up for grabs going into those top 2 games, which that is really good for someone like Setsuko, who, despite only being at 5 points, is actually now able to compete for that 4th slot.
So if we think about it in the simplest terms, right, its average is 18 to move on.
Okay.
You know, so because it's 4.5 times 4, it's going to be 18. And so if you're at 5, that means you need 13 points in 2 games. Right, so
Very doable.
That sounds doable,
but it's hard, right? Like
easy for Setsuko.
Sure. And again, very top heavy, very bottom heavy. So right now it feels like if you're someone at like that 15, that 13 already. Now that being said, how many times today have we already been like, just don't go 8th, just don't go 8th? And if you're at 13, an 8th is 14, and all of a sudden you're 4 points away, you can throw away this lead pretty quick.
That's like the curse of TFT, right? The second you think to yourself, like, oh, I have to play for X placement, like, it's just impossible to ever actually get the placement that you need.
Very true. Well, Asa, thank you so much for your time on the broadcast. We were so happy to have you. Anything you'd like to say before we let you go?
TFT rocks.
I love it. We'll leave it on that one. Asa, thanks again. And we are going to take a short break before we come back with the rest of day number 2 of the TFT Macao Open. everybody, and welcome back to our coverage of the TFT Macao Open. We've got a special guest on our broadcast. We've got Mismatched Socks and your baby. Who is this?
So this is Alyssa. She is about she's 1 year and about 2 months, I think, maybe 3. Actually, I'm not sure.
Oh my gosh! And this is your second kid, right?
Yes.
Oh,
And
so cute.
Go ahead. Sorry.
No, just so cute.
I was gonna say she's actually a huge TFT fan. I've been prepping in the hotel, and every time she comes by, she tries to click on the units like on the little screen. She tries to tell me what to buy.
Well, now you have to play on iPad so that she can pick for you.
I should. Oh my goodness. Yeah, she's very precious.
That's the tech. Well, Socks, you were competing in the tournament this weekend, right? How'd your run go?
I went. I got knocked down round 1. I went 6-6-3. I'm not gonna say it's any one baby's particular fault, but yeah.
Oh, so cute.
The next generation of TFT gamer right there. They'll get them in for about set 48, and we'll be good to go.
It'll be my child versus Sox's child in set 48 World Final.
There you go. There you go.
It now.
I also wanted to say that she's Soju's probably youngest fan. You know, I put Soju up on the TV a little bit. She loves Soju, so.
What does she like about Soju most, do you think?
That's hard to say, but you know, Soju's got a very wide range of reactions. Sometimes, like, it's really, he's a really good entertainer. He'll go from from laid back and somebody like, it's really funny. So yeah, Soju's really funny. He plays peekaboo with Alyssa. He doesn't know it yet.
I'm torn because on the one hand, you know, watching TFT young, that's great. On the other hand, Soju this early, I don't know. You know.
He does drop a lot of F-bombs, but I
don't know about this.
I mean,
that's just the real world. We all
he's also teaching her the alphabet, actually, because one of his favorite letters to teach is G.
G.
True. I was gonna say also teaching her a second language, Twitch Soju speak.
Oh.
You know, so you got
very important.
You've got it all. Oh, well, Socks, Alyssa, thank you so much for joining us. We wanted to make sure that we said hello to you, but we'll go ahead and let you go. Is that okay?
Alyssa, can you say bye-bye?
Can you say bye-bye?
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Perfect. I love it.
Oh, so cute.
Adorable.
You really hit the prismatic orb with this one.
You really did. So cute. Bye-bye.
Amazing.
Thank you, Socks.
On the whole time.
Oh, so cute.
Bye-bye. Oh, she turned around.
Oh, come on. Are you kidding me?
There's so much cuteness on the broadcast today. Oh my gosh. Amazing. I'm so glad we got a chance to have Socks as well as his kid. Socks has had such a beautiful family, such a beautiful story in TFT, so I love that we get to celebrate that. But let's get back to our action. Clement, welcome back to the broadcast as well.
Thank you.
Let's get into our third game of the round of 16 here in day 2 of the TFT Macao Open.
So we do have some point leaders coming out here. You know, Ironbog now at 15 points leading the lobby, while looking at the bottom end, Hushig, Double Eights, and of course Setsuko on 5 points are now on alert. They might have to up the tempo, play more risky.
Mort Dog talked about it before. Setsuko, if you want to get into that projected threshold, you're talking about having 2 really strong placements, a 2 and a 3.
Yep.
If there is any player, though, that I believe can go 1-1 in the back half of this round, though, that is Setsuko.
So the encounter, by the way, we have the powder encounter, and the way this one works is on 3-5, one of 4 things will happen. 3 of them are good. 3 of them are just like, here, have some extra components, or have some extra gold, or a radiant refactor. But one of them, if you hit the bad one, is everyone takes 10 player damage. It's the lore accurate one.
I cannot tell you how much I am so happy you changed this in double up. I was playing and we took 20 total damage.
That's awesome.
I can top that. Up until this patch, it worked in hyper roll. 20 health.
That's awesome.
Because you have like almost a sensual cane encounter as well.
Yes.
Okay, so...
Oh, okay, big economy start, by the way. A lot of gold here.
Whoa, this is 4 rebels or 5 rebels? We have
4.
4 rebels,
I
right?
can't count, sorry. 4.
Yeah, you're clubbing baiting me. He's like over here.
5.
He's putting 5. I'm like, wait. No,
That's
but
4.
Yeah, 4 coming through, including the Ezreal, though, right? So you not only have multiple rebels, you have the ones that are a little bit harder to hit, and so Tidal has an opportunity to get a lot of raw power on stage too.
I have to comment, Gangly, this kind of shows the difference in play style here, because you're over here like, rebel, completely ignoring the Chem Baron start.
The Rennie drop. I think that's for good reason here, though, because it is the powder and counter, and some players are not willing to play with the 25% chance here.
Oh, I feel like if Tidal has that Rennie already, and like I feel like he's going to go that route
Is
if
it
he can.
actually 25% chance though? Because I feel like more.
It is.
I have played like maybe 12 games of powder, and I only found out just recently that you can get items from the monkey.
You got Mork dogged.
I'm going to save the audience from another lecture on how statistics and random distribution work. But the point is, yes, it is 25% chance.
I will say
Good
it's
to know.
100% to get the 10 damage whenever I'm lost streaking.
Yes, it is.
Looking at the
Chem Baron.
scouting, by the way, I think Tidal is in the Chem Baron line. So looking at Ironbog, by the way, he does take BRB. Sedera also has Chem Baron here, actually. So the big story here, if that's true, we want to see how Tidal's board is doing. If we have 2 Chem Baron players, that gets a lot more complicated and a lot trickier. Going back to Ironborg's Bog, he did take BRB. That's going to give him extra items on 2-5 here, so pretty good extra value there. Is able to win the stage as well here.
That's a big deal.
Okay, we look at Tidal's board here, and Tidal is in Rebel, so he did not go Chem Baron. Is going to have that spatula as well to make a big champion here. Right now is feeding the Rennie, which is interesting. I probably would have fed the set if you're going to stick with Rebel as opposed to the Rennie, because you end up selling the Rennie later. But on the other side here, we see that Chem Baron start here. And so the Chem Baron emblem in particular, that's a big thing that matters here, because that's going to allow you to hit 4 earlier and 5 earlier. We see that the Chem Baron emblem start really elevates this comp from like harder to play to like pretty dang close to S tier.
That's probably why Tidal switched as well.
Yes.
Despite having the start, he saw the emblem. It's just so much more powerful. Very hard to beat that.
We've also seen the emblem open up the opportunity to play that Exodia variation of the Chem Baron with the perfected Unleashed Toxins and the Kog'Maw. So, you know, it's something to keep an eye out.
Now, one of the other things is Cooking Pot, the augment that Tidal has, is one of my personal favorite augments. You can do a lot of creative stuff with this because it's 50 health per turn. And if you think about it, there are, 6 stages per turn. That's 300 health per turn. By stage 5, we're talking 900 bonus health on a single unit. That can scale really well with things like Bruiser. And that's per emblem. So hypothetically, if your 3-2 augment is another emblem, like say a Rebel emblem or a Bruiser emblem, all of a sudden now you're looking at 100 health per turn. So it can get pretty crazy and make some pretty fun stuff. The one positive here of feeding the Rennie, I want you to imagine late game, a Rennie 3 that has 1,000 bonus health on top of everything else. That can create some pretty interesting situations. It's harder to pull off, but if you can, imagine that with like Slow Cooker as an example. That can be some game-winning stuff that you don't normally see.
The 2 builds we've seen it the most was with the Ambusher and with the Bruiser, since you can also just build it out of the frying pan. So those are kind of the main builds that we kind of expect, but generally melee carries in the front.
Okay.
Yeah, like you mentioned, the Bruiser emblem is a great use of that to scale up here. And so we'll have to see, pay attention to what Tidal takes. Is he going to try to merge that into an emblem pretty quick, or maybe greed out for like that Reforger or something like that?
And Bruiser is craftable, this it, correct?
Yes.
With the pan?
Belt plus the frying pan.
Okay.
What I was going to ask is, a lot of where we saw Bruiser be super powerful was like Bruiser Twitch. But I'm not super knowledgeable about like what is good with the Bruiser line right now after the patch.
Yeah, so Bruiser Twitch is still very good. The Bruiser Mundo in particular did go down in power with the way the scaling changed on the spell. That being said, it is still very good, and especially combined with the Cooking Pot. If you can hit like Mundo really early, like let's say on 3-2, and then start feeding him. But the trick is also, though, that it's hard to feed him if he's the one holding the Bruiser emblem. So there's like this weird contradiction that you kind of have to set yourself up for here. Speaking of gold, by the way, this is 50 gold on 2-5. Has kind of played open fort here, sold a lot of units, but is very rich from that high econ start. And if you look on the right side here, you know, we see 50 gold, 240 gold players. Everyone else still kind of in the 20s.
Yep. Keep in mind, Huxin 2 points after 2 games, went 8-8, and so the only real way that Huxin can, you know, get back into this is by going 8-8 and kind of hoping for a miracle. So this is a very high risk, high reward strategy we're seeing.
A lot of interesting thing happening with the Huxin board. He probably did grief Seidera here. He already has a win, broke his loss streak, and he was also contested on the other side by another potential Nocturne player. So he has to do a lot of signaling in this lobby. I have more gold. I'm going to roll first. I have the full lobby.
Yeah, like you pointed out, if you start at the top of the screen here, Seidera did end up, unfortunately, winning on 2-3 here, so definitely slowed that down. Did find the Smeech, though, so we have 4 Chem Baron early. If we can find the Rennie and possibly the Silco, still a way to turn this off. And that's the thing about Chem Baron. A single break of your streak is not going to really ruin the game for you. Yes, it'll slow you down a little bit, but it's not too bad for now. A second one, though, that's where it can really ruin you. And that's a Garen on 2-6.
Tidal and Lilo hope they don't face each other. Okay, it looks like Lilo does get the luck of the draw, so the win streakers will continue most likely.
Yeah, it turns out you can pretty easily beat 2 Nocturne ones.
Really?
It's not a very strong board. I checked the stats, and the AVP looks a little low on that one.
This fight looks a lot closer, though. Tidal, the other 100 streaker, trying to maintain it, but Iron Bog on the other side, there's just so much power. And it's utilizing a lot of the raw power you can get from items, using the Morello and the Static Shiv, has base power to it that's going to be able to deal a lot of DPS. So Tidal not able to maintain the 5 streak, and Lilu will be the only winner in that regard. Huxin maintaining the 5 loss, but because it is the powder encounter, we have to be afraid of the fact that Huxin might be full loss into minus 10 HP at 3-5.
Powder would never do that.
It could be Radiant Refractor as well. That would be a save for him, especially when he's signaling this melee carry on the Nocturne.
For Chao-Chi, though, look how many copies he does have for all of these units. Only needs 3 more of the Violet, already has the Bloodthirster.
Yeah.
Looks relatively uncontested, still with 50 gold. So really close to being able to just fully cap this out before you get to this powder encounter.
I mean, honestly, how deep do you go? You have the heroic grab bag right now, which typically signals you don't want to play slow. You want to be ahead of tempo.
Oh, now you go. You only like 1 copy away.
I mean, you're on level 4. I would be surprised if he doesn't roll very deep here, to be honest.
Probably gives it a couple rolls to 40 and then decides if he just wants to use it. Then.
He leveled.
Okay.
I would be happy moving forward to level 5 and 6 with just a 3-star Violet in most cases.
Okay. So at this point, though, you're really not incentivized to continue rolling at all, and you're just pushing levels for the rest of the game.
Yeah, and I think the big thing to note here is it was an economy game, so everyone's economy is really good. If you stay on 5 too long, you'll fall behind pretty hard.
Oh, this is really interesting. Will Huxin change directions? Now Setsuko, who also needs points and can't pivot because he needs a high cap, is also on that Nocturne line.
Whoa, well, so many Nocturne players.
Yeah, you can see here, I don't think anything's going to be able to kill this Violet here. So Setsuko is going to take a loss here at level 6, is going to go back to 40 gold at least, but definitely not the matchup he was hoping for. And so waiting to see if Lilu's still continuing his win streak. As we head into the next augment here, will it be gold or will it be something a little bigger? We're going to get a gold one here, so gold, some pretty standard choices here. Pit Fighter Crest is definitely an interesting option. Is going to slam that pretty quick. Yep, and that's going to be some extra power. Going to be able to make sure your Violet gets a little bit more healing and a little bit more true damage amp. Looking at some of the other augments coming in here, Setsuko, I believe, taking tower defense, which is really interesting to take on 3-2 because you've already kind of gone a line, so we'll have to see what that turned into. Lilu going to be taking the extra burn damage from the red buff. Tidal going to be taking Epoch, some extra power there. But yeah, kind of the big story here, I think, is Setsuko with that tower defense. What trait did he get?
This does
try to gamble.
Yeah, exactly. It does feel a bit desperate. He took Prize Fighter and has on the bottom half of the HP. He's not looking to cash that much out from his augment choices here, so he does need that hit to be very influential.
Worth noting, Tidal did slam the Bruiser emblem, so we're definitely looking like a Bruiser Mundo He's not worried too much about the, who he's feeding right now. He's feeding it to the Nunu. It's just sort of extra health for the team, 50 health per turn, but he's not worried too much about concentrating it all in one spot, and is going to use Epoch to hopefully hit level 8 on 4-1, use those free rerolls to try to hit the Mundo, the Twitch, and play around it from that position.
I'm usually pretty happy to play Bruiser Twitch just because usually nobody picks up on my Twitches or Mundos, so
Sure.
it's kind of the most open line in the meta currently.
Lilu, by the way, I want to call out here, has 7 Ziggs. He's not playing Ziggs reroll. It's not like he's trying to force this, but is holding 7 Ziggs. There's a world where we just kind of natural into this. And so, if so, I think has a pretty good spot for it here, especially using the extra HP from the Garen. But yeah, very bronze for life trait structure here.
Yeah, the perfect
with,
synergy.
Out the bronze for life part of the equation, but, is a tier away from really good Ziggs items. So we could actually see a Ziggs carry game. On the other side, though, we do see 5 Chem Baron. Was able to find the Rennie, not the Silco, though. 3-3 at 175 is okay. The health total, though, 59, definitely a lot lower than you'd want to be.
I got confirmation on the emblem as well from what Setsuko took on the dummy, and it's Watcher.
Watcher
Okay.
emblem.
That works out okay because he was already in Automata, so it's not too bad.
So I don't know how much value it's like. It's something that it doesn't
little.
ruin his
Yeah.
game, but it does not feel like a bailout to me at all.
No, certainly not.
The big thing here is the 2 players that need the points on this reroll, both of them have actually collided on the same composition. I don't think there's a lot of room to pivot for either. Setsuko and Huxing.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, the fact that they are contesting each other, that is going to put them in a really bad spot here. And we could, like I said, it feels like we're in a situation where we're going to wind up where our top 4 players might just be dominating really hard. All right, the monkey is here.
See what happens.
People are hoping for Radiance on that reroll. And for the Chem Baron, please no minus HP. Please no minus.
The monkey didn't explode, but turned into 4 item components. All right, so this is going to give people a lot more items to work with. Now, that being said, it is 4 random items, so you don't always get what you're looking for. I've seen this sometimes be as bad as like 3 armors and a cloak. So it can be pretty high variance based on what components you get from this encounter.
And Sidar is putting some items onto his board right here, which is, always a kind of a risky thing when you have a Smeech 2. I hope he's done his scouting. This board can actually win sometimes accidentally.
Yep. I mean, it does help that you're playing against the melee bruiser who, has enough sustain that you're not really too concerned. So for now, Sidar actually going to be able to take a pretty good loss, all things considered, able to kill 3 units against a level 7 board. So, the problem is the HP is a little bit lower than you generally would want, and so Sidera kind of has to try and kill units each round.
So we're getting 55 per turn, and we're at 285 right now, which means really to hit that, I believe we need 5 more losses.
Ooh.
And unfortunately at 42 health, I don't know that you're going to make it to that 500 breakpoint here. You could try to cash out at 400. You could also try to win streak, but unfortunately Sidera I don't think is looking really good with this Chem Baron spot.
I'm wondering, do you just cash out at 300?
Usually 400 can win you the game, as we've heard from Kiyun earlier as well.
Okay.
And 300, you do that if you're playing Renata reroll and you find something good. Yeah. But what I've heard from players is generally it's about what the items are. If they're the Silco items, then you take them even at 300. That's probably your best bet.
Okay. Interesting. So yeah, something to keep an eye on for sure.
That's important then. Yeah.
Lilo, though, able to maintain this win streak the entire game until right now, where unfortunately the Ziggs will not be enough to break through Huxing's Nocturne board. And despite, we also should note that Huxing able to find the Mbessa. Really core part of enabling these quick strikers, largely because when you have the frontline Nocturne, what's really important is that you're able to break through the enemy frontline. What often happens is that you need to have 2 carries on the same side that are able to break through the enemy team's weak side. We can see that's what the positioning is right now. Both the Mbessa and the Nocturne trying to break through the right side of the field.
And it's amazing because you have Pandoras. So you actually got all of those components, and you're just able to make them into really great items for both of those carries.
Yeah, for sure. The value of Pandora's goes up a lot because of that here.
I'm a little surprised, actually, that you Pandora's into double Titans, to be honest. I feel like Titans on Mbessa in particular is something that
Isn't quite as good.
It's not quite as good, especially just, you know, M-Bessa really wants to be able to deal damage to that front line. She has a lot of disruption. The AD percentage of her spell just got buffed. And so if you can actually have things like Giant Slayer or crit on her, she can deal a lot of damage even to upgraded front line and really help the melee bruiser out, or the melee Nocturne, excuse me.
All right, so we're at 340 here. If we lose this one, we're at 395. So that does mean 3 more losses to hit 500 here. But unfortunately, 34 health, 3 losses might just kill you or put you insanely low.
Could you lose and then win?
Or no, 4 more losses, sorry.
We're at 6 Chem Baron right now, right?
Yeah,
so isn't it 70?
Oh yeah, so that's going to be 70.
70
still
per loss.
3 more losses though.
It does mean that you'll have the 400 cash
here,
out right now, which,
So
I mean,
check.
at this point, it looks like you probably need to take it as long as it doesn't just ruin your game.
But we
And I
have
don't even know if you have any
prismatic.
options from there.
You usually just want a lot of tankiness and hope that you high roll into Silco perfect Chem Baron items. That's kind of the play here. But he's going for red blue buff. Oh, this is such
Okay.
toxins.
He pushed. There is one bailout here. If he finds Savika, Savika is 7 Chem Baron, 7 Chem Baron is 100. So if he could somehow find Savika, found a Jinx, found a Malzahar, I feel like you just keep fishing for this.
This is a I need points play. I feel like Voltic Saber and Unleash Toxin's actually pretty good. Both of them were Silco items.
Yeah, the challenge here, he also has the duplicator I want to call out here.
Yep.
So, and he has a lot of items, but you have to lose 2. Actually, wait. No. He's at 410. He can go 70. That'll put him at 480 and then win.
Yeah.
That's the other option he could do here. Now, that being said, we're like win without your Chem Baron. You know,
But
so
he does have the duplicator, right? So if you
Yeah.
find Silco 2, you can upgrade that front line maybe. There's a world in which you maybe, depending on how matchmaking goes, you can sneak out a win for sure.
On the other side, by the way, we do see Lilo did find that Ziggs 3. So we're seeing our first Ziggs 3, I think, mostly of the day that I've seen. So cool to see. Sidera does lose, so we're at 480. Now the question is, can he pull out a win to get him to that 500 mark? Or does he crash and burn and go 8th? And if he goes 8th, he's only at 8 points right now. That probably knocks him completely out of competition.
It doesn't really matter if you have the Savika, I guess, right now. You might as well throw it in.
So
you get the
Savika's-
HP, right?
the
You get the
HP is
HP.
really valuable here.
Specifically for cashing out, right?
Yes.
Because now you have the upgraded Silco, and what you really just need is time for Silco to stall.
No, I think the Savika was a big high roll here. That's a lot of extra health for his team here. This fight is going to make it, like, you can see the anticipation. His hands are ruined. He's ready to go.
Oh, this looks very winnable. Extremely winnable fight. You can see the M-Bessa and the Corki both trying to break through the left side, but there's a lot of tankiness there. Really just matters whether the M-Bessa will go to the back line or stay toward the center of that front line. You can see she moved backward into safety. Silco is ramping up. The M-Bessa and the Corki are both still alive, though, but they're both on the front line. The M-Bessa falls. That's it. Okay.
Watch the player cam. This is, all right. We've hit our 500. This is, again, where Chem Baron really takes off. But the fact that you have 7 Chem Baron is so much health. The question is, what perfected item does he get? As long as it's not the destabilized Chem Tank, that's the thing you don't want to see. It ends up being a little weak. If we can get something really powerful for the Silco, that could be a turnaround into a first place.
I do want to point out he does have the Chem Baron emblem and the blue buff for the Kog'Maw ready already. So he's looking just for that, you know.
I think it's less that, but it's certainly
like
an
you can
option.
definitely do it. Like that's the Exodia.
It's certainly an option. I think at this point it's just let's see what that perfected. He does find.
Virulent virus.
No, this was perfected the Shimmer Bloom. So this one did get nerfed this patch. It now has a 1 second cooldown, but it is still pretty good.
No Mordekaiser, basically shenanigans.
Yes,
Yeah.
but it does still give a lot of AD and AP. He also gets one of the items for Silco here. I think you don't put that one. The Unleash Toxins 2 is really good here. It acts as a replacement Shojin, as well as some extra power here. Now, he does kind of have double Shojin, which feels pretty good. He's going to move the items to the Mordekaiser, and this feels like a very strong board here. The Renata is going to use this perfected Shimmer Bloom to provide a ton of attack speed and AP to the team, and so this does feel like a very good spot.
Now, I was talking to one of the CN casters earlier today who talked to me about how in Cien, they generally want to keep the vertical Chem Barons in the entire game. They actually don't drop out of even the Singed and the Smeech later on when you're level 8, level 9, level 10, because they just value having the additional HP and the strong frontline for your Silco.
I 100% agree with that. If you have 7 Chem Baron, the amount of HP you are getting from this trait right now is kind of bonkers.
Comeback story!
No way.
That's very good.
And the perfect interval for it, right? Because it's every 10?
Yep, that's correct.
So sitting at 10 HP means you're going to get maximum
45%.
value out of Comeback Story.
Yeah,
that's insane.
He did it. He was able to find that Savika, turn it around. This is the kind of position that unless somebody hits like a 3-star 4 cost, you are probably going first place.
I have a crazy question. Could you put the Chem Baron emblem on the Mordekaiser and give that the bloom?
You can, but at this point, it's sort of safer to just kind of ride what you have here and be fine with that. So I wouldn't worry about that too much here. Now, we talk about the standings, by the way. Iron Bog is at 15. If Iron Bog goes 8, that puts him at 16. We talked about how 18 is the break point. You know, that's like we talked about blowing your lead.
Yeah.
That is not the situation you want to be in.
Just don't go 8th. Isn't that what he said at the beginning?
7-game loss streak right now, too.
Yeah,
so
Tidal
hard.
with this Artifactory does have a Twitch too, but a lot of the other artifacts don't really look that great. Has the Bruiser Mundo too as well, but no other items on that Mundo. And so unfortunately, Tidal is going to lose this fight. That's good for Iron Bog, bad for Tidal. Tidal at 12 also. So it does feel like we're kind of seeing the swing where the bottom is doing well and the top not so much this game.
Setsuko snaps his loss streak, had lost the 3 previous rounds before this. We are seeing his board now. Is playing around the Mbessa and the Corki duo carry. He's got a little bit of a flexible board, not playing the 4 Emissary variation, and instead having essentially 5 flexible spots to kind of fill out around this core of the Mbessa, the TF, and that Corki, and the Tristana, excuse me.
Yeah, I mean, you can see he was going for it, right? He's still holding the Tristana. He's still holding the Nami. It seems like he just struggled to find that Garen. He does have the Corki and the Mbessa, that's true, but I look at this board and I'm like, this doesn't look like a board that is going to take you to a top 4.
There are a lot of Garens out of the pool already because other people are playing them. It's going to be really hard to find.
And Huxing's board on the left is a big reason for that. So Setsuko did decide to pivot out of that one. He was holding onto the Rapid. We could see the remnants of that board in the Blitzcrank. And unfortunately, that means the gold efficiency is not going to be that high.
Yeah.
Lilu
definitely lost a lot in the last stage here. The Ziggs 3 not really carrying it for him as well. He does now have the 5 Black Rose as well as the Dominators in, so the Ziggs will be able to pump out a ton of damage, which is pretty good as long as that front line can hold up. On the other side, look how big that Nunu is, by the way. That Nunu got fed a lot of stuff here, and if we can get the Ascension to proc, that Nunu will become unkillable. Unfortunately, as you can see, though, it's just not quite strong enough here. It's bleeding out, and it is going to die before the Ascension. The Nocturne
Last
3
chance.
just ripping through it here, but Tidal still able to win the fight here. Iron Bog losing. Iron Bog down to 1 HP here. And again, if he goes 8th, that's going to open up the standings pretty heavily.
Setsuko with another win there. Keep in mind, we said before, Setsuko really wants something like a 2nd and a 3rd in the back half of this round. So being able to find a way into the top 4 this game is crucial for having any chance at advancement.
Yeah, the tough part of this situation right now is if you're Tidal or Iron Bog, you know, you're low on health. The second you match against Sadera, that's it, right?
Yep,
like
yeah.
you're probably out, and so you are on a clock here. And so, unfortunately for Iron Bog, I think the best he can hope for here is a 7th. It's just, again, the timer is just really bad spot. And even this fight here with the Lilu, I think this might be it for Iron Bog.
Yeah, it calls back to what we were saying in Game 1. When you have a final boss in the lobby, what that means is that suddenly every single fight becomes so important because, yes, you may not be able to beat Sidera, but you have to beat everybody else. You cannot afford, if you're Setsuko or Tidal right now, you have to win. This is going to be the fight that decides where you place, and we saw on the right-hand side, Tidal did defeat Setsuko in that fight, and now Tidal gained an HP lead over Setsuko.
The good news for Iron Bog is he can afford 1/8, right? He goes from 15 points to 16 points. We talked about how 18 is probably the margin, but, you know, now it's a lot riskier, and all of a sudden you are sweating. All right, looking at this board here, we have the Nocturne 3, but it's not artifacts base. You know, you have the 4 Quick Striker, the 4 Automata, but overall not really that strong a board. Goes up against one of his better matchups, I think, here. We're going to watch the Nocturne here. Is going to cycle around. The Nocturne could walk backwards, is in the back. On the Mel, gets distracted, unfortunately.
The Mbessa goes backward, which means the Nocturne will go toward her instead of the Corki. Now the Corki gets a little bit more time, but no, eventually the Nocturne does catch up to the rest of them, and at this point there are too many threats. Nocturne will be able to take this fight.
I have to call out, by the way, the Anomaly last chance there. That's what saved the Nocturne. You saw the Nocturne die and then go back to full health. That made a massive difference here. So really creative use here. And unfortunately, Setsuko goes out in 7th. And that definitely spells the end for Setsuko, making it to top 16, just one group away from top 8, but will not make it to the top 8. There's just no way. And unfortunately, that is it for one of our last few America players.
That's right.
I know that this was certainly, like, he wanted more for himself, but this is really great to be able to see Setsuko get such a big tournament finish. I think this is something we've always wanted to see for him, as being one of the best players in North America, and also constantly a player that internationally is looked up to. And so it's great for him to be able to live up to those expectations.
I agree with you, but at the same time, Setsuko, I think, really has higher expectations for himself. And I think,
no, I said, I know he wants to win, but
I think going through his head right now, though, he's one of those players that's taking it really hard on himself. He's like, I could have done better. So, you know, he's come so close so many times, right? He made it to a Tactician's Crown, made it to that final day, and then ended up going, you know, having kind of a rough finish here. So it's always just so close here.
That's right. Now we are seeing on the left-hand side, Hushin's Nocturne board is going to fall. I believe with that will be the end of his run. So Hushin going 8-8 in the first 2 games. This time around looks like probably going 6th. So Hushin alongside Setsuko, their run will end here. But we still have a handful of players competing for those middle slots to try and get into that legendary top 8 into tomorrow.
Yeah, we talked about this being a potential thing, right? Is like 2 or 3 players could be potentially out of the running here. Title now getting, you know, he's at his 2 health here. Could go out in this fight. Could be a 5th here. It's really just going to come down to the matchup here. And again, Sidera, kind of the apocalypse, slowly raining down on people. Who do we match up against here? On the other side, it does look like it's going to be the Corki player. And so this fight could go either way, actually.
Oh, actually a really funny tech there with the Spectral Cutlass. Teleports straight where the Mbessa went forward, and so buys a little bit of time on the side of the Twitch, but we can see this Nunu is going to fall.
Yeah.
The damage is coming through. Title's board will not be enough. That'll be Title going out, I believe, in 5th place.
Yeah, so that puts Title at, I believe, 16 points. Yep. So still a really good spot for Title, looking pretty solid here. But, you know, again, not to use the term because it keeps by it, but just don't go 8.
Just don't go 8, the classic.
Just don't go
That's
8.
the most dangerous mentality to have when you're coming into the last game. Yeah,
agreed.
you have to play for 2nd.
Big story here, one of our previous champions, Lilu, looking really good to probably go at least 2nd place here. It's pretty much impossible to go lower than 2nd for him. And so I think that's going to put him in a spot where he's probably moving on, which means one of our previous Tactician's Crown winners will make it to top 8 at least.
Cool.
Could be 2 of them with Title. That's pretty wild.
Would be amazing.
Yeah. Lilo's been around for a long time, you know, 6 TOCs, and he finally gets a chance to get back into it. Missed the 3 previous ones, so this is a return for form for one of the biggest streamers in China.
Yeah, all right, again, kind of looking at the board here, and again, we know that 500 Chem Baron cash out. Now, the other thing to talk about, by the way, and this is why I think a lot of people really like 7 Chem Baron, you notice he's back up all the way to 220. That's 2 more armories that have been passed. That is more health for the team. So right now, you have passed 6 armories. 6 armories times 200 health. That's 1,200 health for the team. So on top of everything else, you're just not getting through all that HP. This is going to be a dominating finish. And like I said, everybody else kind of playing for 2nd right now.
Yeah. Sidera is going to help everyone leave the lobby aside from Lilo. So that's pretty much our top 2. Qingzhou out.
Yeah, there's really not a lot you can do, and this is one of the dangerous things about a 7 Chem board, is it's just going to keep scaling, and if at any point he felt like he was at a risk, he could just take the next armory, get a little more power. But look at this board, right? We have a Savika 2, Mordekaiser, we've got the Silco with 2 Chem Baron items, is going to put in another Savika, he's at level 10. As soon as he finds a 6 cost, that second Savika can become a 6 cost.
Yep.
This board's pretty capped, and I feel like what we're going to watch here is about 3 or 4 fights, and Lilu's going to kind of lose this one here.
I want to say I really like the shape that Lilu took this game when, playing around the Epoch to try and get the early tempo, and then followed it up. What is this augment called? Pyromancer? Is those?
Yep.
Yeah, so what I love about this is that he played into the strength of what he set up in stage 2, right? He was playing tempo and then wanted to accelerate that tempo on 3-2 because he recognized Ziggs, fantastic red buff holder, is able to spread that very early on and just wanted to stay healthy. And I think that comes to fruition when you see a Chem Baron player from the beginning of the game angling for the win out. What is the best way to play when someone else is angling for a win out? Is to preserve HP.
If Lilu had any shot, he needs to win this round because there's another, extra batch of health here for Sidera when he reaches 300 here. So this feels like if there was any chance to win it, it has to be this fight.
Oh, it just is going to be so tough. You have 2 Savika in. One of them is fully itemized. This Silco is completely untouched. And so as you see this Mordekaiser wail away at the front, Lilu just takes a huge hit.
Even with a 1-second cooldown, the Shimmer Balloon is really going to stop him from that. But no, I just think Lilu played a really good game, and I want to recommend everyone, when you're playing Epoch, hold all your cards. That's probably why he got that Ziggs 3 so fast without even rolling much.
Yeah, that's something we see different, like style-initial difference. There's a lot of players who like, I have Ziggs 2, I'm not going to hold any more Ziggs, but the fact he held them gave him that out, and he was able to turn that into a 3-star Ziggs, and from that point, because he'd played such strong win streak, there was really no way he was going to throw the game from that position here. Isn't able to find the 6 cost, but again, I don't think it actually matters that much. I think the Silco is going to just win it for him here. That perfected Shimmer Bloom item, the power of this board, all that extra health from the armories he's passed so far. So this should be the end of our game right here.
And that means that we have 3 players at 16 points after this one, so a big log jam at the top.
Yeah, like you said, 3 players at 16. Title, I believe, is one of those players. Lilu going to be at 17, actually.
19.
Or 19. Yeah, so pretty interesting. Like I said, we're very top-heavy when we look at those standings. And so, yep, sure enough, turns out when you hit 500 Chem Baron, you get that perfected item, you set up that board, gonna take a first place here, and that is a Chem Baron Clinic. And again, that final play where he had to win that 480 to 500 felt like the pivotal fight where he could have lost it all, but thankfully didn't, and was able to convert that into his first place.
Major credit to Sidera as well, just one of the last bastions of hope for Brazil coming in here, also carrying the hopes of the rest of the Americas as well, because we have combined shards. We are going to claim Brazil and Latin America for this one.
And I think we should recognize Sidera going into this event said, regardless of how the cards fall, this will be my final competition in TFT, which is, listen, okay, I know it's the TFT thing to say nobody ever truly quits.
Short for that to happen.
No one ever truly quits TFT, but it says something about the mindset. Sidera saying, regardless of what happens, I'm happy with how I've done. I'm proud of my career in this game. Sidera is a big part of the Brazilian scene, and it's so great to see, if this is his final event, the way it's turned out.
Okay, so now we have to talk about the points here, right? We have 2 players at 19, Lilu, and I'm going to mispronounce Xiaoqi. So they're probably moving on. We've got 3 players at 16, Sidera, Title, and Ironbog. That's 5 players, and there's only 4 spots here.
And I gotta say, I mean, when you look at the, I guess, heavy hitters, the favorites of this, Sidera is not one of those. Sidera is very much an underdog. I think that has punched very much above his weight class in many people's eyes. To be able to take out someone like Ironbog or Title in that 16 place or the 16-point placement, it has huge implications for the statement you can make in this final day.
It has been 10 10 sets since Brazil has actually made a top 8 in the global sort of like championship region there. So it would be huge for that community to be energized as well.
First time, it'd be the first time since the first ever global championship in TFT.
Yeah, I think the big thing too is, like, again, we talked about how Tidal having a chance to maybe become sort of like that big, prestigious, finishes here. Him going 9th here would feel really bad. That'd be a pretty disappointing finish here. So all of a sudden he went from sort of a comfortable position to top 4 to now he's got 4 other players he's got to place ahead of to make sure that he can move on, right? Those other 2 players at 16 have now become his biggest enemies. He's got to outplace them here. And so now you kind of need a top 4, right? Like we talked about, this isn't just not go 8th.
Right.
This is gonna top 4.
You're not playing for 18 points anymore. You are competing against 2 other people directly in your lobby, and the name of the game is how can I outplace those players?
Yeah.
So you got to keep your eyes out too, like if we're actually going to see anyone holding units, maybe trying to grief.
Right. We talked about 18. The way the points are distributing out, it could be as high as 20.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so all of a sudden, like I said,
they go 1, 2, 3, right?
Exactly. Like you're going to need a lot of points here. And so this final game, we have a couple players out, but that top 5 spots is pretty close. And even the 219 players, if they go 8th, there is a chance they don't make it. So there's still a lot of action here between those 5 players as far as how that's going to go.
It's very exciting as we get ready for that final game. There's also the other lobby that is happening off of our stage, and so I want to give a little bit of a brief update on how that's been going as well. Just to go from maybe the bottom to the top, Haruru is going to be in 8th place right now with 8 points after 3 games. Shunga is at 9 points in 7th. You might have to help me with some of these. SHIQUZ. Sichu is going to be at 12 points. Obo is at 12.
Oh, that means I haven't heard Minhee yet.
So that means Tex is in 4th at 15. Jerusor also has 15 points. Stellar Minhee is in 2nd with 18.
Wow.
And then Meng Chenyu is at 19 points to lead that lobby.
Pretty surprising set of scores, I think, if you're looking at that other lobby. I think a lot of people, if you look at the, I guess, level of play there, I think a lot of people would be looking at players like Junga and Haruru as 2 of the favorites in that lobby, and to hear that they're at the bottom and all of a sudden but players like Minhee and Tex, I think, were underdogs by many people's consideration, still keeping the hopes alive for the Americas.
And if you listen to the bottom points, it's 8 and 9. So if they want to catch up, that's very difficult to do. It's not just going.
You're pretty much
well.
out at that point.
Yeah, you have to also pull them down as well.
Yeah, I think the big story there, again, we talked about our previous champions. Zhonghe, unfortunately, probably not going to be able to make it. So that does leave Lilu and Tidal as our champions that can make it to that final slot.
All in this lobby.
Can't believe we actually we could have had 3 global champions in the top 8.
Almost had 3.
Wow.
So
really
close.
wild.
It'll be really cool that we at least have one, especially, I mean, to have just the story of Tidal being the first ever 2-time global champion, the international champ. I mean, he won the MSI hosted by CN a couple sets back, and now also to potentially have a LAN win under his belt. He is the player in TFT alongside Double 61 for the argument of like the GOAT of the game, and this is just another trophy to put in his case.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about how Tidal or Lilu, but the good news is one of them must make it. So we definitely have one champion making it. The question is, will we have 2?
And who, who and where will the cards fall when it comes down to those 8 players? I'm stoked. I think it's been a phenomenal year for everyone so far. I love that we are getting a chance to kick off the Into the Arcane set with this, but we're also sort of putting an end cap on the 2024 calendar year as it comes to TFT esports. And so I don't know. It's kind of like sad. We're almost at the end of our day today.
No, because tomorrow we are going to be rejuvenated.
We're going to
be. It's going to be a day of adventure. I do want to say, when we were looking at that last shot, it's like all the lights are down. It's just the colored LEDs on Tidal. It's like the red, the blue, and all I could think is Clement saying like the protagonist. You know, he really does have that energy, and I'm just imagining like this is his chance. The format player rise to the occasion. Tidal potentially making the run of the year, being able to rival some of the greatest in esports history, getting the LAN win to follow up after the global championship. it begins with greatness. Wait, what's the line?
Mostly, this is not the first time though that you've like hyped this up, and then like I just don't want to hear all this, and then he goes 8.
I know. You're right.
Yeah,
you're
you
right.
gotta
Okay.
please
Don't do this.
All right. Where's Pokegum? I'll talk about something else.
No, you're talking about Stellar Minhee.
Yeah. We talk about Stellar
You're
Minhee.
talking about the off-stream lobby. No, but I think in general, when you take a look at this being able to potentially also launch a player's career for the set. Remember back to the TFT Vegas Open, Malala had not won a major tournament yet, found himself in the final lobby of the Vegas Open, won, and then he had the most legendary set performance we've seen out of any TFT player. That could happen again to someone else.
See, that's the thing I'm really interested in. I know we're hyping up like our previous champions like Lilu and Tidal, but the reality is we have a couple of, like literally 7 or 8 other players here that are really trying to make a big name for themselves, right? Like someone like Stellar Minhee, if,
Minhee has never made top 8 at a tournament ever. And so to make top 8 for the first time at an event like
would
Macau,
be massive.
Absolutely.
So it looks like we've loaded in, so I think we're going into our 4th game here. And so the question is, what encounter is it going to be as we go in? And right now we talked about 5 players still in the running, 4 spots as we go in here. You can see those point totals. Who's going to make it into the next round?
So main characters of this game, Lilu, Ironbog,
Tidal. Perfect timeline. This could be a comeback. Echo's telling us that.
This is going to be triple Prismatic Party as we go into our final game of the day. This first augment choice especially is going to be incredibly important to decide everyone's fate.
I think a lot of people think of triple Prismatic and they think like, oh man, this is really high variance. There's a lot of crazy things that can happen. You could definitely make the argument though that playing triple Prismatic opens up a lot of lines that are not viable otherwise. And it's one of the most beautiful parts of TFT. It's the knowledge check. Have you done your homework? Are you familiar with those niche lines that are only opened up under certain instances? I have a feeling that a player like Tidal is one of those players that we know has done his homework.
Yeah, a big part here is, we talk about like augment knowledge, right? Prismatics are one of the ones that take a little bit of time to learn. What are their interesting perspectives you can learn? And again, I talk about the 2-1 augment choice in particular, because I feel like that really establishes what you're going to do for the rest of the game. The other augments are usually there to sort of supplement your build and what you're doing, but the 2-1 augment choice is going to be very important here, and I'm really going to want to pay super close attention to what everyone ends up with, right? You end up with something like Unexpected Journey, for example, which leaves you in a situation where you could get griefed, or do you get something a little simpler, just like a simple radiant item? Do you get like an emblem to really give you a direction, but locking in on 2-1, that can always be really tricky here. So where is everyone going to go?
The biggest ones for me are definitely the macro augments that you can be picking up, like upwards mobility. Are you going to be high leveling for that one? Or are you going to have something that has a hidden loot table that you might not know about? We're going to get the answer here. In general, though, it's about who can cap the highest.
Oh, there's Experiment Crown.
Yeah, I feel like all 3 of these choices, I would pass on all 3 of these here. Not big fans of these. The Zerat one, okay, quality over quantity here. I'm actually a big fan of this one here. This is one that took some people a little while to learn, but once they figured it out, it's pretty good. The only drawback here is he doesn't have a great item start. Like the first thing you're going to get is what? A Radiant Hodge or a Radiant Archangels. Not really the best.
But did you see, I think the Archangels is Academy item. I think it's a sponsored item. Does the Radiant work for that?
It does. It does. But really, the power of this augment is the fact that you're sort of up a prismatic or a radiant item or 2, and so having that on the Morgana here, not really the best use, unfortunately. So it's not really the win streak position. On the other side, Sidera takes Tiniest Titans. I do not like this choice. And again, we talk about 2-1 choices. This is not something I'm excited to see on 2-1. You're kind of like praying to bleed out to a 4th.
Yeah, it doesn't give as much gold as it did before. That's something that people might have missed. It's only 1 gold now instead of 2. So the fact is, it really just keeps your HP up high. That's what Mordog is trying to talk about.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that choice. We'll get to see some of the other Prismatics here. Prismatic ticket here, that's all right. Level up can be really good, especially if you get extra resources from the other Prismatics. So level up, not a terrible choice here. Buried Treasures is a nice, safe choice for title here. The nice thing about Buried Treasures is you're going to be up so many items compared to everybody else that you can actually use this to win streak. So I like this choice from title. I think this is a great decision here. Setsuko with Conqueror, not that that matters too much. Iron Bog here with, I believe that is Hard Commit, so we'll have to see what he plays. And then nothing else jumping out here. But again, Sidera feels like the one I'm the most worried about here. Hard Commit got...
Kembaran.
There's no way. Is that what it got? It did.
Yeah, it's Kembaran.
It is Kembaran.
Hard Commit
So he gets
Kembaran.
Savika early.
Wow,
You
this is...
Are you happy about this?
I don't think so. I think you're very not thrilled with this.
Yeah, like he doesn't really need to go for a super risky strategy given his point total here. So, and he's also known as more of a tempo player.
I would argue he does need to go for a very risky strategy because he has no other choice, unfortunately.
So
definitely not where he wants to be, though.
Okay,
Yes.
so if you're in this position, the one good news here is you are guaranteed to find a Renier or a Smeech quickly.
Yep.
You've already got the emblem. You're guaranteed the Silco, so that's going to put you at 6 Kembaran. And then you're guaranteed the Savika. So, like, you've got a guaranteed path here. That part is good. The bad part is it's a triple prismatic lobby. There's going to be a lot of pressure. There is one really clear bailout, I think, which would be Tiniest Titan on 3-2. If he can hit Tiniest Titan on 3-2, knowing that you've got the guaranteed hard commit, there is a world where this just turns into another first place.
Yeah, I mean, the thing to consider, though, is like how much stronger is this Kembaran emblem actually going to be compared to the gold augment of just getting a Kembaran emblem? The only difference, if we compare to the game we saw last, is that you're guaranteed the Silco that you're getting on stage 4 instead of having to roll for it.
Yeah. That being said, that is another angle he could go. He could find the Kembaran Prismatic. That's still available because he's a hard commit. So that could spike him even earlier. Sure. So there are some options. Now, that being said, do I want to waste 2 of my Prismatics on Kembaran emblems? You know.
If you're in the spot, I feel like you have to try. On 3-1, I'm sure he's taking out everything else aside from Kembaran's.
Also, let's just make sure to call out Zhao is open forting. His Prismatic ticket wants to Lost Streak. So this is a contested Lost Streak. Right now, does have the upgraded Amumu, which, you know, if you're really trying to contest Lost Streak, you usually don't want to upgrade anything. But what he can do that Ironbog cannot is he can play just 2 units for the rest of the stage, and Ironbog on the other side is going to have 3 units in. It really wants to maintain that Lost Streak. It's going to be very difficult to force that, though.
We actually saw him use a remover on his Nocturne. He looked around the board and said, wait a minute, I actually want to break these streaks here.
Nice.
Yeah, so we'll definitely want to watch on the other side here. Ironbog is going to be able, has 4 Kembaran in, is going to be able to lose here. And so for Ironbog, it does come down to that 2-6 matchup. Does he get the full Lost Streak? And if so, you know, will that be fine? But again, has that guaranteed line here. The other thing is his 3 next stage hard commit.
Yep.
There's still the 50-50 of do you get Rennie or Smeech? You know, if you find yourself in a situation where you have the pair, that's going to be pretty rough.
So I actually, I don't even know if it's an optimization or just like a dumb thing I would do. So because you know your Lost Streak is contested and you're currently playing 4 units for Kembaran, you have Singed 1 on the board, but also there was a Singed in the shop. Because you know you're not buying anything, I actually would have locked the shop and sold the Singed on my board. So that, yes, you would have gone down to Kembaran, but it means that if you had played Zhao Qi, you still could have lost the fight. I actually think that because you have 4 units on the board versus 2, you're like guaranteed to pretty much win that, even with bad positioning.
I know we switched views, but the last view showed there were 3 players on a 4 lost streak, by the way. So
wow.
This is a situation where, again, our Kembaran player really needs to be careful to not match up here.
Let's see if Qingzhou can actually keep his win streak. He found the Zoe super early.
He's also level 6.
Yep, big 4 cost. I think he's a level up player.
And Tetsuko on the other side. Looks like he's able to maintain that win streak.
Oh,
we do see Ironbog
wins.
Ironbog wins.
Wow.
That is not what he was hoping for here, so that's going to be really rough. Again, you can usually afford 1, but that makes it a lot harder.
Just like Sidera did early in stage 2.
Exactly. You can see here the Nocturne 1 here. Oh, man.
That is brutal.
Yeah, Ironbog being the one player who was lost streaking not make it. Setsuko right now at 100 health. Unfortunately, again, kind of out of contention here. So even if he 100 health wins this lobby, it's just going to be a little
He's playing for prize money, though.
Yes.
I mean, that's something to consider.
Granted.
Yeah, and it does come down to, I believe, total event points. So Setsuko, of course, may not be able to advance, but still has stuff on the line.
Yep.
He's going to be playing to win this game.
And I just like watching full win streak conquerors. The cash outs are so much fun looking at that.
Very fun.
Also, is this also not just the most TFT thing where it's like as soon as you're eliminated from contention,
Right, then you start winning,
you get the high roll opener that you can like play the game a little bit more freely.
All right, so we head into the next stage here, and again, Prismatic Augment guaranteed next. What is everyone going to use to get their advantage here?
Artifactory would be huge here for Tidal. That's kind of like the 1-2 combo with the extra items there and giving you all the extra stuff.
How playable is 6 Scrap without an emblem? Because
it's harder. It's but we did see it do pretty well earlier. So, but
was
it is
I thought that was with an emblem, wasn't it?
It might have been with +1.
Because in my mind,
both games +1 today at least.
If you have a scrap opener like Tidal does, and you have buried treasure, obviously you're going to get more value out of scrap. And 6 Scrap tends to be the way that we've seen players try and play for a win out. But Tidal's able to play from a reasonable amount of tempo. Didn't quite full streak, but saved a lot of HP. And you know, once you're able to upgrade this GP, which you have a pair of, I imagine is going to have a very, very stable mid game into a pretty reasonable, kind of like slow playing the level 8 until he finds that Corki.
Which again, as long as he top 4s, he'll be in a good spot.
Yeah. And I do think it's much safer because you could see that there were so many players that were looking for that loss streak. You can play boards that maybe are just a little bit weaker in level, but you do see the Artifactory get picked up here for Xiaoqi.
It's playing the Nocturne, so let's see if he hits.
That's really big. You have a suspicious trench coat.
Tidal takes the safe choice here with Coronation, which is going to give him +1 unit as well as another item for that scrap value. So that's going to put him in a decent spot here. I feel like Tidal does have a really good top 4 position. I'm not too worried about this here.
Yeah.
The $1 million question is, what did everybody else get?
Yeah, we're really looking at 3
big
players
roll
here.
down.
Cider, Tidal, and of course Ironbog at 16.
Yeah.
Xiaoqi does roll very deep, goes, you know, at
gold
probably going to sell back up, but it will be under 20, and did fully remove the Nocturne items and then place an Infinity Force back on.
Okay, Ironbog did not get the augment he was looking for, by the way. He got the one that gives a lot of armor and MR. So, yeah, I can't remember the name of it, but it has that item. And that combat power is not what he was looking for. Again, he was looking for something like a Tiniest Titan, unfortunately. So, Ironbog right now, definitely the player I'm the most worried about.
Oh, the Randuins, you mean?
Yes, yes.
Oh, man.
Yeah, and so you can see here, he's back on that 2 loss streak here. Was able to get both the Smeech and the Rennie, so he has at least 5 Chem Baron. That's going to help for a bit. Is guaranteed that Silco a little later has plenty of gold. That part's all good, but with this much combat power, I feel like there's a lot of accidental wins coming.
Yeah, I'm wondering if he wants to transition into a Renata line. That's typically what happens if you start winning with the Chem Baron, and what the CN players have been doing. It's like, okay, you're maybe a bit too strong. You got broken in the early stages. The Renata shielding with the Randuin's Omen additional resistances, that could be a potential out, but he doesn't have the perfect items for it. You really want the Archangels in that line.
Yeah, the JG ends up being just so much worse because your shields can't really crit here.
I mean, the other side of this board, the front line is falling. This is going to be another win for Ironbog, right? This looks very close now.
He is trying to win.
I don't think he was trying to win, but if he does win
now
here...
he has to.
Yeah,
Unfortunately,
unfortunately...
because he had lost the last 2 rounds. So
like I don't think that was a big intentional win, but now there's basically no way you're hitting 500 here, right?
Yeah.
This is maybe do some 200 shenanigans. Yeah, Ironbog right now, unfortunately, looking real rough.
Did end up taking a tier, so you have the opportunity to put like a little bit of mana generation onto the Renata. And to your point about the Randuins, I feel like it is really good if you want that Sentinel setup. Like, I think you can use it.
That one's a little harder because you've already got the armor and MR from the Sentinel.
Mainly the Rennie and Nunu.
Oh,
Yeah.
I see.
So
this is something that we saw out of a different Chinese player, or a Chinese player this morning who was playing the Renata line with the Kembaran setup. Very different than what we saw out of, at least we saw a lot of the Americas players playing it yesterday, the Sentinel variation. And I heard from a couple people that the Kembaran variation is more popular among Chinese players instead.
Yeah, I'm not familiar.
It,
So.
but the problem is with that sort of a line, you are also very conditioned based on what you get from the cash outs. Like, you need your cash outs to actually help you get that Renata 3, and if that kind of misses and you don't have that many natural copies, it's definitely not your A game plan with Kembaran. Let's put it that way.
I mean, I feel like Ironbog is, we're way past the A game plan, right?
Like,
so Sidera was also at 16, is that correct?
Yep.
Yeah, and so right now Sidera also losing pretty hard here. So between Ironbog and Sidera, they're both kind of almost fighting for that 5th place spot that we don't want them to get. So we'll have to see here. Ironbog now 195 out of 200 is winning. Probably just going to have to cash out at 200 here. I feel like take whatever that gives you and use that to move forward. But the question is, move forward to what?
Yeah.
Oh, we get to see the team planner.
All right, we get to see kind of the thought process right now. He wants to figure out how he can actually bail himself out. Keep in mind, he knows he is going to get the Silco and the Savika because of hard commit, which makes it a lot harder to want to play any sort of reroll.
Black Rose Dominator?
Oh, that's what it looks like. Instead, I guess he's going to say, I need to just play around Silco, need to try and tempo, stabilize hard. It just... Man, I'm not going to lie, I don't really see a world in which you're actually able to stabilize hard enough with the small cash out. Maybe the additional HP of having some of those Kembarans is going to buy you a lot of time, but it's just not the similar setup that we're compared to what we saw last game from Sidera.
So, shout out real quick, by the way, to the development team who works on the team planner. You're seeing even here in the top 16, people using that team planner to really help them. Does pass here.
Wow.
Ironbog, okay, this is really scary here. 75 gold, passes on another armory here, is going to have 6 shimmer next turn, but I don't know that I like this play.
Okay, I think he's maybe trying to
stabilize on 8 and hope you get a good anomaly that doesn't cost too much gold. That's kind of the game plan for him. The good thing is, it doesn't look like he's contested on the Black Rose Silco line, so I mean, you can definitely stabilize and go forward.
So, unfortunately, we're going to have the Silco in next turn, and we'll have 1 loss that will bring us just short of the next cash out. So we'll actually need either a second loss or another win after that. And so Ironbog, I imagine we're going to see similar to what we saw last game, where after this round, we'll see the level and roll potentially even to 0, stabilize there, and then try and build yourself back up to going level 9.
Sidera, you can see doing the fist pump, hits the Zoe 2 here, has very good items on the Zoe 2, and at least finds the Alawi 1. Not necessarily perfect here, but Zoe 2 on 4-1 roll down is going to make him feel really good.
Unfortunately, is getting contested by another Rebel player here in Hu Xing, so the Alawi might be slightly harder to find here. And Ironbog is going to go for the 4-2 roll down. We're going to have to look at that. If that goes awry, very little chance he's coming back, since he's basically kind of forfeiting his hard commit.
Yep.
Well, Hu Xing is also holding on to all the emissary units. You've got Tristana and Bessa and Nami.
True.
What could you potentially be doing while also having the Rebel in?
I feel like we might need to take another look at the board to kind of put the puzzle together. For right now, we do have the 4-2 Augment Dominator Crown.
Oh, that'd be big.
Potential +1 coming through with Silco. Seems to be considering a couple things. Blazing Soul instead coming through.
Oh, found a Savika.
Yeah, I like the Blazing Soul take here. It's just some generic combat power. It's going to feel pretty good here. But again, the big thing is just we know, win or lose the next match, we're going to be above 300. If you lose 2, I believe that's 150, so that's not quite enough. Yeah, it could be 400. Yeah, we can hit 400, but 500 just seems so out of reach here.
We'd have to lose 2 and then win 1, right? That would be the only way to actually hit 500.
I don't lose 2, and then it's 3 streak. That's 485, and then win 1. Yeah.
Oh, that's so risky.
Yeah, I think it's most likely just going to be that if this next Shimmer option is takeable. We just take that and we just try and go somewhere from there.
I think you have to take it and win. Oh my god.
I mean, so he wins this fight here, so that's going to be plus 30, puts him at 315.
And now
I feel like you take
You
this.
have to. And now you don't really have a choice. There's no other thing.
Ooh, this
no
is
other way
actually
to
pretty
play
good
it.
though, right?
Not really.
No? We
No.
don't like Virulent Virus?
It's okay. But like I said, does have to take it here. It's at least a little bit of extra power, right? You've got one of those tier 2 items. That's a little bit of power. Could be worse.
I've always liked the item.
I mean, it's a good item. It's just, unfortunately, it's only one tier 2 and one tier 1 item, which is just not the value you were hoping for if you're going to be playing that long. So,
that makes sense.
And you can see here, transitioning as well. Needs to get everything slammed pretty quick to try to win these fights here. Slams that on the Silco here, gets that all slammed. Goes down to 5 Chem Baron here, 4 Dominator. Now the big thing is, can he find the Silco 2 to stabilize, or does he end up bleeding out here? It looks like this fight at least is going to be a win, so that is going to help for now.
Yeah, I mean, up against someone who is playing the game very slow, right? Level up, we are level 8, 50 gold right now. We're not trying to win, so while it's a great win for Ironbog, I definitely don't know if it says too much about whether he's out of the woods yet.
Okay, I have to call out Tidal, by the way, taking Call to Chaos here. Call to Chaos on game 4 when you need a top 4 is incredibly risky. There's a lot of good payouts, so it's not that bad, but we're going to need to see what he took and what situation that put him in, right? Was it a bunch of gold? Was it XP?
Well, we know it's not a 3-star 3 cost.
It looks like not a 3-star 3 cost, so.
It was a training dummy, I think.
With either the two
lockets.
the Zeke one?
Okay, the locket one's great.
He
That's
did get the
good.
locket.
Okay,
with the
so that
shielding.
worked out. That worked out great. That is a good one to get from Call to Chaos here. So Tidal right now in a great position to move on to our top 8.
With the 6 scrap shielding, that's just a tremendous amount of power here. And for Xiaoqi at 19 points, he didn't find any of the +1s despite the Artifactory, so it's kind of a little bit of an oof. But he does have the potential for 6 Automata.
Man, Artifactory and didn't get a single +1 range on your Nocturne. I mean, definitely feels not great. Even playing the Infinity Force, I imagine doesn't get full value out of that, right? I'm sure there are other melee bruiser items that probably feel a little bit better on Nocturne. But yeah, I mean, obviously it's not looking great. HP is not too hot either, and so you get a win here, but it just doesn't really look like a win out angle to me.
Lilo had the Jinx emblem, so 2 Rebel players out there contesting. Sidera, one of them. That's going to be a big question. Magic Expert, he's looking for something in the like Nothing Wasted.
Fireball, I think, is a fine choice here. You're spending a lot of mana here, and so you're going to be able to proc that quite a bit here while scaling up that Dominator. That being said, we are still stuck on the Silco 1, and so did lose the last fight. We're at 17 health here, and again, really he needs a top 4. Like, we're not looking for a 7th or a 6th here. We're looking for a top 4 if Ironbog wants to make it into our top 8.
Does get a 5 cost in the LeBlanc in. So taking out 5 Chem Baron, and let's see if he swaps in the Mouse, maybe? No.
4 Chem Baron, 4 Dominator, 3 Black Rose here. And so, yeah, but again, Silco 1 is still the thing that's really making me nervous right now.
Yeah, Silco 1 definitely doesn't have enough damage to really break through a lot of different boards. And right now we are seeing pretty cool setup from Setsuko. It's actually a Loris 3, right?
Is he playing a Loris 3?
I was like trying to figure out if I was seeing everything correctly. I was like, surely it's not a Loris 3.
That was so close.
That was very close.
So Setsuko falling there, but only 2 off of GP3. Should be able to find that at some point. I didn't see how much gold he has, though. At 16 gold, so pretty low econ, but has the PvE around to buy a little bit more time.
This is a pretty impressive board, by the way. 6 Academy, 6 Sentinel. You've gotten all those extra emblems. You're pretty tanky here. You've got the Heimerdinger. I'm assuming one of the sponsored items is Archangels here.
It is, yeah. It looks like you see the border.
Yeah, so it's Archangels, Dragon Claw, and
IE.
So
He has 6 sponsored items with 6 Academy in, so that's a lot of power that he's finding.
This is a fantastic set of Academy items. They work perfectly for those units.
And we do have to point out, Qingzhou might have that chance to sneak in. A very slim chance, but it is there.
Yeah, the only way that could happen is if Ironbog plus another one of those 16-point players go 1-2, or sorry, excuse me, 7-8,
yeah.
and then Qingzhou would have to actually go first. So,
pretty unlikely.
Yeah. Oh,
okay, there's the Silco 2. That's big. Interestingly enough, okay, at least got Chem Baron back in. I was like, taking out Chem Baron seems pretty risky to lose all those Chem Baron items you worked for. There's still, you know, a tier 2 Chem Baron item is still not the worst. There he goes, gets those slammed back in. And so now the question is, can Silco 2 and Mundo 2 hopefully carry here? Slams the Cloak and Adaptive Helm. Not the best for Mundo, but could be worse.
Yeah, I definitely just need to get something on the board. Lilu does take a hit there, goes down to 16 HP.
We're in a situation where Lilu could go 8th. That would be pretty bad. It doesn't necessarily knock him out, but definitely puts him at risk that he didn't want to be at.
What was his point total?
19, he's one of the 19s.
19, okay.
So, like I said, he's not... an 8th doesn't kill him, but it puts him in a really awkward situation.
Yeah, he is level 8, but as we said, contested on Rebel, so wasn't able to 2-star any of his carries, and that just left him in a very awkward place. Also, no Alawi either.
Yeah, the no Alawi, the Zoe 1 here. The front line has an Echo 1, you know, for some reason, which isn't really doing a lot. We have Ambessa 1. There's just way too many 1-stars here, and, you know, the thing about this augment, by the way, the quality over quantity, is it gives percent health. Well, percent health on 1-star units is not very good here. And Lee, like I said, he might go 8th here, which puts him at risk that he did not want to be at.
And it's a shame because I actually really like that line of playing the quality over quality over quantity. Yeah. Quality over quantity. When you're playing something like the Rebel that gives the base stats, it's similar to Emissary in a way where even though you have these units that could be considered like the trait bots, you get a lot of value on all of them.
That's a Jinx 2, by the way, and those Jinx 2 items are massive. Those are very good Jinx 2 items. When that Jinx casts, that team kind of got to go boom.
Yep.
How is this going to fare against the Randuin setup that like Ironbog has, for example?
I take the Jinx.
You take the Jinx, right?
I think Ironbog just doesn't have enough upfront damage or front-loaded damage to break through.
I feel like the Silco just dies.
Yeah. I think Lilu is definitely dead here. We're going to see an 8th place for Lilu, which is puts him at risk here. But watch this Jinx ult. Well, it didn't even matter. The board was just that skewed.
That's right. We'll watch it next fight.
Yeah, so Lilu at 20 points here. Again, still a decent spot, but could lose it. That would be such a heartbreaking way to go out.
There is a Black Rose emblem for Ironbog. Insta picks it up. Also on a Mordekaiser, which is a Dominator. Probably one of the best finds you could hope for.
Has a Mordekaiser on his board already. Not sure if he has one on his bench, but definitely could be a high roll out to find some sort of bailout.
All right, looking at this, Setsuko, by the way, I believe took the capped out augment here, so allowing him to roll and find the Loris 3, the Swain 3, things like that. So
the blue buff coming in for this Jinx. We've seen this tech many times throughout the weekend. Having one less auto attack coming in for each of those casts means that with so much damage, we're actually going to get to see the Jinx cast in many of these fights.
This is so exciting. All 3 of our 16-point players are still in the running here in the top 5.
Right.
Well, like I said, if they go something like 1, 2, 3, it's Lilu who's on the cutting room floor.
That would be crazy.
And Ironbog, actually, with that Black Rose emblem, is in a spot where now he can play 5 Black Rose, but does find himself up against Hushin and Necro. You were asking what happens when these two fight. We're about to find out.
I guess we're
LeBlanc didn't even cast.
Oh, Jinx is about to fire off a giant rocket.
Oh, no, yeah. One more ult comes through.
The stun is huge! Oh my god!
But okay, but he's still alive. He's still alive.
Yep.
6 HP.
But
He's
that
got
was
one more
crazy.
Life.
I actually thought this stun would have stopped the damage long enough.
Wait, hold on a second. The HP totals are such that, hear me out. Ironbog wins this fight, And now if Sidera or Tidal take a hit there, I mean, it's essentially it's Sidera against Ironbog for that slot right now. If Ironbog can win any of his fights and hope that someone like Hushin plays Sidera on 6-1 where the base player damage goes up, there's very much a world where Ironbog actually takes this over Sidera.
That would be insane. But this is also an incredibly insane board. That's a game playing 3 with a Conqueror's emblem.
Yeah, I don't know if this is the board you want to be playing if you are, in contention. This GP has so much damage, and you have the front line, but I just don't know if you're actually making it to the back line before they killed everything.
The monstrosities! They did it!
Wow. Huge win. And let's see, Sidera loses to Qing Zhao, which means he still has Hushin in his rotation. And on 6-1, Sidera may actually play. It's going to be Sidera and Ironbog essentially playing heads up for this final slot in the top 8.
It's so scary that Hushin's going to be the decider in this one for a lot of them. Sidera 3-way contested on the Rebel. Let's take a look at his board. Still on the Laui 1. It's very unfortunate.
And again, we have to talk about Ironbog and Sidera here, both at 16 points. Both in a situation right now where if they get knocked out, they are below Lilu's 20 and will likely go 5th place, which would mean not making the final day. So
Ilaoi 2?
Okay.
I feel like if they match up here, that would be just perfect here to see who gets that last slot.
Poetry in motion.
Well,
Warwick comes through. Not the 6 cost you really want to see though. In order to play, you would. I mean, you would drop the Echo. You can drop the Echo.
You lose Ambusher, but I think I would take that trade.
Yeah. It is just a Jinx 1, but you really, I guess you really do want to try and rely on that damage. We'll
I would have taken that trade.
Oh, are they playing each other?
Head to head.
They are.
It's heads up.
This is it. Winner takes top 8 here. This is going to be the most important fight here. The Silco's slowly building up.
The front line is falling. They're already in the back line.
Nope, that's the Jinx ult though. The Jinx ult, the Zoe doing big here. It's just down to Silco.
Oh, Ironbog falls. Look at the reaction. He knows.
Sidera makes it to the next day, and that decides our top 8 from this lobby. The top 4. Ironbog, unfortunately, not going to make it. He's going to be our 5th place player, and that fight was the deciding factor.
I don't know if you all can hear it, but we can hear the Brazilian fans in the crowd screaming for their representative taking that 1v1 against Ironbog, and what a crazy fight. Came down to just a split second for either board.
It was a really cool comeback of that banking mana with nothing wasted Zoe. We thought the front line was already done on the side for Sidera. He was able to push through. Now it's the trifecta Setsuko in front of him.
The Jinx ult was just so much here. And Sidera at this point really not too worried at this point. Like I said, the outcome is pretty much decided here. And so Sidera is going to have enough points to move on. Tidal also going to be one of our players that's moving on. Lilu we talked about as well. So we're going to have 2 champions who have made it to our top 8. And so, yeah, like I said, 4 players moving on. That's going to feel really good. And unfortunately, like I said, Ironbog just one matchup away, but it just wasn't enough.
He was essentially giving up his first prismatic augment. Didn't really matter that much. A little bit of HP, but nothing else than that. And he still had to roll a fair bit even for his uncontested Silco too. It was a long time before he found that.
For Qing Zhao here, this is just a I want to finish on a good game.
Yep.
Had
Talked
10
about some
points,
prize money.
so yes, prize money's a big deal. Same thing with Setsuko. I love that both of them are still putting their best foot forward to try to get some prize money here from this final game.
I actually love Setsuko's board. It's so much fun. Trifecta with Loris inside as part of the equation to fill out the 3/3 cost that you want to get the buffs in. It's really creative. Of course, with the Conqueror started well. Naturals over to the 4 form stopper. Really nice.
And Setsuko may not have had the run that he wanted in this top 16, but ending the day strong. But the real celebration comes in the form of the 4 players that have moved on into that top 8.
I still can't believe how that was decided.
Yeah, that last fight was so close, and you could see the Jinx ult combined with the Zoe ult just outputting so much damage. And so, yeah, there we go. And so now, like I said, between this lobby and the other one, 8 players have been decided to our top 8 for tomorrow. It's going to be really cool to see.
And what a glorious contrast, right? You have 2 previous global champions in the form of Lilu and Title, and Sidera, a player who, even within the Brazilian scene, of course, is well known, is a pillar of that scene, but is not one of those Brazilian greats that we've seen internationally compete in the past. This is the tournament to do that, though. You can step up, you become the best by beating the best. You make the statement, and Sidera, the 1v1 against the rising star of Ironbog to qualify into the top 8 of the TFT Macao Open.
That is so cool. And alongside them, we have Qingqi that's going to be able to make it as the top player point earner in this lobby. And so also very exciting to know that you get a chance to play in front of a whole crowd in that final 8.
Yeah, Qingzhou is a name that not a lot of CM players have really heard about. I believe he came over from the JOC side as well, so kind of new to the TOC audience. A lot of the players were saying, oh, that was a really creative build that we saw with the 6 scrap and the Dominators coming in here, and then finding that open lane with the Academy and Sentinel to make it into the top 8. Has to feel good for him.
Yeah, like I said, you know, Heimerdinger right now considered one of the weaker forecasts, but in that Academy line can usually work pretty well, that Academy Sentinel line. And the fact that he had both of those prismatics to give them the +1, really giving him a bit of an edge there and taking that and doing really well with that.
I think those were my favorite sponsored items if you look at it. Archangels and Infinity Edge. That's kind of crazy.
But it's recognizing that when you have your opener, right? We see a lot of players playing Sentinels and then they kind of flex into different things. Not every player wants to actually end up in that Academy line, but that's part of it. We're looking at the sponsored items and saying like, whoa. If this is an uncontested lane, all of a sudden the cap of this composition is going to be higher than average. I think it's a great heads-up play.
He got 46% damage amp on both of his Jace and his Heimerdinger. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, the triple Infinity Edge Jace putting in work.
That is insane. It's been really fun, especially when you look at just all of the different combinations that people can find. I think something that I've definitely noticed, like playing my own games, watching what everybody else is playing, is this meta is very wide open. If you know the Giga spots to be able to go for like a really high cap board, it's very impressive to watch how you can do that.
I mean, it's funny you bring that up, right? You say the meta's wide open. Who won that game? It was Setsuko. What was his board? A Loris 3?
Well, you don't play Loris reroll?
Yeah, I mean, like Loris reroll, is that
sound like everyone does it.
Oh, yeah.
You don't play this?
So, definitely a lot of things you can play.
Absolutely. We've got some great examples, but we also have some great players on our stage, so we're going to kick it over to Candace for an interview.
欢迎来到我们的赛后采访。我们现在身边的2位呢，也是明天决赛圈的2位选手黎洛和 Sidera。先有请他们2位跟大家打声招呼。先有请你来吧。
大家好，我是斗鱼主播黎洛。
好的，欢迎黎洛 ，and please say hi, hello, and also introduce yourself to all the fans and the audience here.
Hi everyone, can I say in Portuguese? Yes. Fala galera, estamos na final.
现场的粉丝非常的疯狂，一直都在支持他。当得知他能够拿到这一次的决赛圈资格的时候，现场已经沸腾了。那首先要问到他们2位的就是从512名选手中成功脱颖而出，能够进入到明天的决赛圈，现在是怎样的一个心情？So you guys just get to the final 8, and also you compete from the 512 players all around the world. How do you feel right now?
现在有点小激动，然后有点期待明天的比赛。
I'm very excited and looking forward to tomorrow's final day.
I feel awesome. I never dreamed that I would be in the final, so I don't know. I pretty good.
我觉得非常非常的棒啊！我从来没有想到我能够进入到决赛圈。感觉到非常的棒。那接下来想问到2位，因为打了这么多天的比赛，这么多轮的比赛，有没有让他们印象非常深刻的选手呢 ？Is there anyone that impressed you the most from so many rounds, from so many games?
Title 吧，感觉他这个好几届能够打进世界赛的决赛，很有实力。
I think the title because he finally made to so many worlds champion and also so many worlds got some chances to the final. So I remember title.
The same answer. I think title was the most consistent player in all lobbies that I played with him. So yeah, I can't wait to beat him again. Beat him tomorrow.
OK， 但是我同样的也是觉得是 title， 因为在这么多的比赛当中，我觉得他还是非常有实力的选手。我期待在明天的决赛当中能够打败他。那接下来想问到2位，因为明天决赛圈即将要开始了，2位的自信心等级又会是多少呢 ？So tomorrow is the final day. What's your confidence level?
有80%的信心。
I got 80% confidence level.
I think like 50 or 60%.
我觉得我应该是5-6成吧。那最后也是再一次恭喜2位能够进入到明天的决赛圈。接下来就让我们有请明天决赛的选手登台亮相。And now let's hear it for our final 8. Welcome. 让我们用再一次热烈的掌声欢迎我们最后的决赛圈选手。Let's welcome our final 8 again. Welcome.
Wow, so exciting to see all 8 of our players for the final day of competition lined up there on the stage. We've got Ming Chen Yu, Stellar Minhee, Jedusor, Shichu, Saidera, Xiaoqi, Li Luo, and Tidal that will be taking the stage for tomorrow's competition. What a star-studded lineup.
It really is. No, star-studded is absolutely the name of the game. I will just say, though, I mean, listening to that reaction, hearing the Brazilian players come together, cheering for their friend, it gave me chills. You know, there's something about the energy in this room. It's electric, right? All around us, you can feel just the passion. The people are so genuinely happy. They might have fallen early in the tournament, but it doesn't matter because now you get to live through those who have made it and you get to cheer on the final day. This is just, I mean, it's the peak of TFT. I'm so happy we get to be here for it.
I love what we saw there was them like putting Saidera up, and you could see the layering of history right there. Ego Illusions coming in, Dobbs coming in, INTZ, a big team right there. Brazil, always there for the pillar of the community, and then they raise a new star up to represent Brazil. Also in our top 8, we don't have any of the regions missing. All 4 of the big ones are here. What more could you ask for a finals like this?
So many storylines, right?
Yeah, and I mean, you know, we talked about how you overhyped the title, but you know what? He made it.
Perfect amount of hype.
Perfect amount of hype. I feel like now you kind of heard it there. Like everyone's kind of gunning for him. He's kind of the main one. But we also have Lilu, the other big champion that's been doing well before. So 2 champions making it is pretty wild. We have our top 8, and I am excited for what's going to happen tomorrow.
And you said Chitu was one of the players that also qualified, correct? You said Chitu? Chi2X, right? Was one of the players who qualified?
I don't think so.
SHIQUZ.
Xiaoqi was the one.
Xiaoqi, okay.
I did make a mistake earlier. Qingzhou unfortunately wasn't the one. It was Xiaoqi that did advance.
Well, I mean, when you're talking about the layering of history, I just love seeing like this contrast of like the global champions that we see, this kind of new blood, and then there's the kind of like almost this like midway of that. You have players like Jedusor. I think it was Jedusor, right?
Yeah.
Who is someone who is a staple in the EMEA community, has been able to qualify to the Tactician's Crown previously, but this time is actually making it to the finals, to the top 8 of this tournament.
It has been an incredibly long road to get here for our players. It's only these 8 that get a chance to stand above the rest. But let's take a look back to see who has come before them, because we had 512 players entering into the competition to start out the weekend. After 2 full days, you can see our standings for our first lobby that we had off stream in the top 16.
Wow. A lot of points coming in from Meng Chen Yu here, going top 4 in all 4 games, second, fourth, second, first at Stellar Minhee. And look at even just the distribution of this. 3 different regions all in the top 4 there. Minhee qualifying for their first ever top 8 at a tournament, and what a tournament to do it at.
Yeah, definitely. Looking at the scores, we talked about how Stellar Minhee in the top 32 went 1-1-1.
Yep.
Yeah. Getting 2 more firsts.
Wow,
here.
You're right.
So that is 5 firsts in 7 games. That is incredibly impressive, and so I think he's someone that you got to look at as a big threat for tomorrow. Could be playing that really well here. And then obviously the lobby we looked at here, we talked about how it was going to be close here. Tidal coming out on top despite everything with 22 here. Then we got 21, 21, and Lilu with 20. And Ironbog so close, but again, that one fight just swinging it the other way gets 19 points.
And even if it had been one more placement, I believe Ironbog had finished below, Hushin in the same round. They both fell in the same exact round. Ironbog might have actually been able to take out Lilu on tiebreakers potentially too. So, I mean, just a heartbreaking finish for Ironbog, but I think he's a player that we should be giving love to. I mean, really has been a hot commodity coming up in TFT over the last 2 sets. And listen, getting 9th place at a tournament like this, of course, it's not going to feel good in the moment, but one day you'll reflect back and say, that is something to be proud of. It absolutely should be something you're proud of. And so, my heart goes out to Ironbog, not a position I envy right now.
Yeah, I think for me, it's about how a lot of these new generation of players are coming out. For the CN players, Xiaoqi, Min Chuyan, there actually aren't the biggest names that we known for when you compare them to Huan Mie, 60 seconds, and Chunge that made it into the final 16 as well. So that's what's so fun about LAN. Some players really do thrive in this environment. It gives people a different edge to look for.
And when I think of China's place in, CN's place in TFT over the last few years, the thing that stands out is that it's been a long time since CN has actually been able to claim an international title. Yeah. And when you're talking about the new blood kind of coming up, the new characters, the supporting cast, being birthed into the spotlight, it actually feels poetic. Who better to claim the international title than those who are coming after the road has been paved before then, to kind of create the new generation of CN players and now claim the title that has been lost to them since set 7.
And I do want to tell everyone about the mood here in CN. It's been a long time. They haven't won since set 7, and they haven't actually been able to beat out the French players even in their own Summit Invitationals. Right. Potty Bowl and then Double 61 actually took more of them than
and
those.
Title as well, right?
Yeah, so it's been a long drought for them. If they do win, the crowd is going to go crazy, but Genuso being there, I think, kind of frightens a lot of people.
Maybe the Achilles heel of this final lobby, but we have so much to be able to look forward to. As you take a quick reflection on the day, what do you get excited about for tomorrow?
Oh, I mean, I think it's just the range of the players. To me, it's the story of having both the, the gods of old among the newcomers. We have every type of player, every archetype of the scene represented in the top 8. I think it's just beautiful poetry in motion.
Yeah, I mean, for me, tomorrow is, the culmination of a lot of hard work. Tomorrow, we get to see the show match that'll be fun. We get to see the State of the Union, so some upcoming news as far as TFT goes, and then to cap it all off with, obviously, the main event here, which is our top 8 going head-to-head. And if you remember last year, the Vegas Open, the top 8 was so hype. The question is, can we really beat that? That's going to be really interesting. And then, like I said, the big story is, do we see, like, a new, does Title come out? Does somebody else come out? So it's going to be a great day tomorrow. It's going to be a long, exciting day. I can't wait.
I only have one sentence, and that's title and checkmate. All you need to say.
We're going to leave the audience with that one. That is for sure. Well, everybody, thank you so much for joining us for day 2 of the TFT Macao Open. We hope you enjoyed hanging out with us, and we hope you look forward to watching all of the action tomorrow with all of the great stuff that we've got lined up for you. So thank you so much, and we'll see you tomorrow.